Chapter 1. Xiaoshi. On Chongning Street in the Kingdom of Yuan, the melodious sounds of festive drums resonated through the skies, drawing the gaze of every passerby. If one were to inquire about the identity of the dashing young groom atop the grand crimson bridal sedan, it would be none other than His Highness, the sole Prince of Yuan, Prince Yuan. The Kingdom of Yuan is renowned for its music, yet this singular prince, alas, is tone-deaf, possessing only an extraordinary talent for adjudicating cases. His method of solving mysteries is indeed most peculiar. He merely summons his loyal guards, Shan Qingyu and Yun Dan Yin, to transport his lavishly adorned treasure platform, the Shina carrying pearls and jade to the scene of a crime. After sitting there with an incense stick for the span of a breath, the culprit is certain to be ensnared. It is whispered that this illustrious prince appears frail and sickly due to having lost a fragment of his soul at birth, presenting a delicate beauty akin to that of a fragile flower. Thus, under the guidance of a sage, he is required to travel in a flower-laden sedan and don a red robe to ward off misfortune, ensuring a long and prosperous life. Indeed, it is said that since he began wearing red garments at the age of 15, he has become an unparalleled beauty. Captivating, although his complexion may not improve, his stunning looks remain unrivaled. With a golden lotus crown and crimson forehead adornment, dressed in red plum, his visage is the very embodiment of our prince. His Highness, the prince, is the object of countless affections, though he sadly lost his mother at a tender age. The storyteller on stage recounted the tale with fervor, his spit flying as if he were an old acquaintance of the prince, while the audience listened raptly, utterly engrossed. The reason for their unwavering attention is not solely due to the prince's captivating story, but also because the storyteller himself is a remarkably handsome young man, who happens to be the prince's most ardent admirer, despite never having laid eyes upon him. As the prince remains shrouded in layers of crimson and black silk, even the fiercest winds would find it impossible to unveil the sedan's curtains. Xiaoshi snapped shut his ink fan with a decisive clap, cupping his hands in salute as he proclaimed, "Today, we shall conclude the tale of His Highness the Prince. May we meet again, dear friends. Young Master Xiaoshi, when shall you return to regale us with more tales of the prince? We all adore your storytelling," called out a girl in the audience, feigning coyness as she clutched a flower basket. "Indeed, indeed," the chorus of women echoed, their voices rising like waves. Before Xiaoshi could respond, a long sword whistled through the air, slicing past his ear and embedding itself in the wooden door behind him, leaving only the hilt visible. Upon witnessing this, the crowd fell silent, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a swirl of dust that had yet to settle. Xiaoshi turned to behold a figure striding towards him, clad in purple embroidered robes adorned with golden cloud patterns, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence. Xiaoshi leapt down from the platform to approach Ziyuning, obediently calling out, "Master." Ziyuning replied coolly, "You still recognize me as your master? I had thought you had sought the tutelage of that blind old man from the east, forsaking me. How could I dare? Once a master, always a father. I already have two fathers. I cannot take on another," the handsome youth declared, tilting his head with a grin as he stood beside Ziyuning, his high ponytail swaying with youthful exuberance. Ziyuning commanded, "Go, fetch my Zisha." Seeing Ziyuning's brow relax, Xiaoshi joyfully bounded back onto the stage to retrieve the sword embedded in the door. He pulled with all his might, but the hilt showed no sign of budging. With a smile, he glanced back at Ziyuning, placing one foot on the door and the other on the ground, attempting to extract the sword through sheer force. Alas, even with all his strength, he could not dislodge it. Ziyuning sighed at her inept disciple, leaping onto the platform with a determined stride beside Xiaoshi. Her voice sharp, "Useless fool, step aside." With a single motion, she grasped the hilt and effortlessly withdrew the sword as though it had a mind of its own, her form remaining steady and undisturbed. Ziyuning inquired, "Count the number of sword holes in this door." Xiaoshi swallowed nervously. 1, 2, 3, 17, 18. There are a total of 18 sword holes, master. Ziyuning pressed. "And how many times have you retrieved Zisha on your own?" Xiaoshi looked up at Ziyuning. "None, master." With a cold huff, Ziyuning replied, "I do not wish to see another instance of this. Otherwise, do not expect me to show leniency." "I, Ziyuning," the foremost swordsman of the kingdom of Yuesian, have a disciple who cannot even pull out a sword if word of this gets out. It would be the laughingstock of the realm. Cheng Xiaoshi retorted defiantly, Master, one cannot speak, so while I may be lacking, my sister Cheng Wushi is quite formidable, though she may not surpass you. She would surely rank among the top 3 in the entire kingdom of Yuesian. Ziyuning scoffed. How dare you mention Wushi? Return to the Cheng residence at once, and do not leave for a month. Cheng Xiaoshi tossed aside his ink fan, one hand resting behind his back, his high ponytail swaying as he strode away with a carefree gait. Chapter 2. Cheng Wushi. Beneath the osmanthus tree in the Cheng residence's rear courtyard, a woman clad in white, as pure as snow, wielded a sword with the swiftness of the wind. She would leap gracefully into the air, causing the osmanthus flowers to rain down, her figure ethereal in a flowing skirt, and at times she would launch her long sword like a darting dragon, skillfully catching it upon landing. Cheng Xiaoshi stood beneath the tree, applauding. What a splendid display, akin to a startled swan or a gliding dragon. My sister is truly deserving of the title beauty of the sword. Cheng Wushi sheathed her sword at her side, gazing at Cheng Xiaoshi with a gentle smile. Have you once again gone to extol the virtues of your mortal bodhisattva? Cheng Xiaoshi replied indignantly, Sister, you must not speak disrespectfully of His Highness the Prince. Cheng Wushi tilted her head affectionately toward Cheng Xiaoshi. My dear foolish brother, you have yet to even see the prince's face. How can you be so infatuated with him? Cheng Xiaoshi placed his hands on his hips, proudly declaring, Who says I haven't seen him? After a pause, he added, I say, you are all so stubborn, why do you not believe me? Do you recall that moonless night when Cheng Wushi interrupted. You emerged from your friend Dong Ziyu's home, and, while traversing a long alley, encountered a young gentleman adorned with a golden crown and a crimson forehead, dressed in plum, with a fair complexion, flanked by 2 attendants. He blocked your path, and you inquired who he was at such an hour. He smiled and replied, I am Yuexian's Prince Yuan. My dear brother, you have told this story no fewer than 20 times. I can recite it verbatim. Cheng Xiaoshi responded with a lackluster tone. If you do not believe me, then there is nothing I can do. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh filled the air as sword energy surged towards them. Cheng Wushi leapt gracefully, catching Zisha with ease, holding the beautiful sword in one hand and Zisha in the other. She bowed slightly, addressing Zining with respect, Master. Ziyuning acknowledged, Well done. Your reflexes are becoming increasingly swift. You are indeed my chief disciple. Cheng Wushi replied, It is thanks to your guidance, Master. Ziyuning nodded. Next month, you shall be responsible for teaching Xiaoshi the 8 basic sword techniques. Master, I am well versed in thrusting, slicing, sweeping, hanging, cloud, dotting, crashing, and intercepting. Must my sister teach me? Can you not ask her to teach me something else? Cheng Xiaoshi pouted playfully. Ziyuning's gaze shifted from Cheng Wushi to Cheng Xiaoshi. What do you wish your sister to teach you? For instance, drawing the sword? Cheng Xiaoshi bowed with hands clasped. You are the master, your word is law. Ziyuning declared, Since I have the authority, it is best that you adhere strictly to my instructions. With that, she turned and departed, sword in hand. Cheng Xiaoshi watched her retreating figure, sulking. Master is truly biased. She is gentle and kind to you, yet cold as ice with me. Cheng Wushi replied, How can you fault the master? Reflect on whether you have diligently practiced the sword techniques she has taught you. Given your current skill level, it is already a great mercy for her to allow you to call her master. Cheng Xiaoshi protested, I do not enjoy martial arts. Cheng Wushi asked, Then what do you enjoy? Studying? Becoming a top scholar in the future? Cheng Xiaoshi retorted, Who wants to be a parrot in a birdcage? I only wish to gallop freely and play in the world. Cheng Wushi gently ruffled Cheng Xiaoshi's hair, smiling, But you cannot venture out with dark guards if you possess the ability to stand on your own. You need not fear anything, only then can you truly experience freedom. Cheng Xiaoshi pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, Indeed, let us be the dual sword masters of the kingdom of Yuesian. Conquering all adversaries, you shall maintain peace and prosperity for the people, while I shall revel in the joy of life. Cheng Wushi smiled, drawing forth her beautiful sword, holding it in her left hand, her right fingers gliding along the blade, her eyes sparkling. Then you must not slacken your efforts from this day forth. Cheng Xiaoshi straightened his back, a youthful determination shining through his still boyish features. Of course. That year, Cheng Wushi was merely 16, while Cheng Xiaoshi was but 14 for them. Their aspirations were not clouds on the horizon, but blossoms on the branches, within reach, waiting for the day they would grasp them. Chapter 3. His Royal Highness, Prince Yuanyang. 2 years later, once more, the osmanthus blossoms fall, and the city is enveloped in a fragrant rain. The young man leans against the window, his inky hair cascading down his shoulders like silk. His pair of phoenix-like eyes half closed, intently observing the osmanthus tree outside. Your Highness, as the autumn chill sets in, perhaps you should come inside, suggested his loyal guard, Yun Danyan, who held a crimson cloak, her expression laced with concern for Prince Yuanyang. With a gentle smile, Yuanyang beckoned her. Drape it over me, please. Have there been any updates on the long unsolved case? His voice was soft, not the delicate tone of a maiden, but rather imbued with a faintly detached emotion. Yun Danyan hesitated for a moment before replying. The vicinity of the West Market has been rather unsettled that Yuanyang's previously vacant gaze shifted slightly to the left before returning to its original position. A spark of curiosity igniting within his pupils as he inquired, "Do elaborate." Yun Danyan continued, "In Ampingfang, Weifang, Changkenfang, and Pingifang near the West Market, there have been a series of mysterious cases involving dismembered corpses." Yuanyang echoed, "Dismembered corpses?" "Indeed," Yun Danyan affirmed. "The bodies appeared devoid of bones, reduced to mere flesh. Moreover, most of them were discovered in a state of decay." "Decayed to mush?" Yuanyang asked. "Yes, Your Highness," Yun Danyan confirmed, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. "How long has this been happening?" he pressed. "Nearly a month now," she replied. Yuanyang furrowed his brow slightly and cast a sidelong glance at Yun Danyan, questioning why she had only now revealed this information. Yun Danyan knelt, burying her head in her arms. "Rise, I understand," Yuanyang said, and upon her standing, she kept her gaze lowered at his side. She was acutely aware that the prince had surmised it was the emperor who had instructed her to keep this from him. And a sense of shame and betrayal gnawed at her heart. "Has the Dali Temple uncovered any useful leads?" he inquired. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Yes, but they are scarce." Yuanyang clasped his hands together on the windowsill, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Outside, a gentle rain fell, while a whimsical breeze danced around the osmanthus tree, causing the rain to swirl around. His fingers, like the ethereal night-blooming Sirius, reached out into the night. Yun Danyan, eager to prevent him from doing so, extended her hand, only to awkwardly let it hover in the air. The cool raindrops fell upon his palm, as if cascading over his heart. He closed his eyes in enjoyment, urging continue. Yun Danyan withdrew her hand. The corpses bear strange puncture marks all over. They emit a scream before dying, but the cries are cut short mid-sentence that a bright yellow flower fell into his pale palm. Mingling with the rainwater, Yuanyang extended his hand toward Yun Danyan. "Here for you." Seeing the flower in his palm, she smiled sheepishly, carefully plucking it to hold it behind her back. "Thank you, Your Highness." Yuanyang rose and tossed the cloak draped over him to Yun Danyan. Muttering to himself, "This rain seems relentless. I've grown weary of it, that I in her heart." Yun Danyan thought, the prince is not tired of the rain. He clearly wishes to hunt ghosts. Yuanyang, in a languid tone, remarked, You mustn't speak ill of your master in your heart." Yun Danyan hurriedly covered her mouth. "Your Highness, I did not." Yuanyang laughed softly. "I shall rest for a while. You may amuse yourself. There is no need for you to stay by my side." Yun Danyan replied, "Your Highness, I am not fond of frivolities." Yuanyang insisted. "I command you to go. Your presence here is too laden with a sense of foreboding that I scarcely dare to close my eyes." Understood. Chapter 4. The young woman in green. The autumn wind howled. The dark moon offered no light. The youth clad in crimson stood out starkly, accompanied by a girl whose sharp features betrayed her tension as she gripped her sword. Poised for action. Sheath your sword," Yuanyang said. "Your readiness for battle makes me appear overly precious, drawing unnecessary suspicion." Yun Danyan lowered her voice deliberately. "Your Highness, you are indeed invaluable." Her words elicited a chuckle from Yuanyang, a soft laughter escaping his throat like a wisp of smoke. Yet this laughter carried an air of coldness, suggesting a character lacking warmth. This is the West Market, the most chaotic market in Shiluo. It is a melting pot of oddities, yet precious lives are conspicuously absent. Your appearance makes me seem excessively valuable, which defies reason. After contemplating, Yun Danyin silently sheathed her sword, acknowledging that the prince was always correct. The markets in the capital differed significantly. The East Market catered to the aristocracy, while the West Market was more popular and accessible to commoners and merchants from various lands, serving as a hub for trade, residence, and entertainment. Due to the differing demographics, the levels of management varied greatly. The East Market was distinguished by the presence of government institutions, such as the Chongping Warehouse and the Pingjuan Office, which regulated market prices. And even the patrol personnel were triple that of the West Market. In terms of public safety, the East Market was far superior, which likely explained the frequent occurrences of unsolved cases in the West Market. While the East Market remained relatively peaceful, though it may sound absurd and harsh, not all lives are valued equally. Some lives are deemed precious, while others are as disregarded as weeds as the hour past midnight. The duo occasionally encountered drunken men and hurried passers-by, yet not a single patrolling officer was in sight, a true indication of idleness. Perhaps at this hour, the guards were indulging in drink at some brothel or boasting somewhere. Suddenly, an ominous wind swept through the murky night, rustling fallen leaves, broken baskets, and tattered rags. Yun Danyin positioned herself protectively in front of Yuanyang, her sword ready to be drawn, a shadow clad in green. Holding a red lotus lantern, emerged from the chaotic wind. She wore a flowing green robe that danced wildly in the breeze, resembling a ghostly apparition against the night. The figure in green slowly approached, the green light flickering in her lantern like a solitary leaf on the verge of being blown away by the wind. Whether it was the wind's doing or the inherent strangeness of the lantern, the effect was unsettling. Yuanyang and Yun Danyin stood still, gazing at the girl who drew closer. As she neared, strands of hair were blown across her face, partially concealing her features, revealing only her elongated, willow-like eyes. Yun Danyin noted the conflicting nature of those eyes, innocent yet devoid of warmth. The girl paused beside Yuanyang, casting a glance at him, prompting Yun Danyin to instinctively draw her sword. Yuanyang exchanged a knowing look with the girl, subtly nudging Yun Danyin's arm, guiding the unsheathed sword back into its scabbard. You have lost the soul, and the earthbound spirit has vanished. How peculiar, she remarked, tilting her head in contemplation. The soul thief among the 7 souls is also missing. Who are you? Yuanyang inquired. The girl blinked, and the sudden gust of wind inexplicably vanished. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders, and beneath the soft glow of the moonlight, Yuanyang finally discerned her features. Her icy gaze held a hint of Navet, and her remarkable bone structure paired with her exquisite beauty made her a singular presence in all of Xi. If not for her slightly hunched back, which diminished her perfection, she would have stood out even more. Yet, her existing beauty was sufficient to illuminate her surroundings. I am Xiaokai, she introduced. Yuanyang furrowed his brow slightly. The name Xiaokai seemed incongruous with her appearance. Her beauty rivaled the most resplendent peonies in the palace. Yet her voice was sweetly childlike. With a gentle smile, Yuanyang inquired, "It is quite late. Where might you be headed, my lady?" "To capture spirits," she replied. That Yuanyang's heart sank, realizing that if Xiaokai were a typical person, she was anything but normal. Spirit catchers in the kingdom were steeped in ancient mystery, rumored to be individuals who had made deals with the lord of the underworld, bound to fulfill a quota of souls before regaining their freedom. How fortunate! We too are on a quest to capture spirits. Would you care to join us? Yuanyang proposed. Xiaokai looked puzzled. You are as well? Yuanyang nodded firmly. Indeed. Xiaokai scrutinized the two of them. Then where will you keep the spirits you capture? Yuanyang glanced at the lantern in her hand, contemplating, could the green light within be the spirit she referred to? An idea formed in his mind, and he produced a pouch from his waist. Waving it before her, "They will be kept here." Believing him, Xiaokai nodded. "Very well, let us go together." She ambled ahead, while Yuanyang and Yun Danyin followed. Yun Danyin voiced her discontent. "Your Highness, are you certain you wish to follow her?" Yuanyang regarded Xiaocai's retreating figure, responding, "Yes." He mused, "This person, if not foolish, must be extraordinary. Moreover, she does not appear to possess a deceitful nature, making it likely that she truly is a spirit catcher." Additionally, it astonished him that the esteemed individuals summoned by his father had noted he lacked a fragment of his soul, yet could not specify which fragment was missing, and no one had ever mentioned he was missing the soul thief among the 7 souls. Clearly, she is not to be underestimated. After all, she claims to be a spirit catcher. Does she not? One can simply follow along to discern whether she is merely indulging in mystique or truly possesses profound abilities. Chapter 5. The vanished corpse. Her long hair cascaded like verdant spring grass, flowing gently like a meandering stream. When the wind blew, it unfurled as if it were an exquisite brocade quilt. Clad in a deep blue robe, she seamlessly merged with the twilight, advancing gracefully through the dark night. Xiao Kai did not resemble a spirit catcher. Rather, she appeared akin to an unnamed ghost. Yu Yang removed her headband and stepped forward. "Xiao Kai," she called. Xiao Kai halted, staring blankly at Yu Yang. Yu Yang opened her palm, revealing a long red silk ribbon. Xiao Kai, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" Yu Yang replied, "Might I have the fortune of gathering your long hair into a bun?" Xiao Kai nodded, somewhat dazed, in her recollection apart from her mother, who had once styled her hair while alive. No one else had ever done so for her. Lacking the skill to manage it, she allowed it to fall into disarray, especially since a solitary traveler of the night had little reason to concern herself with the neatness of her hair. Yu Yang stood behind Xiao Kai, deftly untangling the long strands at her neck, and after smoothing them, she bound them with the red silk, securing 2 firm knots. Simply gathering the hair made a noticeable difference. Although her slightly hunched back remained a lingering concern, that did not seem innate. Rather, it appeared to stem from a long-standing habit or a lack of self-confidence. Yu Yang speculated that Xiao Kai's slight hunch was a result of enduring habits. For how could someone so beautiful harbor such insecurity? In that moment, as Yu Yang styled her hair, Xiao Kai felt warmth emanating from the world for the first time. That dawned on her that beyond her mother, there were others willing to touch her without disdain. "I shall help you reclaim your lost soul," Xiao Kai declared, her tone no longer that of a child, her gaze resolute and sincere, each word imbued with a sense of solemnity akin to an oath. Yu Yang smiled softly, very well, that he was unconcerned by her words. Existing in this manner was merely a hassle, nothing of great significance. In the capital city of Yuxian, the West Market was divided into 9 areas by 2 parallel streets running north-south and east-west, forming a grid-like layout. The 4 main thoroughfares were designated as East Street, West Street, South Street, and North Street, distinguishing the regions within the West Market. The intersections of these streets created 4 crossroads. At this moment, the 4 individuals found themselves on South Street, near Huaihe Fong, which was notorious for the recent appearance of dismembered corpses. As autumn nights grew cooler, the wind would send shivers through one's body. Xiao Kai continued along the main road until she unexpectedly halted at the intersection leading to East Street, turning resolutely as if guided by an unseen force. Though Yu Yang felt perplexed, he chose to follow closely behind her. He was determined to uncover the true identity of this woman, or whether she was even human. The hour had passed, and the 3 were situated near East Street in the heart of the West Market, an area bustling with life during the day due to the government's relatively lenient oversight, making it a melting pot for outsiders. Yu Yang's stamina had reached its limit, his legs growing weak. Whether in the palace or elsewhere, he was accustomed to traveling by palanquin, never having walked such a distance. Yun Danyin stepped forward, raising her hand flat to signal Yu Yang that he could lean on her for a moment's respite. Xiao Kai, holding a lantern, stood motionless before the 8 directions inn, her gaze fixed on the rooftop, her expression peculiar, as if engaged in silent communication, her lips moving without sound. Witnessing this, Yun Danyin felt a chill run down her spine. She had encountered many gruesome sights, murder, dismemberment, and skinning, but this scene was inexplicably eerie. Someone is about to die. Xiao Kai turned to Yu Yang, her lovely eyes strikingly bright. Yu Yang perceived a cold detachment in her gaze, as if she were entirely disconnected from the world, resembling an outsider, yet not merely a spectator. Even those watching a performance often find themselves drawn into the narrative, empathizing with the characters. This fundamental human emotion was conspicuously absent in Xiao Kai's unsettlingly calm eyes, akin to a painting devoid of vitality. Yu Yang began to speak. "What?" A half-stifled scream shattered the stillness of the night, interrupting Yu Yang's words. Instantly, the previously dark and flickered to life with candlelight. Reacting swiftly, Yu Yang grasped Xiao Kai's hand and pulled her into a narrow alley across from the in such a situation. If they were caught, it would be as if they had jumped into the Yellow River, unable to cleanse themselves of the predicament. Even as the crown prince of UCN, he would be subjected to unnecessary explanations and turmoil. And with a peculiar woman by his side, he had no desire to waste time on futile justifications that I in the alley. Yu Yang gestured for Xiao Kai to remain silent, then tilted his head to observe the commotion inside the inn. The flickering candlelight allowed glimpses of frantic figures and the sounds of panicked voices to reach their ears. Within moments, the Jinwei guards, clad in uniforms, appeared at the entrance of the Eight Directions Inn. Responsible for maintaining order in the capital, it was typically the county magistrate's duty to investigate homicides. However, due to a series of unresolved murders causing widespread panic among the populace, the investigation had been handed over to the Jinwei guards and the Dali Temple. Yu Yang exchanged glances with Yun Danyan, who instantly understood that as the inn's doors closed again, she leapt to the rooftop with the agility of a bluebird, prying open a window to slip inside. "Did you find the spirit you were seeking?" Yu Yang asked. Xiao Kai shook her head, her voice tinged with disappointment. "I lost it." Yu Yang smiled. "That as the dawn approaches, it may be wise to continue your search tomorrow." Xiao Kai insisted. "No, time is running out." "Then I shall not disturb you further. I have matters to attend to. Until we meet again." Xiao Kai exited the alley, while Yu Yang ventured deeper into the shadows, soon blending into the indigo dusk. Inside the inn, Yun Danyan had arrived at the chaotic scene ahead of the Jinwei guards, seamlessly merging with the crowd. With deft hands, she loosened her belt and tousled her meticulously arranged hair, adjusting her collar before carefully surveying the situation. She glanced at the ornate nameplate hanging above the entrance, crafted from golden silk nanmu and adorned with jade pendants, reading Tianding. Room 1 was Tianren. Room 2 was Tianding, and Room 3 was Tianxian. Typically, the best rooms in the inn were reserved for 3 types of guests: merchants from afar, travelers, or those visiting relatives. Yun Danyan approached a woman clad in Uyghur attire, inquiring about the unfolding events. "Do you know what has transpired here?" The woman did not raise her gaze, pushing past others in her path. "I don't know. I've just arrived." Amidst the crowd, a man dressed in dark purple satin nightwear caught Yun Danyan's attention. The smooth, lustrous fabric stood out amid the bright, varied colors of the garments around him. Clearly, he sought to avoid notice, attempting to diminish his presence, yet his attire betrayed him. The dark purple satin nightwear, adorned with cranes and intertwined lotus flowers, symbolized a status often deemed taboo. INUCN. 3 colors were forbidden for commoners: black, purple, and white. Anyone daring to don such colors would be considered a rebel, subject to execution without trial, and would even be rewarded for the ACT. INUCN. Dark colors were revered, with deeper shades indicating higher social standing. Purple was 1 tier below black, and dark purple was the color of the national chancellor. UCN had 2 chancellors: the left chancellor, Xiao Jin, and the right chancellor, Jiang He. Yun Danyan had never encountered either chancellor, but had heard the crown prince describe the left chancellor, Xiao Jin, as a haggard old man with frosted hair and a stern demeanor. This man, however, appeared to be the right chancellor, Jiang He. He bore a refined and amiable countenance, yet a ghastly scar marred the back of his left hand, snaking from his thumb to the center of his hand. Rumor had it that the scar could have healed without a trace, but Jiang He stubbornly refused any form of treatment. This was rooted in the tragic fire that had engulfed the Jiang residence a decade prior, claiming the lives of his entire family, leaving him as the sole survivor. Bearing severe burns across his body, it was said he deliberately left the scar as a constant reminder of his past, eternally cherishing the memory of his deceased relatives. Though most commoners had never seen him, this tale was widely circulated among the populace. Furthermore, at the time of his wife and children's demise, he was just entering his 30s and had never remarried. Both his deeds and character made Jiang He a figure of admiration among the people. Conversely, the left chancellor, Xiao Jin, was often spoken of as an eccentric old man, rumored to indulge in wine and revelry, frequently frequenting brothels without returning sober. Certainly, there exists one paramount reason. He is a sworn enemy of General Jiang He. Naturally, the admiration people hold for Jiang He translates into disdain for him. Yun Danyan pondered. How could he possibly appear here? If Zhuo Cheng were to learn of their presence, a fierce exchange of words would surely ensue in the court. Old Prime Minister Xiao often became the target of ridicule due to his frequent late-night absences, much to the amusement of his peers. After all, Their animosity was so well known within the palace that even the lowest eunuchs were aware of it. Was he not afraid of being caught by those affiliated with old Prime Minister Xiao? The heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Yun Denyin gazed towards the entrance. There stood a figure with sharp features, austere and unsmiling. Merely lifting his gaze could render one breathless with trepidation. Emerging from the staircase, he was clad in a neat, formal deep blue uniform adorned with the emblem of a soaring solitary eagle, but he held a dagger at his waist. Surveying the surroundings, and the previously noisy atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. The newcomer was none other than General Dong Zhuiyue of the Golden Guards, known as the one-handed tiger tamer, Dong Guhuang. His mere name could instill fear in the hearts of many throughout Shilua. And what was even more astonishing was that he had achieved such notoriety at a young age. His reputation had spread far and wide, even among the various sects of the martial world, rendering him a figure known to all. The crowd instinctively parted to create a wide path for him, and Yun Danyin, concealed among them, carefully observed Dong Zhuiyue's every move. Indeed, upon spotting Jiang He, Dong Zhuiyue's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted slightly. Yun Danyin surmised that Dong Zhuiyue, known for his lack of sentimentality, would undoubtedly greet Jiang He without an ounce of mercy, for it was one of his defining traits. Dong Zhuiyue strode directly to Jiang He, standing tall with his hands raised to his chest, fingers interlaced, palms inward, forming a small circular shape with his hands that he slightly bowed and performed a respectful gesture. Addressing him as Jiang Cheng, Yun Danyin scoffed inwardly, thinking to herself, "This fellow truly possesses no understanding of social cues." Jiang He clearly wished to keep his identity concealed, yet he boldly announced both his surname and title. Jiang He, with a slight furrow of his brow, replied with reluctance. After a pause, he added, "Go about your business. Do not mind me." Dong Zhuiyue responded, "Apologies, Jiang Cheng. Since you are present, I cannot disregard you that I may require your assistance shortly." Jiang He stared intently at Dong Zhuiyue, before suddenly smiling and saying, "What a brave and fearless young man you are." Dong Zhuiyue turned his head to glance at a younger member of the Golden Guards. Instructing Xiao Zhuo, "Keep an eye on Jiang Cheng, to the others," he commanded, "Seal off the inn. Not even a mosquito shall escape." Yun Danyin thought, "Truly a reckless brute, devoid of wisdom. He is far from being Dong Guhuang. I see only a foolish dog, relying on his influence and disregarding everyone, bound to encounter trouble sooner or later." Inside the inn, more than 20 individuals were too frightened to lift their heads at Dong Zhuiyue's words, with only a few audacious souls daring to cast furtive glances at him, among whom was Yun Danyin. Standing at the doorway, Dong Zhuiyue, without turning around, asked, "Did anyone among you push open this door?" After a prolonged silence with no response, he deemed it to be a no, that he then retrieved a thumb-sized vial from his waist and poured its contents onto his right index finger, proceeding to smear it along the gap of the door before crouching down to inspect closely, as if he had discovered something. That he then took a small knife from his waist and poked it at the threshold. From a distance, Yun Danyin could not comprehend Dong Zhuiyue's actions, that in the end, she observed him wrap something from the knife in a handkerchief and tuck it away in his clothing. The moment the wooden door swung open, a strong, pungent smell of blood assaulted the senses, accompanied by a fleeting hint of fragrance. From her vantage point, Yun Danyin could not discern the situation inside the room, only catching sight of a large pool of blood on the ground, an immense puddle, nearly the entirety of a person's blood. Strangely, there was no corpse in sight. Where could the body have vanished? She was certain that from the moment the screams began, it would have been impossible for anyone to stealthily remove a corpse without notice. Her training as a death attendant had taught her to listen for even the faintest of sounds, including the fluttering of butterfly wings. Thus, it was inconceivable for her to be oblivious to the sounds of doors or windows opening. If the body had been concealed, there were no signs of dragging or dripping blood on the ground. Even if a body were dissolved, it would be impossible for the remains to vanish so completely in such a short span of time. And the scent of corpse-dissolving fluid would be significantly potent, unable to dissipate so quickly. The fact that the door had remained sealed prior to Dong Zhuiyue's entrance, without a breeze, further indicated that the windows had been firmly shut. The body had inexplicably disappeared. Chapter 6. 10 years ago, who could have anticipated that Dong Zhuiyue would call for everyone to report one by one, thereby eliminating any chance of evasion? Yun Danyin had initially planned to create a commotion during transport to prison, allowing her to escape with lightning speed. However, with Dong Zhiyue sealing off the inn, her chances of flight dwindled to nearly none. After ordering the inn to be secured, Dong Zhiyue had intended to depart. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, he abruptly turned back and cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, his gaze landing on Yun Danyan, who was silently praying with her head bowed. Feeling the weight of his piercing stare, she could only hope he would not call her out. Dong Zhiyue commanded, the girl in the green dress. Raise your head. Yun Danyan's heart plummeted into despair. Just her luck, she had recently encountered him in the East Palace. She could only wish he suffered from face blindness. Lifting her head, she feigned a hoarse voice. Asking me, Dong Zhiyue inquired, what is wrong with your eyes? Yun Danyan replied sorrowfully, my eyes are simply destined to roll back, and I have sullied your sight. I deserve to be punished. Dong Zhiyue paused, perhaps realizing that forcing a young lady to speak of her disability was hurtful. He instructed those beside him, Xiao Zhuo, attend to this young lady. Xiao Zhuo, taken aback, hesitated, but Dong Zhiyue impatiently insisted, go as instructed. Spare me your needless chatter. I will find others to look after Jiang Cheng. Xiao Zhuo, feeling aggrieved, reluctantly approached Yun Danyan, allowing her to lean on his arm. Yun Danyan cursed Dong Zhiyue in her heart, considering him an irritating nuisance. Had she held even a sliver of hope for escape? It had now been firmly closed off. Upon reaching the prison, Dong Zhiyue wasted no time, immediately commencing the interrogation. However, the one truly suffering was undoubtedly Jiang Cheng, encountering such a callous individual. There was no indication of leniency. Even though he was the prime minister, indeed, he was the first to be interrogated. Everyone was confined to the same cell, while Dong Zhiyue stationed himself outside, setting up tables and chairs in the corridor. Leading each person out one by one for questioning, Dong Zhiyue asked, what is your name? Jiang He replied, Jiang He. Dong Zhiyue repeated, what is your name? Jiang He stated, Jiang He. Dong Zhiyue asked, what is your occupation? Jiang He answered, Prime Minister. Dong Zhiyue pressed further, be more specific. Jiang He clarified, I am Jiang He, the right Prime Minister of the Moon String Kingdom. Dong Zhiyue continued, how old are you? Where is your residence? Why are you here? Jiang He replied, I am 39 years old, residing in Pinkangfang. Shila. Dong Zhiyue inquired, since you live near the East Market in Pinkangfang, why did you choose to stay at the Bafang Inn in the heart of the West Market? You must understand, one is in the east and the other in the west, nearly 10 miles apart. Jiang He fell silent, his expression unreadable, whether he was unwilling to respond or simply did not wish to reveal his reasons. Yun Danyan was grateful that Jiang He was known for his good temper. Dong Zhiyue was indeed treating the esteemed prime minister with a level of impartiality. Dong Zhiyue stated in the court, you hold the identity of a nation's prime minister at a crime scene. If you cannot provide evidence proving your non-involvement, you shall be deemed a suspect. Jiang Cheng, it would be wise not to conceal anything. Initially, Jiang He maintained a friendly demeanor during the interrogation, but as Dong Zhiyue's questioning deepened, his expression darkened further. Jiang He composed himself, closing his eyes, and calmly stated, as a prime minister, I possess the right to refrain from answering your questions. Even if you wish to investigate me, you lack the qualification. Summon Minister Zhou Kuan from the Dali Temple. Otherwise, I shall not utter a word. Dong Zhiyue's expression remained unchanged, and while others around him felt anxious, he maintained his composure, leisurely responding, very well. Just as the two sides found themselves at an impasse, a voice proclaimed, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived, leaving everyone astonished. At this hour, one would expect someone to be soundly asleep. What could the Crown Prince possibly want in the prison? Yun Danyan felt a pang of despair, wondering if the Crown Prince had come to rescue her. Despite the season being relatively warm with abundant rain, Yu Yang donned a striking crimson cloak. The wide-brimmed hood, combined with the dim lighting in the cell, effectively concealed his features. Following closely behind Yu Yang was a man shrouded in shadow, his imposing stature visible. Adorned with a black and gold wolf mask, with several thin braids cascading down by his ears that seemed that merely standing there, he exuded an invisible aura of authority and intimidation. However, a servant's strength was never for the purpose of showcasing their own abilities, but rather to highlight their master's status and identity. Yun Danyan thought, Shan Qingyu? Hadn't he gone out on a mission? When did he return? Apart from Jiang He, everyone else knelt and prostrated themselves, chanting, Long live His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. That as Yu Yang approached Jiang He. The latter slightly bent forward, smiling. What brings you, Crown Prince Yu Yang, to this place in the dead of night? Yu Yang replied, I am here to assist in the investigation. After speaking, he bent down to assist Dong Zhuiyue and called out, Uncle, let us move to a more private place to converse. That I in the prison of the Dali Temple, the discipline room. Dong Zhuiyue inquired, Your Highness, do you have any leads? Yuan shook his head. Let us set this matter aside for now. First, we must send Chancellor Jiang back to his residence, that he has court tomorrow, and we cannot afford any delay. Dong Zhuiyue frowned but paused before saying, I will have Xiao's would take 2 brothers to escort Chancellor Jiang home. Yuan replied, A nation's chancellor is the pillar of the state. His safety is of utmost importance, that a full escort is necessary. Jiang He smiled, No need. Just give me a swift horse. Too many people will only waste time. There is no need to expend manpower on trivial matters. That Yuan replied sternly, Chancellor Jiang, do not jest. Ensuring your safety cannot be deemed a waste of resources. Moreover, the recent unrest makes it essential to guard against any potential mishaps that could implicate both you and Uncle. Jiang He, with a gentle smile, remarked, It is no wonder your father dotes on you. Your foresight could easily surpass that of many in the court. Yuan smiled, Chancellor Jiang, I shall not see you off. Jiang He playfully teased. You are urging me to depart. Yuan clarified. Chancellor Jiang, you misunderstand me. I am concerned that any delay may provoke dissatisfaction from the esteemed Chancellor Xiao. That if this exacerbates the conflict between you two, it would be most unfortunate. Jiang He, his eyes crinkling with mirth, responded, Very well. Then I shall take my leave. Lingering here would indeed be challenging to explain in court. After Jiang He departed, Dong Zhuiyue expressed his concern. Xiaoan, Jiang He is the only one in the court who supports you. That I will be more cautious in the future. Yuan replied, Uncle, my decision to send him away was not solely for my benefit, but for yours. Dong Zhuiyue was puzzled. For my benefit? Yuan removed his hat and gazed at Dong Zhuiyue. Jiang He is not as benign as he appears. His thoughts may be so profound that even the 2 of us combined would not match his intellect. Should he harbor a grudge, it could become exceedingly troublesome. Dong Zhuiyue, half believing, asked, Is he truly as formidable as you suggest? Yuan smiled, I cannot say for certain. Dong Zhuiyue sighed, What am I to say to you? Allowing him to leave may make it difficult to invite him back later. However, it is fortunate this matter likely does not concern him, so let him go. Yuan inquired, Why does Uncle believe this matter is not related to him? Dong Zhuiyue replied, I approached him with an impartial mindset, compelling him to come forth, not because I truly suspected him. While he may be shrewd, such cruel deeds are unlikely to be within his capacity. Yuan remarked, In a decade, he has risen 8 ranks, from a mere county official to Vice Minister of Personnel, and then to Chancellor. Throughout history, how many sages have enjoyed such an unimpeded path? The history I studied in my youth does not record any chancellor ascending so smoothly that if he had powerful connections, it could be excused, but he is of humble origins. Yuan continued, Do you not find it remarkable how Jiang He has traversed this path as if under divine protection? After a moment's contemplation, Dong Zhuiyue responded, Yet this does not necessarily prove anything. While your words suggest Jiang He is indeed unfathomable, we cannot unwarrantedly cast suspicion upon him. Yuan acknowledged, It does not prove anything. I merely wish to remind you to exercise caution should you encounter Jiang He in the future. Dong Zhuiyue replied, Very well. You should return and rest. It is likely we shall have rain in the coming days. Your constitution is delicate, so do not overexert yourself. He proceeded to place the hat upon Yuan's head and adjusted his cloak. Though he himself was not much older, he instinctively adopted a demeanor of an elder when faced with Yuan. Perhaps this inclination was deeply intertwined with the memory of his late sister, Dong Xinyao, who upon reaching maturity married into the imperial palace and passed away 3 years after giving birth to Yuan. In her final moments, she grasped Dong Zhuiyue's hand, urging him to look after Yuan, as she did not trust anyone else. In his youth, Dong Zhuiyue had often suffered humiliation at the hands of his family. Among the 4 sons and 2 daughters of the Dong family, only the eldest daughter, Dong Xinyao, had treated him with genuine kindness. His status as the son of a maidservant had determined his unwelcomed fate within the family, while Dong Xinyao was the only one who regarded him with sincerity. Many might not understand that simply being treated with respect and dignity meant everything to him. To Dong Zhuiyue, it symbolized equality. respect, and the intrinsic value of life that in contrast to his previous existence, which he considered a mere survival. Dong Xinyao had bestowed upon him the noblest aspects of life. Thus, he was willing to protect Yuan for a lifetime, even at the cost of his own life. That Yuan nodded. Indeed, by the way, uncle, among those you have imprisoned, there is one of mine. May I take her? Dong Zhi asked. One of yours, male or female? Yuan replied, a girl with 2 braids. Dressed in a single-layered green silk skirt, possessing a fair degree of beauty. Dong Zhi suddenly recalled, is she not the girl who naturally rolls her eyes? How did she end up at the 8 Directions Inn? Yuan explained, I sent her to gather information. Dong Zhi frowned. Are you certain she can obtain useful intelligence? Yuan teased, of course. Uncle would not look down upon a woman, would you? Dong Zhi asserted, I would never discriminate against any gender. Yuan smiled. That is good to hear. I kindly ask you to return her to me. Dong Zhi, incredulous, stared at Yuan and shook his head, leaving Yuan equally bewildered. Only when he brought Yin Dan Yin to Yuan's side did Dong Zhi realize the girl had been feigning all along. It was quite a feat to maintain her ruse. Before departing, Yuan whispered in Dong Zhi's ear, that great fire 10 years ago was likely not so simple, with over a dozen lives lost. How could such a conflagration go unnoticed? Do you not find it suspicious, uncle? Yuan's reminder caused Dong Zhi to ponder the unsettling aspects of the event. It was not merely suspicious, but rather terrifying. At the time, he had only been a junior gold guard, witnessing the horrifying crime scene that would forever haunt his memories. 10 years ago, on New Year's Eve, when the city was aglow, the streets were nearly deserted, and the guards were beginning to return to their posts. The fire ignited the night sky without warning, flaring up almost instantaneously, reaching its zenith in the blink of an eye. Though the wooden structures were inherently flammable, it was unreasonable for a fire to escalate so rapidly without a gradual buildup. Yet that fire did not follow the natural course. In an instant, it engulfed Jiang He's residence. The process of extinguishing the flames was exceedingly arduous. At that time, Jiang He was merely a county official, and his residence was not large. Logically, a fire of such size should have been extinguished within 2 hours, yet it took 4, defying all reason. By the time the 10 bodies were retrieved, they had been completely carbonized, shattering all previous notions. Rumors began to circulate that Jiang He had committed some offense to provoke divine wrath, resulting in the inferno. It was no surprise that the public speculated. Extinguishing the flames had left Dong Zhi trembling and weak. The fire was no ordinary blaze. It resembled a colossal crimson lotus, with bluish flames flickering at the top like a hellish bloom. Moreover, it was as if the fire extinguished itself once its purpose had been fulfilled. What, then, was that purpose? Perhaps it was to ensure the 10 bodies would not provide any clues that if the fire was indeed a form of divine retribution against Jiang He. Why was he the only one to escape the inferno, fleeing like a human torch? Everything about the incident was too bizarre and frightening. Had it not been for Yuan's mention, Dong Zhi would have preferred not to recall it, as it loomed over him like a shadow of terror. Years had passed. He wondered if Jiang He still remembered that catastrophic blaze that on Chongning Street in the Moonxian Kingdom. Jiang He galloped swiftly on horseback. In the gray dawn, a lantern swayed past him, prompting him to glance back, only to see a fleeting figure in blue and a long red ribbon dancing in the wind. Confirming he did not recognize the person, he turned back to continue his journey to the palace. Xiao Kai turned to observe Jiang He's retreating figure, lowered her hand from her mouth and nose, muttering to herself, strange. Chapter 7. The Flavor of the Soul, 10 miles from the Imperial City. In Cici Village, a silhouette clad in verdant attire gathered her long sleeves and tied them at her elbows, securing her skirt at the waist and rolling her pant legs up to her knees, revealing a pair of fair, delicate calves as she waded into the stream. With wide eyes and a bitten lip, she splashed water onto her face with a plop, her long hair cascading into the water. Yet she seemed entirely unperturbed. She raised a plump fish high above her head, grinning. Xiaohua, look what I've caught. It's your favorite fish, Xiao Kai, cradling the fish, made her way to shore, exclaiming, today, we have fish to eat. By the fire, Xiao Kai gnawed on a half of a fish, the head long gone as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues of red. Xiaohua, you are all I have left. If only you could live forever. I would catch fish for you every day, and we would sit here watching the sunset together. If only it could always be this way. Xiao Kai gazed at the listless Xiao Hua, her head drooping in despair, but suddenly her spirits lifted as she exclaimed, Xiao Hua, do you think my hair looks beautiful? It was styled by someone exceptionally good-looking, who is unlike others. He does not disdain me, nor does he fear me. Despite her face being smeared with remnants of charred fish, a pure and innocent smile radiated from Xiao Kai. Yuan remained unaware of how much joy her seemingly indifferent actions could bring to Xiao Kai. The sound of dry twigs snapping underfoot and faint footsteps approached from behind, prompting Xiao Kai to lower her head and continue gnawing on the fish. Did I ask there anything in this world more terrifying than oneself? Were it not for Xiao Hua's companionship, she might have genuinely thought that dying would not be such a bad fate, for there was nothing and no one left in this world that she cherished. A cold blade pressed against her neck. Had it been anyone else, they would have already begun to plead for mercy or retaliate. Yet Xiao Kai remained unfazed, savoring the tender flesh clinging to the fishbone. The man wielding the knife bore a peculiar scar that arched from the center of his brow, tracing a crescent shape down to the corner of his right eye and then to his chin. Turn around slowly, or I might just slice you. His voice was rough and hoarse, laced with a brutish arrogance. Xiao Kai needed no turn of the head to recognize him as the local bandit. Xiao Kai rose at a leisurely pace, slightly tilting her head to gaze upward, but a gentle breeze caressed her hair, lifting it from her face, and in the dim light, her beauty appeared effortlessly ethereal. The bandit's eyes ignited with greedy desire, akin to a fire being stoked. Upon realizing he was beholding a stunning young woman, all caution dissipated. With a resounding thud, he hurled his blade into the embers, scattering dying sparks. Damn it! I knew my luck was still with me. He cackled lewdly, rubbing his hands together as he approached Xiao Kai, intent on tearing away her garments, oblivious to the intense gaze fixated upon her chest. The bandit failed to notice that the young woman's eyes had turned pitch black, and the sky abruptly darkened, swirling winds coalescing into ominous black vortexes. The bandit dismissed the sudden change in weather with a curse, eagerly tugging at the fabric covering her shoulder. Just then, a sword sliced through the air, cleaving apart the black winds that had shielded her. These swirling masses, once disrupted, began to regroup, resembling an indestructible entity. With a sharp crack, an arm severed cleanly from its shoulder, and the man howled in agony. Turning to gaze behind him, blood gushing from the severed limb. Crimson droplets splattered onto the sandy ground, seeping into the pale soil, gradually spreading beneath Xiao Kai's feet like a vividly blossoming flower, evoking an inexplicable thrill of excitement. The black winds dissipated in tandem, as the man abruptly shifted his stance. Xiao Kai was splattered with his warm blood, eliciting a sigh from her. Ah, how foul! Blood smells terrible, and so does the soul. With that, she walked straight into the water. Cheng Wushi, witnessing this, quickly turned to Cheng Xiaoshi beside him. Xiaoshi, you deal with Feng Jushi. I will check on that young lady. Cheng Xiaoshi, with a swift motion, tucked his ink fan into his waist and unsheathed his sword in one fluid motion. The blade swept across the ground, unleashing a fierce gust of sword energy that sent leaves swirling into the air. But he smiled slightly, exuding a youthful defiance. No problem. Feng Jushi took one last glance at the knife in the embers and the severed arm on the ground. Realizing he could no longer afford to linger, reluctantly, he abandoned the dismembered limb and fled downstream. Cheng Wushi plunged into the creek, scooping up the submerged Xiao Kai, who had buried her head in the water, and urged, Miss, why seek death over such scum? He is the one who deserves to die. Xiao Kai looked at Cheng Wushi and earnestly explained, I did not wish to die. Cheng Wushi inquired, Xiao Kai pointed to where Feng Jushi had been and then to her own face, saying, blood is dirty. Understanding dawned on Cheng Wushi. The blood from Feng Jushi had splattered onto her face, and she merely wanted to wash it away, not to end her life. Cheng Wushi smiled gently. That's good. Suddenly, Xiao Kai grasped Cheng Wushi's hand, exclaiming, Your eyes are beautiful. They shine like water. Stumbling over her words, she shyly smiled at him. Cheng Wushi held her hand, guiding her toward the shore, and softly asked, What is your name? Feeling the warmth of his palm, a tear fell uncontrollably from Xiao Kai's lower eyelid into the water below. After a moment of pause, she replied, Xiao Kai. Cheng Wushi asked, Is Miss Xiao Kai from Sisi village upstream? We can take you back shortly. Xiao Kai replied, I have no home. Cheng Wushi continued, what about your family? Xiao Kai simply stated, they are gone. Cheng Wushi looked at her with sympathy, his heart aching. Then where do you stay? Xiao Kai answered, anywhere is fine. At that moment, a black spotted cat approached and rubbed against Xiao Kai's leg. She picked it up, laughing, I scared Xiaohua earlier. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Please don't be angry with me. Xiaohua, Cheng Wushi asked, you don't stutter? Xiao Kai replied, not when I speak to Xiaohua. Cheng Wushi probed, why is that? Xiao Kai shook her head, indicating she did not know. Cheng Wushi tentatively asked, have you not spoken to anyone in a long while? Xiao Kai answered, there is only one other good-looking person besides you, no one else. Cheng Wushi inquired, so you mean you have only spoken to me and one other good-looking person? Xiao Kai nodded. Yes. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoshi, having bound Feng Jushi, approached them. A smug grin plastered on his face. Sister, this guy actually tried to fool me by playing dead. How could I possibly fall for such a pathetic trick? Cheng Wushi stepped forward, noticing that Feng Jushi's arm had ceased bleeding. Did you treat his wounds? Cheng Xiaoshi replied, of course. We can't let a scoundrel who murders and abducts women die easily. Cheng Wushi nodded. Right, we'll hand him over to the authorities later. Xiao Kai clutched the little cat and remarked, he is a bad person, having killed many people. Cheng Wushi asked, how do you know that? Xiao Kai replied, his soul smells rotten. Cheng Xiaoshi chuckled, then tell me, what does my sister S and my soul smell like? Cheng Xiaoshi was joking, but he did not expect Xiao Kai to step forward and, with a serious demeanor, close her eyes and take a deep breath, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Kai stated earnestly, it smells like clear water infused with boundless vitality, the solitary pine atop a mountain. Endless grasslands and the scent of earth after rain, all blended by the wind. Unaware of Cheng Xiaoshi's astonished expression, she moved to Cheng Wushi's side, adding, flowers and blood. Cheng Wushi asked, what? Xiao Kai replied, the scent of the soul. Curiosity piqued, Cheng Xiaoshi wondered, how can someone stutter at times and not at others? Is your speech always like this, intermittent? Xiao Kai nodded, yes. Cheng Wushi felt a shiver run down his spine, but managed a forced smile. Despite her innocent and harmless appearance, he had seen no trace of fear in her eyes when he severed Feng Jushi's arm. Ordinary women would have been frightened to tears at such a spectacle. She not only remained unafraid, but also expressed disgust at the scent of Feng Jushi's blood. This was utterly bewildering. Cheng Wushi had initially intended to take her back to the Cheng residence. But now it seemed best to delay that. He removed the coin pouch from his waist, intending to place it in Xiao Kai's palm, saying, Miss Xiao Kai, I have some money here. Please take it for now. Xiao Kai declined, no need. It's useless. Cheng Xiaoshi pressed, then what will you eat? Xiao Kai replied, fruits, fish, and sweet potatoes. Cheng Xiaoshi took the heavy pouch from Cheng Wushi and insisted, you must take this money. You can go to the city and buy something nice to eat. That it's unsafe for a young girl like you to be out in the wilderness. Cheng Wushi suddenly yanked Cheng Xiaoshi back, prompting Cheng Xiaoshi to ask, sister, what are you doing? Cheng Wushi gestured toward Xiao Kai. Cheng Xiaoshi followed her gaze, realizing that Xiao Kai's limbs were rigid and her body was tense, as if she had been greatly startled. Even her pupils were slightly trembling. Cheng Xiaoshi asked, sister, what is wrong with her? Cheng Wushi approached Xiao Kai cautiously, observing her expression with every step. When she showed no resistance, he gently grasped her arms and softly asked, Miss Xiao Kai, what is the matter? When Xiao Kai did not respond, he continued, are you afraid? Finally, Xiao Kai exhibited a flicker of reaction, and Cheng Wushi sighed in relief, reassuring her, you need not worry. We will not harm you. Please do not be afraid, all right? Xiao Kai's vision suddenly blurred, her eyes glazed over, and her body began to lean to one side. She found herself in a vast and unfamiliar place, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, devoid of sight or sound, feeling as though she had become blind and deaf. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed behind her. Xiao Kai spun around, and in the pitch blackness, she could only see a pair of bare feet approaching her. With each step they took, a red lotus bloomed upon the ground. Terrified, Xiao Kai stumbled backward, wishing to cry out, but it felt as if a boulder had pressed against her chest. Her throat constricted, and her lips felt glued shut, rendering her utterly voiceless. What is it that you desire? The voices in the darkness seemed to emanate from an unfathomable, hidden valley, their deep, resonant echoes stirring a profound sense of dread within the heart. I want to become beautiful. I must become beautiful. The anguished cries of the young girl were laced with humiliation and fury. That terrifying voice scoffed disdainfully. A life for a life, a life for power. The request for a change of skin is the simplest I have ever heard, that I truly hope you will not regret it. The air was thick with a stifling heaviness as Xiaokai held her breath, straining to discern the faint sounds in the darkness. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, silence enveloped her, an oppressive stillness that made her feel as though countless eyes were fixed upon her. And numerous mouths, gaping with sharp teeth, were poised to tear at her throat and rend her flesh. That a sudden series of sharp claps startled Xiaokai, causing her to tremble and fall to the ground. Before her, red lotuses ignited spontaneously, casting a dim glow that as Xiaokai opened her eyes, she recalled only the fleeting silhouette adorned in a black and gold robe, intricately embroidered with a creature resembling both dragon and serpent, a visage of authority tinged with an ominous terror. With trembling hands, she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, gasping for breath until her breathing steadied. She surveyed her surroundings, rising to sit up, her hands pressing against the soft surface of the bed, marveling at the beautiful patterns beneath her fingers. How wonderfully soft, she sighed involuntarily. Xiaokai picked up her red lotus lamp from the table, pushed open the door, and stepped outside that in the night. The unremarkable lamp glowed with a ghostly green light. Yet the flickering, clawing radiance failed to illuminate the path beneath her feet. To an ordinary person, night may seem tranquil, but for Xiaokai, it was far more vibrant than the day. She walked leisurely with the lamp, a fluffy white entity drifting upon her left shoulder. Xiaokai, it has been ages since I have inhaled such a pure scent. The white fluff. Hoo, Xiaokai, you must have been quite young when you died. Only a child who knows nothing can possess such a pristine soul. The white fluff floated before Xiaokai, attempting to impede her progress. With a wave of her hand, Xiaokai sent the creature flying far away. Xiaokai, do not follow me. Even if I took you in, it would change nothing. Those who die untimely cannot be reincarnated until their bodies are found. After a pause, she added, I cannot help you. I have many debts to repay. The white fluff ceased its obstruction and followed Xiaokai closely like a little tail. What concern did she have for the warmth and chill of the mortal realm? She was under no obligation to assist anyone. After all, she too had been forsaken by this world, though this little white entity had departed life without ever knowing what it looked like. Who could say that was necessarily a misfortune? The evening breeze whispered softly, and though the lamp in Xiaokai's hand was not large, filling it proved to be quite a challenge. She even pondered why, in a world so rife with suffering, there were only so few malevolent spirits that if there were more, she could repay her debts sooner. Chapter 8. Opportunities are fleeting with a beautiful companion. One is intoxicated by the fairy's slumber. Neither day brings joy, nor night grants rest. This saying, passed down through generations, referred to the Pingkong district in Shaw, the only locale that offered nightly revelries filled with song and dance. The Wanhalu was ablaze with light all night, the melodies and dances unending that on the opposite bank. The Huaiwe Bridge was adorned with rows of willows, their golden foliage breathtakingly spectacular, often inspiring many visitors to compose poetry. However, as dusk fell, all that could be seen were the dim shadows of the twisted branches swaying in the pale moonlight. Devoid of the day's beauty, exuding an eerie, foreboding atmosphere by the bridge, a figure in a flowing skirt stood by the lake, swaying like a wobbling toy, murmuring softly to the water. Xiaokai, holding her lamp, stood beside the woman, who appeared dazed, her upturned lips painted with vivid crimson, the glistening liquid oozing as her lips parted. Xiaokai remained silent, maintaining her stance until, after a moment, the woman suddenly fell silent. Upon glancing at her again, Xiaokai was met with a ghastly visage, revealing a row of neatly aligned teeth and an unsettling grin, accompanied by a chilling laughter. Xiaokai raised her lamp, the green light casting an eerie glow on the woman's pallid face. Her features grotesquely accentuated, resembling a corpse freshly risen from the grave, devoid of any semblance of life. Having witnessed many spectacles, Xiaokai's demeanor remained unfazed as she calmly stated, "Will you enter willingly? Or shall I assist you?" The woman, enraged, shrieked, "You should die," and lunged forward, attempting to shove Xiaokai into the water, that in a fluid motion. Xiaokai grasped the woman's hand, slipping behind her like a serpent, pinching her jaw and forcing her to tilt her head back. Die? You lack the power for that. The woman scoffed derisively. How much better are you than me? Xiaokai. So, what is your choice? The woman. I choose to not grant you your wish, Xiaokai patiently advised. Trust me, you will regret this. The woman smiled wickedly, her smile stretching grotesquely until it split her face, revealing all her teeth. Blood trickled down her chin. Soaking into her clothes, with a malicious laugh, she spat a mouthful of blood at Xiaokai. Her teeth glistening red, that you're merely a spirit catcher. Open your eyes and see who I am. Let me enlighten you. A century-old malevolent spirit can easily consume your soul. Heed my warning and leave while you still can, or I might just spare your life. Xiaokai smiled faintly, her eyes suddenly turning pitch black that a vortex opened in the center of the waterway, tendrils of crimson-black smoke swirling outward. Countless dark hands, like ravenous demons, reached out from within, and the water bubbled violently, emitting a gurgling sound. Figures resembling skeletons began to emerge, crawling toward the two, their forms shrouded in the eerie smoke. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! This cannot be. How can a mere spirit catcher summon them? Xiaokai stepped back, watching as the skeletal shadows seized the woman. Tearing at her point, one shadow leaped onto her shoulder, gripping her head with one hand while covering her mouth with the other. Blood seeping from the bony fingers that in an instant, 5 or 6 shadows devoured the woman, turning their gaze toward Xiaokai before retreating back into the depths from whence they came. The little white fluff behind Xiaokai trembled in fear. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, Xiaokai reassured it. I offered her a chance. She rejected it herself. That it is regrettable, however, that her soul has been consumed. When will my lotus lamp be filled? As she ascended the bridge, she gazed around at the bright lights surrounding her, yet none belonged to her. Suddenly, a scent wafted past Xiaokai's nostrils, causing her to turn sharply, her expression fierce. She abandoned her lotus lamp on the bridge and leaped into the waterway. Hastily biting her fingertip and immersing it in the water, that a golden glow spread across the surface. Her dark pupils revealed 2 blood-red sigils as she murmured, Yama of the underworld, for beasts of the 9 hells. With my blood, forge the gate of the dead seal. 2 shadows floating on the water were rapidly drawn into the vortex, their wails echoing in despair. Faintly, 2 colossal stone doors could be seen slowly closing within the whirlpool. As the golden light gradually faded, Xiaokai's slender form floated on the water, unconscious. When she next opened her eyes, dawn was breaking. Rising from the water, she approached the shore, realizing she was no longer in her previous location. With a sigh, she lamented yet another mistake. She had lost the lotus lamp, and time would be wasted. While the sky was still dim, she needed to hasten her exit from the city. Otherwise, as daylight fully emerged, the streets would grow crowded, and complications would ensue. Having just emerged from the water, her clothes were soaked, and she had only one shoe left. Xiaokai discarded the other, running barefoot toward the city gates. Not daring to linger, that'd be why the time the sun was fully bright, she reached the dilapidated temple where she and Xiaohua resided. Only when she arrived at a place she deemed safe did she dare to inspect her feet. Though her soles were bloodied and raw, she could only rinse them and tear a strip from her garment to bind them. Submerging her feet in water, she meticulously removed the grit embedded in her flesh. Gritting her teeth as she tore away the loose, painful skin, the sharp pain compelled her to bite down on her arm, and when she finally released, she discovered her arm had bled. She could not help but chuckle. Is this what it means to gain something at the cost of another? To heal one wound only to inflict another? Drenched, Xiaokai lay on the tattered straw mat beneath the idol, reflecting, this door may be old. And though it is closed, it still feels so cold. The Cheng residence in Xianping district, Cheng Wushi carried a ginger syrup to the back courtyard. She knocked on the door, saying, Miss Xiaokai, I had the kitchen prepare some warming syrup for you. Not hearing a response, she pushed the door open and entered, only to find the room entirely empty. Cheng Wushi, it seems she has already departed. She fails to comprehend why a young lady named Xiaokai, neither a wanderer of the martial world nor possessing any means, would be reluctant to settle down in this place. While it may not guarantee anything beyond that, at the very least, it could assure her a life free from want. The sky looms ominously, as if heralding an impending storm that a flicker of concern for the girl named Xiaokai stirs within her. She wonders if the place she resides can offer shelter from the wind and rain. Indeed, it is not long before the heavens erupt with thunder and lightning, and the rain begins to fall in a gentle patter, intensifying Cheng Wusher's unease. Cheng Xiaoshu, noticing his sister's troubled expression, approaches and inquires. "Sister, do you harbor any worries?" Cheng Wusher replies, "I cannot help but wonder where the young lady Xiaokai is at this moment, and whether she has a refuge from the storm." Cheng Xiaoshu reassures her. "Sister, you need not fret. Although she appeared somewhat shabby when we encountered her, she seemed clean, which suggests she must have a place to stay. That if you remain uneasy, once the rain ceases, I shall accompany you to seek her." Cheng Wusher nods in agreement. "Very well." Cheng Xiaoshu then adds, "By the way, sister, the recent case of the dismembered corpses has stirred quite a commotion. Should we not involve ourselves?" Cheng Wusher ponders for a moment before responding. "Even with the joint investigation of the Golden Guards and the Dali Temple, there has been no substantial progress. That IT is likely beyond our capabilities. Are you not well acquainted with General Dong Zhuiyue of the Golden Guards? Have you gleaned any insights from him?" Cheng Xiaoshu replies, "Sister, that is unlikely. General Dong is notoriously tight-lipped and never discusses official matters with me. Indeed," Cheng Wusher muses, "he is known for his integrity and clear distinction between public and private affairs. What do you converse about when you are together?" Cheng Xiaoshu stands tall and declares, "Aspirations." Cheng Wusher smiles faintly. "Aspirations need not be a constant topic of conversation. Surely, you do not discuss the same subject every time." Cheng Xiaoshu immediately retorts, "Of course not. Sometimes we exchange techniques in swordplay. At other times we test our drinking prowess, and we also engage in philosophical discussions." Cheng Wusher quips, "Is it not often you who emerges as the loser?" Cheng Xiaoshu, with a hint of pride, counters, "You are mistaken. In the art of swordplay, I cannot best Brother Dong, but in all other matters, I have never been defeated." Cheng Wusher chuckles, "Ah, you may only triumph in that regard. It is well known that General Dong is not particularly eloquent, so how could he possibly contend with your gift for rhetoric? To claim victory would be unjust, though her words may sound like reproach." Her expression is devoid of displeasure, instead radiating warmth. Cheng Xiaoshu protests, "What do you mean by unjust? Besides, who says rhetoric is not a skill? Not everyone can master it." Cheng Wusher rises and affectionately ruffles Cheng Xiaoshu's hair. Feigning annoyance, "You've grown taller again. If you grow any taller, I shall have to stand on tiptoe to reach your head." Cheng Xiaoshu promptly bends down and affectionately leans against Cheng Wusher's shoulder. "Not at all. As long as sister wishes, I shall always be her little brother, regardless of my height." That in a sense, Cheng Xiaoshu's greatest dependency in this world lies with Cheng Wusher, even surpassing his reliance on their parents. From the moment he first became aware of his surroundings, it has always been his sister Cheng Wusher who has remained by his side, unwaveringly present whenever he needed her. The Cheng family's enterprises span the entirety of the Moonstring Kingdom. Yet their focus does not lie in Shu. Thus, the family patriarch, Cheng Taisheng, and their mother, Ziyun, are often away, rarely returning home. 7 years ago, their aunt Ziyining, who had been traversing the martial world, sought a temporary retreat due to certain matters, leading their mother, Ziyun, to entrust the two of them to Ziyining's care, a guardianship that has persisted for 7 years. Ziyining, being their mother's elder sister, is their beloved aunt, though she disdains the title and insists they refer to her as master under the pretext of teaching them martial arts. Not long ago, a man clad in fitted garments and a wide-brimmed hat visited their residence. Shortly thereafter, Ziyining left behind a letter instructing them to take care of themselves and departed, leaving only the brother and sister behind. As autumn approaches, the rains become abundant, with droplets the size of yellow beans striking the tiles, producing a cacophony of sounds. The autumn breeze carries the rain into the room, blooming ethereal flowers upon the floor. Cheng Wusher shivers as the cold wind from outside brushes against her spine, exclaiming, "The weather grows increasingly frigid." Observing Cheng Xiaoshu's thin attire, she turns to her maidservant, Hua Shu, and instructs, "Have the tailor from the fabric shop come by tomorrow to measure Xiaoshu for some new garments." After bowing, Hua Shu replies, "Yes." Mississippi Hua Shu, a seemingly aloof and unexciting maid, is diligent in her work, which earns her Cheng Wusher's utmost trust. Cheng Xiaoshu interjects, "Hua Shu, do not heed my sister. I am not cold." Noticing Hua Shu's impassive expression, he turns and cuddles Cheng Wusher's arm, playfully saying, "Sister, The new style you had made at the fabric shop a few years ago is already out of fashion this year. If we keep making new clothes every year, it would be such a waste. Cheng Wushi laughs. You are no longer a child, yet you still act like one. That very well. I shall heed your words and postpone it for now, that if you ever wish to have some made, just have Huashu fetch old Lu from the fabric shop. He has been in this trade for 30 years and will create something exquisite. Cheng Xiaoshi nods in acquiescence. All right, did I understand, sister? You are becoming increasingly verbose. Cheng Wushi lightly pinches Cheng Xiaoshi's nose, not reprimanding him, but seizing the moment to tease. You think I am getting old, do you? Cheng Xiaoshi chuckles. Not at all. How could I dare? With that, he dashes out into the rain. And Cheng Wushi reaches out to grab him, but misses, watching him with a mix of exasperation and fondness. Cheng Wushi muses, nearly 16 years old, yet his disposition remains childlike. Huashu observes Cheng Xiaoshi's distant figure and softly remarks, "It is indeed the eldest young lady who indulges him too much." Cheng Wushi responds, "He is my brother. As long as I can protect him, what does it matter if he retains his childlike heart for a lifetime?" Huashu counters, "Yet one must learn to grow up. There are no exceptions." Cheng Wushi gazes at Huashu, sighing. Huashu averts her gaze, lowering her head. "I have overstepped." Mississippi after a moment of silence. Cheng Wushi replies, "I did not mean to blame you. I hope you understand, not act foolishly." Huashu assures, "Rest easy, Mississippi, I have not acted foolishly in the past 10 years, and I shall not do so in the next 10. On the Flower Moon Bridge. A girl adorned in a dual twisted bun and wearing a single layered azure skirt stands motionless under a vibrant crimson umbrella, fixating on the bronze lotus lantern being washed by the rain. On the opposite bank, a man cloaked in a red cape stands with arms crossed, his features obscured beneath the broad brim of his hat, casting an ominous shadow. Beside him stands a tall, imposing guard adorned with a black and gold wolf mask, as raindrops splash at their feet, the air thick with an aura of impending peril. Yun Dan, emerging from the rain, picks up the lotus lantern, wipes it dry with her garment, and then presents it to Yue Ying. Yue Ying does not take the lantern, but instead locks her gaze onto the faint green light emanating from within, staring intently before slowly speaking. It seems there is indeed a slight excess of something inside. How increasingly intriguing, she muses, filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Xiaokai, who had been peacefully slumbering beneath a statue, awakens abruptly from a sudden sneeze. Furrowing her brow, "It has been years since she last sneezed. Could it be that someone is speaking of her in this world?" Chapter 9. Song Shu Yulin Xiaokai rises from her tattered straw mat, her damp clothing clinging uncomfortably to her skin, yet still bearable. She cannot discern the time. The dilapidated temple is poorly lit, and the overcast sky renders it as dim as a long-forgotten valley, infused with the foul odor of decaying creatures. Fortunately, she is accustomed to unfavorable living conditions and feels no discontent. Wishing to check the weather outside, she pulls open the rickety wooden door, which creaks ominously despite several repairs, and appears on the verge of collapse. As she opens the door, rain rushes into the dilapidated temple, splashing her face with droplets. How delightful. A free facial wash. A few flashes of lightning illuminate the sky, but soon darkness envelopes once more in her mind. She contemplates that once the rain subsides, she will set off in search of the red lotus lantern. Fortunately, there have been no malevolent spirits appearing recently, so there is no rush. She recalls the individual she encountered on Chongning Street, a soul so foul that it was the first time in 8 years of spirit hunting that she had come across such a stench. Logically, such a person should be surrounded by numerous vengeful spirits, yet none accompanied him, which was utterly perplexing. And what of that man in red? Who could he be, with his 3 souls and 7 spirits in disarray? Could it be that he had been devoured by malevolent spirits? Yet malevolent spirits typically consume souls in their entirety. How could they leave behind half? If he was not devoured by malevolent spirits, then it only leaves one possibility. He was born with a flawed soul. That if he was indeed born with a defective soul, how fascinating that would be. It would imply that one of his parents committed a heinous crime, resulting in a part of his soul being forcibly stripped away at his birth. This is what they call a debt paid by the child for the sins of the parent. Since she has promised to assist him in finding his lost soul, she is determined to succeed. In the East Palace, within the Bihua Hall, Yue Ying carefully examines the red lotus lantern on the table. Its design resembles the lanterns held at night within the palace, albeit with more exquisite craftsmanship. The base of the lantern is a blooming, vibrant red lotus, atop which rests a delicately carved building. However, in many places, the bronze has evidently succumbed to the ravages of time, particularly the lamppost, which bears the unmistakable marks of age, resembling an artifact that has weathered centuries, upon closer inspection of the two-tiered building cradled by the crimson lotus. One can discern that the lower level harbors several small green orbs resembling the faint luminescence of fireflies, their subtle glow coalescing to render the green light more pronounced. He could not help but wonder about the identity of that woman, even suspecting that she might not be human. Yusang suddenly recalled that what mattered more at this moment were the series of murders occurring within Ziluoqing. How could he have thought of an unrelated person? Listening to the sound of rain outside the window, Yusang's thoughts became somewhat disordered. On the day of the incident at the Bafang Inn, after Zhang he left the Dali Temple's prison discipline room. His uncle had presented him with a folded handkerchief, which he unfurled under Yusang's curious gaze, revealing a small, ivory-white insect wrapped within. Reflecting on that moment, Yusang inquired, "What is this?" To which Dong Zhuiyue replied, "It was found at the scene, in the crack of the door." Yusang pressed further, "Does this have any direct connection to the deceased or the murderer?" Dong Zhuiyue responded, "Unclear, but this isn't the first one I've encountered. I saw it in the door crack when the second skeleton appeared, but I thought it was just an ordinary bug. However, when the third skeleton emerged, I noticed its presence again and felt it was no mere coincidence. So, when I learned of a new skeleton at the Bafang Inn, I took some honey I had prepared beforehand, smeared it around the door crack, hoping that if any of these creatures were alive, they might be drawn out by the sweet scent, potentially leading to new clues." Yusang asked, "Was there only one at the crime scene?" Dong Zhuiyue confirmed, "Yes, and it is now dead." With this thought, Yusang quickly sketched the insect he had seen that day. Upon completion, he felt that, regardless of how he looked at it, it bore no difference to an ant, save for its milky white appearance, which rendered it somewhat more aesthetically pleasing. Had it not been for the rain, a visit to the scene would have clarified all questions. "Qingyu, Yinner, come here," he called. Shan Qingyu and Yun Dan Yin bowed respectfully, addressing him as Your Highness. Yusang rose and instructed, "You too, take this sketch to Wenyuan Pavilion and see if you can find a detailed description of this creature. And remember, if you cannot find anything, do not return." Yun Dan Yin shot a glance at Shan Qingyu and, seeing no reaction, rolled her eyes in agreement. "Yes, Your Highness." Shan Qingyu took the sketch from the table, folded it, and tucked it into her bosom. Yusang waved his hand, urging them on. Hurried in the blink of an eye, Shan Qingyu had vanished into the rain, while Yun Dan Yin, holding an umbrella, muttered under her breath, "What a nuisance. Why must we be so secretive here?" Suddenly colliding with a cold, hard mass, she exclaimed her dissatisfaction. "Who is that?" Dong Zhuo replied, "You are from the Shaoxing Palace. Where are you headed?" Yun Dan Yin stammered, "General Dong." Seeing her frightened enough to drop her umbrella, Dong Zhuo chuckled and handed her his own, saying, "Go on with your business." Afterward, he picked up the umbrella that Yun Dan Yin had dropped in her fright and made his way toward Yusang's quarters. After Dong Zhuo had departed, Yun Dan Yin touched her forehead, musing on how peculiar he was, eschewing armor while on duty, yet appearing so impeccably formal within the palace. From a distance, Yusang could already see Dong Zhuoyue's figure, his undeniable aura of righteousness making him a conspicuous presence wherever he went. As soon as Dong Zhuo entered, Yusang handed him the handkerchief, urging him to dry off. Dong Zhuo accepted the cloth and wiped the rain from his face. Then, without a second thought, tucked it into his own garments. Yusang poured a cup of hot tea and offered it to him, asking, "Uncle, do you have any new discoveries?" Dong Zhuo took the tea, which seemed rather small in his hands, and drained it in one gulp before taking a hearty swig from the larger teapot. Dong Zhuo retrieved the previous handkerchief, unfolding it to reveal that the insect resembling an ant was absent. Yusang, suspecting the handkerchief concealed some secret, asked, "What does this mean?" Dong Zhuo remained silent for a moment before stating, "The insect from last time." Yusang scrutinized further, noting Dong Zhuo's serious demeanor, nearly doubting his own sight. "The pinkish-white area," Dong Zhuo pointed out. Yusang leaned in closer, realizing that the pinkish petals on the cloth were not part of the original design, but rather shapes formed by some powder. "You crushed the insect?" Yusang queried. Dong Zhuo shook his head, asserting, "I suspect that after a certain period, this creature will naturally disintegrate in a powder." Yu Sang pressed, "Are you certain you didn't accidentally squash it?" Dong Zhuyue replied with conviction, "I am certain that I stored it carefully to avoid any mishaps. After the incident that night, I placed it in a wooden box, having inspected it beforehand, and at that time, there were no changes that I never anticipated it would transform merely 2 days later. It seems the urgent matter at hand is to ascertain precisely what this white insect is," Yu Sang concluded. "I share your sentiment," Dong Zhuyue agreed. By the way, did any of the individuals brought back from the Bafang and appear suspicious?" Dong Zhuyue sighed, "Essentially none. Out of 27 people, you took 2 that night. And we released 20 the next day, leaving only 5 that, however, given the current circumstances, their prospects seem bleak." Yu Sang inquired, "How did you rule out those 20 individuals?" Dong Zhuyue explained, "None of them hail from Ziliuoqing. Their identification documents reveal all. The identification is a requirement for every outsider entering the city, which must be verified and stamped for records, clearly indicating the date of entry. Each document remains valid for 1 month. And as long as we confirm their documents aren't expired, we can eliminate them from suspicion." Yu Sang noted, "Since the first appearance of the skeleton occurred over a month ago." "Indeed," Dong Zhuyue affirmed. "Isn't it possible they made 2 trips?" Dong Zhuyue dismissed the notion, stating, "It's impossible. I have confirmed that all their visits to Ziliuoqing within the past 6 months were their first." "And what are the remaining 5? Yu Sang pressed. Dong Zhuyue listed, "The innkeeper, 3 servants, and Song Shu Yulin from room Tianzi number 3. Song Shu Yulin." Yu Sang repeated, "Currently, she bears the greatest suspicion," Dong Zhuyue stated. "Why is that?" Yu Sang asked. "She has appeared at the scene multiple times. This marks the 9th skeleton in less than 2 months, and it is my 3rd encounter with her. Too many coincidences cease to be coincidences," Yu Sang remarked. "The first 2 instances I spotted her among the crowd and dismissed it as coincidence. But this time she resides next to the deceased, compelling me to question her. Is she a local of Ziliuoqing?" Dong Zhuyue queried, surprised. "How did you know?" Yu Sang chuckled, "Just a guess. Does she reside near Chongdefang in the West Market?" Dong Zhuyue's expression shifted from disbelief to suspicion. Yu Sang, "Do you know something?" Yu Sang smiled softly, her eyes sparkling, her complexion fair as snow, exuding an aura of gentle innocence, akin to that of a small white rabbit. Dong Zhuyue recognized that while Yu Sang appeared harmless, she was far from a true innocent, embodying instead the shrewdest of creatures that in the Ziliuoqing. The 109 neighborhoods are divided by the royal city as Chongning Gate and Chongning Street, creating an east-west market layout. The eastern neighborhood is the 55th block, while the western side is the 54th block. Surrounding the west market are 10 neighborhoods. The northern block, Anping; the southern block, Pinji; the western blocks, Juxian and Huaihe; the eastern blocks, Yanian and Guangyi; and the northwest block, Chongda; the southwest block, Chongqing; the southeast block, Yanf; and the northeast block, Hejing. This layout forms the structure of the 10 neighborhoods surrounding the market. As Yu Sang spoke, she sketched the market's distribution on the rice paper. The first skeleton appeared in Anping block, followed by Huaihe, Chongqing, Pinji, and the most recent at the Bafang and within the West Market. After marking the order, she connected all the neighborhoods. "Have you discovered anything?" Dong Zhuyue pondered, his brow furrowed. Yu Sang, "You know I am not adept at contemplation. Please speak plainly." Dipping her brush into the ink, she let a drop fall on a Chongda block and another on a Juxian block, the black ink quickly spreading across the rice paper. Dong Zhuyue's eyes widened in realization. "If we include these 2 locations, this area becomes complete." "Precisely," Yu Sang affirmed. "From the outset, saying near the West Market was a misstep, misleading us regarding the murderer's operational range." Dong Zhuyue questioned, "How can you be certain she resides in Chongda block rather than Juxian block?" Yu Sang explained, "It is quite simple. Typically, first-time offenders won't select a location too distant from their residence for committing crimes. Firstly, they are unfamiliar with the surroundings. Secondly, it complicates subsequent observation. Thirdly, they cannot guarantee a safe escape. Naturally, they would avoid committing murder close to home, as this would draw too much suspicion and offer them no advantage. However, as their methods become more proficient, offenders tend to grow bolder and expand their operational territory. Once we establish that the first crime scene was in Anping block, we can deduce their likely living vicinity." After listening, Dong Zhuyue felt his head buzzing. He understood, but not entirely. Yu Sang, "I have one more question for you." "What is it?" Yu Sang replied. "Dong Zhuyue, do you truly possess the ability to discern the murderer merely by lingering at the crime scene?" Yuan chuckled. Uncle, do you really believe that scoundrel's nonsense? Dong Zhuiyue. Are you acquainted with him? Yuan. Indeed did I. In fact, I have met him. He did not lie. However, he had consumed too much alcohol at the time. And out of concern, I escorted him to his doorstep, that we exchanged trivial banter along the way, and to my surprise, he remembered everything. Nevertheless, Uncle, I must say you have been somewhat unkind, given that the Chung family lad was in such a state. You still permitted him to return alone. Dong Zhuiyue felt somewhat embarrassed and replied with a smile, I, too, had indulged in drink to be why the time I realized he was missing, he had already vanished, and I only refrained from sending someone to look for him after confirming his safe arrival home. Yuan. Returning to the matter at hand, we are merely speculating without any substantial evidence. It is uncertain whether our next discovery might overturn our current hypotheses. Therefore, it is imperative that we first locate the evidence. Dong Zhuiyue nodded. Indeed. Yuan. Have you investigated the background of Cang Shuyulan? Dong Zhuiyue. Earlier today, the Dali Temple provided me with a report on Cang Shuyulan's family background. Yuan. Is there anything noteworthy? Dong Zhuiyue shook his head. Nothing remarkable. Cang Shuyulan is 18 years old, and her family makes a living through winemaking, owning a winery outside the city. That is the only daughter, she is greatly cherished. And her family is eager to find a son-in-law, both to inherit their winemaking craft and because they are reluctant to marry their beloved daughter off. Naturally, they perceive their treasure as being beneath anyone she might marry. Oh, and before the age of 8, Cang Shuyulan was fostered at her grandmother's house outside the city. That it was not until 10 years ago, upon her grandmother's passing, that her parents brought her back home. Yuan. 10 years ago. Chapter 10. Why be modest? That it was indeed 10 years ago. Yuan became increasingly intrigued by this case, as something within her swelled uncontrollably, akin to a flame rising ever higher. To extinguish it, she could only await its eventual consumption. Did Cang Shuyulan know any of the 9 deceased? Dong Zhuiyue. They likely do not know each other. The 9 individuals come from different walks of life. There are peasant farmers, idle vagrants, and innkeepers, and the last one, a merchant from the north, had only just arrived in Shuo before his demise. Yuan. Do they share any commonalities? Dong Zhuiyue. If one were to draw a connection, it is that all the deceased are male, ranging from youth to those in their 60s. Yuan. 9 deceased individuals of differing status, various ages, who are strangers to one another, with the only commonality being their gender. Does this not suggest that the murderer possesses considerable skill? It is not impossible for an ordinary woman to confront adult men, but ensuring absolute certainty is exceedingly difficult. Dong Zhuiyue sighed. That is why I say there is little hope. Cang Shuyulan appears quite frail, bearing a sickly demeanor. Yuan. What of the innkeeper of the Bafang Inn and the 3 young servants? What suspicions surround them? Dong Zhuiyue. Their issue does not lie in murder. It is only through this incident that we discovered they run an illicit establishment, engaging in the theft of guest funds. Yuan. I recall this and has been operating for decades. Why had I not heard of this before? Dong Zhuiyue. They adopted a strategy of slow and steady gains, relying on these petty thefts for a lifetime. They pilfer only small amounts each time, and most guests here are well off and unlikely to notice. If discovered, they simply deny it, and what recourse do the evidence-less outsiders have? Moreover, one of the servants possesses remarkable discernment, knowing precisely whose money can be taken and whose cannot with just a glance. Yuan pondered aloud. Is that so? Dong Zhuiyue. Indeed, he also noted that when Jiang Yi stayed at the inn, he recognized his status as at least a 3rd-rank official. Thus, on that day, they behaved quite honestly and dared not commit any wrongdoing. Yuan casually remarked, If I were you, uncle, I would certainly inquire who he suspects to be the murderer. Dong Zhuiyue. But can his words be trusted? Yuan. Of course not, but they can be considered. Free labor should not be wasted. Dong Zhuiyue. That is true. That I shall return and ask him. Yuan. Uncle, take care. It is still raining, so I shall not see you off. After Dong Zhuiyue had departed, Yuan found herself lost in thought, staring at the ink and paper on the desk. Her mind felt like a muddled mass, uncertain of the motive behind the murder, the method employed, or the weapon used. Indeed, the bodies of the deceased have yet to be located. It seems a visit to the Bafang Inn is essential, she mused. Though she may not identify the murderer, a mere glance at the undisturbed crime scene would allow the events surrounding the deceased's life there to replay vividly before her eyes. She could not explain why this was so. Perhaps it was a gift bestowed upon her by fate, a means of compensation for her loss of freedom, that Yuan gazed out at the rain, murmuring to herself, "Will the rain cease tonight?" By the hour of the rooster, the rain had entirely subsided. Yuan sat by the window, gazing into the boundless night. Unlike the outside world, where darkness prevailed, at least one lamp flickered within the palace, and droplets descended from the layers of osmanthus leaves, one by one, that she could not afford to be exposed to excessive rain. Otherwise, it would lead to complications. Yet, she found herself fond of the sensation of raindrops upon her palms, that cold touch offering a momentary solace and comfort to her heart. Footsteps echoed behind her as Yuan stifled a yawn. Should they not return soon, she would surely fall asleep. "Yun Danyan, Your Highness. We have found it. Yuan. Speak, Yun Danyan." The Xuanjugu is a type of Miao sorcery, entirely milky white, with a smooth body, a triangular head, and a nodule-like abdomen, resembling an ant. This goo feeds on bones, and a single goo mother can reproduce hundreds of goo worms. The cycle continues, with the worms feeding on the goo, and as long as food is plentiful, the goo itself will endure. However, once the food source is depleted, the Xuanjugu will perish within 3 feet, turning to white ash 12 hours later. Yuan. This explains the formation of the bone-extracted corpses, Yun Danyan. However, Yuan. Speak, Yun Danyan. Raising Xuanjugu is exceedingly troublesome and time-consuming. The caretaker exhausts their heart and soul, only to ultimately suffer backlash. The heart and soul feed the 5 poisons, retaining one to nourish the ant swarm, which, once depleted, becomes the ant king, and thus the goo is cultivated into Xuanju. Shanqingyu. Lastly, there is a warning. Raise the goo for 3 years, and only 3 years remain. Yuan. How intriguing. This implies that from the day one begins to nurture the Xuanjugu, they are granted a mere 6 years to live. Unless born of profound hatred or illness, it seems rather extreme. Yun Danyan found herself puzzled. Indeed, but having slain so many, could he truly harbor enmity towards them all? If that were the case, his circle of acquaintances would be alarmingly vast. Commoners, merchants, constables. That Yuan rose and said nonchalantly, "Let us go." Yun Danyan. Where to? Shanqingyu nudged Yun Danyan's elbow, signaling her to remain silent. Yuan asserted without room for dispute, "Am I the master? Or are you? Must I inform you where we are going? Remember, you need only obey my orders." Yun Danyan and Shanqingyu were gifts from the Moon Emperor on Yuan's 10th birthday. Shanqingyu had always shown deference, speaking little. Yun Danyan, initially timid and respectful, had grown increasingly familiar over time, treating herself as an equal and disregarding the master-servant hierarchy. Most of the time, Yuan indulged her. But such leniency had blurred the lines between them that if this continued, it could lead to chaos down the line. This moment, with only the 3 of them present, although she had scolded her, she would not strip her of her dignity. Yun Danyan restrained herself somewhat, pouting, "You are the master. I shall listen to you." After reprimanding her, Yuan approached and gently patted the top of Yun Danyan's head. "No next time." Yun Danyan replied, feeling aggrieved. The case had not progressed, and it was not her fault. Why had she suddenly been scolded? However, since His Highness had deigned to appease her, how could she not forgive him? In the Xiqing district, at the Bafang Inn, 2 figures clutched a small candle in room number 2, acting furtively. The flickering flame cast a faint glow, almost insignificant in the vast room, failing to illuminate even a complete silhouette. Outside the door, footsteps echoed continuously. The approach leisurely and steadied. To appear in a sealed and where a murder had occurred in the dead of night was akin to being at home. Utterly audacious. The 2 figures exchanged knowing glances, extinguished the candlelight, and stealthily concealed themselves behind the door, waiting for someone to push it open before springing into action. The greenish glow of the lotus lamp shone brighter in the night, as a fair and flawless hand rested upon the wooden door, the green light rendering the hand eerily unsettling. With a gentle push, the room was suddenly filled with the shimmer of blades. Far brighter than the previous candlelight. Yuan. Do not make a move. Cheng Xiaoshu did not cease his actions, wielding his sword to parry the fierce onslaught of knives while seeking out the opponent's weakness. Though the voice sounded somewhat familiar, he dared not let his guard down in the least. The opponent unleashed techniques with a swiftness and ferocity that left no opportunity for counterattack, forcing her into a continuous defensive stance. On the other side, Cheng Wushi, who had relied on agility and speed for her offensive maneuvers, found herself at a complete disadvantage, thwarted by her adversary's dual blades. The opponent had not exerted full effort against her, merely evading her sword without launching any offensive, which made her feel profoundly humiliated, her anger barely contained. That person did not regard her as a worthy opponent at all. How dare they? She was a disciple of Xianying and had resolved to not bring disgrace upon her master. With a fierce determination, she invoked the first strike of the flower-cutting technique, the wind-cutting moon slice. The beautiful sword swept through the air, gathering the wind with one strike, her hands gripping the sword to condense the wind. Harnessing the wind's power, she aimed to cleave all things with her sword, that a formidable sword aura enveloped the room. And with another strike, the overwhelming energy surged forth, scattering the fierce winds to either side. A loud crash echoed as the furniture within the room was either cleaved apart or toppled over, followed by the sharp sound of a weapon shattering. Shan Qingyu, caught completely off guard, staggered back 2 steps from the force of the blow. Cheng Wushi knelt half on the ground, both hands trembling, the delicate sword emitting a series of crisp sounds. Cheng Xiaoshi and Yun Danyan, amidst their sparring, were abruptly separated by a forceful surge of sword energy and hurriedly scrambled to their feet, retreating to opposite sides. Yun Danyan positioned herself protectively in front of Yuing, clearly aware that they were up against a formidable adversary. Cheng Xiaoshi rushed to Cheng Wushi's side, grasping the hand that held the sword with both of his. His voice laced with concern. "Sister, are you all right?" Cheng Wushi wiped the blood from her lips, suppressing her turbulent emotions and striving to maintain her composure. "I'm fine." Suddenly, the room brightened, increasingly illuminating the space. Yuing had approached the table and lit a candle, now calmly igniting the third one as if nothing had transpired. Once the third candle was lit, Yuing turned around, and at that moment, the gazes of the other four were fixed upon him. "That I previously instructed you not to engage." Yu Ying's voice was cold. Cheng Xiaoshi exclaimed, "Your Highness." Yuing smiled faintly. "You remember me." Cheng Xiaoshi, overwhelmed with excitement, yearned to rush to Yu Ying's side for confirmation, but could not abandon her sister, thus resorting to expressing her astonishment and thrill through words. "Of course I remember. Look, Your Highness also remembers me." There was a hint of pride in her demeanor. Cheng Wushi gazed intently at Yu Ying, her heart echoing the sentiments expressed by Cheng Xiaoshi, adorned with a golden lotus crown and red forehead adornments. Dressed in hues of crimson plum, with a countenance as cold as frost, Cheng Wushi knelt, covering her face, and implored, "Your Highness, forgive me that I." Cheng Wushi failed to recognize Your Highness, a grave sin indeed. "Please, I beg for your punishment." Yuing approached Cheng Wushi, looking down upon her, and replied indifferently, "I do not blame you, rise." Cheng Wushi insisted. "I implore Your Highness to punish me, lest my heart remain unsettled." Yuing stated, "If that is the case, then I shall impose a penalty." Cheng Xiaoshi immediately knelt beside Yuing, clutching his legs, and pleaded, "Your Highness, we did not mean any harm. Please consider our prior acquaintance and forgive us." Yuing cast a glance at Cheng Xiaoshi before addressing Shan Qingyu. "Qingyu, hand me your dagger." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaoshi assumed Yuing intended to harm his sister and hurriedly shielded Cheng Wushi. Although trembling with fear, he held on to her with a resolve that suggested he would face any peril. Cheng Wushi urged, "Xiaoshi, move aside. This has nothing to do with you." Cheng Xiaoshi retorted, "No, you are my sister." Yuing squatted down, deliberately waving the sharp dagger before Cheng Xiaoshi's eyes. Terrified, he immediately shut his eyes. Paralyzed with fear, yet unwilling to rise, Yuing declared, "Enough." Cheng Xiaoshi, anxious and uneasy, slowly opened one eye at a time, only to see Yuing holding a strand of long hair. Just as he was beginning to wonder, Yuing tossed the hair aside and stood up. "Your beautiful sword has severed a lock of my hair, and now I have reciprocated by cutting yours. This evens the score quite fair." "Rise," Cheng Xiaoshi queried. "Is that all?" Yuing replied. "Otherwise, what would you have me do as punishment? Speak, and I shall consider if it can be accommodated." Cheng Xiaoshi stammered. "In nothing," Yuing reminded him. "If you do not rise, your sister will be crushed beneath you." Only then did Cheng Xiaoshi realize, and he helped Cheng Wushi to her feet, exclaiming, "Sister, it's all right now that I knew Your Highness would be kind." Cheng Wushi responded, "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing that Yu Ying had no intention of acknowledging her further, she approached Shan Qingyu, her face filled with remorse. "I apologize for striking with lethal intent, knowing you had no desire for battle. It was a grave miscalculation on my part." Shan Qingyu, somewhat slow on the uptake, replied, "It is also my fault." Beneath the mask, his face felt as if it could scorch the very fabric of the disguise. Yu Ying interjected, "Enough that it is time to attend to matters at hand. If the Cheng siblings are unharmed, you may take your leave." Cheng Wushi hesitated momentarily before preparing to depart, while Cheng Xiaoshi remained rooted in place, feigning ignorance of Yu Ying's words. Cheng Wushi understood her brother's intentions. He simply wished to linger by Yu Ying's side, unwilling to part from the celestial being he had long yearned to meet. The Cheng family, despite their wealth, were merely merchants and dared not dream of forming ties with the prince. Cheng Wushi, though innocent, could not afford to be foolish. With a sigh, she grasped Cheng Xiaoshi's arm and attempted to pull him away. However, Cheng Xiaoshi felt as if he were anchored by a weight of several hundred pounds, refusing to budge, steadfast as a mountain. Cheng Xiaoshi beamed at Yu Ying. "Your Highness, we wish to remain and assist you." Yu Ying retorted, "What qualifications do you possess to stay by my side? The recent contest clearly demonstrated that you two are no match for my personal guards." Cheng Xiaoshi proclaimed, "In truth, my greatest talent lies not in wielding weapons but in my memory. I can read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything that if your Highness does not believe me, feel free to test me." "I shall not disappoint you." That he raised his chin, an innate pride and arrogance glimmering in his eyes, which, rather than appearing haughty, evoked admiration for his embodiment of youthful spirit, wild and unrestrained, devoid of pretense. "If one excels, why feign humility?" Yu Ying stated. "I have no time to test you, that if you wish to stay, you may." Cheng Wushi realized there was no way to persuade her brother to return home with her. So she resigned herself to remain alongside him. Amidst the scattered remnants, Yu Ying felt a sense of weariness that he had hoped to glean some clues from this encounter, but it appeared that such aspirations were in vain. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door, and the 5 within room number 2 turned their attention towards the entrance, sensing that this night was indeed quite eventful. Chapter 11. Possession. Little Kai, Cheng Wushi, and Cheng Xiaoshi exclaimed in unison. Yun Danyan appeared equally astonished, realizing that this girl was indeed elusive. Unlike the others, Yu Ying seemed to have anticipated the arrival of the person outside, displaying no sign of surprise. Little Kai stood outside, pointing at Yu Ying. "Mine?" Cheng Xiaoshi incredulously asked. "What? You claim that His Highness belongs to you?" Little Kai attempted to explain, but Yu Ying spoke first. "How did you find your way here?" To Cheng Xiaoshi's ears, this confirmed a connection between Little Kai and Yu Ying, leaving him bewildered at how 2 such enigmatic individuals had come to know each other and develop a unique relationship. To him, Yu Ying was like a dragon that was rarely seen, and Little Kai was equally mysterious. The prospect of 2 such elusive figures knowing one another seemed improbable, as they appeared to share no common interests. Little Kai approached Yu Ying, brushing past him to pick up the red lotus lamp from the table. With her head bowed, she explained, "Knowing is simply knowing." Yu Ying inquired, "What is that little white bundle behind you?" Little Kai looked up in shock. "You can see it," Yu Ying softly replied. "Yes, I can." Cheng Xiaoshi edged closer to Cheng Wushi while Yun Danyan and Shan Qingyu positioned themselves protectively by Yu Ying, their gazes fixed on Little Kai, ready to spring into action if necessary. Though Yun Danyan often appeared unreliable, she would instantly guard Yu Ying at the scent of danger, and Shan Qingyu was ever reliable in any situation. Cheng Xiaoshi exclaimed, "Your Highness, what are you 2 discussing?" "Please do not frighten us," Little Kai explained. "I call it Little White. It is a soul that has left its physical body." Cheng Wushi's expression turned stern. "Who exactly are you?" Yu Ying responded word by word. "A spirit catcher." Cheng Wushi's clear eyes shimmered as she pondered the credibility of Yu Ying's words. After some reflection, she concluded that Yu Ying had no reason to lie for a woman of unknown origins, especially since half of the trade taxes of the Moonstring Kingdom were derived from the Cheng family, granting them the unique privilege of wearing white garments daily, second only to the royal family. "Is it true that you make bargains with the king of the underworld?" Cheng Wushi did not believe Yu Ying was lying, but that did not guarantee the truth of his statements. She remained skeptical of Little Kai's true identity, as spirit catchers existed only in legend, and no one had dared to claim they had ever encountered one. Little Kai nodded. Yes. Cheng Xiaoshu peeked from behind. Cheng Wushi, can you really capture malevolent spirits? Little Kai affirmed. I can. Cheng Xiaoshu's excitement surged as he approached her. What other abilities do you possess? Little Kai replied. Souls that have not undergone the 7-day mourning period can possess me. Cheng Xiaoshu asked. Is that true? Little Kai answered. Yes. Cheng Xiaoshu suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Kai, smiling amicably. Miss Xiao Kai, you are no longer stuttering. Xiao Kai blushed and took 2 steps back, replying, only occasionally. Cheng Xiaoshu continued. Yue Ying interrupted Cheng Xiaoshu, inquiring, is there any harm to you if a soul were to attach itself to your body? Xiao Kai shook her head. No. Yue Ying pressed on. Then would you be willing to assist me? Xiao Kai raised her hand to touch the red silk at the back of her head, seemingly lost in thought, before finally responding. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Yue Ying's lips. As she mused, this girl is willing to help me merely because of a hairband made of a single strip of silk. Qingyu, Yinner, you may withdraw. She will not harm me, Yue Ying asserted confidently, fully convinced that the woman before her would never cause her any harm. Xiao Kai extended her hand towards Yue Ying, requesting a knife. Yue Ying stepped forward, handing Xiao Kai the dagger previously possessed by Shan Qingyu. Just as she was about to place it in Xiao Cai's palm, Yun Danyan grasped Yue Ying's hand anxiously, urging, Your Highness. Yue Ying pushed Yun Danyan's hand away, casting her a warning glance to step back. Reluctantly, Yun Danyan complied, retreating a small step, though the knife in her grip was still poised dangerously close to its sheath. Xiao Kai took the dagger and pressed it forcefully against her palm, carving a deep gash visible to the bone. Blood instantly gushed forth, causing Yue Ying, who had maintained a serene demeanor until that moment, to furrow her brows slightly. Unconsciously, she took a small step forward, her naturally relaxed arms subtly rising, and only realizing she nearly mirrored Cheng Xiaoshu's earlier actions before retracting her movement. Cheng Xiaoshu grasped Xiao Cai's hand. Holding the dagger, alarmed, Miss Xiao Kai. What are you doing? Xiao Kai replied, this way he will come. Yun Danyan noticed her master's gaze fixed intently on the wrist held by Cheng Xiaoshu, cleared her throat, and remarked, Young Master Cheng, please conduct yourself with decorum. Cheng Xiaoshu then released Xiao Cai's wrist, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Miss Xiao Kai, I apologize for my rudeness and my haste. Xiao Kai shook her head, saying nothing, as blood dripped steadily from her palm onto the floor, creating a series of plopping sounds. Witnessing the blood pooling on the ground, Cheng Xiaoshu, feeling pity, tore a piece of pure white cloth from his garments. However, Yue Ying firmly pressed down on his shoulder, coldly stating, Do not move. Cheng Xiaoshu raised his chin towards Yue Ying, saying it will leave a scar. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kai lifted her head and smiled at Cheng Xiaoshu, speaking in a soothing tone. It won't hurt, after a moment's thought. She added, It doesn't hurt. How could it not hurt? She was human, after all. Yet in that moment, the pain from the wound on her hand seemed to diminish. Approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea passed, and the blood had spread 3 feet towards the window, leaving Xiao Cai's lips pale and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Cheng Xiaoshu exclaimed urgently, That's enough, Your Highness. At this rate, Miss Xiao Kai will lose her life. Yue Ying regarded Xiao Kai, her expression unchanged. Yinner, assist Miss Xiao Kai. Cheng Wushi observed Xiao Cai's dazed demeanor and remarked, Your Highness, Miss Xiao Kai is already on the brink. Yue Ying cast a glance at Yun Danyan. Are you not moving? Yun Danyan promptly stepped forward to support Xiao Kai, feeling a pang of sympathy for her fellow woman. However, despite her feelings, her sole consideration remained for the prince. For him, all else was expendable, including herself. Suddenly, the blood on the ground began to emit a plume of black smoke. The dark mist coiling around the sinuous trail of blood like a fog-shrouded bridge. That moment, a line of footprints emerged at the end of the blood trail, the prince shifting forward as though an invisible being had passed through, leaving only traces of its passage. The footprints drew closer to Xiao Kai, and everyone held their breath, captivated by the eerie spectacle. At last, the prince halted before Xiao Kai, and all eyes converged upon her, with a dazed expression. Xiao Kai gazed at Yue Ying, weakly uttering, A stick of incense is worth of time. Yue Ying replied, Very well. As Xiao Kai pushed Yun Danyan aside, her eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, her demeanor completely altered. Yue Ying understood. She had been possessed. "What is your name, and from whence do you hail?" Xiao Kai responded, "I am Wang Dafu, from Yingzhou." "Oh my, why do you look so grim?" Yun Danyan watched Shan Qingyu suppressing laughter, having long warned him not to wear such an unsightly mask. But he had refused to listen. Shan Qingyu, a tall figure, suddenly became awkward, unsure of where to place his hands. Yue Ying coldly interjected, "I have no time for your ramblings that if you wish to avoid a wrongful death. Answer my questions truthfully." Wang Dafu wept. "O benefactor, you must help me find my murderer." Yue Ying queried, "Do you not know who killed you?" Wang Dafu lamented, "I do not know. In the pitch darkness, I felt an itch all over. And just as I was shedding my clothes, something stabbed my heart, and then I lost consciousness." Yue Ying pressed, "What brought you to Shilo?" Wang Dafu replied, "What else would I come for? Naturally, to have some fun. Speaking of which, it infuriates me. Who could have possibly caused me to lose my life here? Had I known, I would have stayed home with my wife." Yue Ying inquired, "Think carefully. Do you have any enemies here? Or have you had any unpleasant encounters in Shilo?" Wang Dafu replied, "How could that be? I am a generous man." Yue Ying insisted, "This is crucial, that I advise you to recollect thoroughly before responding." Xiao Kai frowned, pouting, and instinctively propped her chin with her hand. Exclaiming, "Oh my, what is happening? It hurts terribly." Upon inspecting her palm, she gasped in horror, "Oh my, what a large cut!" Yue Ying, having lost her patience, coldly remarked, "You need only answer my questions. Do not concern yourself with anything else." Wang Dafu responded, "Oh." Yue Ying pressed, "Are you certain you did not have any conflicts with anyone during your stay in Shilo?" Wang Dafu confirmed, "Actually, there was one." That Yue Ying eagerly inquired, "Who?" Wang Dafu replied, "I do not know his name. The innkeeper mixed up our room numbers. He insisted on occupying room 1, and my temper flared. I had to stay there. Room 1 was rightfully mine. Why should I give it to him? He was a weakling, unable to stand against me. And in the end, I secured room 1 while he was relegated to room 2. Yue Ying pressed, "Are you certain you stayed in room 1? Wang Dafu, growing agitated, retorted, "How could I be lying? Would I deceive you?" Cheng Xiaoshi kindly reminded, "This brother, you died in room 2. Wang Dafu exclaimed, "Ah, that cannot be. How is that possible?" Cheng Xiaoshi suggested, "Could it be that you entered the wrong room?" Wang Dafu immediately shook his head, insisting, "No, absolutely not. I traveled for 3 days and nights, exhausted and dizzy. After dining downstairs, I returned to rest, and upon entering, I specifically checked the doorplate. It was Tianren, as it was the last room, that I even noticed a painting of flowers and birds on the wall. Therefore, I could not have entered the wrong room." Yue Ying commanded, "You must depart." Wang Dafu, sorrowful, implored, "Benefactor, could you deliver a message for me?" Yue Ying asked, "What is it?" Wang Dafu replied, "Please tell my wife that the divorce papers have been prepared and are in my mother's hands. Just inform my mother that I came to Shaw to find a Yun, and she will naturally give the divorce papers to her." Cheng Xiaoshi crossed his arms, disdainfully remarking, "I never expected you to be such a heartless man." Wang Dafu forced a smile. "Indeed, before dawn, I will vanish completely from this world. There will be no more Wang Dafu." A line of blood-red footprints led towards the window, and without Wang Dafu, a Yun would have been the most exquisite woman in the world. Yun Danyan had always looked down upon such men, scoffing at their pretensions of deep affection even in death. Shan Qingyu, rarely speaking, cautiously interjected, "Do not say that. Has the prince obtained the answers he sought?" Xiao Kai fixed her gaze on Yue Ying, her lantern-like eyes reflecting resilience rather than tenderness. Yue Ying commanded, "You will come with me." She too gazed at Xiao Kai, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Yun Danyan deemed her master utterly mad. Xiao Kai was undeniably a perilous woman. Did he not realize this? Cheng Xiaoshi felt astonished, having never perceived Yue Ying as such an overbearing and unreasonable prince, which marred his previously flawless image of her. Yue Ying reminded, "You promised to help me reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Have you forgotten?" Cheng Xiaoshi feigned realization. "So it was I who misunderstood the prince." He approached Yue Ying with wide, innocent eyes. "Has the prince misplaced something? I can assist in the search. It would be too burdensome for Miss Xiao Kai to undertake this alone." Cheng Wushi tugged at Cheng Xiaoshi's arm, urging him towards the door. "Your Highness, it is getting late. We shall take our leave now." Cheng Xiaoshi looked back, lamenting, "Ah, the joy of helping others, my sister." Cheng Wushi sighed, "The prince requires someone other than you and me." Cheng Xiaoshi, puzzled, queried, "Why is that?" with our Cheng family's connections and influence in the realm. If we cannot assist, who else could? Cheng Wushi offered a faint smile. Her eyes sparkled with a beauty that evoked the gentle warmth of spring, a kind and tender sensation. Silly brother, she inquired, are you able to assist His Highness the Crown Prince in marrying and siring children? Cheng Xiaoshi replied, that naturally I cannot. Cheng Wushi recognized that her brother had not discerned the subtle implications in her words, and with a resigned smile, she acknowledged that this merely proved that in this world, regardless of one's status or the magnitude of the matter, everyone has their limitations. What truly mattered was his need. He could only be given what he required, and only in this way could he find satisfaction. If he desired a steed, yet you offered him a gilded palace, it would hold no significance for him. Cheng Xiaoshi, perplexed, nodded as if he understood. Xiao Kai did not respond to Yuan's words, merely gazing at him in silence. Yuan stated, I do not confine your freedom. Help me retrieve my lost soul, and I will set you free. Xiao Kai lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper as she replied, all right. That as Yuan approached Xiao Kai. He glanced sideways and asked, can you still walk? Xiao Kai responded, I can. Yuan instructed, keep up. Yun Dan wished to slap herself for her previous thoughts, having been foolish enough to believe that her master harbored any other intentions toward Xiao Kai. That was a man who would kick someone out of bed even while a beauty lay beside him, maintaining an expression as pure as water. How could one expect him to possess normal human emotions? As dawn broke, the sky remained dim, that a resplendent red carriage with a gilded top and bejeweled adornments made its way towards Chongning Gate, that a bronze lamp post leaned against Xiao legs as she bowed her head. Resembling a child being reprimanded by her parents for misdeeds, she was slender, her delicate shoulders akin to fragile green paper, appearing as if anyone could tear her apart. That Yuan sat across from Xiao Kai, eyes closed and lips pressed tightly together. Suddenly, the carriage jolted unexpectedly, causing Xiao Kai to lurch towards Yuan, her face burying itself in his embrace. Using his chest for support, she regained her posture and bent down to retrieve the lamp that had fallen by her feet. Observing Xiao Kai as she adjusted herself and settled down, Yuan's furrowed brow gradually unfurled. Upon their arrival at the East Palace, Yuan removed the crimson cloak from his shoulders and tossed it to Yun Dan, saying, discard it. Surprised, Yun Dan questioned when His Highness had become so extravagant. Your Highness, this was delivered by the Emperor's envoy the other day that I am aware. Yuan replied that as Yun Dan was about to say more. She noticed a deep crimson stain on the scarlet cloak. Blood, cradling the cloak, she departed, murmuring to herself. Chapter 12. Human nature. Xiao Kai lay on an incredibly soft bed, the blanket enveloping her in warmth. As an exquisite smile gradually emerged from the darkness. Who was she? She was Xiao Kai, a spirit catcher, and also the pitiful ghost from Putongren village, whom everyone avoided. The following day, upon opening her eyes, Xiao Kai found herself surrounded by two young maidens, both around 17 or 18 years old. Startled, she clutched the blanket and sat up, instinctively shrinking back, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing woefully pitiful, evoking sympathy from those who beheld her. One of the clever-looking maidens spoke. Do not be afraid, miss. That I am Ji Feng, and she is Shuangting. His Highness the Crown Prince has instructed us to attend to you, so if you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us. Xiao Kai nodded in response, seemingly relaxing her guard, and quietly said, thank you. Ji Feng bowed respectfully. Miss, you are too gracious. It is our fortune to serve you. Since you are awake, allow us to assist you in dressing. Xiao Kai, feeling nervous, stammered, I can manage myself. Ji Feng smiled gently, though her words carried an undercurrent of insistence. That cannot do. As the friend of His Highness, it is our duty to serve you diligently. We dare not be negligent. With that, she took a wooden tray from Shuangting, upon which lay a spring willow gauze robe specially prepared for Xiao Kai. Not particularly articulate, Xiao Kai acquiesced to their dressing her in garments that did not belong to her. Once Ji Feng adjusted her attire, she took 2 steps back and remarked, you are beautiful, and this simple attire enhances your fresh and elegant beauty. Xiao Kai responded with an awkward smile. Ji Feng suggested, shall I style your hair in a popular updo? Xiao Kai quickly shook her head. No need. Observing Xiao Cai's anxious resistance, Ji Feng said, if you do not like it, we can wait outside while you prepare. When you are ready, we shall proceed. Xiao Kai asked, where are we going? Ji Feng answered, His Highness instructed us to take you to the East Palace Garden once you awaken. Xiao Kai replied, "All right." The East Palace garden, even in the deep autumn when all seemed desolate, was a riot of blooming flowers. Each step accompanied by a gentle breeze carrying floral fragrances. The corridor and pavilions exuded an exquisite charm, the summer lotus having withered in the pond, while water plants floated, revealing glimpses of red fish swimming beneath. In a pavilion, two figures sat opposite each other, engaged in some unknown activity. One appeared leisurely, while the other rested her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Jifeng led Xiao Kai to the stone steps of the pavilion and bowed. "Your Highness," that Yuan did not raise his eyes, but simply said, "You may leave now." Jifeng complied, "Yes, Your Highness." After Jifeng departed, Yuan smiled gently at the bewildered Xiao Kai and beckoned, "Come up." Xiao Kai responded However, as she ascended the final step, her long skirt tripped her, and just as she was about to tumble, a hand encircled her waist, spinning her around before she was steadied. With finely arched brows and charming phoenix-like eyes, the person before her possessed a beauty that was difficult to distinguish between masculine and feminine. "Yuelong," she introduced herself. Yuelong released the blushing Xiao Kai, turned to Yuan, and teased, "No wonder I bring beautiful women to you daily without receiving any gratitude. It turns out you are keeping a concubine." Xiao Kai only then realized that the person who had embraced her was a woman. Yet her strength rivaled that of an adult man that Yuan gestured for Xiao Kai to sit beside him. But Yuelong pulled her in her own space, declaring, "The beauty shall sit with me," that Yuan chuckled helplessly. "You are quite willful." Yuelong made a face at him, proudly stating, "Who wouldn't when father favors me the most?" Yuan placed a black carved chess piece on the board, saying, "Sixth sister, you have lost." Yuelong gazed at the board in surprise. "Oh dear, I forgot to defend while focusing on attacking." Yuan smiled, "No matter. One learns from failure." Yuelong complained, "I've lost to you countless times. It's boring." "I refuse to play chess with you again," that Yuan countered. "How old are you?" And still acting petulantly, "Speak. What have you set your sights on in my palace this time?" Yuelong grinned mischievously, "The ice spirit bow and arrows that father gifted you for your birthday last time. Since you have no affection for such things, why not let me put them to good use?" Yuan replied, "You have a discerning eye." Yuelong beamed, "Thank you, dear brother, for your recognition," that Yuan promised. "I shall send them to your residence later." Yuelong exclaimed, "You are the best, dear brother." Xiao Kai, seated quietly, lowered her head, opting to remain inconspicuous. However, was His Highness not mistreating this beautiful sister? When she had held her earlier, it felt as if she were cradling a small rabbit. So light and delicate. Yuelong clasped Xiao Cai's slender wrist, placing their hands on the table, creating a stark contrast as Xiao Cai's hands were pale and slender, while Yuelong's were defined and slightly larger, making Yuelong's hands appear somewhat masculine in comparison to Xiao Cai's, which resembled those of a person frail from long illness. Xiao Kai hurriedly shook her head, attempting to explain, "No, that's not it. Yuan interjected, "Aren't you going to pay respects to the Empress Dowager? If you delay any longer, you might be reprimanded." Yuelong suddenly stood, exclaiming, "Right, I must hurry." After a few steps, she turned back to remind, "Do not forget to send the items to my residence." Yuan replied, "Understood," noticing that Xiao Kai had no hair accessories, and that Jifeng and Xuaning would not style her hair so casually. Yuan poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to her without waiting for her response. "It's chilly. A cup of hot tea will warm you." Xiao Kai accepted the teacup and drank it down in one go. Yuan inquired, "Xiao Kai, how long do you think it will take to retrieve my lost belongings?" Xiao Kai answered, "I am uncertain, and no matter. Take your time," Yuan reassured her. Xiao Kai nodded. Yuan placed a moon-shaped jade pendant tied with a red string on the table, saying, "Take this. With it, you can come and go freely here." Xiao Kai carefully picked up the pendant, cradling it in her palm, and said, "Thank you." Yuan continued, "Jifeng and Xuaning will be your personal maids from now on. You can directly command them for anything you need. If you wish to find me, you can come to Bihua Hall. I will usually be there." Xiao Kai replied, that Yuan asked, "Are you hungry?" Xiao Kai looked up at him, admitting, "I am." Yuan stood, "Then let us go. I am hungry as well." As they approached the Bihua Hall, one of the guards standing in a row caught Xiao Cai's attention, prompting her to glance a few more times. The youthful guard, with fair skin and red lips, seemed familiar from somewhere. Just as her confusion deepened, Yuan casually remarked, "Cheng Xiaoshi." Upon this realization, Xiaokai understood that Cheng Xiaoshu possessed an entirely different aura compared to the other few individuals present, despite his efforts to integrate himself into the group. The guards of Bihua Hall, molded through rigorous training, exhibited a menacing demeanor that starkly contrasted with his sunlit grace and the elegance reminiscent of tall pines. Instead of warmth, their eyes revealed a fierce glint that exuded an oppressive presence, rendering his stance there quite discordant and immediately drawing attention. Cheng Xiaoshu, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Your Highness, how did you recognize me? I am certain I left no flaws to be detected." Yuan scoffed lightly. "No flaws? It is riddled with holes." Cheng Xiaoshu retorted, "How can that be?" Yuan replied, "Why not? A lone puppy among a pack of wolves can be easily spotted by anyone." Cheng Xiaoshu chuckled, "Is that so? I wonder if I should enhance the defenses of our Eastern Palace, or if the Cheng family possesses some celestial prowess that allows them to infiltrate unnoticed." Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Xiaoshu. Cheng Xiaoshu continued, "Your Highness, I have come to present a gift." With that, he retrieved the bamboo tube slung across his back and offered it to Yuan with both hands. Upon receiving it, Yuan uncorked the bamboo stopper. Revealing a scroll within he casually unfurled it. A beautifully carved window came into view, through which vibrant crimson plum blossoms could be glimpsed, blooming resplendently. Yuan rolled the painting back up and asked, "What is the purpose of this gift?" Cheng Xiaoshu replied, "This winter's Peking Shadows painting is something I sought for quite some time from Sister Huashu, who finally consented to create it. Her art, be it flowers, birds, fish, or insects, is truly lifelike and remarkable." Yuan placed the bamboo tube back into Cheng Xiaoshu's embrace and said coolly, "Then you ought to cherish it well." Cheng Xiaoshu frowned. "I sought it for you, Your Highness, and therefore it is meant for you." In his heart, the prince was as radiant as the red plum, blossoming amidst the vast expanse of snow, embodying purity. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed, prompting Yuan to smile and ask, "Are you hungry?" Cheng Xiaoshu, looking aggrieved, replied, "I sneaked away while my sister was practicing in the morning, hardly considering food. So, of course, I am hungry." Yuan gently called, "Yun Danyan." Yun Danyan appeared suddenly, as if conjured from thin air, standing beside Yuan. "Your Highness," she acknowledged. Yuan handed the bamboo tube to Yun Danyan, instructing her to hang it somewhere in the study. "Yes, Your Highness," Yun Danyan responded, before vanishing without a trace, after a swift meal. Cheng Xiaoshu hurriedly took his leave, expressing concern that Cheng Wushi might discover him and confine him. Xiaokai couldn't help but think that perhaps no one in this world would envy Cheng Xiaoshu more, born into privilege, pure of heart, and with a sister who cared for him. Ji Feng and Shuangting followed closely beside Xiaokai, guiding her through the Eastern Palace to prevent her from getting lost, as if she were to dwell there for an extended period. In the small courtyard of Bihua Hall, Yuan meticulously sketched a layout of the Bafang Inn, his gaze fixed intently upon it. Yun Danyan ventured, "Your Highness, may I be so bold as to inquire why you intentionally allowed that young master of the Cheng family into the palace today?" Yuan continued inscribing names on the 3 rooms designated for the Tian character, replying coolly, "It is intriguing." Yun Danyan questioned, "Do you suspect Jiang He to be the culprit?" "I do not believe Jiang He is capable of such malice." Yun Danyan stated, "As a high-ranking official, he has no reason to commit murder." Yuan discarded the ink-soaked brush onto the Xian paper, the layout of the Bafang Inn instantly obscured by ink. "Let us inquire, and the truth shall be revealed." Yun Danyan promptly followed, yet hesitated, "But Your Highness, might this offend him?" Yuan dismissed her concern. "What is there to fear?" Yun Danyan murmured under her breath, "You are the crown prince. Of course you fear nothing. Yet, I am afraid." At the Jiang residence on Dong Street of Kongping Fong, 2 young servants immediately approached Yuan and Yun Danyan, blocking their way. "This is Master Jiang He's residence. We kindly ask you to depart swiftly." Holding a jade tablet, Yun Danyan coldly replied, "Do you not kneel before the crown prince?" The 2 young servants, upon seeing the tablet, hastily dropped to their knees. Trembling, "Long live the crown prince. We are blind and deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Yuan interjected, "Enough," and stepped forward into the residence. One of the servants said, "Your Highness, Master Jiang is currently unwell and resting." "I shall inform him at once." Yuan replied, "There is no need." Though the Jiang residence was spacious, it lacked numerous attendants, exuding an air of desolation, echoing the autumn scenery outside. The furnishings, while complete, were antiquated relics. The teapot chipped at the spout, and the teacups yellowed with age from years of use that Yuan remarked. Indeed, he resembles a diligent and honest official. Within Jianghe's bedroom, the sound of labored breathing filled the air. He lay on the bed, his face flushed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead and nose, occasionally coughing in distress. That Yuan stood silently beside him, his expression impassive and devoid of any emotion. Before long, Jianghe seemed to sense another's presence. Struggling to open his eyes, upon recognizing Yuan, he displayed no astonishment, merely expressing slight regret. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Yuan replied, "I heard you were ill and came to pay you a visit." Jianghe acknowledged. "Your Highness is kind," Yuan continued. "However, I have a more pressing matter I wish to inquire about." "Please go ahead," Jianghe urged. "Do you recognize the deceased at the Bafang Inn?" Jianghe responded, "I do not know him well, but I have had some interaction with him." Then, Jianghe interjected, "His death has nothing to do with me." "Did I ask that so? Then why did he die in a room you reserved?" Jianghe replied. "My room?" "Yes, he entered of his own accord. When I returned after dinner, I found him asleep in my room, so I had no choice but to go to his room." "Were there any disputes between you two?" "Indeed, but I would not resort to murder over such a matter." "Lastly, I would like to ask Jianghe a personal question." Jianghe nodded. "On the day of the incident, someone sent me a letter inviting me to the Bafang Inn, claiming to reveal the truth behind the dismembered corpse." With that, he retrieved a note from beneath his pillow and handed it to Yuan. That Yuan smiled inwardly, realizing Jianghe was indeed astute, having anticipated his inquiry before he even posed it. Upon opening the note, he found a delicate script inscribed, "To uncover the truth of the dismembered corpse, meet at the Bafang Inn at the hour of the pig, and be sure to come alone." Yuan stated, "I shall take this letter and personally deliver it to the Ministry of Justice, that I will not disturb your rest further. Farewell." "Wait," Jianghe called. "I have something to say to you. Your Highness will one day ascend as the ruler of the Yuxian kingdom. I urge you to avoid such dangerous matters as investigations. Though the emperor is still in his prime, your mother's absence from the inner palace has left you as the sole prince. Regardless of your aspirations, the throne will inevitably belong to you." That Yuan replied with a smile, "How antiquated. What if I were to perish before my father?" Jianghe's brows furrowed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Yuan could utter such blasphemous words. "Enough," Yuan said. "Take care of your health. I shall not add to your burdens. Though it is true that I am the only prince, does not my uncle have several valiant sons? There is no cause for alarm." Breathing heavily, Jianghe turned his head away, unwilling to meet Yuan's gaze. As Yuan departed the Jiang residence, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. He did not understand why he chose to lead such a miserable existence. In stark contrast to Right Minister Xiao Jin, he seemed to embody the dullest facet of life. Their salaries were not vastly different, yet Xiao Jin could indulge nightly in brothels, surrounded by exquisite wine and song. While Jianghe remained solitary, Xiao Jin was not entirely virtuous. He possessed a volatile temperament and was often brash in court, disregarding the feelings of his colleagues. Yet it was precisely such a persona that allowed the emperor to place complete trust in him. In contrast, Jianghe, while appearing upright and honest, was adept at navigating social intricacies, seldom offending anyone. It was this very quality that caused the emperor to regard him with caution, just as he had previously advised Yuan, leaving room for interpretation. Today he was compelled to present evidence to prove his innocence. Had Yuan not pressed for answers, that evidence might have remained forever concealed. Such a person would prioritize self-interest above all else, ensuring their own welfare before considering anything else. Chapter 13. Revisiting old matters. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Yuan promptly instructed Shan Qingyu to deliver the letter to the Minister of Justice. Zhou Yuan, in terms of investigative prowess, Zhou Kuan surpassed Dong Zhuo. Yet Yuan still took the time to transcribe a copy of the content for Shan Qingyu to deliver alongside it. Yun Danyan questioned, "Since your Highness has provided the original to Zhou Kuan, why compose another for General Dong? Are they not both responsible for this case?" Yuan replied, "Since ancient times, civil and military matters have been treated with disdain for one another. I fear Zhou Kuan may not share the insights he uncovers. Human life is of utmost importance and cannot be reduced to mere competition." Admiration filled Yun Danyan's eyes as she regarded Yuan. "Your Highness is truly wise." That night, Xiao Kai stood outside the sleeping quarters, gazing at the solitary crescent moon in the sky. Although the palace walls were imposing, she did not feel confined. Xiaokai did not yearn for freedom. She had never desired it. She murmured to herself, truly, the palace is imbued with a vibrant and majestic spirit. What malevolent force would dare to risk being torn to shreds by entering this sanctuary? Under the chilling moonlight, a black cat leapt gracefully from the rooftop, darting past Xiaocai's feet. That in a moment of dazed clarity, she caught a glimpse of the cat's injured hind leg, without a second thought. She pursued it. The black cat moved with remarkable speed. Had it not been for its injury, Xiaokai would have been utterly unable to keep up. Perhaps sensing her benign intentions, the cat crouched in the low grass, watching her with an air of readiness for battle. Xiaokai smiled, maintaining her usual relaxed demeanor as she approached the feline without altering her pace. Miraculously, the black cat seemed to lower its guard, its gaze softening considerably. Xiaokai crouched down, intending to scoop it into her arms. Just as she rose, a voice questioned her from behind. "Who goes there?" This startled the previously calm cat, which let out a sharp cry and clawed at Xiaokai in panic. Reluctantly, Xiaokai released the cat, aware of its wild nature from her previous encounters with feral cats. The phrase "to fight to the death" aptly describes their spirit, perhaps even more than it does for humans. A man pressed a sword against Xiaocai's back, demanding, "Speak. Why are you lurking here in the dead of night? Who sent you? Be honest." Xiaokai stammered, I am. What is happening? Does His Highness not just fall asleep? A crisp voice filled with indignation responded, "Miss Yun, I have caught a suspicious person." Yun Danyan, slightly impatient, replied, "Who is it?" Recognizing the figure, she insisted, "You, turn around so I can see." Xiaokai slowly complied, cautiously replying, "It's me." Yun Danyan swiftly slapped the sword from the man's hands, saying, "Miss Xiaokai, what brings you here at such an hour?" Xiaokai explained, "The cat ran away." Yun Danyan raised an eyebrow. "You came to look for a cat?" Xiaokai nodded yes. "Very well, return swiftly," Yun Danyan instructed. Xiaokai affirmed, "Okay, by the way, do not wander about at night. It is unsafe," Yun Danyan cautioned. Xiaokai responded, "Understood." As Xiaokai departed, she noticed Yuan standing nearby in her nightgown, watching her, lowering her gaze. She quickened her pace. Upon returning to the side hall, Jifeng was already waiting outside the chamber, seemingly holding something. After Xiaokai greeted her, Jifeng opened the door for her, saying, "Miss, please." Jifeng continued, "I heard you were injured, so I have come to apply medicine." Yes, she applied ointment to Xiaocai's wounded hand. She inquired, "Do you know where you are currently residing?" Xiaokai shook her head. "I do not." Jifeng explained, "His Highness has now turned 18. An age when he ought to establish a princess consort. Both the Emperor and Consort Chao have mentioned it numerous times, yet His Highness shows no interest, not even in appointing a secondary consort." After a pause, she smiled gently at Xiaokai. "This side hall has traditionally been the residence of secondary consorts." Xiaokai looked at Jifeng, adamantly denying, "I am not. Not now, perhaps." Jifeng seemed to correct her, adding, "But being a secondary consort is still a good position. That title ultimately belongs to His Highness, and a secondary consort may eventually become the Empress Dowager." Xiaokai remained silent, rising to the bedside to shed her outer garments and lay down. Jifeng, witnessing this, could only exit quietly. Jifeng could never fathom that Xiaokai had merely come to retrieve something she had lost. Moreover, how could she ever hope for a true home? To become a secondary consort to the prince was a dream far beyond her imagination. Even the thought of being like Yun Danyan, Jifeng, or Shuang Ting filled her with disbelief. Alas, she was merely a girl whose name sounded utterly contemptible in a pitch-black and unfamiliar place. As Xiaokai stumbled forward, she accidentally stepped into an abyss, feeling as if the world was spinning. Before she could regain her footing, a pair of bare, pallid feet appeared before her, leading to a winding path of endless red lotuses. An ancient, ethereal voice echoed above her. "You remain human, still possessing desires. Yet these will bring you calamity. The choices you make will determine your path. Do not forget what you truly desire." With that, the figure turned and departed, causing the red lotuses to wither and extinguish one by one. Xiaokai slowly opened her eyes, the room still shrouded in darkness. Even though she could see nothing, she kept her eyes wide open until the light outside gradually filled the room, dispelling the shadows completely. Rising, Xiaokai approached the window, pressing her fair hands against the intricately carved wooden frame, pushing it open to gaze at the rising sun. The light and breeze caressed her face, Warm and gentle, da. Do you think that moving into the East Palace makes you His Highness's person? Shuang Ting teased. Xiao Kai turned to Shuang Ting. How could you think that? Shuang Ting crossed her arms, eyeing Xiao Kai with a sidelong glance. From the moment I saw you, I knew your origins. Xiao Kai faced Shuang Ting. What do you mean by my origins? Shuang Ting stepped closer, inspecting her from head to toe. Then suddenly smiled, leaning in to whisper, a pitiful soul unloved by anyone. Xiao Kai was taken aback, as if stripped bare and left vulnerable, not knowing how to respond. Are you curious how I know? Shuang Ting queried. Xiao Kai averted her gaze, failing to answer. Shuang Ting abruptly dropped her mocking demeanor, speaking lightly. You are beautiful, resembling a goddess from the ode to the goddess of the Luo River. Yet alas, a goddess would not feel insecure. Xiao Cai's eyelashes fluttered, her heart pounding heavily. For a girl of humble origins, beauty can be more of a burden than a blessing. Shuang Ting observed as Xiao Cai's lips curled slightly, agreeing, indeed. Shuang Ting raised her chin. I mean you no harm. Xiao Kai replied, I know. His Highness is a wonderful person. You are unworthy of him, Shuang Ting remarked. Xiao Kai responded, I do not dare to dream. Shuang Ting finally smiled with satisfaction. At least you possess some self-awareness. While you are beautiful, a woman worthy of His Highness must also have virtue and a respectable lineage. Clearly, you possess only the former. Xiao Kai chose not to respond further, mistaking her silence for sadness. Shuang Ting softened her tone. I did not mean to imply that you are lacking in other areas. It is merely that His Highness is exceptional. Xiao Kai smiled faintly. I understand. Shuang Ting added, you suddenly stopped speaking, as if realizing something was amiss. But wait, you said you stuttered. Why are you not stuttering now? Xiao Kai was caught off guard by the question, but replied with a laugh, occasionally. Are you pretending to stutter? Shuang Ting teased. Xiao Kai shook her head. No. At that moment, Ji Feng entered the room, initially surprised to see Shuang Ting, then quickly grew tense. Shuang Ting, what are you doing here? Shuang Ting replied, Xiao Kai interjected, I called for her. Ji Feng then relaxed, placing a basin on a stand and gazing at the retreating figure. Shuang Ting means no harm. She is just overly protective that if she has said anything unkind to you, I hope you do not take it to heart. Xiao Kai placed the used cloth back into the basin, shaking her head. That I want to know about His Highness's past, Xiao Kai stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Ji Feng assumed Xiao Kai had come to a realization, unaware that she was merely attempting to piece together the reasons behind his lost soul through Yuan's experiences. Ji Feng sighed. Everyone believes His Highness is immensely fortunate, basking in the Emperor's unique favor. Yet upon reflection, it is partly true, yet entirely misleading. 18 years ago, the Empress gave birth to the first prince of the Yuxian kingdom, and the Emperor was overjoyed, issuing a decree exempting land taxes for 3 years. When the young prince turned a month old, celebrations erupted, with many foreign dignitaries coming to offer congratulations. That no one was unaware that Prince Yuan was the most precious treasure of the Yuxian kingdom. Since Prince Yuan's birth, the people's lives have flourished, and for 3 years, there were no internal or external wars. The climate in the capital, Sha, became perpetually spring-like, with mild summers and gentle winters, a phenomenon that seemed almost miraculous. Some even claimed that His Highness was the spring deity, descended to earth to bring about such bountiful harvests and fine weather. However, at this juncture, a nefarious curse began to circulate among the people. It originated from a filthy, deranged old man who proclaimed that the prince would, in 7 days, lose his 3 souls and 7 spirits, returning to the netherworld, destined for the grave. Initially, no one believed him, as His Highness was a harbinger of good fortune. Yet within a few days, news spread that the 3-year-old prince had fallen into a deep coma. The rumor escalated, and soon nearly everyone believed it. What no one anticipated was that 7 days later, the prince emerged unscathed, while the empress passed away unexpectedly. In a swift turn of events, the entire nation mourned, observing a period of 3 months of music prohibition, with the imperial city being particularly affected. White banners and plain garments adorned the streets, and in a single night, the hair of the Moon Emperor, once dark as ebony, turned entirely white. The Empress, a well-bred daughter of the former Minister of War, was knowledgeable and graceful, possessing a gentle disposition and striking beauty that surpassed that of an ordinary young girl. She entered the palace at the tender age of 16 and bore a son at 19, never once hindering the Emperor from favoring other consorts. Rather, she would even suggest that he ought not to show favoritism. With such a magnanimous and virtuous empress, the bond between them was undoubtedly profound. Following the untimely demise of the empress, the Moon Emperor never set foot in the inner palace again. From that moment onward, the crown prince's name ceased to be celebrated among the people. However, it would not have been so troubling had it not been for an incident when the crown prince, at the age of 7, fainted after attempting to retrieve a ball that had fallen into the rain, remaining in a state of unconsciousness for an entire month. During this period, the Moon Emperor vigilantly cared for him, yet there were no signs of awakening. Eventually, a self-proclaimed sage conducted a ritual in the palace, which led to the crown prince's revival. The emperor, recognizing the sage's abilities, wished to retain him as a national advisor, but the sage declined, citing a desire to wander the world. The emperor, not wishing to force him to stay, allowed him to depart, but not before the sage warned that the crown prince must never be caught in the rain again, lest the consequences be dire. But he also advised that the crown prince should wear red garments when leaving the palace to ward off misfortune and ensure longevity. At this point in her narration, Ji Feng's eyes were already glistening with unshed tears as she continued. The emperor indeed cherishes the crown prince, sending the finest goods to the Eastern Palace. Yet no one knows that aside from necessary meetings, the emperor has never summoned the crown prince privately nor visited him, not even sending gifts on his birthday. The crown prince was indeed resplendent, but only before the age of 3, when he was too young to comprehend his circumstances. Xiao Kai inquired, "How do you know all this?" Ji Feng replied, "I am a year older than the crown prince and had the fortune of being raised on the same mother's milk. My mother is also the crown prince's wet nurse." With a hint of significance in her tone, she added, "Before you arrived, I had been by the crown prince's side, serving him. All of his close attendants, including Yun Dan Yin and Shan Qing Yu, came to the Eastern Palace after me." Xiao Kai understood that Ji Feng's words were merely intended to convey the crown prince's deep regard for her, signifying his care for her well-being. Noticing Xiao Kai's reluctance to engage further, Ji Feng continued, "I do not share this to evoke pity for the crown prince, but after so many years by his side, I can see that he feels differently towards you." Xiao Kai acknowledged, "I understand that I ask the crown prince pitiable, perhaps a little, but there are many who suffer far more. At least he lives freely, that he treats me well. But I am aware it is because he knows I can assist him and possess value, not due to romantic affection." From Ji Feng's description, it seemed that the crown prince's inability to withstand rain was due to a deficiency of his soul, specifically the earth soul, which is associated with the yin element, while rain is also yin. There should not be an issue with the rain itself, but the presence of the yang aspect in the 7 spirits, particularly the swallowing thief, disrupted the originally balanced relationship between yin and yang, leading to the crown prince's comatose state. As for the red garments serving as a protective barrier, it was due to the presence of true dragon energy within the palace, offering protection against external malevolence. Once outside the palace, this safeguard was lost, and traditions such as using vermilion, red fabric, and animal blood to ward off evil spirits have existed since ancient times. While the efficacy of the red clothing may be limited, it could still provide some measure of defense against minor spirits. Given that the crown prince exhibited no physical issues at birth and only fell into a deep sleep at the age of 3, it suggested that his condition was not a consequence of familial sins, that if it were not innate, then it must have been a result of later events. However, malevolent spirits could not penetrate the palace, leaving only 2 possibilities. He either ventured outside the palace before the age of 3, or he nearly perished, with someone setting a protective formation to sustain his life, but for some reason, his soul was not fully restored. At the tender age of 3, the crown prince could not possibly comprehend any of this. Hence, recovering his lost soul would require the involvement of another individual. In Chapter 14, Concealing the True Culprit, Xiao Kai, while in the Eastern Palace, nearly forgot that she was merely 16, likely due to her daily attire being a dull blue garment stripped from the dead. They assumed she had a fondness for the color, so every outfit sent to her, though varied in design, was always in plain shades of blue-green. Xiao Kai regarded her own attire, a bright and pristine turquoise blouse and skirt, a color that perfectly complemented her youthful age, but lamented that she still felt the somber blue garment more suited her. With the jade pendant that Yu Sang had gifted her in hand, she made her way unimpeded to the Bihua Hall. Upon seeing her still clad in the blue garment, Yu Sang displayed a momentary surprise, quickly regaining his composure to inquire, Miss Xiao Kai, have you made any progress? Seated behind the desk, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, the deep, elegant black robe he wore accentuated his noble and composed demeanor. He did not rise, seemingly awaiting Xiao Kai to approach and report her findings as any of his subordinates would. Xiao Kai stepped forward to the desk, lowering her head and murmuring, "I still need to meet one more person to confirm." Yu Sang's gaze was unflinching as he scrutinized her, refraining from asking who she wished to see. Instead, simply responding, "Very well." Xiao Kai was taken aback by Yu Sang's unexpected trust in her. When he rose, she blurted out, "That person is His Majesty the Moon Emperor." Xiao Kai noticed Yu Sang's body stiffen momentarily at the mention of the Moon Emperor. But he quickly regained his usual demeanor, stating, "Must it only be him?" Xiao Kai nodded in affirmation. It could only be him. Yu Sang appeared reluctant to seek an audience with the Moon Emperor. As she suspected, he understood that the only one left who comprehended the entirety of the situation, apart from the late Empress, was the Moon Emperor himself. Xiao Kai mused silently. Perhaps this young man before her had never experienced the fullness of paternal love? Very well, Yu Sang conceded, though unwilling. He had no other choice. Xiao Kai could not fathom why they, father and son, remained alive yet refused to meet, a reality beyond her comprehension, for she had no father. The sound of the guards outside announcing, "General Dong," broke the moment. Dong Zhuge called out, "Is the crown prince within?" Yu Sang turned toward the door, murmuring, "Uncle." Hearing Yu Sang's voice, Dong Zhuge disregarded the guard's announcements and entered the study. Excitement evident in his demeanor, Xiao Sang, "We have found the culprit behind the bone extraction murder." Yu Sang appeared surprised. "Found them?" Dong Zhuge confirmed. "Yes, the murderer is Song Shuyuel, INDAS," he continued. His attention was drawn to the timid girl standing behind Yu Sang. Yu Sang questioned, Uncle?" Dong Zhuge snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse in decorum, and with a sheepish smile, he asked Xiao Sang, "Who is this young lady?" Yu Sang glanced back at Xiao Kai, calmly introducing, "This is Xiao Kai." "A friend." Dong Zhuge offered a polite smile, nodding toward Xiao Kai. "Miss Xiao Kai, I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Xiao Kai replied, "It's quite all right." Yu Sang inquired, "Uncle, what were you about to say?" Dong Zhuge responded, "May I request that this young lady temporarily step out?" Yu Sang replied, "It's fine. She is one of us." "Uncle, you were saying that the true culprit behind the bone extraction murder is Tsang Shuyulin?" Dong Zhuge paused, contemplating, as he thought the matter would be revealed eventually. It was a foregone conclusion that would not lead to any missteps that it is not Tsang Shuyulin. It is his mother, Tsang Shu Xinjie, and his father, Gu Jiahe. They're the owners of the renowned wine shop, by Nyang Tsang Shu. Yu Sang echoed, "By Nyang Tsang Shu?" Dong Zhuge affirmed, "Indeed, your father enjoys the wine produced by their shop." Yu Sang proceeded, "Did Tsang Shuyulin confess?" Dong Zhuge shook his head, explaining, "No, it was the couple who feared that Tsang Shuyulin would not withstand the pressure, and, feeling sorry for their innocent daughter being implicated, chose to hang themselves at home, leaving behind a letter confessing all their crimes. Perhaps due to their family's long-standing business practices, the following morning, when someone went to purchase wine and found the shop still closed, they casually pushed the door open, only to discover the couple's bodies hanging in the center of the room. It seemed they had deliberately left the door unlocked to allow for easier discovery by patrons. Yu Sang asked, "Did the letter state why they committed the murders? How did they carry it out? Where's the letter now?" Dong Zhuge found himself overwhelmed by the rapid-fire questions, beginning to second-guess himself. Did Xiao Kai suspect something? Yu Sang clarified, "No, I am merely curious." Dong Zhuge continued, "The letter mentioned that the victims often consumed wine on credit by Nyang Tsang Shu, some of whom had been in debt for 2 years. The couple, unable to collect their debts, were threatened by a drunkard using Tsang Shuyulin's innocence as leverage, which incited their rage, leading them to murder all of them." Yu Sang pressed, "Has uncle considered how an ordinary person, a winemaker, could devise such a cruel and clever scheme?" Dong Zhuge admitted, "I do not know, but we did find living worms in the gourd hanging from the waist of one of the deceased. The method of raising them described in the confession was no different from what you previously told me that I asked for the letter. It was found tightly clenched in Tsang Shu Xinjie's hand. Unfortunately, she gripped it so tightly that we had to break all 5 of her fingers to retrieve it." Dong Zhuge gazed at Yuan, seemingly lost in thought, aware of his suspicions, with a sigh. He gently patted his shoulder and remarked, "Tsang Shu's heart is pure and unblemished. The ink stains on her ring finger and the side of her little finger serve as undeniable proof that the edict of self-accusation was indeed penned by her. Yuan smiled and responded, "Since the culprit has been identified, that is indeed a positive development. While all appears to be perfectly explained, how then do we account for the demise of Wang Dafu at the Bafang Inn? Alas, with no witnesses to corroborate, claiming it was a tragic mistake seems both plausible and reasonable." Dong Zhuye replied, "Well, I understand your concern regarding this case. Now that I have shared the news with you, I must return to my official duties." That Yuan nodded in agreement. Dong Zhuye, puzzled, asked, "But Shaolin, when did you plant winterweed outside this window? It should not be blooming at this time of year. How did you manage it?" Yuan responded, "Winterweed." Dong Zhuye pointed towards a window, saying, "Is it not there?" From a distance, beside the bookshelf, an ornate window stood out in stark contrast to the study's overall decor, with vibrant red plum blossoms spilling forth, their branches seemingly reaching into the room. That Yuan approached the window Dong Zhuye indicated, and upon raising her hand, she brought the breathtaking scene closer, asking, "Is this the painting you spoke of, uncle?" Dong Zhuye was taken aback, exclaiming, This is actually a painting." Yuan presented the artwork before him, explaining, "This is the winter's glimpse of sparse shadows gifted by young Master Chung of the Chung family the other day." Dong Zhuye, still in disbelief, placed his hand on the painting, caressing the red plum blossoms with an expression of astonishment, repeatedly exclaiming, "It's exquisite, truly exquisite." Seeing Dong Zhuye's enthusiasm, Yuan offered, "If you like it so much, take it. I have no interest in such things." Dong Zhuye insisted, "That won't do. I am not one to covet another's possessions, especially not yours." That Yuan chuckled, acknowledging, "Well, since you are on good terms with young Master Chung, perhaps he might gift you an even finer piece." After Dong Zhuye departed, the ever-silent Xiaokai finally spoke up. "You don't believe?" That Yuan turned to her, asking, "How do you know?" Xiaokai stepped closer, their faces almost touching, her eyes reflecting his image. Xiaokai said, "Your eyes tell me that you do not believe." Yuan took a couple of steps back, turning away as he confessed, "I indeed do not believe." Xiaokai gently patted Yuan's shoulder and lowered her voice, saying, "Then go seek what you believe in." Yuan regarded her sideways, pondering, "Is she trying to comfort me?" Xiaokai did not shy away from his gaze, but met it with a gentle smile, her previously aloof eyes now filled with warmth. Xiaokai thought, "Isn't Cheng's smile just like this? A smile that warms the heart." Suddenly, Yuan grasped Xiaocai's wrist, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, "What are you doing?" Xiaokai blinked, fearing her smile had upset him, and nervously stammered, "I don't know," upon seeing Xiaocai's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Yuan released her wrist and tentatively asked, "Are you trying to comfort me?" Xiaokai took a couple of steps back and nodded. Yes. That Yuan, intending to advance, realized he had frightened her as she retreated once more. "Did you learn to pat my shoulder from that person who just left?" Xiaokai nodded. "You were unhappy, and he did that." That Yuan spoke softly. "I apologize for scaring you earlier." Xiaokai replied, "It's all right." That Yuan said, "I will be leaving the palace shortly. Stay here and do not wander off." Xiaokai replied, "I want to go with you." That Yuan, bewildered, asked, "You wish to accompany me?" Xiaokai nodded vigorously. "I can help you." That Yuan smiled. "All right then." That I end the midnight hour at the Baiyang Shu Distillery on East Street of Chengdu Lane. A man in red stood beneath the beams, hung with 2 lengths of white silk, surveying his surroundings in the moonlight that streamed through the window. That a middle-aged woman, under the flickering candlelight, wrote with ease, while a middle-aged man seated at another table gazed at her with a gentle smile tinged with sadness. That he rose, a gourd the size of his palm hanging from his waist. The man approached the woman, placing his hand gently on her shoulder. She paused her writing, covering his hand with her own, turning to him with a smile. That moment, their smiles shared an air of relief and ease, as if everything had finally settled into place. They moved 2 stools beneath the white silk and stood on them, holding hands, smiling at each other. Without hesitation, they placed their necks within the silk. And as the stools toppled, they struggled in the air before falling silent. That Yuan closed his eyes, for no one had compelled them to take their own lives. At least within this distillery, it had been just the 2 of them before their demise. If they were indeed the murderers, why not simply confess? Only then could they ensure that Song Shuyulin was entirely unrelated to this case. Only then could they guarantee that what they held would reach the authorities intact. Yet if they were not the murderers, why then choose to die and accept guilt? Yuan opened the door, only to find 3 individuals waiting outside. Cheng Xiaoshi flashed a bright smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, and greeted, "Your Highness, it has been a long time." That Yuan asked, "What brings you here?" Cheng Wushi replied, "Just like your Highness, we do not believe they are the murderers." That Yuan inquired, "Why do you not believe?" Cheng Xiaoshi explained, "Our family has been a long-time patron of Bainyang Shu. We know exactly who they are, and they could not possibly be murderers." That Yuan noticed a woman beside Cheng Wushi adorned with a white flower, which, according to the customs of the Yuelian kingdom, signified mourning for a departed loved one. That Cheng Wushi, perhaps sensing Yuan's gaze, added, "Huashu is a long-time customer of this establishment, visiting every few days to purchase a jug of red wine. She was quite close to the couple and has come to pay her respects." Yuan asked, "Are you the Huashu who painted winter's glimpse of sparse shadows?" Huashu replied, "Indeed, your Highness, that is me." Yuan complimented, "Your artistry is remarkable. May I inquire about your teacher?" Huashu's demeanor grew anxious as she responded, "I have had no teacher. I have been self-taught since childhood out of my love for painting." Yuan smiled, yet his gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Huashu. "So you claim to be self-taught, possessing extraordinary talent." Huashu fell to her knees, trembling as she pleaded, "Your Highness, I did not mean it that way." Cheng Xiaoshi, perplexed, sensed Yuan's odd behavior, as if he were intentionally intimidating Huashu. Unable to hold back, he interjected, "Your Highness, please do not frighten Huashu." Yuan extended his hand toward Huashu, saying, "Rise." Huashu looked at him in disbelief, her pupils quivering as she stammered, "Thank you, your Highness." Yun Danyin wore a shocked expression. Fixated on Yuan's hand, watching in astonishment as he helped Huashu to her feet, she thought to herself, "This cannot be. It must be an illusion. When did the prince become so tender-hearted? Moreover, this woman is not as beautiful as Xiaokai. He did not even help her when she nearly bled out at the Bafang Inn. Has he been bewitched?" After assisting Huashu, Yuan said coolly, "Return to the palace." Xiaokai clutched the hem of Yuan's garment, saying, "I can come." Yuan replied, "No need." Cheng Xiaoshi waved excitedly from behind, "Farewell, your Highness." "Until next time, Xiaokai." Xiaokai questioned, "Why won't you let me try?" Yuan responded, "Does it not hurt?" Xiaokai replied, "What?" Yuan halted, taking Xiaocai's hand and spreading it open to reveal a diagonal scar. "Does your palm not hurt?" Xiaokai honestly answered, "It hurts, but I can endure it." Yun Danyin remarked, "Xiaokai, is your blood inexhaustible? Can it be drawn endlessly?" Xiaokai replied, "It cannot be drawn endlessly." She then opened her other palm, adding, "I have tried." Yun Danyin found the wound even more grotesque, resembling a gash made by a dull knife, deep and ugly, like a protruding worm-like scar due to improper care. Yuan glanced at it briefly before turning his gaze elsewhere. Reflecting, "Her scars are hidden from view, and so are mine." Chapter 15. The assassination. Is it true that once the lost soul returns to the body, I will no longer see such things? Yuan asked Xiaokai. Xiaokai retorted, "What do you wish for?" After a long silence, Yuan replied, "I do not know." He truly was uncertain about his desires. Perhaps it was simply to be healthy, no longer fearing the rain, and to not have to don the red attire. Xiaokai was astonished that someone could be so unaware of their own wishes. Yuan mused, "Perhaps it is because I lack nothing." Xiaokai countered, "Lacking nothing does not mean you possess everything. You lack only because you do not desire it." Yuan chuckled. "Then I suppose I desire nothing at all." Xiaokai took Yuan's hand and suggested, "Let us disembark." Yuan responded, "Disembark?" Xiaokai nodded. "Yes." Yuan smiled, "Very well." Yinner stopped the carriage. Once the carriage came to a halt, Yuan and Xiaokai leaped down. Yun Danyin, anxious, warned, "Your Highness, it is not safe." Xiaokai raised her hand, intending to remove Yuan's red cloak, but Yun Danyin swiftly drew her blade to Xiaocai's neck, admonishing, "What do you intend to do?" Yuan pushed Yun Danyin's blade away, assuring her, "It is fine." He then removed his cloak and tossed it to Shan Qingyu. Yun Danyin exclaimed urgently, "Your Highness." Xiaokai reassured, "Do not worry. Sister Yun, I will protect him." Yun Danyin, frustrated, retorted, "What can you use to protect the prince? Even if you died 100 times, it would not equal a mere finger of his highness." Xiaokai, "I understand." She certainly knows that no matter how many of her own strengths she possesses, they cannot compare to the lofty prince, the sole heir of the Yuxian kingdom. Should anything happen to her, a fate of being flayed alive awaits. Yuan replied nonchalantly, "If you speak further, you may as well return whence you came." Yun Dan Yin felt as though she had been forcefully choked by a sudden gust of cold wind. She clenched her teeth and fell silent. That it was indeed her overstepping. The Death Guardians had no right to interfere with their master's decisions. Obedience was their duty. That they prepared to walk. The moon, shrouded in clouds, vanished, plunging the surroundings into an immediate darkness devoid of moonlight. There were no chirping insects, no rustling winds. An eerie silence enveloped the area. That moment, the brown horse inexplicably neighed towards the heavens, dragging the cart in a frantic rush towards the palace gate, as if something terrifying were pursuing them from behind. Sensing something amiss, Shan Qingyu and Yun Dan Yin shielded Yuan, instantly alert, drawing their blades and scanning their surroundings for any potential hidden dangers lurking on rooftops or in dark alleys. Yet, in the pitch-black twilight, even the sharpest eyes struggled to discern anything. The rough texture of the tiles, made of metal and clay, produced an almost imperceptible sound as they rubbed together. Yun Dan Yan's ear bones twitched. She raised her gaze cautiously, fixated on the rooftops as if searching for a cunning prey, ever ready to strike. Yun Dan Yan lowered her voice. Be wary of the rooftops. Shan Qingyu readied his twin blades, adeptly switching between offense and defense. After a brief silence, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. And soon, 2 rows of rooftops were lined with assassins wielding swords directed at them. Shan Qingyu cautioned, Sister Yun, be careful. From the sound of their footsteps, they were matching black boots. They are likely seasoned professional assassins. We must not be careless. Yun Dan Yin coldly scoffed. Shan Qingyu, I leave you to handle this, that I shall engage them. With that, she leapt onto the rooftops, swiftly throwing her Yin Ling knife. And in an instant, one head fell to the ground. The Yin Ling knife returned to Yun Dan Yan's hand, and a group of cloaked figures encircled her. She raised an eyebrow with a smile, soaring into the air, spinning gracefully, and unleashing a flash of silver light that cleaved through one corner. The black-clad figure showed no fear, seemingly embracing the resolve to die, rushing forward while she was still regaining her footing. Shan Qingyu, with unwavering determination, defended the 2 of them, wielding his dual blades with ease. The subblade flew out, encircling a black-clad figure's neck, drawing blood before returning to his hand. The main blade was held across his chest. He would defend if no one approached, and attack if they dared to advance recklessly. Within the span of a single incense stick, blood rained down from the eaves, and Yun Dan Yin, lifting her arm, wiped the Yin Ling knife clean before sheathing it. The girl, adorned in a floral skirt and styled with twin coils, stood atop a mound of corpses, resembling a bloodthirsty demon, gazing with satisfaction at her work. This moment, only one trembling black-clad figure remained on the ground, sword in hand, caught between retreat and advance. Shan Qingyu refrained from launching an attack, regardless of whether the opponent numbered in the dozens or just one. Yun Dan Yin, gripping her blade, gracefully descended like a swallow, landing with a heavy foot upon the remaining black-clad figure, blood spreading from where she stepped. She did not hesitate to taunt. Such mercy of a woman. With that, she leapt off the corpse, exuding an unexpected charm. Shan Qingyu silently sheathed his dual blades, knowing he could never match Yun Dan Yan's prowess. Thus, he never contradicted her. Just as the group began to lower their guard and prepare to leave, the previously subdued black-clad figure unexpectedly rose from the ground, his eyes pitch black, blood from his forehead streaming into his eyes, spilling onto his cheeks. Yun Dan Yin exclaimed, What in the world is this? With that, the Yin Ling knife was swiftly drawn, plunging directly into the black-clad man's chest. Yet he merely staggered back 2 steps, dazedly pulling out the blade, blood gushing from his chest without a hint of pain. Yun Dan Yin muttered a curse under her breath, swiftly snatching Shan Qingyu's dual blades from his waist. The clash of blades rang sharp as the black-clad man's head fell. To her shock, the headless figure continued to move forward, blood gushing from its severed neck, a truly horrific sight. Yun Dan Yin felt her hands tremble around the blade. Gritting her teeth, she aimed to sever the black-clad man's arms when ominous cracking sounds echoed around her. She forced herself not to dwell on it, but her legs began to weaken. Shao Kai bit her finger, her lips moving. E'en officials of the underworld, for beasts of the 9 hells, with my fresh blood. Bind the ghostly orders, Ghost King to me, hasten here. Amidst the swirling milky white smoke, a woman with long white hair appeared. As the mist dissipated, her features became clear. Upon seeing her visage, Shan Qingyu instinctively recoiled, colliding with Yuan before realizing he must shield her. Even Yuan, possessing extraordinary abilities, was taken aback by the sight before her. Though tall, her form was as graceful as a womaness. Most terrifying was the absence of facial features. No pupils, no nostrils, no lips, merely a vague outline. Xiao Kai coolly commanded, "To me, eliminate them all." That To me turned and lunged at the black-clad figures who had risen after death. One hand gripping a head, the other pressing down on an arm, forcefully pulling apart head from body. Her speed was astonishing. In no time, her once white attire was stained crimson, as the ground became littered with severed limbs. The air thick with the stench of blood. Even the bloodthirsty Yun Dan Yin was unnerved by the spectacle. Anyone would instinctively wish to flee from such a scene, yet her duty forbade such behavior. Xiao Kai watched the slaughter with indifference. Not a mutual conflict, but rather a one-sided massacre. Once the carnage ceased, Toomey approached Xiao Kai, embodying the title of Ghost King, bathed in blood, treading upon a mountain of corpses. Xiao Kai commanded, "Return." Toomey vanished amidst a swirl of thick smoke. Yuan remarked, "You are not an ordinary spirit catcher, are you?" Xiao Kai stammered, caught off guard as Yun Dan Yan seized her by the throat, rendering her speechless. Yun Dan Yan's eyes were crimson, bloodshot, her expression more terrifying than when she had slaughtered the black-clad figures. It seemed she truly wished to strangle Xiao Kai, seeing the tears streaming into Xiao Kai's hair. Yuan sighed, "Yun release her." Furious, Yun Dan Yin flung her away, demanding, "What exactly are you? What purpose do you have in approaching the prince?" Xiao Kai gasped for breath, glancing at Yuan, then at Shan Qingyu. Ultimately lowering her head like a helpless kitten. She could not explain, for she herself did not comprehend why she could summon the Ghost King. That incantation felt as if etched into her mind. Appearing involuntarily, Yuan declared, "We must return to the palace." She, Yun Dan Yin, and Shan Qingyu departed, leaving Xiao Kai in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether to follow or remain, knowing well their fear of her was justified. Yuan paused, turning back to say, "If you are not with me, I may not return safely." Xiao Kai looked up. Was he indicating for her to follow? Yuan continued, "You urged me to remove my cloak. You should escort me back." Xiao Kai immediately rushed to Yuan's side. Very well. Originally, she had merely wished to see if he felt any different walking outside the palace without his red robes. Never expecting to draw malevolent spirits, that it seemed Yuan's constitution indeed could not afford to be without his red attire. Otherwise, anyone could seize his body for their own use. Xiao Kai vowed, "I will certainly find your lost soul." Yuan replied, "Very well, if I cannot find it, I shall be imprisoned within the palace for eternity. Though not despised, who would not desire a complete body? Had it not been for her today, I would have perished here, for mere red garments could hardly shield one from countless malevolent spirits." Yuan commanded, "Qingyu, return to the palace and bring more people to clear away the bodies. It must be done before dawn." Shan Qingyu acknowledged, "Yes, your highness." With that, he vanished in a flash. The trio reached the Chongning Gate. Dong Zhe stood before the palace gate, tethering the horse that had inexplicably bolted earlier. Dong Zhe inquired, "Shaoan, why are you out so late?" Yuan replied, "It was stifling in the palace, so I came out for some air. The horse was startled and unexpectedly ran here. I appreciate my uncle's assistance in restraining it." Dong Zhe remarked, "What could have startled the horse?" Yuan explained, "It suddenly halted, and Yuner gave it a lash." Dong Zhe suggested, "It must have been a stubborn temperament. Take it back and discipline it properly." Yuan concurred, "What my uncle says is correct. I shall return to rest now." Dong Zhe handed the reins to Yun Dan Yin. "Very well, did I end the carriage?" Yun Dan Yin asked, "Why did your highness not speak the truth to General Dong earlier? Do you not trust him?" Yuan clarified, "It is not that I distrust my uncle, but I do not wish to involve him in these matters. Moreover, what transpired afterward is beyond even our explanation. How could we convey it to my uncle without merely adding to his worries?" Yun Dan Yin acknowledged, "Your highness indeed considers matters thoroughly." With a sigh, Yuan reflected, if the subsequent ghostly soldier sought to plunder his very being, then the initial assassination attempt undoubtedly indicated that someone had foreseen his presence there that night and had awaited him with malice. Despite abstaining from court affairs for many years, it seemed that he was still perceived as a threat by some. The entire court recognized that he was ill-suited for the throne, with the sole exception of Jiang He, who remained his only supporter. Could it be that such a version of himself posed any danger to them? They truly failed to grasp the situation. If one were to speak of threats, the sixth princess of Yuesian, Princess Yuelong, posed a far greater one. Princess Yuelong, a seasoned commander who had faced the battlefield, was adept in both literature and martial strategy, with a keen mind capable of discerning when to advance and retreat. In fact, she even feigned weakness when playing chess against him, although no woman had ever succeeded to the throne in the history of the Yuesian dynasty. Who among the emperors had ever been as frail as he? It was almost laughable. Even 17-year-old Yuelong had fought in battles, while he had yet to step beyond the borders of Shila. He had never desired the Golden Throne, for his ambitions lay elsewhere. Indeed, he had little interest in investigating cases, but his life had grown exceedingly dull, and one must find amusement to pass the time. If it were possible, he would prefer to distance himself from the capital forever. By the time they reached the East Palace, Xiaokai had already succumbed to sleep within the carriage. Yun Danyan intended to rouse her, but was halted by Yuan. Watching as Yuan held Xiaokai tenderly in his arms, Yun Danyan felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, she was merely a beggar. Why should she receive such gentle care from the crown prince? Having been by the crown princess' side since the age of 12, Yun Danyan had yet to witness him show such tender affection to anyone else. In truth, Yun Danyan had misjudged the situation. In Yuan's heart, he did not harbor romantic feelings for Xiaokai, but rather found her plight more pitiable than his own. For someone like him, protecting another brought far more joy than being protected. As Ji Feng beheld Yuan cradling Xiaokai upon entering the palace, he was taken aback, nearly forgetting to bow in respect, only to be reminded by Yuan. Gently, Yuan laid Xiaokai upon the bed, covering her with blankets before quietly drawing the door closed. She has played outside and grown weary today. Do not disturb her, he instructed. After a brief pause, he added, and tomorrow, do not awaken her too early. Let her rest a while longer. Yes, your highness, Ji Feng replied. Once Yuan departed, Ji Feng mused. Your highness may have forgotten, but on the first day Xiaokai arrived here, you instructed us not to impose palace rules upon her. Let her be as she wishes. Ji Feng recalled his mother once saying that their crown prince had inherited his disposition from her. Kind-hearted and pure, inherently unsuited to the palace, if only his majesty had a few more princes. We could spare Xiaokai. The following day, as the chill of late autumn deepened, the air was laden with a melancholic scent. Early in the morning, Yuan stood before the painting shadows of winter draped in a dark fox fur cloak. Deep in thought, after a long silence, he finally spoke. Yin'er, please investigate the origins of the woman named Hua Shu from the Chung household. I wish to know her entire background. Yes, your highness, Yun Danyan replied, initially intending to leave directly. She hesitated and could not resist asking, are you fond of this Hua Shu? Not at all, Yuan replied. Hearing this, Yun Danyan turned away with a smile, relieved. She thought to herself that a maid as delicate as Hua Shu would likely bring trouble. If the crown prince were to take a liking to her, surely he would spoil her, and that simply would not do. She, Yun Danyan, would be the first to oppose it. After Yun Danyan exited, Yuan set the painting aside and began to sketch it, only to mock himself afterward, thinking a world apart. With the sound of hurried footsteps, Xiaokai burst into the study, breathless. Your highness. Yuan set his brush down, asking, what is the matter that has you so flustered? We must go find his majesty at once. Xiaokai exclaimed, but there's no rush. My father is currently overwhelmed with issues regarding taxes from the northern nomads. It is not the right time for us to visit. Since you are here, why not help me discern the differences between these two paintings? Xiaokai approached, glancing briefly before pointing to Yuan's work. This one is lifeless, as if it has lost its very essence. That Yuan scrutinized the two nearly identical paintings, noting that every stroke and weight seemed the same. Yet upon closer inspection, they felt entirely different. That if you find it dull, you may browse some books that pique your interest, he suggested. Xiaokai lowered her head, her mood visibly dampened. She began. Yuan shifted the topic, asking, can you write your name? Xiaokai shook her head, no. After a moment's thought, Yuan inquired, can you describe it word by word? Xiaokai raised her head, confidence shining as she declared, I know, Xiaokai, porridge and vegetables. Yuan's expression faltered, akin to seeing a puppy begging for affection, his gaze filled with compassion and tenderness. Realizing that such an expression might not truly respect Xiaokai, He smiled instead, finding amusement in the situation that my mother also said my name bears a beautiful meaning. Xiaokai added that Yuan took a brush and inscribed Xiaocai onto pristine white rice paper, presenting it to her. "This is your name," he said, stepping back a few paces and offering the brush to Xiaokai. "Would you like to try?" Xiaokai gazed at the characters on the paper and shook her head. "No, it's too complicated." That Yuan extended his hand. "Let me teach you." To Xiaocai's gaze shifted from the paper to Yuan's face, where kindness and encouragement resided. Her eyes then moved to his pale, slender hand. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand atop his. That it was warm, not as devoid of warmth as it appeared. That Yuan demonstrated the proper way to hold the brush, then wrote a sample before passing the brush to Xiaokai. Signaling for her to give it as, she gripped the brush. Her hand trembled uncontrollably, the strokes on the paper failing to align, mirroring her racing heart. Observing this, Yuan moved behind her, guiding her hand gently as he whispered, "Don't be nervous, first." Xiaokai could only follow his lead, but she soon noticed the pressure of his hand lessening, allowing her to take control of the brush's movement. Eventually, his hand withdrew silently, unnoticed by Xiaokai. When she finally lifted her head, Yuan had vanished without a trace. The desk was strewn with papers inscribed with Xiaocai. Xiaokai could perceive Yuan's gaze. After all, what beggar in this world was oblivious to the subtleties of another's expression? Regardless of how unappealing or lowly the name might sound, it was the only thing her mother had left her. Outside the study, Yuan's eyes were cold, a trace of mockery gracing his lips. Who would have thought that the one wishing for my demise would be him? Has he grown so impatient? Your Highness. Shall I take action? Shan Qingyu inquired. That Yuan smiled. No need. We are all family. While he may disregard our kinship, I cannot neglect my father. Then shall we let this matter rest? Even you, Your Highness, must find it hard to swallow this grievance. It's a pity you treated him so well, only to discover he is a smiling tiger, stabbing from behind. Yuan replied, "Let it be. At least I remain unscathed. That it is not out of magnanimity. He has already yielded to me so many times. So I shall allow him this one. It is not too great a loss." Upon returning to the study, Yuan found Xiaokai deeply engrossed in her writing, as if she aimed to merge herself with the brush, the ink, and the rice paper. Yet, each stroke seemed a mismatched assembly. "Xiaokai, take a break," he suggested. She acknowledged. That Yuan settled on the floor, asking, "Would you like to hear a story?" Xiaokai nodded earnestly, replying, "Yes." Once, there was a wealthy man whose son was born in a year when his business thrived, and the family fortune grew. Everyone claimed that the newly born little prince had brought luck to the family, and in his joy, the father rewarded all the servants. Thus, the little prince was cherished by the entire family, and each member sincerely adored him. However, one day, 3 years later, someone informed the wealthy man that his little prince was actually a harbinger of doom, destined to cause the death of his wife. Naturally, the man did not believe it, nor did anyone else. Yet, not long after, his wife passed away, and from then on, everyone deemed him a bringer of misfortune. Although the wealthy man could not abandon his son, he could no longer love him, for he had taken away his beloved wife. Despite his lack of affection, the wealthy man made it clear to everyone that only this son would inherit the family fortune. Throughout, no one ever asked the boy what he desired. Adults could never comprehend that a child under 3 years old could not fathom the significance of the titles bestowed upon him. Once he turned 3, he began to slowly grasp everything. Yet he was still forced to accept things he found uninteresting, that he had no choice in the matter, nor even a healthy body to carry him through. After a brief silence, Xiaokai spoke. "Your Highness, could you teach me to write your name?" Yuan was taken aback. He could not fathom why Xiaokai wished to write his name, yet he stood and agreed. This time, Xiaocai's grip on the brush was not as tense as before, and her strokes flowed steadily. When she finished the final stroke of Xiaokai said, "My name is Xiaokai. My mother hoped that whenever we eat porridge, there would be vegetables to accompany it. Your name is Yuan. Surely, it carries your mother's hopes as well." That Yuan smiled softly, choosing not to respond. "That I once heard my uncle mention that the character was indeed the name my mother bestowed upon herself. However, over the years, I have never contemplated its meaning." "Xiaokai, I know, Your Highness, that you are the young master from the story. This is your fate, and you must accept it." Yuan looked at Xiaokai in disbelief, expecting her to at least offer some comforting words. Yet she was taken aback by such a statement. She was distinctly different from others, and curiosity welled up within her about the experiences that this young woman had endured. Xiaocai's departing figure was etched in an instant in Yuyan's mind, resembling a distant mountain, an ethereal and surreal presence, exuding a solitary and cool aura, a resolute posture that made one irresistibly drawn to uncover her mysteries. Recalling their first encounter, she emerged from darkness with an air of intrigue, evoking a sense of otherworldliness. The yellowed pages of a book recount the eucalyptus tree, a type of evergreen with a tall and straight trunk. Resilient wood, also known as the jade tree. Yuan set aside the tattered book, pondering if her mother had wished for her to embody the uprightness and steadfastness of the eucalyptus tree. She couldn't help but chuckle at herself. Xiaocai's name had a straightforward meaning, easily attainable. Perhaps she would disappoint her mother, who had passed away too early. Uprightness. Impossible. Steadfastness. Surviving to this day could be considered resolute, but dodging the arrows of countless adversaries was no easy feat. He could not comprehend why society was so fond of shackling themselves and their loved ones, even names becoming a burden of expectation. Did names imbued with meaning truly guide one's path? Did they possess divine power? Yuan closed her eyes, reclining beside the desk, as the wind from outside stirred the rice paper inscribed with Xiaocai and Yuyan's names, some fluttering out the window, while others spiraled within the room, landing upon Yuan that he harbored a profound hatred for this world, for his mother, for his father, for everyone, that he had never yearned for anything. Heaven had granted him fame only to snatch it away effortlessly. His mother had once cherished him, yet he could scarcely recall her visage. His father had bestowed upon him the coveted title of Crown Prince, which had ensnared him in a vortex of slaughter. None had ever inquired whether he desired these things. Why was it assumed they could be given without consent? Was he a beggar? By the autumn waters of the garden in the Chung residence, a young woman adorned with a white flower hairpin sat pensively at the edge of a pavilion, her head resting against a supporting pillar as she gazed at the melancholic waters. Her silhouette was slender and solitary, her demeanor reminiscent of a masterpiece. Imbued with an ink-like elegance, the pond lay barren, yet ripples danced across its surface. Cheng Xiaoshu observed the distant figure of Huashu and pondered aloud. Sister. Don't you think Huashu has been acting strangely of late? Cheng Wushi replied. Huashu has maintained a close relationship with the Bai Nyangsong Shu wine house for 3 years. Their passing must surely have been a significant blow to her. It is understandable that she is feeling down. Cheng Xiaoshu, assuming a wise demeanor, shook his head. No, that is not it. Huashu has been overly gentle and approachable lately. Cheng Wushi, is that not a good thing? Cheng Xiaoshu, sister, have you forgotten? Since Huashu came to our home 3 years ago, her temperament has been erratic, sometimes tender, sometimes aloof. But recently, she has been consistently gentle, which is quite peculiar. Cheng Wushi chuckled at her brother's overreaction. Does Xiaoshu have a tendency for masochism? I think Huashu's change is perfectly fine. Perhaps she has simply evolved. Even you have become more sensible. Why should Huashu not become gentler? Cheng Xiaoshu. Really? Cheng Wushi. Of course. But this matter must not be mentioned again. If Huashu hears it, she will be saddened. Do you understand, silly brother? Cheng Xiaoshu, begrudgingly complying yet unable to quell his curiosity, reluctantly agreed. Very well. However, the ever-curious Xiaoshu could not let this rest. He swiftly turned to the servant quarters, standing outside Huashu's room. Cheng Xiaoshu glanced around to ensure no one was watching before cautiously pushing open the door and stepping inside. The room was impeccably tidy, revealing the thoughts of a young lady. Upon entering, a delicate scent of incense wafted through the air, sweet and refreshing, that a petite pot of magnolia graced the bedside, its pale yellow blossoms in bloom. The dressing table was neatly adorned with hairpins, rouge, and eyeliner. After a thorough search yielded no results, Cheng Xiaoshu was about to give up when he found himself inexplicably drawn to Huashu's bed. He murmured, "The heavens and the earth bear witness. Cheng Xiaoshu harbors no disrespect towards Sister Huashu." With that, he lifted the pillow and discovered a folded piece of paper resembling a letter beneath it. The letter read, "The peach tree stands by the dew well, with the plum tree beside it." Cheng Xiaoshu pondered. The peach tree stands by the dew well, with the plum tree beside it. A worm gnaws at the peach roots, and the plum tree takes the peach's place in death. But how does Sister Huashu know of the poems from the UFO anthology before arriving at the Chung residence? Huashu had been a destitute wanderer. One day, while Chung Shaosher was out with Chung Wushi purchasing candied hawthorn, they fortuitously encountered Huashu, who had been trampled underfoot at that time. She had no name. When asked, she merely shook her head, leading them to believe she was mute. It was uncertain whether she possessed the ability to perceive the hearts of people. But when Chung Wushi intended to help her, she silently followed them home, and thus she was named Huashu. Chung Shaosher lamented, "I never expected that 3 years would pass so swiftly, and Huashu has changed so much. Not only does she know the poems from the UFO anthology, but her handwriting is also remarkably beautiful. She possesses an exceptional talent for painting. Were one unaware, they might truly believe she was a lady of high standing. No, ordinary ladies of high standing cannot compare to Huashu. She surpasses them by far." After some self-reflection, he returned everything to its original place and quietly departed. "Speaking of which, I do feel a craving for candied hawthorn, sweet and sour, delectable." Chung Shaosher dismissed his concerns. Feeling much lighter in spirit, his hair tied up high, swaying from side to side, much like his own proud and unruly nature. The young woman seated in the pavilion bore a troubled expression. Yet her skin was as flawless and delicate as congealed fat. Tears lingered in her eyes, and her demeanor was sorrowful, occasionally stifling sobs that escaped her throat. It seemed as though an ocean of grief lay concealed within her heart. Yet no one was there to listen. Chapter 17. A glimpse of Dawn Huashu, the first daughter of the wealthiest merchant in the Moonstring Kingdom, Chung Taixing's household servant. Aged 20.3 years ago, she was a beggar wandering the streets, until a chance encounter led the eldest daughter, Chung Wushi, to bring her home and bestow upon her the name Huashu. She became Chung Wushi's personal maid, enjoying a status far above that of ordinary servants. According to other servants in the Chung residence, Huashu had been favored by the Chung siblings since her arrival, due to her quiet demeanor and diligent work ethic. She had no particular hobbies, often staying by Chung Wushi's side or remaining in her own room, occasionally venturing out to buy wine. Yun Danyin concluded her lengthy monologue with a sigh, hands on her hips, as she exhaled. Yue Yin rested her head on her hand, tilting it as she listened to Yun Danyin's recitation. "Already feeling drowsy, did I ask that all?" Yun Danyin nodded yes. Yue Yin gently rubbed her temples, straightened her posture, one hand obscuring the wide sleeve of her robe, while the other lifted to pour a stream of golden tea into her cup. As the tea filled the cup, she slowly inquired. 3 questions. First, where did she stay before entering the Chung residence? What was her origin? Second, what is her disposition? Third, does she have any living relatives? After speaking, the cup of hot tea was perfectly filled, and she raised her gaze, her eyes sharp, as she looked at Yun Danyin. Just then, an autumn breeze swept in uninvited, gently caressing the back of Yun Danyin's neck, sending a chill through her, causing her to blink rapidly in astonishment as she stared at Yue Yin. "Yun Danyin," stammered she. Yue Yin leisurely sipped her tea, her previously pale lips gaining a hint of color from the warmth, yet her aura remained chillingly formidable. The petite teacup exhaled steam, and Yun Danyin dared not breathe too loudly. Swallowing nervously, she had never been adept at such inquiries. Murder was her forte. Yue Yin coolly commanded, "Leave, and return once you have uncovered the truth." Yun Danyin swiftly complied, "Yes, Your Highness," and vanished from the study in the blink of an eye. Yue Yin rose and approached the painting of the winter-esque shadow. Such exquisite and delicate brushwork, such a vivid and enchanting piece. Could such artistry truly emanate from a servant? 3 years prior, she had been a starving wanderer. And now she had produced such a masterpiece that if not for divine providence, then it must be due to remarkable deceit. There was no other possibility. Yue Yin suddenly recalled the day he had intentionally assisted Huashu at the Bai Nyangtsang Shu entrance. The softness of her hand, smooth and delicate, was hardly that of a maid. Moreover, she had once been a destitute wanderer, but a person's beauty, much like a flower, is nurtured over time. Skin, too, cannot achieve such perfection in just a few years. At that moment, another woman's hands flashed through his mind. Her palms bore 2 long scars, her fingertips rough. As Yue Yin stared intently at the painting, his vision blurred momentarily, and suddenly a revelation struck, causing him to take 2 steps back. Then another 2, until the painting appeared to merge seamlessly with the wall, indistinguishable from one another. A bold, Astonishing, an unprecedented arrangement crystallized in an instant. This is how he had inadvertently led Wang Dafu into the wrong room. But if that were the case, it would render the Song-Shu couple's guilt even less plausible. To ensure everything unfolded as he desired, he must be present to restore order. Qingyu, with a gentle call. Yuan summoned forth a shadowy figure, whose dual crescent-shaped blades gleamed with a chilling silver light at his waist. Qingyu bowed his head respectfully, addressing him as Your Highness. His gaze would forever remain steadfastly fixed upon the prince. As long as the prince required him, he would always be present. Thus, the mere opening of Yuan's lips, even without uttering a sound, would summon him instantly. Yuan turned to scrutinize Qingyu from head to toe. He wore a rough, deep green cloth garment, its sleeves bound with deep brown ties to prevent any excess fabric from hindering his movements. That a similar tie encircled his waist, facilitating agile and swift actions. The hat, in the same color scheme as his attire, almost concealed his entire face, while a fearsome metallic wolf mask obscured his true visage, revealing only two braids cascading from his forehead and a pair of eyes emanating a cold, vigilant aura, as if capable of perceiving everything. Change into something more appropriate and remove that mask from your face. Accompany me to a certain place, Yuan commanded with a wave of his hand, urging Qingyu to hurry, that he couldn't quite grasp Qingyu's peculiar taste, which seemed utterly chaotic. Qingyu, responding with a vigorous affirmation, hesitated, appearing to struggle with unspoken words. There's something else? Yuan inquired. Qingyu stammered. Your Highness, is it that you find my attire peculiar? His face, hidden beneath the mask, flushed with embarrassment. It seemed he had been wearing this garb since he first came to serve the prince, leading him to feel utterly humiliated at the thought of appearing strange in the prince's eyes. Times, Yuan couldn't help but wonder if Qingyu and Yun Dan Yen were long-lost siblings, their souls having swapped identities in the cycle of reincarnation, resulting in their utterly mismatched personalities. Do you know that a group of people is waiting outside the door? Yuan asked as they prepared to leave. Qingyu nodded earnestly. Find someone of similar height and build and borrow an outfit from him, Yuan instructed. Yes, Your Highness, Qingyu replied respectfully. Yuan shook his head at Qingyu's robust form, thinking to himself, he is still just a boy who knows only obedience and the art of combat. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Qingyu returned to the study, now donning new attire but appearing quite unnatural. Your Highness, is this acceptable? He asked of him. Yuan replied. Upon exiting the palace gates, they found themselves on Chongning Avenue, the broadest street in Shilu, bustling with people brushing past one another. In recent years, the fortune of the Moonxian Kingdom had flourished, and the populace enjoyed a prosperous life, evident in their diverse clothing styles and colors. Yet, among the multitude, it seemed that 1 in 10 men donned red garments. Yuan's expression turned icy, for he had unwittingly become a part of this gaudy trend. When did it become fashionable for men in Shilu to wear red? I was completely unaware, Yuan remarked coolly, though Qingyu detected the subtle shift in his tone. Your Highness, you typically venture out only at night, so it is understandable that you are unaware. Ever since the young master of the Qing family began to extol your fondness for red 2 years ago, it has become a trend for men to wear red in Shilu. Qingyu explained. Yuan couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. My shackles have become a source of amusement for you all. Why must everyone be so similar? Young women frequently turned their heads, and without the mask to obscure his identity, Qingyu's bronze skin flushed with embarrassment, even though he knew they were not gazing at him. The Hanmo Yixin shop in Shilu's East Market displayed dozens of paintings, each showcasing distinct subjects, techniques, and styles, all by the most favored artists among the upper echelons of society in recent years. Within the Hanmo Yixin, the paintings adorned the walls, spaced only a finger's breadth apart. The verdant mountains and lively birds leapt off the paper, as if the mountains were right before them and the birds could take flight at any moment. A half-rolled painting of peonies and apricot blossoms lay on a chicken wing. With easel, Yuan's gaze fell upon a vividly colored New Year painting, densely filled with radiant flowers encircling an auspicious dragon stone. The foreground featured daffodils and roses, while camellias and plum blossoms entwined behind the stone, converging in a harmonious embrace. An elderly man in green approached, expressing his admiration. Young master, you possess a keen eye. This artist's work is vibrant and layered, with excellent symbolism. The various flowers depicted with such lifelike detail surrounding the auspicious dragon stone make it a splendid choice for gifting or displaying at home. Yuan extended his hand and said, "Qingyu." Shan Qingyu placed the painting into Yuan's hands, who then passed it to the elder. "Might there be a painting of even greater quality in your esteemed shop?" "Old sir?" The elder furrowed his brow as he accepted the painting, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction towards the young man before him, if not for their lavish attire, which spoke of some worth. He would not have entertained such an arrogant and disrespectful individual. As the rolled painting unfurled bit by bit. It first revealed a wooden carved window, then a flower bud blooming in fiery red plum blossoms, dusted with delicate snowflakes. The elder's gaze shifted from disinterest to appreciation, ultimately filled with astonishment as he stared intently at the painting, his expression animated as he looked up at Yuan. "Would you be willing to sell this painting?" "I would pay you 3 times the price you initially acquired it for," Yuan replied. "Qingyu." Shan Qingyu interjected, "Please, old sir, return the painting to my master." Though the elder was reluctant, he knew the painting belonged to them. He could not forcibly claim it. With great reluctance, he handed it back to Shan Qingyu, handling it with utmost care, as if fearing it would suffer any harm in his grasp. Yuan meandered through the shop, while the elder followed closely, stooping low that if the young master is willing, "I would gladly exchange anything in the shop with you," Yuan replied coolly. "This painting is by an obscure artist. You, as a merchant, ought to understand that the worth of a painting is inextricably linked to its creator, that if the artist lacks renown, then no matter how exquisite the work, it holds little value." The elder chuckled. "What you say is indeed true. While fine horses may be common, true connoisseurs are rare, hence fine horses are seldom found," Yuan retorted. "Are you implying that you wish to be that discerning connoisseur?" The elder humbly replied, "Not at all, not at all." Yuan continued, "This painting of the winter shadow is a gift from a friend. Selling it to you is out of the question. However, I can disclose the identity of the artist." The elder's cloudy eyes darted about, and he asked with a smile, "What is it that the young master seeks from me?" Yuan replied, "The name and address of the finest detail painter in Shilu." The elder's smile faltered, and with a flick of his sleeve, he retorted, "You too may leave. I won't see you out." Was he to be mocked? If he divulged this information, how could he continue his business? Who would trust him again? Yuan chuckled, "Do you not recognize who I am?" The elder responded defiantly, "How could I know? I care not for your identity. As the saying goes, the emperor and the commoner are equally subject to the law. Even if you were the king, you cannot act with impunity." Yuan smiled. "I am no king, but you must surely recognize this attire, yes?" The elder scoffed. "Is it not just a red outfit? There are countless men in Shilu who dress like you, attempting to imitate the style. Do you think that wearing red makes you the crown prince? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own character." Yuan laughed derisively. "According to your view, what character does the crown prince possess? And what character do I possess?" The elder boldly claimed, "The crown prince is undoubtedly as noble as jade and as resilient as pine, strikingly exceptional, unmatched in the world. How could you, with your delicate appearance, compare? The crown prince possesses the grace of majestic forests, while you are but a frail willow in the wind." Yuan sighed in resignation. "Qingyu, please place the blade against the throat of this loquacious elder and ensure he provides us with the truth." Shan Qingyu replied, "Should I address you as young master or your highness? Does this mean you are acknowledging your status as the crown prince?" He positioned the blade at the elder's neck, emphasizing the need for honest answers. For their master was known for his decisiveness. Shan Qingyu was tall and robust, while the elder was thin and small, making Shan Qingyu's arms appear more formidable than the elder's neck. To claim he was unafraid would be false. Yet he truly did not believe these two could harm him, that if nothing else, as long as he could stall them for a moment, the imperial guards would arrive, and by then, it would be unclear who would be begging for mercy. Yuan strolled leisurely to the elder's front. "This transaction is not a loss for you. I wouldn't dare to threaten you in broad daylight if I feared the imperial guards. Do you believe that?" Yuan took the knife from Shan Qingyu's hand, applying slight pressure, which resulted in a crimson mark appearing on the elder's neck. "That if you believe, you may live. If you do not, you may die at once." "Do you believe?" A sinister and terrifying smile danced in his phoenix-like eyes, instilling a chilling dread in the elder. That he appeared harmless, yet was far more fearsome than a demon. The elder suppressed his fear, steeling his courage to say, "You must first tell me." And then I shall tell you that Yuan smiled faintly. The artist of this painting is a maidservant from the Chung residence, named Hua Shu. The elder chuckled in disbelief. Are you jesting with me, young master? Yuan shrugged indifferently. Whether you believe it is up to you, that it is now your turn to speak. Though the elder was furious, he grudgingly accepted the truth. Wait, which Chung residence? Yuan replied, the Chung residence of Chung Taisheng, the wealthiest merchant in Shilu. The elder, very well. Please hand me a pen, and I shall inscribe his name and address. Shanqingyu carefully placed the pen into the elder's trembling hand as he shakily wrote down the painter's name and residence. Yu Sang took the paper containing the vital information and tucked it away, warning that should she discover the details inscribed were false, she would certainly return to claim his life. The elder scoffed. I am a man who never tells lies. If you doubt me, you may as well kill me now. Yu Sang's lips, pale and devoid of color, curled into a slight smile as she gracefully inclined her head, saying, I appreciate your efforts, esteemed elder. The elder, feeling exasperated, thought to himself how absurd it was. One moment she threatened his life, the next she expressed gratitude. With a sense of resignation, he waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. You two should leave quickly, just don't disturb my business, and I shall be eternally grateful. Chapter 18. A facade of illusion upon exiting the elegant calligraphy hall. Yu Sang sneezed several times in succession, pulling her crimson cloak tighter around herself. With a touch of self-deprecation, she remarked, time to return to the palace. This delicate frame of mine cannot withstand even the slightest breeze. Shanqingyu looked upon his master with concern. Their Royal Highness had endured much on this journey, evading the open hostility of blood relatives while guarding against the treachery of those closest to him. Had it not been for the prince's extraordinary intellect from a young age, he might have long since become fodder for others' ambitions. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Yu Sang promptly shed her red robe and tossed it to Shanqingyu. Unbeknownst to him, a weariness for the vibrant red had begun to settle within her. What once seemed a nuisance now appeared utterly irksome, akin to an inescapable shackle that bound her spirit. Shanqingyu, cradling the robe, followed closely behind. Though their heights were nearly identical, Shanqingyu's physique was considerably more robust than Yu Sang's. He, who was not one for idle chatter, found himself pondering the discontent he sensed in his master, but ultimately chose silence, fearing that his words might only deepen the prince's woes. Little did he realize that this hesitation did not escape Yu Sang's notice, prompting her to halt and inquire, what is it that you wish to express? Yu Sang's voice was somewhat hoarse, and she exuded a delicate fragility. Having been raised in an environment of privilege, her skin was fair and refined, and she bore a striking resemblance to her late mother, combined with the regal bearing of her father, making her exceptionally handsome. However, her frail form rendered her vulnerable, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away, inciting feelings of sympathy in those who beheld her. Shanqingyu nodded, suggesting, Your Highness might consider bringing along Miss Kai on your next outing. With her by your side, you need not. Yu Sang smiled, her lips pale and lacking color. Need not what? Shanqingyu continued. With Miss Kai present, your Highness would not have to don garments you dislike, yet still remain safe. Yu Sang acknowledged this, agreeing that Shanqingyu spoke wisely. Miss Kai was a spirit catcher capable of summoning even the ghostly king, and with her presence she would certainly ensure their safety wherever they ventured. Miss Kai is unlike the rest of you. She is not my attendant and bears no obligation to protect me. However, I must trouble her for this journey, lest I risk the chance of departing and not returning with the same company, he stated as they made their way to the side hall. Very well, Your Highness, Shanqingyu replied. Ji Feng emerged from the quarters, holding Miss Kai's azure robe, and chanced upon Yu Sang seeking her, but he bowed respectfully, Your Highness. Yu Sang inquired, Is Miss Kai in her chambers? Ji Feng responded, She should be in the study of the side hall at this moment. Good. Proceed with your tasks, Yu Sang said, casting a glance at the robe in Ji Feng's hands before heading towards the study. Miss Kai, clad in a green gauze skirt, was half bent over the desk in the study of the Bai Hua Palace's side hall, her gaze resolute, her expression serious, exuding a rare charm that was absent in her usual demeanor. Strands of hair fell upon the rice paper, slowly shifting with her movements, creating haphazard lines upon the still wet surface. The floor was strewn with sheets of rice paper, all bearing the characters Miss Kai written in thick, dark ink without a single gap. The fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the window, mingling with the rich scent of ink to create a unique aroma. Her green skirt stood out vividly, vibrant and full of life, contrasting sharply with the desolate atmosphere of late autumn. Yusang approached and took the pen from Miss Kai's hand, softly admonishing, "You are pressing too hard. The nib is damaged, and thus, no matter how you write, it will not appear beautiful." Miss Kai lifted her head, explaining, "I do not seek beauty. I only wish for correctness." Yet Yusang seemed not to hear her words, retrieving another pen, dipping it in ink, and carefully shaping the nib against the inkstone. As he wrote, he instructed, "The brush must be sharp after being dipped in ink. While writing, gently press the thumb against the shaft to stabilize it to do not be tense, or your wrist will ache from prolonged writing." With that, he handed the pen back to Miss Kai. Miss Kai stood and gazed at Yusang, directly asking, "Is there something you need from me, Your Highness?" It was evident to her that he had come specifically to seek her out. Yusang did not shy away from the truth, stating concisely, "I am leaving the city and require your presence by my side." Without hesitation, Miss Kai replied, "Very well." Their eyes met, a silent negotiation transpiring between them, each seeking to glean some insight from the other's gaze. Yet both, like seasoned merchants, revealed no signs of vulnerability, knowing well they were equally matched adversaries. Yusang continued, "In exchange, what is it that you desire?" Miss Kai paused for a moment before shaking her head, expressing, "I seek nothing that I do not wish to barter for anything further." Yusang insisted, "If there is something you wish, feel free to voice it. In return for your assistance, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. It is best not to owe anything, for one never knows how it may need to be repaid." Miss Kai glanced at the crooked character she had written on the table and at the elegant script penned by Yusang, pointing at the ink and brush, stating, "Teach me how to write." Yusang smiled, for this was a task well within his abilities. That as a child, when no one wished to play with him, he would often lose himself in daydreams. And over time, even that grew tiresome. Consequently, he took to practicing calligraphy, which required immense patience. Thus, he not only developed a fine hand, but also cultivated an exceptional level of patience. Yusang readily agreed. "Very well." Miss Kai stepped out from behind the desk, ready to follow. Yusang interjected, "There is no rush. I have just returned from outside and caught a chill. Let us set out first thing tomorrow morning. Even the most urgent matters must be approached with care for one's own well-being, lest the outcome be counterproductive." After Yusang departed, Miss Kai gathered the rice papers scattered by the wind. In truth, she cared little for the aesthetics of her writing. The beauty of her script seemed of little consequence. No one would praise her, nor would anyone care. She merely wished to avoid becoming a wandering soul after death. For even crooked letters inscribed upon a gravestone could at least affirm her existence, and no matter how exquisite the script, it would not elevate her name to nobility. The following day, just as dawn broke, the three of them set out from the city. For Yusang, who had never ventured beyond the capital, everything outside was a marvel. He had never witnessed such unadorned simplicity. Indeed, ox carts existed in the world, something he had thought to be confined to ancient texts. Suppressing his excitement, he asked casually, "Why have I never seen ox carts in Shilua City?" Shan Qingyu replied, "Ox carts are primarily utilized in the mountains or by the common folk outside the city for transporting firewood, grain, and other heavy goods. Their entry into Shilua City is strictly prohibited." Yusang inquired, "Why is that?" Shan Qingyu explained, "Ox carts are large and can obstruct the passage of other vehicles, detracting from the city's aesthetic and damaging its image." Yusang continued, "And what of those ragged individuals gathered outside the city gates?" Shan Qingyu responded, "They are refugees from other regions, fleeing either natural disasters or man-made calamities." Yusang recalled Dongzhu's earlier mention of the necessity for a public verification to enter the city and asked, "Without such verification, they cannot enter?" "Indeed," Shan Qingyu confirmed. "Knowing they cannot enter the city, why do they linger at the gates? Would it not be wiser to seek shelter from the elements elsewhere?" Yusang pondered. Shan Qingyu speculated, "Perhaps they hold on to a sliver of hope, waiting for a moment when the guards are distracted to slip inside, or they might be hoping for a passerby to offer them some food or money." Yusang queried, "What happens if they are discovered while still outside the city?" "Death by the rough end of a club," Shan Qingyu replied. Yusang fell silent, and Shan Qingyu internally mused that if Yusang were to ask how he knew this, he would tell the truth. Many years ago, He himself had been among the refugees, having witnessed his parents perish at the hands of a mob that in his rebellion. He earned recognition and was subsequently thrust into the harrowing training of the Shadow Guards. Emerging from that infernal realm that he had survived through hatred, but now, with the presence of the prince and the soothing clouds of smoke, he found that hatred was gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, Miss Kai, who had remained quiet, walked ahead with steady steps, while Yu Sang, positioned in the middle, felt sweat threatening to roll down his forehead. He could scarcely believe he was outpaced by a mere girl. With a sigh, he lamented his condition. Shan Qingyu inquired, "Your Highness, would you like to take a moment to rest?" Yu Sang asked, "How much longer do we have to travel?" Shan Qingyu glanced at the map, estimating, "We likely have about another hour of travel." Yu Sang sighed, "Very well. Let us continue onward." Faced with companions who could go an entire day without uttering a word, he, who typically preferred silence, found himself becoming quite the chatterbox that as they traversed a forest adorned with vibrant autumn leaves that blotted out the sun. A modest courtyard soon came into view. The thatched roof, walls of red mud, and a door crafted from uneven wooden sticks formed a quaint yet charming dwelling that in the courtyard, seasonal vegetables and fruits flourished. Yet an incongruous circular mound, adorned with a riot of colorful blossoms, stood out remarkably that appeared quite peculiar. The courtyard seemed devoid of life, with only the whispering wind breaking the silence that as dusk deepened. The sky transformed into a crimson hue, and a mist rose above the reeds. Yu Shang turned to see a middle-aged woman scrutinizing them. "Yu Shang, are you Master Shin the painter?" "Shin Yu Ming, indeed. Your ability to find this place is commendable. Please come in." "Yu Shang, is Master Shin not curious about our identities?" Shin Yu Ming retorted, "Are you not here in search of me?" Yu Shang, "Naturally." Shin Yu Ming, "Guests are always welcome. Please do come in." The gravel path leading to the room unexpectedly bore a tiny flower, causing Xiao Kai to pause momentarily, standing still until everyone had passed before she moved on. Yu Shang was once again captivated by the large floral arrangement in the courtyard. Shin Yu Ming poured tea for the three of them, inquiring, "What is the relationship between you two?" Pointing at Shan Qingyu. He continued, "I recognize him. He must be your servant, young master. But the connection with this young lady seems elusive." Yu Shang, "A friend." Shin Yu Ming smiled and asked, "What kind of friend?" Yu Shang, "An ordinary friend." Shin Yu Ming, "The young master is draped in the colors of dusk, while the young lady is clad in hues of reed, quite harmonious. Is it not intentional?" Yu Shang's expression faltered for a moment. Then she chuckled, "Merely a coincidence." Shin Yu Ming regarded the perpetually silent Xiao Kai with a knowing gaze, a gentle smile gracing his features that a gust of wind stirred the fallen maple leaves into the air. And Yu Shang bent to retrieve a half-completed painting that had been blown to her feet. The artwork depicted a maple forest with vividly detailed leaves, and three figures within it resembled a perfectly harmonious family. Yu Shang, "Who are the figures in the painting?" Shin Yu Ming paused, examining the piece closely before responding with a smile. "Is it not obvious? A family of three that Yu Shang. Master Shin's family?" Shin Yu Ming immediately denied this. "Certainly not. I am all alone, without family." He then asked, "What is it that you seek from me?" Yu Shang, "I have heard that Master Shin excels in fine painting, and seeing it firsthand confirms this. The spirit and details of your work are indeed remarkable, making you one of the finest painters in the entire Moonstring Kingdom. However, I have a question I wish to consult you on." Shin Yu Ming did not exhibit pride from Yu Shang's praise. Instead, he responded with a calm demeanor. "What is it?" Yu Shang, "Can paintings in this world truly render the boundary between reality and illusion indistinguishable?" An intriguing question that to achieve such a feat is indeed challenging, requiring the artist to possess an intimate understanding of the environment, along with extraordinary skill, something beyond the capabilities of most. Yu Shang, "Most cannot. But Master Shun can, correct?" Shin Yu Ming, "It is not entirely impossible to shape a microcosm within a larger environment. For instance, I could depict a window on a wall without an actual opening, or conceal a paper amidst a cluster of maple leaves from a distance. These seem unproblematic, yet upon closer inspection, the flaws become apparent." Yu Shang, "Might Master Shin demonstrate this?" Shin Yu Ming, "I apologize, but I injured my wrist while chopping wood a few days ago." Yu Shang cast a glance at the freshly chopped firewood in the corner, lamenting the inability to witness Master Shen paint. Might such a talented master have any disciples? If one cannot see Master Shen's work, observing your beloved pupil would certainly alleviate a significant regret. Shen Yuming gently caressed the rim of his teacup. In this secluded mountain forest, who would seek me out to learn? Yu Shang. Surely, if Master Shen were willing to accept a disciple, this grove of red maples would be trampled by eager students. Shen Yuming chuckled softly, remaining silent. Yu Shang. Qing Yu, present the gift I prepared for Master Shen. Shan Qing Yu offered a cotton pen case with both hands, and Shen Yuming graciously accepted it. Expressing his gratitude. Yu Shang. Within this case are the finest brushes, hard wolf hair, goat hair, and others that I have gathered the best I could find, as I have heard different types of painting require varying degrees of softness and hardness in brush tips. Though I am not well versed in this, Shen Yuming accepted without hesitation. I appreciate it greatly. Yu Shang. The tranquility of Maple Mountain must be something Master Shen cherishes, that I apologize for the intrusion. I bid you farewell. Shen Yuming rose and asked, what is the name of the young lady beside you? I find her quite delightful. Xiao Kai, who had remained silent throughout their conversation, suddenly looked at Shen Yuming in disbelief. You like me? Shen Yuming approached her and gently patted her head. You are a humble and kind young lady. I like you very much. Tears welled in Xiao Kai's eyes as a long-forgotten yet familiar emotion surged within her. I am Xiao Kai. Shen Yuming, with a gentle expression, smiled softly. If you ever wish to, you may visit me any time, that I would be glad to teach you how to paint. Xiao Kai. Really? Is it true? Shen Yuming. Yes, truly, Yu Shang. The flowers Master Shen cultivates are exquisite. Shen Yuming's demeanor shifted, his previous warmth vanishing as he replied coldly. No matter how beautiful the flowers bloom, beneath them lie the decaying filth of maggots. What is there to praise? It is merely a fade. Seemingly disturbed by Yu Shang's remarks, Shen Yuming turned away, leaving behind a cold silhouette for the three of them. Chapter 19. The scholar adorned with flowers as they descended the mountain. Evening had set in. The wind in the forest resembled the cries of wild beasts, perhaps even more terrifying. Echoes of wailing, fluctuating in volume, filled the air, while a few small stones rolled to their feet, provoking a flurry of thoughts. Xiao Kai quietly took Yu Shang's hand, silently assuring him of her presence. She recalled a time in her youth when she had lost her way. Trembling in fear by the roadside, weeping until her mother found her, taking her hand without uttering a word, yet offering profound comfort. Gradually, the wind began to subside, and a dense blanket of clouds gave way to a fiery sunset, akin to raging flames that spread across the sky, not to dispel the darkness, but to burn within it, as if destined to consume everything in its path. Yu Shang murmured to himself. Isn't the fiery sunset a phenomenon of summer? It is quite rare in this late autumn. However, such an unusual occurrence could hardly be deemed a good omen that I in the stillness of the evening. It felt as though something was about to emerge from the earth, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Yu Shang. This place is unsuitable for lingering. We should hasten our departure. Xiao Kai. It is too late. Yu Shang. What do you mean, Xiao Kai? He has already arrived. No, he has been following us all along. Yu Shang. Who is he? Xiao Kai looked at Yu Shang, shaking her head. I do not know. Something beneath their feet seemed to surge upward, prompting Yu Shang to shift his stance. Beneath his foot, a glimpse of stark white emerged. Shan Qing Yu brushed aside the surface soil, preparing to examine it, when suddenly, that object erupted from the ground, bouncing up and rolling to Yu Shang's feet. Before he could discern what lay at his feet, the sound of the earth cracking erupted once more. The crackling noise resonating from all directions that in an instant, the entities beneath the surface broke free, soon filling the rugged mountain path. Yu Shang was utterly astonished. Each of them was a severed human head, their hollow eye sockets fixated directly upon him. The crimson glow of the sunset illuminated the stark white skulls, casting a flowing aura that resembled flames burning fiercely upon each cranium in ancient times. Those who sought to illuminate virtue to the world must first govern their nation. To govern their nation, they must first rectify their family. To rectify their family, they must first cultivate themselves. To cultivate themselves, they must first set their hearts in order. The sound of recitation echoed in the air, revealing that the speaker was deeply engrossed in their reading, thoroughly enjoying the experience that a hearty laugh followed. Are you three heading into the city? Would you allow me to accompany you? The voice drew closer. I am but a scholar from afar, here to participate in the imperial examinations that I have wandered here and lost my way. Lingering for quite some time, that I hope my reading has not disturbed you. His tone was earnest. Yu Shang silently scoffed. What scholar would wander in such a desolate place? Moreover, one need not travel this path to reach the city. Surely, he is either a villain or something inhuman. The sound of bones creaking echoed sharply, a piercing and grating noise that in the dim and murky atmosphere. Mist swirled, and a hazy figure began to materialize. Moving swiftly, with a slender silhouette that appeared to sway as if freshly emerged from water. There was no need for speculation. It was evident what this entity was. An empty garment would not sway in such a manner. Shan Qingyu stepped forward, fear evident in his posture. His grip on the dual blades tightened instinctively, clearly aware that this was beyond his capacity to contend with. Yet, much like in combat, victory and defeat mattered less than the courage to act. Rather than passively awaiting a blow, Xiao Kai softly urged him to step aside, her two simple words resonating with the force of 1,000 soldiers. A scholar strolls upon a skull, adorned with a square black scholar's cap, from which blooms a large blood-red ghost flower, its petals unfurling in delicate splendor, a vision of exquisite beauty. The scholar smiles, his fox-like eyes tinged with vibrant shades of peach, his gaze narrowed into a mere slit. While his sharply defined chin betrays a cunning mind, insidious and sly, all too evident upon his countenance, Tio think there is even a spirit catcher among them. How exhilarating! Xiao Kai remarks, I did not bring a lamp today. The scholar squints, a mischievous expression plastered across his face, and playfully inquires. And then, Xiao Kai, meeting his gaze, calmly replies, You have no choice. The scholar, unfazed, continues his flirtatious banter. Oh dear little girl, I shall not be your adversary today. What I desire is the body behind you. He. Noticing that Xiao Kai shows no intent to retreat, he realizes their hands are intertwined, and in astonishment, he bursts into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Goodness gracious! A spirit catcher has a lover. Ha ha ha! Xiao Kai retorts that is not the case. The scholar ceases his wild laughter, squinting as he appraises Xiao Kai. If he is not your lover, why hold his hand? Xiao Kai responds, It pertains to you. Were it not for your desire for his body, he would not be frightened, and I would not hold his hand. That in shock, the scholar finally opens his eyes wide, only to erupt into laughter once more. Heavens! The world is in decline. Ha ha ha! Let them all be cast into the pig's cage. Xiao Kai, with an expression devoid of emotion, gazes at the nearly deranged scholar, takes a deep breath, bites her finger, and murmurs, Yama's emissaries, the four beasts of the netherworld, by my fresh blood, bind the wandering spirits, king of ghosts, to me, come swiftly. Blood transforms into a mist at her fingertips, and Tumi, garbed in white, appears beside Xiao Kai, awaiting her next command. The scholar finally senses something amiss, pointing a ghostly white finger at Xiao Kai in terror. You are not a spirit catcher. You are before he can finish. Xiao Kai softly calls, Tumi kill. Her tone is as calm and composed as if inviting someone to dinner. Tumi reaches for the scholar's head, her long hair and white attire billowing as she lunges towards him. The ghost flower adorning the skull falls perfectly into the eye socket, a fist-sized void. The red and white figures entwine like silken ribbons, the wind howling like a war drum. Before long, Tumi is defeated, and the scholar drags her by the foot toward Xiao Kai, his arrogance palpable. Little girl, you have lost. Xiao Kai's eyes brim with tears as she releases her grip on Yuan's hand. Clenching her fists and fixing her gaze on the scholar, he laughs. Ah, just a little girl. And when you lose, you know to cry. Oh, how pitiful. A muddy cloud-patterned shoe strikes the scholar's head, knocking off his scholar's cap. Rather than anger, he chuckles. Oh dear girl, are you in a fit of rage? He then tosses the injured Tumi toward Xiao Kai. Shan Qingyu catches Tumi but dares not look directly at her, gently laying her down. Xiao Kai's eyes suddenly manifest two blood-red arrays, and from the skull behind the scholar, countless black hands emerge, creating a cacophony of cracking bones that a crimson-black mist swirls above as the gates of hell swing open. A faint smile graces Xiao Kai's lips as she whispers, Let us play, before turning away, indifferent to the chaos unfolding behind her. Xiao Kai reaches for Yuan. Give me the dagger. Yuan snaps back to reality and hands the dagger to Shan Qingyu, who then passes it to Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai slashes her 10 fingers, blood instantly staining her palms. Even Shan Qingyu, who considers himself somewhat ruthless, cannot help but frown, while Xiao Kai does not flinch. As though the pain were not her own, Xiao Kai presses her palm against Tumi's, Yama's emissaries, the 4 beasts of a netherworld. I offer my blood as a sacrifice, Tumi as a puppet, 1,000 threads entwining the bones. I am the master. My fingers command the threads that as she speaks. Fine red threads appear on Tumi, spreading across her joints, each thread connecting to Xiao Kai's 10 fingers, transforming Tumi into a puppet in Xiao Kai's hands. Go, Tumi. The skeleton frame senses a more powerful presence, instinctively retreating into the black hole from whence it came, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Kai raises her right index finger, and Tumi kicks the scholar under the chin. As he attempts to seize Tumi's foot, Xiao Kai bends her finger downward and raises her middle finger, prompting Tumi to perform a somersault, evading the scholar's grasp and delivering a kick to his back, causing him to stumble almost comically. The scholar claps in manic delight. Haha, splendid, splendid! Much faster than before. Suddenly, he drops to his knees, caught between laughter and tears. Oh, please, grant me my body. Ha ha ha. Seizing the moment, he rises and subdues Tumi, flaunting his shamelessness. Oh dear, what to do? I've caught you. Xiao Kai removes her other shoe and hurls it at the scholar, who dodges with a smirk, only to be met with a slap to the face. His jet-black hair, blown by the wind, clings to his ghostly white cheek as he gapes at Xiao Kai, finally showing a hint of normalcy. Yet the next moment he laughs again. Ha ha ha. Oh heavens. Someone tell me what this girl truly is. Ha ha. I'm terrified. A glint of ferocity flashes in Xiao Kai's eyes, a side never seen by Yuan, as she enunciates, You have harmed Tumi. You will suffer greatly. In a state of panic, the scholar loosens his grip on Tumi, his arms drooping helplessly as he collapses to the ground, pleading, Don't kill me, don't kill me. Tears stream down his face as he buries his head in the skull. Sobbing, Please don't kill me. A pale, slender hand emerges from within the skull. Realizing something is amiss, Yuan gasps, Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai leaps to the right, pulling Tumi aside just as the skull crashes down upon them. The scholar sits up, howling with laughter, tears streaming down his face, a comical sight. You wretches, you are all wretches. You deserve it. Ha 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 ha. He alternates between hurling insults at Xiao Kai and Tumi and laughing heartily. Xiao Kai, irritated by his antics, furrows her brow and calmly commands, Be quiet. The scholar, now even more unruly, retorts, Why should I? I refuse to be silent. How dare a mere woman command me? Even if you were to kill me. You are but a worthless thing, a wretched creature destined for a life of confinement. Yuan gazes down at the scholar, lifting his eyelids slightly, disdain etched across his face. What are you when defeated? You resort to slander. Today, you lose to a woman, and you insult her. Tomorrow, should you lose to a stray dog, will you howl at it as well? Your heart is impure, your posture crooked, and your virtue non-existent. You are a filthy thing, utterly revolting. The scholar sprawls beneath Yuan's feet, his clothes tattered, hair disheveled, and his face smeared with tears and snot, resembling a beggar. Yuan stands tall, his garment billowing like the hues of a sunset. Gazing down at the scholar with an air of divine superiority, as if he were a celestial being surveying the mire below. The scholar pinches his palm, rising with exaggerated flair. My heavens! Ha ha ha! Here lies a shameless individual. How noble are you? How does it feel to be coddled by a woman? Ha ha ha! Yuan replies calmly, I feel fortunate that I am sincerely grateful that, had Xiao Kai not been by my side today, the consequences would have been dire. The scholar spits at Yuan. Bah! Shan Qingyu reacts swiftly, raising his sleeve to shield you in Yuan's size, though I do not know how you met your demise. It is clear you deserved it. In a fit of rage, the scholar lunges at Yuan, only to have Tumi break both his arms, causing him to laugh through the pain. Ha ha ha! How it hurts! It hurts! Ha ha! Tears and snot stream into his mouth as he cries out. Tumi twists the scholar's neck back with a snap, bloodshot eyes glaring at Xiao Kai, while he continues to curse and shout. Wretched girl! Wretched girl! I curse you to die a terrible death. You cannot kill me. Ha ha! Xiao Kai raises her hands to her chest, palms facing each other, red threads appearing on Tumi's hands. Tumi places her hands beside the scholar's head. And as Xiao Kai slowly brings her hands together, the scholar's head begins to deform, ultimately exploding with a crunch, leaving nothing but ashes and strands of hair. Tumi cradles the hair, and Xiao Kai glances at her. Take it back, Tumi done in an instant. Tumi transforms into a wisp of smoke and vanishes, the skull disintegrating into dust, and the strange fiery clouds in the sky dissipating, replaced by a beautiful silver moon. Shanqing cannot help but ask, Xiao Kai, was that scholar a ghost? Xiao Kai shakes her head. No, Shanqing presses. Then what was he, a monster? Xiao Kai replies, the scholar was merely a wisp of a soul. Tumi could have easily dealt with him. The hair that just now lay in Tumi's hands is truly a formidable vessel, one might even say a magical artifact. Once it becomes host to a spirit, it becomes exceedingly difficult to contend with. Even that pile of skulls is but an illusion, a truly powerful talisman. Were it a common person, they would likely have been frightened to death by now. Yuan. Whose hair is that, Xiao Kai? I do not know. Perhaps it belongs to a person who died a tragic death. Laden with resentment, that Yuan grasped Xiao Kai's wrist and lifted it, revealing that her palms were already a gruesome sight. Flesh torn and raw, resembling the skin being cruelly peeled away from bone. For some reason, his eyes ached. He could not fathom how a woman could inflict such severe harm upon herself without the slightest hesitation. Yuan. I am sorry, Miss Xiao, C.I.It is I who have implicated you, Xiao Kai. Your Highness, please let go. It hurts. The word slipped from her lips before she realized it, astonished that she had uttered the word hurt. It had been so long since she last spoke it, so long that she could scarcely remember. What is happening? Is it that living in the Eastern Palace renders one weak? Back when her leg was twisted and broken, she had not uttered a word of pain. When a stone the size of a bowl struck her head and soaked her clothes in blood, she had not complained either. Even when her blood almost ran dry, she remained indifferent. What has changed now? Yuan removed his outer garments and took away Shan Qingyu's dagger, cutting a large piece of clean silk from his inner robes to bandage Xiao Kai's wounds before donning his outer robe once more. Miss Xiao Kai, rest assured, upon our return to the palace, I shall procure the finest medicine to tend to your wounds, ensuring that no scars remain on your delicate hands. Xiao Kai, merely a few scars. They are hardly worth mentioning, and she did not mind. She chose to say little, using the fewest words to conclude the matter. If one were to ask her if she regretted accompanying Yuan, she would not. Xiao Kai's waist-length hair bore no adornment save for a single red ribbon, which danced lightly in the moonlight. Chapter 20. Who is she? 16 years ago, on a night when rain fell like pillars. Within a dilapidated thatched house in Putongren village, the anguished cries of a woman mingled with the howling winds outside, rendering the night unbearable. The woman's clothes were soaked, her forehead glistening with beads of perspiration that were indistinguishable from raindrops. Or perhaps both mingled together. She grasped the bloodied umbilical cord and bit down hard. Then, she fixed her gaze on the dark corner, lips pressed tightly together, her defiance akin to a desperate struggle for life, silently warning of something ominous. After a long time, she collapsed onto the bed, cradling her child in her arms. Utterly exhausted, she shifted her body, freeing the only dry spot beneath her for the newly born child. Turning on her side, she enveloped the infant in her embrace, raindrops falling steadily upon her, yet the blanket wrapped around the child remained warm. 8 years later. Clown monstrosity, do not follow us. We do not wish to play with you. Brother Shirtu, I want to play with you all. Who is your brother? I do not have such an ugly sister. Indeed, Brother Shirtu would never play with you. Exactly to go back to your own home. The girl, shunned by everyone, stood but 3 feet tall, her hair styled into 2 thin braids, both yellow and frail, her emaciated and sallow face rendering her devoid of any cuteness or charm typical of her age indeed. She appeared somewhat unattractive. She did not understand what constituted beauty, yet she was acutely aware that she was, in fact, ugly. On her way home, she passed by the area where the villagers washed their clothes. Mimicking the expression of the flower sister, whom Brother Shirtu adored, to greet the ants. Timidly, she forced a smile, saying, "Ants, washing clothes, are you?" The women were initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. One of them jested, "Oh dear. Where did our little clown go to play today?" She bit her lower lip, feeling her cheeks burn with embarrassment. hotter than when she was ill. Stammering, she replied, "Aunt Wang, I was playing at the village entrance with Brother Shirtu and Sister Hua. My mother asked me to come home early for dinner, so I returned first." She lied, and she did not know why she felt compelled to do so. Another woman wrung out her wet clothes, glancing at her and saying, "Hua's mother, does this little clown remind you of anyone?" As she spoke, she exchanged knowing looks with the others that Hua's mother was beautiful, just like her daughter, with fair skin and a bit of flesh on her belly. Truly lovely. She threw her clothes into the water, splashing it all over those nearby, then rolled her eyes at the so-called clown. The women erupted in laughter, teasing, "Hua's mother seems angry. Does she think she can compare with our Hua? You lot, can't you see she's not worthy of being compared with our Hua?" The women continued to chatter, their laughter resonating in the air. Upon returning home, she asked her mother, "Mother, do you like Hua?" Her mother smiled gently, stroking her head. "Of course, my dear. Why do you ask?" Looking up earnestly, she inquired, "Am I not worthy of being compared with Hua?" Her mother's expression shifted instantaneously, gazing at her daughter with tenderness. "My precious, it is not that you are unworthy, but rather that you need not compare." She looked up at her mother, puzzled. "Why need I not compare?" Her mother continued, "Tell me, is the porridge good?" She nodded vigorously. "It is delicious," her mother then asked, "and the vegetables, are they tasty?" Giggling, she replied, "Very tasty." Her mother lifted her into her arms. "Porridge is porridge, and vegetables are vegetables. Why should we compare them? Hua is Hua, and you are you. Do you understand?" She nodded, albeit confused. She did not reveal to her mother that Brother Shirtu and the others called her a clown, nor did she mention that no one wished to play with her. For she did not want to make her mother unhappy. That on the table sat 2 large porcelain bowls, filled with a watery porridge that scarcely revealed any rice grains. Once again, there were no vegetables. And she longed for them, having not eaten vegetables for over half a month. She truly yearned for them. As if sensing her thoughts, her mother said, "Tomorrow, I will buy meat for my precious." Her eyes widened, and she eagerly asked, "Really, really?" Her mother nodded with a smile. "Indeed." Overjoyed, she finished the porridge at the table, pretending to be full, saying, "Mother, I am full." In truth, she had not truly been full for a long time. But having something to eat was enough to make her happy. Though she was painfully aware that if the porridge was almost gone, there would be no meat to eat, she still trusted her mother. Her mother had never lied to her, always keeping her promises. What she did not expect was that early the next morning, her mother returned home carrying a piece of fatty pork. She was elated, as such a delicacy was a rare treat. Her mother placed the meat on the table, and she gazed at it with delight. The meat was exquisitely beautiful, snow-white fat interspersed with layers of pink lean meat. No matter how it was cooked, it would surely be delicious. Yet, for some reason, she sensed that her mother did not appear particularly happy, her gaze lingering strangely upon her. With a cheerful smile, she clung to her mother's arm. "Mother, where did this meat come from? It must be as large as my 2 hands together." She pressed her small hands together to compare with the meat on the table, exclaiming, "Mother, look, it is even larger than my 2 hands combined. At least a finger's length more. It will be enough for us to eat for a long, long time." Her mother smiled and patted her head, saying, "My dear, let me do your hair." She skipped to the bedside, handing her mother the wooden comb. "Mother, I want my hair styled like Sister Hua's, like a little rabbit." Her mother paused for a moment, saying nothing, simply gathering her hair into a simple bun. She did not understand why her mother did not style her hair like Sister Hua's beautiful locks, nor even braid it as usual, but instead chose a style suited for grown-ups. She did not comprehend, yet she knew her mother must have her reasons. The snow on the back mountain had completely melted. Her mother had said that when the snow melted, it would signal the arrival of spring. Her mother had spoken the truth. Early in the morning, she saw birds chirping and frolicking among the branches. She envied them greatly, yearning for friends of her own. Spring is truly beautiful. Everything seems to be lush and gentle. She adored springtime. While her mother cooked outside, she sat on a rock beneath the great tree. Sunlight filtering through the leaves, warming her face. The aroma of meat wafted towards her, making her feel that today was the best day ever. They moved the wooden table outside, enjoying the warmth of the sun while having their meal beneath the tree. The breeze was gentle, as tender as her mother. The sunlight was warm, as her mother always was. For the first time, she felt an insatiable greed, wishing to hold on to this moment of such beautiful life forever. Excitedly gripping her chopsticks, her mouth watered, nearly dripping into the bowl. Yet she still said, "Mother, you eat first." Her mother chuckled, "All right." However, before the meat reached her mouth, a group of villagers stormed into view, led by none other than Hua's mother. They appeared furious, casting glances at the meat on the table before glaring at her mother. Her mother lowered her head, and she noticed her mother's hands trembling. Finally, her mother stood and said, "Do not speak in front of the child." Hua's mother suddenly kicked over their table, shouting, "Shameless harlot! Do you not fear being exposed for your actions?" With a resounding slap, she struck her mother's face, who merely lowered her head in silence. "With such disgraceful conduct, my husband must truly be possessed by a ghost to have taken a liking to you. Wretched creature! Is the flesh delectable? You a worthless scoundrel! A shameless harlot! May you never know peace." Flower's mother, as she struck and kicked, unleashed a torrent of invective upon her. Yet, her mother remained mute, and in that moment, she perceived Flower's mother as exceedingly ugly. Her gaze fell upon the mud-caked meat trampled underfoot, and she felt a pang of sorrow, for she had yet to savor a single bite. She crouched down, picked up a piece of fatty meat. Its surface smeared with filth, wiped it on her sleeve, and stuffed it into her mouth. That it was fragrant, incredibly delicious. That a kick landed upon her back, causing her great pain, yet she did not turn back, continuing to gather the fallen morsels one by one into her palm, for her mother had yet to eat. Later, she lost track of when Flower's mother and the others departed, only to notice her mother's face, red and swollen, with blood at the corner of her mouth, her hair a disheveled mess. She stuffed the meat into her mother's mouth and asked, "Mother, what does harlot mean?" Tears streamed down her mother's face, falling onto her hands. It was the first time she had witnessed her mother weep. She inquired again, "Why did Flower's mother hit you? Why do they bully us? Are they bad people?" Her mother wept, covering her face, and she gently patted her mother's back, saying, "Do not cry, mother, do not cry." She came to understand that they, like Shirtu and Flower, were all bad people. Shirtu and Flower would not play with her. Their mothers would not associate with her mother, and they bullied her mother. Eventually, all the meat was discarded, as her mother declared it unclean. She suggested washing it, but her mother insisted it could not be cleaned. Though she felt it could be, she trusted her mother would not deceive her. Not long after, on a fateful night, her mother departed from her forever. Her mother, as always, lay beside her, yet no matter how she called out, her mother no longer responded. She understood that her mother had passed away. Day by day, she continued to sleep beside her mother until one day she awoke to find many people around her, including Shirtu's and Flower's mothers, all frowning and staring at her, their mouths and noses covered with cloth. The villagers cast her out beyond the village borders. She wished to return, but did not know the way. No one would ever come for her as her mother had, regardless of how deep the night or how far the road. Perplexed, she noticed that wherever she went, people avoided her. Some children, no larger than Shirtu and Flower, would even throw stones at her. Once, she believed the villagers to be the worst, calling her a freak and beating her mother. Only now did she realize that those beyond the village were even worse. She had done nothing to warrant their cruelty, and yet they attacked her without cause. Perhaps they were ill, like the old man who had once lived at the village entrance, always striking and biting people until he was eventually chained up. She believed all those outside the village should be bound as well. One day, as she passed a grand house, she beheld a beautiful woman, naked and mounted upon a wooden donkey, while many berated her as a harlot. She murmured, "So a harlot is merely a beautiful woman." Another time, she saw several ragged individuals resembling herself and approached them joyfully to speak, only to be struck on the head by one of them before she could reach them. Warm liquid flowed from her head down to her face, and she felt dizzy and weary. "Brother, do not approach her. Step back. This grotesque freak is covered in sores and decay. How can such disgusting and hideous people exist? Who knows? She must have contracted some strange disease. So repulsive. So repulsive. Let us leave quickly, lest we become infected." As their footsteps faded away, she slowly closed her eyes. She could not comprehend why, though she was the ugly one. They were so fearful. She longed to tell them that ugliness is not contagious. If it were, then why was her mother not ugly? She did not wish to be ugly. This appearance was not her choice. So why blame her? Time passed, and she was awakened by the cold, realizing she was submerged in rainwater. Passers-by hurried along, oblivious to her plight. In the crowd, a small girl stumbled beside her. She wanted to bend down to help the girl, but was pushed aside. The person who pushed her helped the girl up, asking with concern, "Did you hurt yourself?" The girl raised her arm, tearfully exclaiming, "It hurts, I'm bleeding," and began to cry. The delicate pink girl wept like a flower drenched in dew. And it pained her to witness. The person expressed heartfelt sympathy. "You've scraped your skin. It must hurt terribly, oh dear. Such a lovely little girl cannot be left with scars." The girl's mother immediately checked for other injuries, her anxious expression morphing in her eyes into that of another face. Again, the person urged, "Let us hurry home. The rain is pouring, and you'll catch a cold if you linger." She stood and felt as if she were merging with the rainwater. Becoming invisible, she walked barefoot, crossing streets and leaving the city gates, continuing onward. Not knowing how long she walked, she felt dizzy and feverish, and after a spinning sensation, she lost consciousness once more. In the darkness, a voice, vast and unfamiliar as an abyss, asked, "Who are you?" Tentatively, she replied, "Who am I?" The voice inquired again, "Yes, who are you?" "I am Xiaokai," she answered. The voice continued, "Would you be willing to make a deal with me?" "What kind of deal?" she asked. "I will give you what you desire, and in return, you will work for me." "I desire nothing," she stated. The voice reminded her, "You do, as does everyone in this world. You are no exception." "What can I desire?" she questioned. The voice affirmed, "Anything you wish." By the clear stream, ripples expanded from a face, fair and radiant. She could scarcely believe it as she touched that beautiful visage, finally convinced it was her own. Intending to depart, she took a few steps back to the stream's edge, retrieving the lantern she had nearly forsaken. It was a bronze lantern, with a red lotus base and intricately carved two-story structure. The interior empty and luminous. Chapter 21. The White Lotus in the Pool. The 8 Directions Inn, having amassed ill-gotten wealth, was sealed by the authorities, and the innkeeper along with the staff faced imprisonment. Yuan, Xiaokai, and Shan Qingyu returned to the inn, only to find it had become akin to a desolate abode, corners thick with cobwebs. Yuan stood on the third-floor corridor, gazing at the wall opposite. Shan Qingyu asked, "Your Highness, what do you see?" Yuan replied, "Do you not find it peculiar that the decorative painting on the wall at the very edge of the corridor next to room 1 seems out of place?" Shan Qingyu responded, "Is it the eagle you speak of?" "Indeed," Yuan affirmed. Shan Qingyu remarked, "It is indeed strange. How odd to depict an eagle alongside peonies." Yuan instructed, "Take that painting to my uncle and have the innkeeper identify its origin." "Understood, Your Highness," Shan Qingyu replied. As they departed the inn, Yuan instinctively reached for Xiaocai's hand, only to remember that Xiaocai's hands were now bandaged like 2 large dumplings. In the main hall of the Eastern Palace's Bihua Hall, the imperial physician trembled as he reported to Yuan that Xiaocai's hand had sustained damage to the tendons, making complete recovery without scarring exceedingly difficult. Yuan shot a cold glare at the physician. "If you leave her hand scarred, then I shall skin you alive and replace her hand with yours." The physician quaked in fear, thinking, "What do you mean I left her hand scarred? This is entirely beyond my control." He felt utterly wronged, having heard that the crown prince was mild-mannered, but he saw no evidence of it now. Nevertheless, he thought there might still be a way, although it would be quite difficult. Yuan toyed with a small, exquisitely sharp dagger, saying lightly, "Speak." The physician swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his brow. "It must not come into contact with water, not a drop. Furthermore, avoid onions, ginger, garlic, spicy foods, alcohol, beef, mushrooms, chicken, duck, and geese. Instead, consume eggs, fish, and porridge." "Do you remember all this, Your Highness?" Is there anything else?" Yuan inquired. "Yes, until the wound completely heals. It must not be exposed to light." Yuan frowned. "Cannot go outside." The physician nodded vigorously. "Indeed, cannot." Yuan replied, "I understand. You may leave now." The physician thought to himself, it will take at least 3 months for Xiaocai's injury to heal. During this time, aside from my strict dietary restrictions, can they even manage to keep her indoors for 3 months? I will be able to slip away if they fail in even the slightest." He chuckled to himself, feeling quite clever. Yun Danyan passed by the physician, feeling perplexed. Has this physician gone mad? Why does he look so lecherous? Yuan casually tossed the dagger onto the table, glancing at Yun Danyan, Has the maid from the Chung family found out the truth? Yun Danyan replied, Your Highness, everything you inquired about has been thoroughly investigated. Yuan picked up an empty teacup from the table, poured a cup of tea, and casually tossed it, which Yun Danyan caught steadily. The tea danced gracefully within a diminutive cup, barely the size of a quail's egg, creating delicate ripples that silently caressed the walls of the vessel, never spilling a single drop. Yun Danyan, thank you, Your Highness, for your generous gift. After downing the tea in one swift motion, she tucked the cup into the small pouch she carried. It was a matter of principle. The prince would never allow himself to use anything that had been touched by others. Yuing, speak. Yun Danyan, before entering the manor as a maid. Hua Shu led a nomadic existence, indistinguishable from an ordinary beggar, wandering beneath bridges, in dilapidated temples, abandoned old houses, and the alleyways of the streets. Some beggars who had crossed paths with her recounted how she once spoke of her childhood in a secluded village in the south, where she lived solely with her grandparents. After their passing, she was left to a life of begging. Over the years, she has traversed many lands, including the southern Zhao Kingdom of the 10,000 Great Mountains and the majestic Night Lang Kingdom. With such extensive experiences, she was quite a figure among beggars. In Shilu City, it was rare for anyone not to recognize her. Yuing, is it possible she could be lying? Regardless, he found it difficult to reconcile such hands with such a history. Yun Danyan, that I cannot ascertain. However, according to those beggars, Hua Shu was once an exceedingly aloof and taciturn person, capable of spending an entire day without uttering a word and never initiating conversation. Most of what was known about her came to light only after a few drinks, leading me to believe she sees no reason to fabricate tales. Yun Danyan. It is said she is one possible living relative. Yuing lifted her eyelids with newfound interest. Who? Yun Danyan. It is rumored she has a younger sister still alive, and she came to Shilu in search of the sister she lost in her youth. Yuing pondered deeply, repeating the words younger sister. 18 noon. The sun shone warmly. Such a rare and beautiful day ought to be spent outdoors, basking in its rays. Yet Xiao Kai, nestled in the side chamber's bed, slumbered peacefully. She was unlike ordinary folk, often nocturnal, which had cultivated her irregular sleeping habits. Whenever fatigue, weariness, or boredom struck, she would lie down, and sleep came easily to her, like a gentle nightmare that required little effort. Xuanting peered through the window into the room, observing Xiao Kai curled up on the bed, facing outward in a position that exuded a profound sense of insecurity. She recalled the first time she had seen Xiao Kai standing beside the prince. Strikingly beautiful, akin to a peony blooming in a garden, breathtaking enough to linger in the memory for a lifetime. However, within those willow-like, tender eyes lay a hint of timidity, accompanied by a slightly hunched back, a subconscious accumulation of inferiority. Thus, she believed Xiao Kai was unworthy of the prince. Such a girl would never express affection. Those who loved her would undoubtedly suffer. Suddenly, Xiao Kai sat up abruptly, catching Xuanting off guard that I in her haste to retreat. She collided with the open window, letting out a pained gasp. Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Kai turned to the window, noticing Xuanting cradling her head, her expression contorted in discomfort. The once neatly arranged twin buns had been thrown askew. A delicate peach-colored flower now dangling from her ear, clearly a result of the collision. Xiao Kai approached the window, puzzled. What were you doing? Xuanting lifted her head, her eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks as she retorted. What do you think? This marked the second time in Xiao Cai's life she had witnessed someone cry. She felt as though the girl before her was akin to a little girl caught in a torrential downpour. Soft and endearing. Gently, she reached out to wipe away Xuanting's tears, speaking tenderly. Do not cry. Be good. Xuanting could not help but question the reliability of her own ears. Was she imagining things, staring at Xiao Kai in disbelief? She hesitated before stepping back as she opened the door to venture outside for some sun. Two maidservants blocked her path. Xiao Kai inquired, Am I not allowed to go out? One maidservant replied, Sister Jifeng instructed that you must not leave the bedroom. Xiao Kai, why? The maidservant lowered her head and replied, I do not know, Xiao Kai. What about the prince? The maidservant continued to look down. I do not know. With no choice but to retreat, Xiao Kai found she could not sleep again. So she sat at the edge of her bed, gazing at the sun's slow ascent. Boredom notwithstanding, it was her only source of amusement. Jifeng brought dinner later, and when Xiao Kai invited her to join, She replied, "Miss, that is not proper." Xiaokai, confused, asked, "What rule?" Ji Feng smiled, explaining, "Since ancient times, it has not been the custom for master and servant to dine together." Xiaokai, only partially understanding, chose not to delve deeper. It was not until evening that Ji Feng departed. Seemingly reluctant to leave, perhaps feeling that Xiaokai was lonely. Little did she know, solitude was something Xiaokai feared not at all. She had spent 8 years alone. Those 8 years had been a blur. With no vivid memories or significant people to recall, she gazed at the high-hanging moon, desperately trying to remember the past, but all that came to mind was a black cat. Sometimes she felt fortunate that it was merely a cat. At other times, she lamented that it was nothing more than a cat. Schwanting, what are you daydreaming about? Xiaokai turned her head, replying, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Schwanting, aren't you? Xiaokai answered earnestly, and Schwanting approached Xiaokai. Her demeanor awkward. "Why did you say such words today?" Xiaokai, taken aback, responded, Schwanting's cheeks flushed red. "You said do not cry, be good." "Why say such things?" Xiaokai suddenly understood. "Oh, I've heard others say it before." Schwanting, "Do you know that as something you say to children?" Xiaokai nonchalantly. "Is it?" Schwanting excitedly. "Of course," Xiaokai continued. "Oh, I just thought you were as cute as a child." Schwanting was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, her face growing increasingly crimson. They are both round and plump. The sun is born in brightness, while the moon is born in darkness. Xiaokai gazed dreamily at the moon, uncertain whether she was complaining or merely speaking idly. Schwanting, "Do you prefer the moon or the sun?" Xiaokai blurted, "The moon." Schwanting, "Why?" Xiaokai, "The moon has accompanied me on my journey more." Schwanting, "I prefer the sun. It is warm and bright." Unbeknownst to her, she had already opened her heart to the girl she had once disliked. Feeling an unexplainable sense of comfort in the presence of someone she had known for less than a month. After a long pause, Schwanting asked, "Did you have an unhappy life before?" Xiaokai, "I do not know." She had lost clarity between fortune and misfortune. Perhaps they were inextricably intertwined. After a moment, Schwanting added, "Sister Jifeng said you cannot leave the bedroom for 3 months." Xiaokai, "Is that so?" Schwanting was astonished by Xiaocai's nonchalant demeanor. As if she were utterly unconcerned. 3 months is a long time. It is said that any concubine confined for 3 months would surely go mad. Spending 3 months in the cold palace is akin to being declared dead. 3 months, not 30 days. Not 3 days, but a full 3 months. Wouldn't that drive someone insane? Xiaokai merely smiled. Schwanting was further perplexed. How could Xiaokai remain so calm despite knowing that 3 months was an eternity? Perhaps it was beyond the comprehension of ordinary reasoning. "Actually, your smile is quite gentle," Schwanting said sincerely. She was not one to offer flattery. She cared little for others and would never deign to praise anyone. In a world filled with people, her heart held only the prince and Ji Feng. Those who did not concern her two beloveds were met with indifference that if Ji Feng were to hear this, she would surely be taken aback. Xiaokai softly echoed Schwanting's compliment. Gentle but a slight smile graced her lips to Schwanting's gaze, and heart were captivated by Xiaocai's willow-like eyes, which sparkled with a clarity akin to morning dew, radiating a gentle warmth. In that moment, she felt as if she had transformed into an ethereal fairy. "Xiaokai, what are you thinking?" Schwanting, snapping back to reality, cleared her throat, attempting to feign nonchalance. "Oh, nothing, but it's getting late. I should return to rest." Xiaokai. HMIS, she watched Schwanting's departing figure. Xiaokai couldn't help but think of the white lotus in the pond, proudly resilient in a murky world, born noble and pure, even when submerged in mud. Her spirit remained untainted and immaculate, untouched by the slightest hint of dirt. After Schwanting left, Xiaokai lingered by the window for quite some time, reflecting, perhaps in this world, there are simply more people who suffer. How could those who walk the same path truly be strangers? Whether it be the prince or his two loyal attendants, Ji Feng and Schwanting, their destinies may differ, yet they share a fundamental similarity. Perhaps it is precisely this that makes them care so deeply for one another. In the night breeze, a shadow flitted across the high roof, darting swiftly as if pursuing something perilous and fast. The Yinling knife sliced through the darkness, swift as lightning, and embedded itself into the rooftop. The dark figure came to an abrupt halt, revealing a flickering shadow, its green eyes wide with terror as they fixated on the Yinling knife. Trembling, it took a small step back, only to be startled into another shadow by the sound of a chilling scream. The owner of the knife chuckled, arms crossed mockingly. "Little thing, think you can escape? Run. Go on. Why have you stopped? Dare to compete in speed with me, dear sister. You are still too inexperienced to be why the time I could soar through the skies. You had yet to be born." She crouched down. The little creature in her mouth arched its back high, emitting a terrifying roar akin to that of a lion, seemingly attempting to frighten off its master. Unfortunately, the master of the knife possessed a stubbornness that surpassed even that of a bull. Anyone daring to openly challenge her would undoubtedly find themselves at the mercy of her unique talents, compelled to submit. She even disregarded her opponent's refusal, clinging tightly with a smug, gloating expression. "Today, little creature, you are not permitted to leap about. As a member of the Eastern Palace, you must fulfill your duty. Remember, the Eastern Palace does not harbor idlers, that of course, it does not accommodate idle cats either." One cannot deny that Yun Danyan is exceptionally skilled at humiliating both people and cats alike. Chapter 22. Renowned reputation. As the moonlight gradually waned into the stillness of night, Xiaokai rose to close the window, preparing to lie down. Just as she removed her azure outer garment, she heard a faint movement behind her. Yun Danyan stood behind Xiaokai, cradling a black cat and presenting it as a gift. Upon turning, Xiaokai beheld Yun Danyan, one hand firmly holding the black cat while the other covered its mouth to suppress any sound. The black cat dangled in midair, its front paws gripping Yun Danyan's arm. Its eerie green eyes fixed on Xiaokai, conveying a mix of displeasure and discontent. "Xiaokai, thank you," Yun Danyan, with a hint of arrogance, replied. "For what? Come here and embrace it. Be careful. If it escapes, I shall not retrieve it for you again." Xiaokai murmured softly, "You will." She was certain that if the cat ran away, Yun Danyan would retrieve it once more. Though she appeared to despise her own company, deep down, she understood her fondness for cats and feared loneliness. Such thoughtfulness could not be mere happenstance. It was unclear if Yun Danyan heard Xiaocai's words, but she forcibly shoved the cat into Xiaocai's arms before nimbly leaping out the window, her movements agile like a youthful and vibrant fire-tailed green warbler. Xiaokai admired Yun Danyan for her ability to fend for herself, always exuding joy, with admirers as well as those who cherished her in return. That a rude yowl from the cat shattered Xiaocai's reverie. The black cat glared at her with an air of arrogance. It is said that all cats possess a fiery temperament, especially wild ones. Subduing them is nearly impossible. The evidence was clear, as the several distinct scratches on Yun Danyan's hand testified to this truth. Once Yun Danyan departed, Xiaokai placed the cat on the ground, glancing at the open window before observing the black cat slip away, just as anticipated. Yun Danyan had gifted the black cat to Xiaokai out of concern for her potential boredom during the ensuing 3 months. She released the cat for the same reason. The following day, awakening abruptly from a nightmare, Xiaokai sat up in alarm to find a fluffy black mass at the foot of her bed. It gazed at her with sleepy eyes, seemingly displeased, before lying down again in slumber. That a knock echoed from outside the door. "Miss, are you awake?" Xiaokai rose to open the door, revealing a young girl of about 14 or 15. Holding a basin of water, upon seeing Xiaokai, she said, "I am Mingxia, the maid. Your hands must not touch water. I am here to assist you with your morning ablutions, Xiaokai." "All right. Thank you." Mingxia soaked a cloth in water, wrung it out until it was half dry, and then proceeded to wipe Xiaocai's face. After 3 passes, she remarked, "Miss, you truly enjoy sleeping that I have changed the water 5 times while waiting for you to awaken." "Xiaokai, why?" Mingxia turned to look at Xiaokai, explaining, "If the water becomes cold, it may damage your beautiful skin, and it certainly wouldn't feel comfortable." That Mingxia's large, watery eyes sparkled with life, making it easy for one to wish to draw closer to her. Seated at the vanity, Mingxia picked up a tasseled hairpin and inquired, "What do you think of this hairpin, Miss Xiaokai?" "It's lovely." Mingxia smiled brightly, saying, "Then shall I pin it in for you?" Xiaokai immediately refused. "No, I only wish to wear that." She pointed to the red headband on the table, explaining that she disliked excessive adornment, finding it overly ostentatious, and that the red headband held special significance for her. Mingxia laughed. "Are you serious, miss? Is this not too plain?" Xiaokai shook her head, and Mingxia reluctantly styled Xiaocai's hair into its usual arrangement. Mingxia gazed at Xiaokai in the mirror, pondering. "Have I seen you before?" "Miss Xiaokai, I doubt it that I rarely encounter others on my path, and even when I do, they tend to flee in terror, scrambling away in fright. Even if we had crossed paths, I would only wish to forget and never recall. How could I remember her? Mingxia chuckled. Ah, indeed, miss. You are so beautiful that if I had seen you before, how could I possibly forget? It must be that I longed to meet you sooner. Xiao Kai involuntarily raised her hand to touch her own face. To be accepted and cherished was perhaps due to the beauty of this face she had acquired. An overwhelming sense of disappointment washed over her. If it were not for this visage, would she even be present in this palace at this moment? Would the kindness of those around her alter if she were not deemed lovely? Is ugliness indeed the original sin? If so, what then is the purpose of her existence? Bihua Hall, main hall. From a distance, Yuang spotted Dong Zhuo's figure and rose to greet him, querying, "Uncle, what brings you here?" Dong Zhuo, clad in a light blue robe, appeared less solemn than usual, displaying a hint of scholarly demeanor. However, the color from his waist to the hem had darkened somewhat, clearly dampened by water, as he had not changed. Yuang, did one of the careless maids in the palace get your clothes wet? Dong Zhuo, do not blame her. It was my own fault for not sleeping well last night, that I was in a daze and accidentally bumped into a young girl that I intended to apologize. But alas, I frightened her to tears. Do you think I am so fearsome? Yuang pondered, self-doubt creeping into. Yuang chuckled. Perhaps it was not that her uncle was frightening in appearance, but rather that his reputation preceded him, instilling terror in those who heard his name and rendering them weak in the knees upon sight. Accepting the reality of the situation, Dongzhu could only sigh in resignation, while Yuang teased. It seems that fame can sometimes be a double-edged sword. This might explain why you have remained solitary all this time. Dongzhu changed the subject. Did you not ask Shen Qinjiu to bring the painting for the innkeeper to identify? Yuang nodded slightly yes. Indeed. Dongzhu, I had the innkeeper examine it closely, and he stated that he had never seen this painting. The three other servants also claimed not to recall it. Dongzhu continued. This is quite strange. If the painting does not belong to the inn, why was it found there? Yuang scrutinized the painting, deep in thought. The brushstrokes did not appear hurried, nor did they seem amateurish. Could it be that this painting concealed some secret? Yuang, uncle, do you have any recollection of this painting? Dongzhu, I did see it when I went to the 8 directions and to secure the scene, but I only found it peculiar and did not investigate further. Yuang, do you suspect there is more to this case? Perhaps another culprit? Yuang smiled faintly, shaking her head. Uncle, you misunderstand. I am merely curious as to who would create such a tasteless painting. Since the case has been resolved, even if I harbor suspicions, I cannot jump to conclusions without substantial evidence, lest I inadvertently implicate innocent parties. Dongzhu chuckled. If you find yourself truly bored, I can teach you some exercises for strengthening your body when I have the time. Yuang quickly declined. Please, uncle, spare me the trouble that I am accustomed to idleness. Even a little movement might require me to rest for 10 days or half a month. Dongzhu aside, his heart aching. You are aware of your frail condition. It would be best to venture out of the palace less often. Even amidst the palace's intrigues, you have the protection of His Majesty. And thus, no great harm is likely to befall you. Outside the palace, however, it is far less manageable, and one cannot predict the dangers that may arise. As Yuang prepared to speak, Dongzhu continued. I know that your bodyguards, Shen Qinjiu and Yun Danyan, are equally skilled as I am, but should anything happen to you, how could I justify it to my late sister? In this world, I could bear the burden of anyone's blame, even that of the emperor, but I cannot betray my sister's final wishes. Your uncle does not restrict you, nor bind you, but you must promise to minimize your excursions from the palace, he implored, almost pleading that it was not a matter of not leaving the palace, but rather leaving less frequently, for he understood Yuang's nature and the significance of the palace to her. Though every individual has their destiny, Yuang was someone Dongzhu would willingly risk his life. For that Yuang gazed at Dongzhu. All right, I promise, uncle. After Dongzhu had departed, Yuang called out, Yinner, Qingyu, I have something to ask you. And no sooner had she spoken than 2 figures descended behind her, speaking in unison. Your Highness, please proceed. Yuang, do you both recall what that man, who possessed Xiaokai, said the day you encountered the Chung siblings at the inn? Yun Danyan immediately responded, replying to Your Highness. I remember some details, but not much. Shen Qinji pondered for a moment before replying. Your Highness, I do not recall that Yuan shook her head in disappointment. I should have known you would be unreliable. Yun Danyan pouted, forcing a smile. Why not ask Xiaokai? Perhaps she knows. Bihua Hall. Side hall outside Xiao Cai's chamber. Two young maids saw Yuan preparing to bow, only to be halted by her. The two maids dared not raise their heads. Timidly bowing while awaiting Yuan's command, that Yuan felt an inexplicable urge to command the two to their doom. And they would comply without a word, like lifeless puppets at tea times. He truly loathed the palace, detesting every corner of it, where the living resembled soulless marionettes. Yuan. What is she doing? The two maids replied in unison. Your Highness, we do not know Yuan. Enough, you may leave. Discontent brewed within him. He had once believed that Ji Feng was astute and reliable, yet here he was, perplexed by the dullness of these two maids, who appeared utterly vacant. The room was stifling, and the presence of two even more morose figures outside the door felt suffocating. The door to the chamber was slightly ajar, and Yuan knocked gently. Xiaokai, he called. Xiaokai opened the door and met Yuan's gaze, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. That I have something to inquire of you, if it is convenient. Xiaokai stepped aside and said, Come in. Yuan hesitated, replying, I think I shall ask right here. Xiaokai regarded him with a puzzled expression and asked, Why? The pallor of Yuan's face turned a shade suspiciously red. I am not a lady of the court, and this is not my boudoir, Xiaokai remarked coolly. The entire East Palace belongs to you. You are merely entering your own chamber. Yuan stopped feigning refusal, recalling the imperial physician's warning about her hands being sensitive to the wind. Speaking here was indeed rather inconsiderate. Upon entering, Yuan stated, I wish to ask if you remember what the man at the 8 directions and said to you. A black cat leapt from Xiaokai's bed, strutting past Yuan before sauntering out the front door, exuding an air of true ownership. This stirred a twinge of displeasure in Yuan, yet he found it futile to begrudge a mere cat. Xiaokai replied, I do not remember Yuan. Very well. Are you comfortable here? Xiaokai. Yes, it is quite pleasant. Yuan cast a glance at Xiaokai's hands and explained, I mentioned I would not let your hands scar. This is the only way. Xiaokai. You need not feel sorry for me. I am willing. The crimson ribbon draped over Xiaokai's shoulder revealed to Yuan the reason for her willingness to assist him. In an instant, guilt surged within him, making him feel like a contemptible wretch. Yuan said, Once your hands are healed, you may leave. With that, he turned to depart. Xiaokai called out, Your Highness, please wait a moment. Yuan halted immediately, inquiring, What is it? Xiaokai. Perhaps there is one who might remember. Yuan frowned, pondering before asking, Who's Xiaokai? Qing Xiaoshi. Yuan chuckled. Indeed. How could I have forgotten him? Thank you for the reminder, Xiaokai. Xiaokai stared vacantly at Yuan's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, one she could not articulate. She had never longed for anyone's kindness, nor had she expected sincerity from others, nor anticipated the extravagant affections of those around her. The autumn breeze wafted through the window, chilling to the bone, causing Xiaokai to shiver, her skin prickling with goosebumps. She approached the window, gazing out at the desolate scenery, feeling an overwhelming emptiness. She lingered for a while before leaving. The window still open, a door left ajar for the black cat. Wherever one might be, an expanse too vast often incites fear. Leaving a door open allows something to enter, rendering the originally barren space less desolate. Yuan addressed Ji Feng. Ji Feng, you have been increasingly lackluster in your duties of late. Ji Feng, taken aback, tentatively suggested, Your Highness refers to Xiaokai. Yuan neither confirmed nor denied, simply stating, The maids in this palace behave like puppets on strings. Do you find the East Palace not desolate enough, that it must be even more silent? Ji Feng suddenly understood. Indeed, Your Highness, that I noticed Xiaokai's aloof nature, and thus sought out 2 of the quietest maids. It was my own initiative. I hope Your Highness will forgive me. Yuan replied, Very well. Swiftly replace them with 2 more engaging individuals. The peculiar tales of the palace have never failed to amuse them. Have they not? Let them recount stories for her. Ji Feng hesitated. But, Your Highness, Yuan interjected. What is it? Ji Feng continued. Xiaokai cannot leave for 3 months. How will they manage to regale her with tales for that long? Yuan countered. What other option do we have? Ji Feng remarked. They may struggle to conjure up enough tales. Yuan suggested. Then procure some storybooks from outside the palace for them to study. This task is yours to oversee. Ji Feng acquiesced. Yes, Your Highness. After 3 months, they might well find themselves pursuing a new vocation. Who knows, they might even become storytellers, perhaps even surpassing the usual narrators in skill. Jifeng could not suppress her astonishment. The once indifferent Yuan now displayed meticulous concern for others. She did not dwell on the reasons behind his transformation, but rather appreciated that he had become a living, breathing individual. She felt gratitude towards the person who had influenced his change. Perhaps it could be said that they were mutually altering one another. The girl who once stuttered in speech was now able to communicate with poise. Chapter 23. A difficult voyage wherever Qing Xiaoshi was present. Tranquility was an impossibility. From the elderly to the young, from esteemed dignitaries to wandering heroes, he had friends and acquaintances across all walks of life. The Qing residence was filled with jubilant laughter. As Yi Xiling, the chief disciple of the renowned Qingfeng sect, and his charming junior, Yi Zishi, arrived, bringing with her the allure of the famed beauty sword. Her presence enlivened the gathering, drawing many who wished to witness the grace of the Thousand Bamboo Grove Jr. At the tender age of 16, she had already garnered a notable reputation in the martial world. Her father was the wealthiest man in Lanling, her master was the illustrious sword Saint Yi Chun, and her beloved senior brother was the one poised to become the next leader of the Qingfeng sect, Yi Xiling. 3 years prior, upon first hearing of the beauty sword, she felt it was forged for her, destined to be hers at that time. Her swordsmanship was still rudimentary, and she did not fervently desire the sword, believing it would ultimately belong to her, with no one able to take it away. Such arrogance came without an ounce of apprehension. However, upon mastering her skills, she learned that the beauty sword had a rightful owner, and now she had come to reclaim what was rightfully hers. In Cheng Wusher's grip, the beauty sword gleamed like a silver moon, radiating an icy chill, while the water-blue hilt exuded an eerie aura, adorned with a crescent-shaped gem of the same hue. Many in attendance gasped in awe. The beauty sword truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. Cheng Wusher calmly warned, "Miss Yi, be cautious." With that, she brandished the sword towards Yi Zixi, while Yi Zishi adeptly leaned back, evading the attack. The sword's energy struck the osmanthus tree behind her, causing leaves to cascade down. She thought to herself, "It seems I have underestimated Cheng Wusher. Such a sword aura is beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners." The Yi Zishi retaliated, her movements a whirlwind of elegance. The sword in her grasp flowing like a river, swift as lightning, and fierce as a tiger. Were she facing anyone else, her assault would surely leave them defenseless. Yet against Cheng Wusher, the outcome proved entirely different. Cheng Wusher tossed her sword aside and executed a spinning kick, causing her blade to shoot straight towards Yi Zishi like a silver needle. The beauty sword narrowly grazed Yi Zishi, severing a leaf that fell, transforming it into a crescent shape. Stunned, Yi Zishi stood frozen, having been defeated in just 2 exchanges. That was inconceivable. Even against her senior brother Yi Xiling, she had not faced such a fate. Cheng Wusher's prowess astonished her. Qing Xiaoshi stood with arms crossed, having anticipated the outcome, her delight unabashed. The crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Truly, the foremost female swordsman of Shaw, deserving of the beauty sword." Some suggested, why not drop the female title? Cheng could undoubtedly bear the title of the greatest swordsman in Shield. Cheng Wusher remarked, "Heroes abound like the fish crossing the river. To have fortuitously obtained the beauty sword is already a blessing. Miss Yi, was what you just executed one of the Qingfeng sect's 9 techniques, restoration of order? It may seem as though the sword is erratic, yet the wielder's heart is like a clear mirror, with every movement of the blade perfectly aligned." Yi Zishi suddenly came to her senses, realizing, indeed, I just employed the restoration of order technique. Although it was labeled as such, it was ultimately a deceptive swordplay aimed at confounding the opponent, hence why it was also known as the Sword of Disdain among the 9 techniques, often used to toy with adversaries. Cheng Xiaoshi scoffed. The 9 techniques of the Qingfeng sect are hardly impressive. Even the greatest sect in the martial world is but a farce. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Indeed, call it the greatest sect in the martial world. It should be labeled the greatest con artist instead. Yi Zishi, unaccustomed to such humiliation, had always been the one to mock others, her face reddening to the point of appearing as if it might bleed. Cheng Xiaoshi, however, only fueled the fire, exclaiming, "Ah, are you angry with that?" Yi Zishi, her jeweled sword glinting, thrust it towards Chen Xiaoshi, embedding it in the wall behind him, mere inches from his neck. The sword must draw closer still to pierce his throat. And Chen Xiaoshi felt an intense fright, more so astonished that Yi Zishi truly intended to take his life. The tenderness that once enveloped Chen Wushi vanished in an instant as she advanced towards Yi Zishi, cornering her against the tree trunk, leaving no path for retreat. This is not your Qingfeng sect, nor is it Lanling. You cannot act with impunity. Chen Wushi declared that it was you who sought to spar with me. You who invited defeat. Losing is simply losing. Do not present yourself as one who cannot bear to lose, for you would only bring shame upon your sect and your father. Had that sword of yours harmed Xiaoshi just now, I would have demanded double retribution. Yi Zishi raised her chin, her eyes reddening. Who was to blame for the humiliation of the Qingfeng sect? She deserved it. Chen Wushi retorted, because you have lost. It is you who has tarnished the reputation of the Qingfeng sect. Yi Zishi glared at Chen Xiaoshi, tears spilling from her eyes. Chen Xiaoshi felt a pang of shame, withdrawing the sword he had embedded in the wall and stepping forward. Sister, I am unharmed. Only then did Chen Wushi release Yi Zishi, who seized the sword and departed. Chen Wushi reflected that Yi Zishi's earlier gaze had nearly been lethal. Had she truly taken that boy's life then, she would likely have to pay with her own. Chen Xiaoshi turned to the spectators, clasping his hands in greeting. Esteemed brothers, let us adjourn for today. We shall reconvene another time. In his heart, Chen Xiaoshi was acutely aware that those individuals had merely come for entertainment and merriment. For his family was affluent enough not to care, seeking only a moment of joy. Once the crowd dispersed, Chen Wushi expressed her concern. Xiaoshi, had Yi Zishi's sword not intentionally deviated by a mere inch, the consequences would have been dire. In the future, refrain from seeking fleeting verbal victories at the expense of others. Even with my intent to protect you, I cannot always be your shield. Chen Xiaoshi chuckled, as if performing a magic trick, producing a skewer of candied hawthorn from behind his back, and playfully urged, Oh, I know, sister, do try this. Their candied hawthorn is exquisite. Chen Wushi sighed in resignation. You may keep it for yourself. Chen Xiaoshi, in a playful defiance, took advantage of her distraction to bring the treat to her lips, forcing it into her hands before gleefully scampering away, setting aside Xiaoshi's childlike playfulness. Even if he were truly frivolous and haughty, as long as he did not harm the innocent, she would fiercely protect him, for he was Chen Xiaoshi, the one she had nurtured, and for that reason alone. No one could inflict harm upon him, unless they stepped over her lifeless body. Hua Shi held a cup of tea, approaching Chen Wushi gently. Miss, please have some tea. Chen Wushi, holding the candied hawthorn, smiled and shook her head. No, thank you. Hua Shi continued. This is tea brewed from the morning dew collected from the mountains and the famed Lushan cloud mist, known for its fragrance delicate and subtle, rivaling orchids. Its aroma is fresh and enduring, and its taste is pure and mellow. Seeing Hua Shi's sincere effort, Chen Wushi relented and took a small sip, acknowledging it was indeed fine tea. Hua Shi smiled without speaking, yet Chen Wushi sensed an undertone of mockery. Having just consumed a piece of candied hawthorn, it was difficult to appreciate the tea's flavor. She simply did not wish to offend her kindness. There was no need for her to prove anything to Hua Shi. Outside Chongning Palace, Yuan boarded the most ordinary carriage within the palace grounds and departed. Just that morning, she had promised Dong Zhiyue to remain within the palace as much as possible. Yet by afternoon, she was hastily making her exit. The carriage journeyed to the entrance of the Cheng residence, where Yun Danyan extended a hand to assist Yuan down. The Cheng estate was renowned for its opulence in Shilua, with two grand crimson doors standing tall and imposing, adorned with lion head knockers forged from solid gold, exuding an air of majesty and luxury. Even the gatekeepers were clad in silk garments, while 8 robust men bore black and gold long knives at their waists, maintaining a solemn and imposing demeanor. Yuan spoke softly. In all of Shua and the entirety of the Yuesian kingdom, when it comes to civilian power, the Cheng family reigns supreme. Yun Danyan scoffed. And so what? Since ancient times, the common folk have not opposed the officials that no matter how formidable the Cheng family may be, they remain mere civilians. Yuan replied earnestly, Danyan, do you not understand the consequences of officials lacking the support of the people? Yun Danyan shrugged dismissively. What kind of consequences? Yuan articulated carefully. A boat cannot navigate without water. Without water, it sinks that a ruler cannot govern without the people's support. If the people rebel, the regime collapses. Yun Danyan retorted. I do not concern myself with such matters. Yuan smiled gently. Indeed, the priority now is how to enter the Chung residence without revealing our identities. Yun Danyan unsheathed her blade with a cold huff. Is that not simple? I shall storm in while His Highness waits here. Yuan restrained Yun Danyan's arm. There are many of them. Yun Danyan shot a sideways glance at the burly men outside the Chung residence. Scoffing, and what of it? To a victorious wolf, a flock of sheep is no different from a single sheep. Yuan sighed in exasperation. You may be able to handle that alone, but I would prefer not to die. Upon reflection, if 4 men surround you, do you truly believe the remaining 4 will merely stand by and watch? Yun Danyan pondered. Oh, right. What now? Yuan turned and walked in another direction, prompting Yun Danyan to hurriedly follow. Is His Highness giving up? Yuan replied, we must bring a gift when visiting friends. Yun Danyan mused, a gift? The two wandered aimlessly along the street until they halted in front of a tavern. An elderly man selling candied hawthorn called out to passers-by, the favorite candied hawthorn of the Chung young master. Would you like a skewer? My candied hawthorn is favored even by the Chung family's young master. The Chung young master loves my candied hawthorn. If it's not delicious, you don't have to pay. How about a skewer? Yuan stepped forward. I'll take it. The old man, his eyes crinkling with delight, asked, how many skewers would you like, young master? I assure you, my candied hawthorn is truly delicious. Even the rich Chung family's young master loves it. Seeing Yuan's silence, he tentatively suggested, 5 skewers, for 2. Trust me, you should at least get 2. Otherwise, it won't be satisfying, and if you wish for more later, there may not be any left. When Yuan remained mute, the old man assumed he was uninterested and added, very well, very well. 1 skewer is 2 coins. That he thrust a skewer into Yuan's hand. Yuan pushed the old man's hand away, and the old man, thinking Yuan was merely jesting, scolded in frustration. Young master, you're so young and handsome, yet you mock an old man like me. Yuan stated firmly, I want them all. The old man was taken aback. What? You mean? Yuan confirmed, yes, I want all of them. With that, she placed a silver ingot into the old man's hand, inquiring, is this sufficient? The old man thought to himself, I recall stepping over dog droppings today. How has such fortune landed upon me? Yuan pressed, is it not enough? The old man immediately clutched the silver tightly to his chest. It is enough, enough, enough. Yuan instructed Yun Danyan, Danyan, carry the gifts. Yun Danyan hoisted the candied hawthorn and followed Yuan. Pondering, isn't this gift a bit meager? Yuan replied, it's tailored to their taste. How can it be meager? Yun Danyan countered, but you cannot solely rely on the words of an old man to conclude that Chung Shaoshi likes candied hawthorn. These small vendors are the shrewdest. Yuan responded, I do not believe the old man's words. Yun Danyan inquired, then why did you buy the candied hawthorn? Yuan replied, because Chung Shaoshi enjoys candied hawthorn. Yun Danyan asked, how do you know? Yuan simply said, I have a feeling. Yun Danyan rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, His Highness always believes he understands others so well. Yuan admonished, Danyan, do not harbor such thoughts about your master. Yun Danyan chuckled. How could I? Yet inwardly she mused. His Highness clearly hasn't turned to look at me. How does he know I am mocking him? Could it be that he possesses the ability to read minds? At this thought, Yun Danyan, rather than sweating from carrying the candied hawthorn, found herself chilled by fear. Upon arriving at the Chung residence, as anticipated, they were intercepted by the gatekeepers. Yuan stated, your young master Chung Shaoshi is my friend. The gatekeeper scrutinized Yun Danyan, laden with candied hawthorn, exchanging glances with his companion. Surely he knows that our young master enjoys candied hawthorn, so he must be a friend of his, but I have never seen him before. The young master's friends are numerous. Is it possible for you to know them all? True, that makes sense. That so should we let them in? You look at me, I look at you. Very well, you may enter. Yun Danyan was taken aback. They had managed to slip in this easily. She could not help but admire His Highness's cleverness. The Chung residence appeared vast, winding endlessly. Within the estate, one could see rare and precious trees alongside an array of flowers. Some varieties incredibly difficult to cultivate, so rare that they were scarcely found even in the imperial palace. Yet in the Chung residence, it was as if one stepped through the seasons, each step revealing a breathtaking spectacle. utterly unaware of the immense effort and dedication expended by those who cultivate this land to witness such a stunning vista. I ventured further inward, encountering a covered bridge that on either side of the bridge flowed a stream of crystal-clear water, revealing beneath its surface the playful dance of red fish that a figure clad in a soft shade of egg yolk appeared ahead, gracefully bearing a lacquered tray as she approached. Chapter 24. Ching sure thought of fish. The autumn breeze swept along the direction of the water, causing fallen leaves to descend into the stream without disturbing even the slightest ripple, merely drifting away indifferently. That slender silhouette in egg yolk hues glided towards me, delicate as a feather, at a distance of 3 paces. The woman opposite suddenly curtsied, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Your Highness." Gazing at the pitiable figure before me, Yun did not yield to anger despite her identity being unveiled. Instead, she responded gently, "Please, rise." Hua Shu complied, though she still dared not lift her gaze to meet Yuan's. She inclined her head, standing sideways like a frightened little bird. "Yuan, Hua Shu, am I not mistaken? Hua Shu, indeed." "Your Highness, I am called Hua Shu." Yuan smiled slightly. "Very well, that I would trouble you to lead the way." "Hua Shu, may I be so bold as to inquire, does your Highness wish to see young Master Cheng or—" "Yuan, let us first visit Miss Cheng." Hua Shu silently led the way ahead, and as they ascended and descended the stairs, Yuan remarked, "Yuan heir, you have become increasingly unrefined. Your manner of walking is dreadfully lax and careless." Yun Dan Yen, observing Hua Shu ahead, muttered under her breath, "Such pretentiousness," dismissing the demure demeanor of the young maid, believing that no matter how graceful her steps, it paled in comparison to eliminating a few ill-intentioned individuals towards the prince. Yet, it must be said that the Cheng family had indeed bestowed a life-changing grace upon Hua Shu. Witnessing a beggar transform into such a dignified lady was astonishing, reinforcing the truth that wealth and privilege nurture elegance. Cheng Wushi was momentarily taken aback by Yuan's unexpected visit, but it lasted but a fleeting instant that I asked the legitimate daughter of the Cheng family. She had long since learned to handle matters with composure and poise. "Hua Shu, go and prepare a pot of fine tea that my father sent a few days ago," Cheng Wushi instructed. Yuan strolled leisurely through the garden, casually responding, "There is no need." Though Cheng Wushi could not fathom the significance of the prince's sudden visit, she was certain it was not merely a casual stop. Realizing this, she decided to dismiss Hua Shu. "Hua Shu, there is no need for you to remain. You may leave now." Hua Shu, "Yes, your Highness." Yuan, wait a moment. Cheng Wushi, does your Highness have any instructions? Yuan regarded Hua Shu and addressed Cheng Wushi. "I have long heard that there is a maid named Hua Shu in the Cheng household who possesses exceptional skills in painting. Is that true?" Cheng Wushi, "Indeed, she is quite talented in that regard." Yuan smiled softly. "Yuan heir, please fetch me a smooth piece of blue stone, about the size of a palm." Upon her words, Yun Dan Yen vanished from sight. Cheng Wushi felt puzzled. What could the prince possibly want with blue stone? In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yun Dan Yen returned, carrying a large sack of stones on her shoulder. She promptly emptied the contents onto the ground, breathlessly inquiring, "Your Highness, which piece is suitable?" Yuan casually nudged a few stones with her foot. Seemingly dissatisfied, and after much deliberation, finally selected one with her toe, declaring, "This one shall do." "Yuan heir, hand this dead fish to Miss Hua Shu." Yun Dan Yen looked up bewildered. "Your Highness, what fish?" Yuan, "Yes, the fish you are holding." Yun Dan Yen glanced down at the stone in her hand, questioning, "Is this truly a fish?" Yuan, "I would like to request Miss Hua Shu to bring this dead fish to life, that I ask that within your capabilities." Hua Shu stared in shock at the stone that Yun Dan Yen offered her, her bright eyes trembling, before turning to Cheng Wushi for assistance. Cheng Wushi, equally perplexed by the prince's intentions, thought it seemed more like a deliberate challenge to Hua Shu, for there was no animosity between the esteemed prince and the humble maid. "May I inquire the meaning behind your request, your Highness? Forgive my ignorance, but I would appreciate your clarification." Yuan, "Miss Cheng, there is no need to be anxious, that I merely wish for your maid to assist me in painting a fish upon this blue stone." Cheng Wushi, "To paint on blue stone." Yuan, "More precisely, to transform it, rendering this blue stone into a complete imitation of a carp, to be placed in the pond to deceive the eye." Cheng Wushi, "But how is that even possible?" Hua Shu suddenly fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "Your Highness, I beg for your mercy that I lack such extraordinary skill. I merely dabble in painting casually. I cannot possibly make this blue stone into a carp." Cheng Wushi quickly interjected, "Your Highness, to create a fish from blue stone is a task even for a true artist, let alone someone like Hua Shu, who has no opportunity to learn Yuan. If it cannot be done, then let us dispose of those hands. They hold no value otherwise." Yuan heir proceed. Cheng Wushi was utterly taken aback by Yuan's words. Standing incredulously in place, that as Yun Dan Yan's blade descended, Hua Shu cried out with desperation, "I can do it." In that instant, a strand of her azure hair fell away, perilously close to losing the hand she so proudly possessed. Yuan let out a soft snicker. Whether it was a premeditated mockery or an indifferent derision remained unclear. Hua Shu trembled as she accepted the blue stone, choking back tears as she said, "Thank you, Your Highness, that a piece of blue stone, a red carp, 9 colors derived from mineral hues, a dish of deer glue for fixing colors, and 62 brushes of various shapes and sizes lay before her. Yuan, if Miss Hua Shu requires anything further, do not hesitate to ask." Hua Shu gazed at the array of tools, and even amidst such a life-and-death predicament, a powerful surge of excitement coursed through her. She steadied her voice and replied calmly, "This is sufficient." The brevity of her words carried a tremor of overwhelming emotion, her exhilaration causing her dark eyes to widen, the corners of her lips curving slightly upwards. All of which did not escape Yuan's keen observation, that he watched with the calm demeanor of a sage, awaiting the revelation of a cunning fox. Hua Shu took the lifeless carp in her hands, examining it closely before asking, "Your Highness, you desire a living fish, correct?" Yuan, "A living fish in the pond." Hua Shu, "Very well." With that, she made her way to the edge of the pond, lowering her head to inspect the waters, seemingly unsatisfied with the clarity, and in the next moment, she plunged her head into the pond. Yun Dan Yin, witnessing this, assumed Hua Shu intended to take her own life, and grasped her by the nape, pulling her back out of the water, scolding, "What do you think you are doing? Yuan heir, let her be that if I am not mistaken, Miss Hua Shu wishes to observe the form of the fish in the pond. Is that correct?" Hua Shu, "Yes, Your Highness, that is indeed my intention." Yuan, "But if you plunge your head in like that, won't you scare all the fish away?" Hua Shu, eyes gleaming with pride, retorted, "I only need a glance." With that, she began to sketch the general outline of the fish on the blue stone, mixing colors, filling in shades. Approximately an hour passed, and the blue stone and the carp appeared to meld into one, transforming into a vividly lifelike depiction of a carp. Cheng Wushi's face reflected her astonishment. She knew Hua Shu possessed a remarkable talent for painting, but had not anticipated her skill would reach such heights. The two fish on the table were so lifelike that one could scarcely discern the truth, and she couldn't help but think how such talent was squandered in servitude within the Cheng household. Hua Shu, for now, it remains but a lifeless fish. Once the ink dries in an hour, and it is placed in the water, it will become a genuine carp. Yuan, that will suffice. As night approached and the cold wind cut through, Hua Shu, drenched in her wet garments, would surely suffer from the chill. Hua Shu, I am quite resilient. Cheng Wushi interjected before Hua Shu could finish. Hua Shu, you should change into dry clothes to avoid catching a chill. Your garments are still damp. Yuan spoke at this moment, undoubtedly knowing that what he was about to say was something Hua Shu should not hear. Hua Shu, yes. Once Hua Shu departed, Yuan remarked, the Cheng household truly harbors hidden talents and exceptional individuals. Cheng Wushi, what is it that you wish to convey, Your Highness? Yuan suddenly turned his gaze sharply towards Cheng Wushi. Is it true that Hua Shu is indeed someone you retrieved from among the beggars? The piercing intensity of his gaze caused Cheng Wushi to question her own recollection. Had she truly brought Hua Shu from the streets? After all, she appeared to bear no resemblance to her former destitution. Cheng Wushi, what do you imply, Your Highness? Yuan smiled, his demeanor light and carefree. Oh, it is nothing. Just as Cheng Wushi felt a sense of relief. Yuan added, Miss Cheng. Cheng Wushi caught her breath. Does Your Highness have further instructions? Yuan, there is no need for you to be anxious, but may I inquire why I have not seen young Master Cheng today? Cheng Wushi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the true purpose of the prince's visit was to seek out Xiao Shi? Yet, what use could Xiao Shi be to him? Xiao Shi was known for his frivolity, often aimless, and Cheng Wushi herself was unaware of his whereabouts at that moment. Regardless of the prince's intentions, it seemed he would not find him today. Yuan smiled faintly. Miss Cheng has deduced correctly. I indeed came to speak with young Master Cheng. Should I not find him, I shall wait here. Cheng Wushi could only respond with a smile. Feeling an unsettling sensation as if Yuan's eyes could see through her very soul. Since that is the case, I shall request that you remain seated for a brief moment. I will send someone to fetch him. After Cheng Wushi departed, Yun Danyin let out a soft sigh, exclaiming, Your Highness, it seems that Cheng Wushi is excessively preoccupied with her thoughts, guarding against you as if you were a thief. Yuan chuckled lightly. However, I do not perceive this as a disadvantage. The Cheng family is substantial and influential. If she were as clear-minded and pure-hearted as Master Cheng, the Cheng family in Shu would likely be at the mercy of others. The half of the empire established by her parents must be safeguarded by someone, and Cheng Wushi is certainly not an ordinary individual. Some people cannot be discerned merely by sight. One must use their heart to understand them. With that, she tossed 2 dead fish from the table into the pond, and in a secluded corner, one fish floated to the surface, belly up, while the other mingled with the school of fish. Yun Danyin rolled her eyes. Often, she did not agree with her master's words and would frequently dismiss them with a glance, observing that Master Cheng might walk away, but upon encountering His Royal Highness, she would undoubtedly rush over. Master Cheng exclaimed with delight, Your Highness, what brings you here? My sister mentioned you came specifically to see me. Did I ask that true? Yuan replied, Indeed, perhaps due to being pampered since childhood. The nuances of etiquette and hierarchy were often disregarded by him. Seeing Master Cheng holding onto His Highness's hand without letting go, Cheng Wushi couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Yuan gently pried Master Cheng's hand away, stating, I recall you said your memory is quite remarkable. Master Cheng grinned. That is correct. Any book I have read, I can recite from memory. Yuan inquired. What about the things you have said? Master Cheng appeared bewildered. Noticing the disappointment on Yuan's face, he quickly added, No, Your Highness, please allow me to explain that if it were a day that left a deep impression, I would remember it well, but if it were an exceedingly mundane day, I truly cannot recall every detail. After all, who would bother to remember trivial conversations or insignificant matters? He cautiously stole a glance at Yuan, and upon seeing her silence, fearing she might be upset, he continued, However, if it were time spent with Your Highness, regardless of what was said, I would remember it. Yuan remarked, That does qualify as a memorable day. Master Cheng asked, You mean that day? Yuan affirmed, Yes, exactly that day. Master Cheng mused, Oh, that day. After waking from a deep slumber, I was whisked away by my sister to practice without even having breakfast. I remember she was the first person to speak to me, saying, Master, since you are awake, come practice the sword techniques that our master taught you, and let me see if you have been slacking off. And thus, I was compelled to pick up a sword. Yuan interrupted, Stop. Master Cheng looked innocently puzzled. What is it? Yuan sighed in exasperation. Let us start from when we first met. Master Cheng replied, Oh, that day. We encountered each other outside your chamber. You recognized me and called my name that I was astonished and asked, Your Highness, how did you recognize me? I was so careful to leave no flaw. You then said, Yuan interjected. Not that day. Master Cheng recalling said, the day I remember vividly. Yuan prompted the 8 directions in 5 people. Master Cheng suddenly enlightened, now I understand. You mean that day. Rest assured, I remember it well that he then began to perform, taking on the roles of various characters, including himself, Cheng Wushi, Yuan, Shan Qingyu, Yun Danyin, Xiaokai, and Wang Dafu, who was possessing Xiaokai. By the time Master Cheng finished his performance, night had fully descended. Before leaving, Yuan gently patted Master Cheng's shoulder, saying, Well done. The mere acknowledgement of those 2 words brought immense joy to Master Cheng, who had never anticipated that what he deemed the most trivial skill would prove beneficial, earning him the recognition of someone he revered. Master Cheng recounted how Wang Dafu had noted the decorative painting on the wall, further validating his conjecture. When faced with nearly identical objects, people often seek differences to affirm their recognition. Clearly, Wang Dafu's evidence to prove he had not entered the wrong room was that incongruous painting. Yet he did not realize that what he saw was not necessarily the truth. What he perceived was merely a painting within a painting. Chapter 25. the unknown male corpse as Yuang exited the Chung residence. She spotted a familiar carriage waiting outside, accompanied by a familiar figure anxiously pacing beside it. Yuang called out, "Uncle Dong." Dong Zhuye replied, "Xiaoang, you have finally emerged." Yuang asked, "What has happened?" Dong Zhuye insisted. "If you hadn't come out soon, something grave would have truly transpired." Yuang inquired, "What is it?" As he urged her to board the carriage, Dong Zhuye replied, "Let us discuss it once you are inside." Inside the carriage, Yuang noticed Dong Zhuye's continued silence and asked, "What was the significant matter you mentioned earlier?" Dong Zhuye queried, "Xiaoang, do you know what time it is now?" Yuang responded, "About the hour of the rooster." Dong Zhuye confirmed, "You are aware it is the hour of the rooster. It is dark. You cannot leave the palace. Have you forgotten?" Yuang smiled, "But uncle, you never believed in ghosts or deities. How could you trust that absurd Taoist words?" Dong Zhuye sighed. Remaining silent, he indeed did not believe in such matters. Yet when it concerned Xiaoang, he felt compelled to exercise more caution. Yuang asked, "By the way, how did you know I was at the Chung residence?" Dong Zhuye replied, "Jifeng sent someone to inform me." Yuang remarked, "She has become increasingly headstrong." Dong Zhuye cautioned, "Xiaoang, do not treat your life lightly." Yuang reassured him, "Fear not, uncle, I am well aware of my limits. As long as there is one person in this world who cares for me, I will cherish my life all the more. Even if it means struggling to survive, that I will never take my life for granted." Just as Dong Zhuye was about to speak, an arrow whizzed through the curtain, narrowly missing Yuang's brow. Yuang swiftly drew the arrow, which bore the character, a product of the military armory. Dong Zhuye's brow furrowed as he gently patted Yuang's hand, saying, "Xiaoang, I am here." With that, he stepped out of the carriage and shouted, "General Dong Zhuye of the Golden Guards is present. If you do not wish to court death, depart immediately." The air fell silent for a moment, then a rustling sound was heard, only to fade back into silence. Inside the carriage, Yuang chuckled softly, realizing it was indeed the handiwork of his relatives. Those present would not retreat merely from a threat, for they were acutely aware that Dong Zhuye could swiftly summon countless golden guards to Shilla City in a mere cup of tea's time. In that case, even the most seasoned assassins would have no choice but to confess their masterminds before meeting their end, for it was well known throughout the court that they had never made a mistake. The Golden Guards in Shilla City answered only to two individuals, the current Emperor Yu and Dong Zhuye. Anyone within the court would harbor a degree of trepidation towards Dong Zhuye. Yet their motives for engaging in conflict were merely to support their own factions. Yuang expressed, "Today, I owe my gratitude to you, uncle, or else I might have faced dire consequences." Dong Zhuye replied, "As long as I am here, no one shall harm you." Yuang thanked him. "Thank you, uncle." Dong Zhuye stated, "It is my duty to protect you." Even now, he was uncertain whether his protective nature stemmed from his sister's dying wish or from the bond he shared with Xiaoang. Dong Zhuye accompanied Yuang to the Eastern Palace before departing. Watching Dong Zhuye's retreating figure, Yuang couldn't help but reflect, "My mother truly has a wonderful brother. I suppose I am fortunate to have benefited from her legacy." "But uncle, if it weren't for my mother's last request, would you still treat me this way?" Yuang said, "Yin'er, you too must be weary. Go rest." Yun Danyan replied, "Your Highness, I am not tired." Yuang insisted, "I say you are tired, and thus you are." "Off you go." Yun Danyan responded. As night fell, the stars sparsely adorned the moonlit sky. The moonlight was dim, yet the Eastern Palace was brightly lit throughout the night, ensuring the path remained visible. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at the side hall of Bihua Palace, where two palace maids, drowsy at their post, stood guard before the bedroom door. Inside, a soft golden light illuminated the room, resembling the glow of sunset. The sight of a girl resting her chin on her hand captivated him, causing him to lose his senses. In a moment of realization, he understood the implications of his actions. How was this different from imprisoning her? The following day, early in the morning, Xiaokai woke naturally, but felt that something was amiss. Approaching the half-open window, she encountered Mingxia, who was carrying a basin of water. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find that the palace maids who usually guarded the entrance were nowhere to be seen. Xiaokai asked, "Mingxia, where did they go?" Mingxia replied, "Are you referring to the maids who were guarding outside?" Xiaokai confirmed, "Yes." Mingxiao explained, "They were called away by Sister Jifeng." With a cheerful demeanor, she added, "But don't you think this is better?" Having two people standing outside your room all day feels a bit uncomfortable, doesn't it? Xiao Kai responded, I am fine with anything. Ming Xiao cheerfully remarked, you must not say that, for saying you are fine with anything implies that you are not fine at all. Xiao Kai paused slightly, realizing the truth in her words. Ming Xia continued, I know you are not happy. Xiao Kai instinctively retorted, I am not unhappy. Ming Xia queried, then are you happy? Xiao Kai fell silent. Was she happy? She could only recall the fleeting joy she felt when she had the opportunity to share a meal with her mother. Xiao Kai asked Ming Xia, what about you? Are you happy? Ming Xia tilted her head back, and her round, cherubic face broke into a smile, revealing two adorable dimples that I felt a surge of joy. Pointing to my own face, I said, look, my happiness is evident on my face, just as a young lady's unhappiness is also reflected there. Xiao Kai fell into silence for a moment and then remarked, so, you must often be very happy. Right, because Ming Xia always wears such a cheerful expression. Ming Xia replied, although I cannot say that every day is smooth and pleasant, there is always something that brings me joy each day. She continued, does the young lady have anything she desires? Xiao Kai shook her head. No, Ming Xia asked, what about someone you admire? Xiao Kai shook her head again. No, Ming Xia inquired further, are there any foods you long to eat? Places you wish to visit? Xiao Kai still shook her head. None at all. Ming Xia was astonished, pondering how the young lady could live with such simplicity and lack of desire. Isn't living without desire akin to being dead? Xiao Kai smiled faintly, indeed. But isn't it more painful to yearn for something unattainable? Ming Xia shook her head. No, no. While longing for the unattainable is undoubtedly painful, at least it embodies hope. One must have hoped to find strength. Xiao Kai saw that deep within Ming Xia's soul lay a sunflower blooming in the morning sun, vibrant and full of life, a sight that filled her with envy. May I embrace you? Ming Xia giggled. That is something I cannot grant, that I end that fleeting moment of embrace. Xiao Kai felt as though she were holding an immensely warm sun. If I were exceedingly unattractive, would you still embrace me? Ming Xia replied, regardless of how the young lady may appear, I would still wish to embrace her. Xiao Kai asked, why? Ming Xia responded, I want to bring you joy. Xiao Kai said, thank you, Ming Xia. Ming Xia continued, I do not know why you are unhappy. Was it because of suffering in the past? Xiao Kai replied, perhaps. Ming Xia added, everyone has their share of sorrowful pasts. You must learn to forget. Then, placing her hand over Xiao Cai's heart, she said at this moment, this place will convey your truest thoughts, that if one day your heart beats erratically, it proves that you are not devoid of emotions, but rather that you have hidden them all away. Xiao Kai acknowledged, I have hidden them away. Ming Xia affirmed, yes, because you feel unsafe. Noticing Xiao Cai's hands, wrapped tightly like two large rice dumplings, squirming uncomfortably, she asked, have you changed the dressing today? Xiao Kai replied, not yet. Ming Xia queried, why hasn't Dr. Wen come today? When Chu Jiao interjected, I have arrived. Ming Xia urged Dr. Wen, please take a look at the young lady's hands. She seems quite uncomfortable. That asked when Chu Jiao set down his medicine box and prepared to unwrap the white cloth from Xiao Cai's hands. He remarked, if the young lady feels an unbearable itch at the wound, it means it is healing. There is no need for concern. Having unwrapped the first hand, he stood there, dumbfounded, unable to move. Ming Xia exclaimed, Dr. Wen, why are you in a daze? Come closer and look. Isn't the young lady's hand perfectly fine? Why is it wrapped up like this? When Chu Jiao quickly unwrapped the other hand, and Ming Xia said, this hand is also perfectly fine. He tossed the white cloth onto the table, slung his medicine box over his shoulder, and without uttering a word, turned to leave. Ming Xia remarked, what a muddled doctor. He seems as if he hasn't woken up. Xiao Kai stared at her two smooth, fair hands, resembling spring bamboo shoots, perplexed by how more than a dozen scars could vanish overnight. Meanwhile, when Chu Jiao was eagerly searching for Yunya, Your Highness, Your Highness, Yun Danyan retorted. When Chu Jiao, have you lost your mind? Why are you shouting? When Chu Jiao replied, Miss Yun, where is His Highness? I have monumental news to share with him. Yun Danyan teased, what monumental news could you possibly have? His Highness is in the study, when Chu Jiao informed. Yun Danyan muttered under her breath, this fellow is just like his master, acting all neurotic. When Chu Jiao called out, Your Highness, Moon Xiang, looking displeased, asked Wen Chu Jiao, why the commotion? Wen Chu Jiao knelt down, exclaiming, I bear monumental news. Moon Xiang, trying to remain patient, asked, What is it? When Chujiao declared, little Xiao-Cai's hands are healed. Completely healed. Not a trace of scar remains, as if she had never been injured. Moon Xiang inquired urgently, is that true? When Chujiao affirmed, absolutely, without a doubt, Moon Xiang responded, did not your master say it would take 3 months? When Chujiao explained, perhaps the medicine my master prescribed had miraculous effects. In any case, Xiao-Cai's hands have fully recovered, that if your highness does not believe me, you may accompany me to see for yourself. Moon Xiang replied, very well. After taking a few steps, he paused and said, forget it. I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall not go. When Chujiao said, then, Moon Xiang interjected, you may leave for now. When Chujiao responded, this humble one takes his leave, that as he exited, he bumped into Yun Danyan, who mocked, what kind of monumental news is that? When Chujiao replied seriously, how can it not be? The condition of Xiao-Cai's hands directly pertains to my and my master's lives. For me, it is indeed monumental news. Yun Danyan rolled her eyes dismissively. Moon Xiang asked, is there something amiss? Yun Danyan, speaking mysteriously, said, I have good news to share with your highness as well. Moon Xiang prompted, speak. Yun Danyan revealed, a male corpse disguised as a woman has been found in the canal of Kangpingfeng. Moon Xiang replied nonchalantly, given it is Kangpingfeng, that is not surprising that I in a place of revelry. It is not uncommon for someone to fall into the water unnoticed and drown. This has happened before. Yun Danyan insisted, your highness, please listen to me. The critical point is that the corpse's face has been disfigured, seemingly deliberately, to obscure the identity of the deceased. Furthermore, the corpse was tied to a large stone, likely meant to weigh it down, though regrettably, the stone was too small, indicating a lack of experience. Moon Xiang responded, a large stone and a small stone are contradictory. Yun Danyan replied, that is not the point. Moon Xiang inquired, who is in charge of this case? Yun Danyan answered, General Dong. I heard His Majesty gave him a stern reprimand, saying his night patrols relax, and he has been given 3 days to resolve it, or he will be dismissed. Moon Xiang asked, have you gathered any further information? Yun Danyan replied, none. Moon Xiang instructed, please inform my uncle that the person who committed the murder and disposed of the body may be a woman or a slender man. Yun Danyan asked, how do you know that, your highness? Moon Xiang explained, if they prepared to dispose of the body, they intended for it never to see the light of day, knowing to disfigure the face and tie a stone. Would they not realize that a larger stone would be more secure, unless they could only manage a stone of that size? Yun Danyan replied, oh, then why disguise as a woman? Moon Xiang pondered. I do not know. Yun Danyan suggested, your highness, consider it. After a moment of silence, Moon Xiang could not think of an answer. Yun Danyan was about to leave when Moon Xiang asked, was the corpse wearing a costume? Yun Danyan shook her head, no, just ordinary clothing. Moon Xiang concluded, very well, I understand now. You may leave. Yun Danyan replied, oh, Moon Xiang began to contemplate deeply. In Kangpingfeng, a place of indulgence, a man disguised as a woman with a disfigured face, and disposed of in the canal. Was this a nearby disposal or a deliberate act? Why disguise as a woman? Was it a peculiar preference or a disguise imposed by the murderer after death? What was the ultimate purpose? Was the disfigurement meant to conceal the identity of the deceased, or was it driven by revenge? Just as Yun Danyan departed, Shan Qingyu quietly appeared behind Moon Xiang. Moon Xiang asked, what news? Shan Qingyu replied, as your highness indicated, there are indeed traces on the roof of the 8 directions and where several tiles have been removed. Moon Xiang approached the painting of the winter landscape and thought it best to focus on one matter. Wang Dafu, who perished at the 8 Directions Inn, was deliberately lured into Jiang He's room to be killed. What was the motive? Why go to such lengths to switch their rooms? If convenience was the goal, wouldn't the room at the edge be more suitable? The middle room would be more noticeable to those residing on either side. Before Wang Dafu's death, someone intentionally guided Jiang He to the 8 Directions Inn. What was the purpose? To frame Jiang He. If that were the case, it clearly failed. But if it was not to frame Jiang He, what was the intention behind guiding him? Furthermore, if the murderer was not the coupled Song Shu, what explanation could there be for the several individuals who died before Wang Dafu? Moon Xiang felt as though he had fallen into a vast pit, standing upon the nailed-down consequences, expending all his effort, yet only managing to unearth the first step of the ladder. Chapter 26. Going in Circles, Returning to the Starting Point. Moon Xiang pondered and hesitated before finally walking to the side hall. Moon Xiang stated flatly, "Since the young lady's hands have healed, you may leave at your discretion." Xiao Kai replied, "I promise, I will not go back on my word." The doors of the Shu Brewery on East Street of Chongdafang were tightly shut, the seals on the doors still unbroken. Yun Danyin casually grabbed the arm of a passerby and inquired, "Excuse me, when will this brewery open for business?" A passerby gazed at Yun Danyin with an expression of bewilderment, as if looking at a fool. "What are you talking about? The owner is dead. Who will run the place? Are you suggesting they should take over?" Yun Danyin gritted her teeth, raising her hand as if to strike. The passerby quickly raised their hands to shield their face. "What do you intend to do?" Yun Danyin replied, "If you wish to avoid a beating, then speak properly. Do you understand?" With that, she raised her fist once more. The passerby retorted, "What does the lady warrior wish to inquire about?" Yun Danyin asked, "Isn't there a girl from this establishment?" "Where has she gone?" The passerby shrugged. "How would I know?" Yun Danyin waved her fist threateningly. The passerby exclaimed, "Oh dear, lady warrior, I truly do not know." "Perhaps you could ask someone else?" Yun Danyin pressed, "What else do you know?" The passerby replied, "I have only heard whispers, merely rumors, that the daughter of this establishment is not their biological child." Yun Danyin inquired, "How do you know?" The passerby leaned in conspiratorially. "Tell me, which decent family would quietly abandon a newborn to be raised by the grandmother, only to retrieve her when she turned 8? Yun Danyin pressed further. "Is there more?" The passerby shook their head. "That is all I know," then pointed to an elderly woman selling cabbages nearby. "Look, that is Granny Wong. She has been selling vegetables at the entrance of this tavern for over a decade. Perhaps she knows something." Yun approached Granny Wong's vegetable stall. "Granny, may I ask you about something?" Granny Wong looked at Yun in confusion, her cloudy eyes gleaming with kindness as she pointed to her ears, indicating she could not hear. Yun Danyin leaned closer to Granny Wong's ear, relaying Yuan's question. "Granny, we would like to inquire about something." Granny Wong smiled and nodded, responding repeatedly, "Yes, yes." Yun Danyin continued, "Granny, do you know where the tavern owner's daughter has gone?" Granny Wong waved her hand, her expression sorrowful. "I do not know. Ever since the authorities sealed the tavern, Xiao Lin has not returned. Xiao Lin was a good girl. Before her family encountered misfortune, I used to sell vegetables here. And the Shu couple often brought me water that on rainy or hot days, Xiao Lin would help me into the tavern to take shelter. They were all good people. Alas, this world is unjust, not allowing good people to live long." Dada's tears blurred her vision. She wiped her eyes with her aged, calloused hands. Yun Danyin countered, "But Granny, they killed someone." Granny Wong suddenly grew agitated, expressing her grief. "Then they deserved it." Yun Danyin asked, "Why?" Granny Wong appeared reluctant to elaborate, falling silent. Yun prompted, "Yun, tell Granny that the Xiao Lin she spoke of is missing." Upon hearing this, Granny Wong's expression shifted to one of deep concern. Sighing, she slowly recounted, "Xiao Lin was an unfortunate child. Before she turned 8, her parents were too busy with the tavern to care for her, leaving her with her grandparents outside the city. That it was only after her grandparents passed away that they brought her back. The Shu couple cherished her dearly, hiring the best teachers to teach her to read. What luck for a girl from an ordinary family. When she came of age, she would have been hastily married off. But the Shu couple couldn't bear to let her go easily. They truly regarded her as their precious treasure." She recalled, "I remember the days after Xiao Lin was captured by the authorities. The Shu couple were beside themselves with worry, weeping day and night. How could they endure those ruffians tarnishing and harming Xiao Lin? I recall a day when the Shu couple went out, leaving Xiao Lin alone to guard the tavern. I, too, was dazed by the sun and failed to notice a few ruffians entering the tavern. They nearly took advantage of Xiao Lin, though they did not succeed that time. They often hurled vile words at her, and the Shu couple endured it time and again for their daughter's reputation. But those ruffians grew bolder, teasing Xiao Lin repeatedly. How could any parent tolerate that?" With that, she covered her face and wept. Yun Danyin used her handkerchief to wipe Granny Wong's tears, indignantly declaring, "You are right, Granny. Those scoundrels are indeed unworthy of living. It is a pity that such a wonderful family has been shattered because of a few wretches." Granny Wong returned the handkerchief to Yun Danyin, and, just as she lifted her head, her gaze was drawn to an approaching figure. The three of them followed her gaze. Xiao Kai, Yuan, and Yun Danyin exclaimed in unison, "Shin Yummy." Yun Danyan asked, "Do you know her?" Granny Wang hesitated. "Shin the painter?" Yuan and Yun Danyan exchanged glances, and Yun Danyan quickly inquired, "Granny, do you know her?" Granny Wang replied, "She seems to be Xiao Lin's godmother." Yun Danyan asked, "Godmother?" Granny Wang rubbed her eyes, confirming, "Indeed, she is Xiao Lin's godmother." Yun Danyan pressed, "How do you know?" Granny Wang explained, "Shin the painter frequently comes here to buy wine, that as time passed, they became familiar. And seeing how much Xiao Lin adored her, she took her as an adopted daughter and taught her to paint. The couple said Xiao Lin inherited Shun, the painter's true talent. Whatever she painted came to life." A proud look crossed her face as she spoke. Shin the painter also cherished Xiao Lin, occasionally taking her home at tea times. They appeared just like a real mother and daughter. Yuan turned to leave, and upon noticing, Yun Danyan quickly bid farewell to Granny Wang. "Goodbye, Granny." She then caught up with Yuan. "Your Highness, do you have any leads?" Yuan replied, "Shan Qingyu has gone to invite Shin the painter for a discussion." Yun Danyan scoffed, "He truly is like a shadow of your Highness." Yuan added, "Does Xiao Kai remember that Shin the painter once said she was all alone, without any apprentices?" Xiao Kai responded, "Yes." Yuan questioned, "The mound filled with flowers?" Xiao Kai confirmed, "Yes." Yuan inquired, "How do you know?" Xiao Kai, realizing her thoughts, explained, "Shin the painter is not a bad person." Yuan, thinking Xiao Kai feared she might harm Shin Yumi, reassured her, "Don't worry. I merely wish to consult her about some matters. I would never harm her." Yuan stood frozen, watching the blood spurt forth and the figure before her wielding a knife. Yun Danyan stared at the empty sheath in shock. Xiao Kai had managed to detect the intent to harm without her noticing, swiftly drawing her knife and ending the assailant's life in one stroke. The passerby shrieked and dodged aside, the knife clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Xiao Kai stood motionless. Clutching her chest, as Yuan approached, she discovered a dagger lodged in Xiao Kai's abdomen, blood seeping slowly into her azure attire. The dagger had been meant for Yuan, but Xiao Kai had shielded her from the attack. Xiao Kai suddenly grasped Yuan's hand, pressing it against her chest. "Your Highness, can you feel it? My heart is racing wildly." At that moment, Yuan could no longer concern herself with gender distinctions, anxiously exclaiming, "Do you realize you are injured?" Xiao Kai glanced at the dagger protruding from her abdomen, unhesitatingly pulling it free, blood gushing forth. Yuan panicked, immediately pressing her hands against the wound to staunch the bleeding. Yuan exclaimed in frustration, "Does it not hurt?" She felt a mix of anger and helplessness, unable to do anything to change the situation. Xiao Kai's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her lips pale, yet she smiled as she explained to Yuan it had to be removed, otherwise the wound cannot heal. Yuan gazed at Xiao Kai, her chest constricting painfully, nearly causing her to falter. Typically so articulate, she now struggled to utter a word. Xiao Kai calmly said, "Your Highness, let go. It's fine now." She appeared so carefree, as if it were not she who was injured, but rather a stranger. After hesitating for a moment, Yuan slowly released her grip, realizing that the blood had indeed ceased to flow, that a small portion of skin visible beneath her garments was stained with blood. Yet there was no wound. Only then did she understand that Xiao Kai's injuries had not been treated by a physician but had healed on their own. Her curiosity deepened. Who exactly was she? Yun Danyan knelt to examine the body, rising to inform Yuan, "Your Highness, he is one of the top 3 assassins in the martial world, known as Mute Cicada, infamous for his silent and invisible killings." "No wonder I sensed nothing earlier. It was my negligence." Yuan inquired, "Mute Cicada?" Yun Danyan confirmed, "Indeed." She retrieved a jade cicada from the deceased's waist and handed it to Yuan. "This is his mark. He never parts with it." After a moment of contemplation, Yuan instructed, "You will handle the aftermath here. Remember, do not disclose anything that should remain unsaid." Yun Danyan hesitated. "But, Your Highness," Yuan interjected, "who was it that stood in front of me just now?" Yun Danyan relented, tossing the knife to Xiao Kai. "Protect the princess for me." Xiao Kai grasped the Yinling knife, understood. Yuan recalled how Xiao Kai had just pulled her hand to her chest, causing her ears to flush red. Though Xiao Kai was thin, she was still a woman, and the sensation was distinctly different from that of a man. Clearing her throat, Yuan awkwardly remarked, "Please refrain from such actions in the future." Xiao Kai, puzzled, asked, "What actions?" Yuan, feeling embarrassed, stammered, pulling my hand and placing it there. Xiao Kai queried, "Why?" Yuan explained, You are a woman. Such actions may invite gossip. Xiao Kai countered. And you, being a man, would not. Yuan paused. Then replied, no, I would not. Even if I did, it would bear little consequence for a man. This world is such that a woman's reputation carries the weight of her very life, while for men, it is hardly worth mentioning. Xiao Kai simply responded, very well. After a while, Wei Yin remarked, what I mean is that one should not treat others in such a manner. Xiao Kai gazed at Wei Yin and inquired, but is it permissible to treat you that way? Wei Yin hesitated until Xiao Kai continued, because you are not just anyone, right? Only then did she respond, no one should be treated that way. Not even me. Xiao Kai replied. All right. Wei Yin hesitated again. Why did you stand in front of me just now? Xiao Kai shook his head. I do not know that I simply found myself instinctively stepping in front of you when I saw that person about to harm you. Wei Yin felt her heart racing faster and more chaotically than Xiao Cai's had just moments before and tentatively asked, do you like me? Xiao Kai nodded, yes, I do. Wei Yin suppressed the flutter of joy within her. In the future, do not shield me from danger. Even if your wounds heal quickly, they will still hurt. Xiao Kai replied calmly, I might not be able to help it, that it's a reflex my body cannot control. Wei Yin stated, even if you do not shield me, I will be fine. There are many who protect me from the shadows. However, despite saying this, she realized that since their acquaintance, Xiao Kai had suffered greatly on her behalf. If it weren't for you, I would not know how many times I have nearly perished, Xiao Kai asserted. I will not perish. You will. Wei Yin fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. She was merely a fragile and ordinary person. Shan Qingyu brought Xin Yumei to the residence that Wei Yin had arranged outside the palace. Just as Xin Yumei was awakening from her stupor, Wei Yin began, I apologize for the offense. Master Shun, today's events were truly unavoidable. And I hope you can understand. Xin Yumei scrutinized her, retorting, what do you mean by that? Wei Yin inquired, are you familiar with Sangshu Yulin? Upon hearing the name, Xin Yumei visibly paused before feigning calmness. I know her. She is the daughter of the owner of Sangshu Baijiang. What do you intend to do? Wei Yin smiled slightly. Do you know where she currently is? Xin Yumei replied, how would I know? Wei Yin countered, is she not your adopted daughter? Xin Yumei replied, and what of it? Wei Yin pressed, do you truly not know her whereabouts? Xin Yumei insisted, I do not. Wei Yin concluded, very well, you may leave. Xin Yumei seemed incredulous that Wei Yin had gone to such lengths to bring her here, only to release her so easily. After Xin Yumei took a few steps, Wei Yin sighed. Sangshu Yulin is indeed pitiable. Having regained familial ties only to lose them once more, it seems unlikely that anyone in this world truly cares for her anymore. Even her disappearance goes unnoticed. What a tragedy, truly tragic. Xin Yumei halted, turning back. What did you say? Yulin is missing. Wei Yin affirmed, yes, did you not know? Xin Yumei replied, how could I possibly know? Wei Yin continued, then again, since your relationship with Sangshu Yulin is rather indifferent, it is understandable that you would not be concerned. Xin Yumei, growing anxious, demanded, what are you trying to say? Wei Yin stated, Sangshu Yulin is likely in grave danger. Xin Yumei exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? Wei Yin replied, why would I speak without reason? Master Xin, perhaps you should consider this. Sangshu Yulin has only you as her remaining kin, with her biological parents deceased and no one else to rely on. If she has not sought you out, where else could she possibly go? Xin Yumei's breath quickened, clearly flustered. Wei Yin continued, if I am not mistaken, you came to the city specifically to find her, did you not? Xin Yumei, abandoning her pretense, admitted, yes, you are correct. Wei Yin smirked, it seems that in her heart, you are not regarded as a reliable person. Xin Yumei's voice suddenly rose. You speak nonsense. What do you know? Wei Yin moved closer to Xin Yumei, stating, you are indeed her biological mother, are you not? Xin Yumei stared at Wei Yin in shock, stepping back 2 paces, her brow furrowed in disbelief. How do you know? Wei Yin suddenly smiled, her pale, handsome face betraying a cunning intelligence. Of course I do not know. I was merely testing you. Realizing she had been maneuvered, Xin Yumei furiously demanded, who are you? What do you intend to do? Chapter 27. Why is your highness crying? Wei Yin replied, you need not concern yourself with my identity or my intentions. Just know this. If Sangshu Yulin is not the perpetrator, then she may have already met with misfortune. Xin Yumei retorted. Do not spread alarm. Yulin could never be a murderer. Da Yuyin's gaze was cold and inscrutable, revealing nothing of her thoughts. She lifted her eyelids and said coldly that Sangshu couple who confessed and took their own lives were merely shielding her. Who else could have made them willingly face death? Shin Yume grimaced, her resolve faltering. Nonsense. What evidence do you have? Without evidence, you are merely slandering. Wei-yin abruptly seized Shin Yume's wrist, her gaze sharp and piercing. Are these hands not the best proof? She is your daughter. She naturally inherited your talent. It would not be impossible for her to create a wall with your meticulous instruction. Shin Yume feigned ignorance. What wall? What are you talking about? I do not understand. Wei-yin replied, It matters not if you do not know. I merely wish to inquire if you are familiar with someone named Jiang He. Shin Yume frowned. Jiang He? Wei-yin pressed, Are you not acquainted with him? Shin Yume responded, Why would I need to know him? Wei-yin lowered her gaze and stepped aside that if Shin Yume, as a biological mother, did not know who Jiang He was. Then why was he involved in this case? Although many questions remained unanswered, she was increasingly convinced that Sangshu Yulin was the culprit. Only she could logically fit the circumstances that asked for the origins of that rare poison. Zuluoxi City was the largest trading hub in the world. Even the most extraordinary items could be procured if one had the means. After releasing Shin Yume, Wei-yin had intended to return to the Eastern Palace, but instead headed to Jiang He's residence. Upon seeing Wei-yin, Jiang He appeared unfazed, casually remarking, I did not expect your highness to visit. Please forgive my lack of proper hospitality. Wei-yin smiled warmly, exuding an aura of softness and gentleness. The Jiang residence is devoid of any mundane clutter. It is indeed a tranquil haven, worthy of admiration. Jiang He, known for his integrity and amiable demeanor, chuckled lightly. Your highness flatters me. I merely prefer simplicity to the complexities of managing household affairs. Wei-yin stated. It is a great fortune for the nation of Yuesian to have Jiang He, and for my father to have you. Truly a blessing for the common folk. Jiang He replied, Your highness possesses unparalleled wisdom and is undoubtedly the future of Yuesian. We are merely growing old. Wei-yin understood that Jiang He was subtly hinting that she was destined to be the next ruler of Yuesian. Wei-yin countered, What are you saying, Jiang He? You and my father are in the prime of your lives. Yet I find myself exhausted and weakened. Some matters may exceed my capabilities. She clenched her hand into a half fist, bringing it to her lips to cough delicately. Jiang He's expression darkened. Your highness, please be cautious with your words. Wei-yin gave a wry smile. If there were anyone willing to wholeheartedly support her rise to power, it would be Jiang. He was like an obstinate relic, stubbornly believing that as long as he lived and had not committed treason, the throne could only belong to the sole prince born of the main consort. Wei-yin continued, By the way, I have one more question for you. Jiang He, who typically focused on matters rather than individuals, shifted seamlessly from a stern expression to a neutral tone. What is it? Wei-yin asked, Are you acquainted with a painter named Shin Yume? Jiang He shook his head without hesitation. I do not know her. Wei-yin probed further. What about Sangshu Yulin or the owner of Sangshu Baijiang? Jiang He replied, Has this case not already been resolved? Wei-yin affirmed, Indeed, it has been resolved. Jiang He inquired, Then what is your highness's intention? Wei-yin explained, I wish to commission Shin Yume to create a painting, but I do not know her whereabouts. Coincidentally, Sangshu Yulin is her adopted daughter, so I thought to inquire about her. However, it seems her whereabouts are also quite elusive. By chance, I learned from my uncle that she once resided at the Bafang Inn with you. So I came here to see if fortune would favor me. Wei-yin finished explaining. Jiang He ceased his inquiries. Just when Wei-yin thought she would leave disappointed, Xiaokai, who had been silently covering her face, suddenly spoke, You have harmed innocent lives. Jiang He momentarily lowered his gaze, a flicker of change crossing his countenance before he regained his composure. Xiaokai continued, You will remember this for the rest of your life. Jiang He instinctively took 2 steps back. Gripping the edge of the table to steady himself, he fixed his gaze on the beautiful woman before him. Her appearance was not particularly imposing, yet her words struck deep, causing him to struggle to breathe. Jiang He pointed at Xiaokai. Who are you? Do not speak such nonsense. Wei-yin stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Xiaokai. Her expression turning serious. What of it, if I am the one behind her? Jiang He assessed Wei-yin and Xiaokai, and after a moment, he slowly remarked, Since she is under your protection, you should ensure that your words and actions are restrained, to avoid losing much over trivial matters. Wei-yin replied, This matter need not trouble you, Jiang He. Every word Xiao Kai has spoken is my directive. Should you harbor any dissatisfaction, feel free to report me to my father. Claiming that I am too lenient or that I condone treason. Alone, I find myself profoundly curious as to how Jiang Cheng has managed to uphold a character so saintly in its integrity and devotion to public service. Characterized by a clear distinction between reward and punishment, and an unwavering sense of justice. Jiang he furrows his brow. What do you mean, Your Highness? Yuan sneers dismissively. What I mean is, does Jiang Cheng truly embody a unity of heart and appearance? Or is he merely clinging to a facade that all admire? Jiang He's eyes blaze with anger as he retorts, I am, after all, a ruler of a nation. Can I not earn even the slightest respect from you? Yuan, unfazed, replies lightly, O Jiang He, you are utterly hypocritical. One day, you will realize that your aspirations are but illusions, and in the end, all you shall attain is that same illusion. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Why not choose to live a little more authentically? Even as Yuan and his companions departed, Jiang He remained rooted in place, pondering the accusation of hypocrisy and the notion that his lifelong dedication to state and people went unacknowledged. He had lived simply, adhering strictly to self-discipline while treating others with kindness, only to find himself misunderstood. Slumping to the ground, Yuan's words struck him like an unforeseen tempest, obliterating the fruits of his decades of labor. Leaving him once again in a barren state, as if it had always been so, empty and devoid of worth. That on their journey back to the palace, Xiao Kai timidly spoke, I apologize, Your Highness. I should not have spoken as I did. Yuan replied, what you expressed was merely the truth that I have never held any fondness for Jiang He. Though he stands alone in the court as my adversary, I find him insufferably hypocritical. Xiao Kai, confused, queried, he harbors feelings for you, yet you do not reciprocate. Yuan chuckled, just because he admires me does not compel me to return that admiration. One must not allow the affections or aversions of others to dictate one's own. Furthermore, he does not truly cherish me. It is the antiquated rules he reveres that a person like him can be deemed good, yet also foolish. Ultimately, whether his heart is devoted to his country, I cannot ascertain. However, one truth remains. He loves himself above all. Xiao Kai could not fathom how Yuan concluded that Jiang He was hypocritical. She merely sensed the stench of his soul, akin to a graveyard. And the blood on his hands could only be abundant. She wondered why no restless spirits hovered around him, that if not for the need to avenge the wronged, how could he escape their clutches? Surely they would ensure his every endeavor was fraught with misfortune. Yet his elevated status clearly belied such a fate. Noticing Xiao Kai's furrowed brow, Yuan inquired, what occupies your thoughts? Xiao Kai replied, do you believe Jiang He is unfortunate? Yuan mused, in this world, regardless of others' misfortunes, he remains unscathed, he ascends effortlessly, offending many while remaining secure. Xiao Kai muttered, he should be unfortunate, indeed. Yuan merely smiled, not pondering further. He assumed that Xiao Kai wished for Jiang He's misfortune, unaware that a few more questions could unravel many mysteries, thus sparing them the convolutions that lay ahead. Upon their return to the East Palace, the sky had darkened, before they even disembarked the carriage. Xiao Kai's stomach growled audibly. The two exchanged glances. Rather than the embarrassment Yuan expected, Xiao Kai calmly alighted. How could Yuan know that for Xiao Kai, the sound of hunger was not an occasion for shame? It was merely the body's natural response to hunger, devoid of any reason to feel embarrassed. Only then did Yuan remember that Xiao Kai had followed him since noon and had not eaten a morsel. He had no habit of late-night dining, so the palace had not prepared any food. After dismissing Shan Qingyu, Yuan said to Xiao Kai, I shall take you somewhere. Xiao Kai replied, all right. Yuan continued, do you not wish to inquire where I am taking you? Xiao Kai responded, why should I ask? Caught off guard by this question, Yuan pondered before saying, what if I intended to harm you? Xiao Kai, unfazed, asked, would you truly harm me? Yuan smiled, of course not. However, one must always be cautious. Xiao Kai nodded in agreement. The cool moonlight cast long shadows of the two as they walked side by side in silence. Their quietude speaking volumes. Upon encountering the guards, Yuan swiftly grasped Xiao Kai's hand, whispering, this way, do not let them see us. Xiao Kai held her breath in nervousness, while Yuan stifled a laugh. He led her, hunched over, stealthily evading the patrolling guards. As they passed a corridor, One guard yawned, causing Shao Kai to grip Yuan's hand tighter, but he urged her softly, "Fear not, this way." Finally arriving at the kitchen, they spotted a maid about to lock the door. Yuan removed his crimson cloak and draped it over Shao Kai, instructing, "Wait here for me," but he then approached the maid with confidence. Upon seeing him, she appeared startled. After a brief exchange, Shao Kai watched as the maid hurriedly departed. Once inside, Yuan closed the door, the dim light from outside barely illuminating the room. Shao Kai inquired, "What did you tell her?" Yuan ominously stated, "I informed her of a man-eating ghost that preys on those who wander alone at night," which frightened her away. Noticing Shao Kai's lack of reaction, he added, "I forgot that you, Miss Shao Kai, are unafraid of ghosts, so my scare tactics would not affect you." Just then, Shao Kai's stomach growled again. Yuan handed her a bun, saying, "Here, this will suffice for now," but he took a bite of the cold bun himself. As they prepared to eat, a voice suddenly emerged from outside. "Hey, why is this door unlocked?" The two within, along with a mouse, froze, their movements stilled in unison. Fortunately, the person locked the door and departed, leaving Yuan to endure the presence of the very rodent he dreaded. Noticing Yuan's tense demeanor, Shao Kai understood instantly, tossing her bun across the room to distract the mouse, which promptly scurried after it. "You fear mice?" Shao Kai asked. "Indeed," Yuan admitted, "that in my childhood, I accidentally damaged the princess's kite. And they locked me in an abandoned palace where mice roamed freely. They were unafraid of humans, crawling over me, which terrified me greatly. That it was only when Ji Feng found me and had me released that I escaped. Since then, I have harbored a deep fear of mice." Shao Kai replied, "I am unafraid of mice. I have even eaten one, so rest assured, Your Highness, I will not let it near you." Yuan felt a pang of sorrow at her words. Though he was not well regarded, he had never had to worry about food, nor had anyone dared to deprive him. But what of Shao Kai? Had she ever known comfort or warmth? The answer was undoubtedly no. And this thought brought a sting to his eyes. Seeing Yuan's eyes glisten, Shao Kai mistook his emotion for fear of the mouse. "Do not worry, Your Highness. I shall take care of it." Yuan grasped her arm, suddenly feeling ashamed of his own sensitivity. What was he being so dramatic about? Shao Kai continued to reassure him, "I will be quick," pulling Shao Kai into his embrace. He murmured, "Do not go. I am no longer afraid. That I apologize. It seems we must share this space with it for the night." Shao Kai replied, "As long as you do not mind, I am content." Leaning against the wall, Yuan asked, "Would you share your past experiences with me?" Shao Kai replied, "There is nothing of interest. You might find it tedious." Yuan insisted, "I promise I will not." Shao Kai calmly responded, "There truly is little to tell, but if you wish to hear, I shall share some tales." She recounted amusing anecdotes, such as how she fought with beggars over food, how she defended herself against someone attempting to strip her, and how she acquired her beloved blue garment. Yuan listened, tears streaming down his face. Shao Kai, bewildered, asked, "Why do you weep, Your Highness?" In that moment, he realized that for Shao Kai, there was no distinction between the genders. She had never felt the need to shy away from him. "What is it about that blue garment that you cherish?" he inquired. Shao Kai replied, "Initially, I loved it because it fit me perfectly and was new. Over time, I suppose, it became a matter of habit." Chapter 28. A sudden departure as the night deepened. The kitchen grew increasingly cold. After searching in vain for something to keep warm, Yuan draped his cloak over Shao Kai. Inadvertently, his icy fingers brushed against her chin, causing both to shudder. Shao Kai shifted closer to Yuan, sharing the cloak's warmth. Beneath the vibrant red fabric, she took his hands, placing them against her chest, saying, "Do not worry, it will soon be warmer." Shao Kai was inherently beautiful, and in the dimly lit room, she appeared even more enchanting. Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as his lips parted and closed again, revealing the emotions stirring within his already passionate gaze, that if the room were a touch brighter, it would be increasingly difficult to conceal the ardor in his eyes. That moment, a rustling sound came from outside the door, followed shortly by the clink of the lock. Yuan hastily withdrew his hand, pulling Shao Kai to her feet. The door swung open, and he murmured, "Let us return." Shao Kai draped a cloak over Yuan's shoulders, lifting his hand to rest upon her shoulder, and in turn, she wrapped her arms around his waist, saying, "Your Highness, if you hold me, I will not feel cold. When I was young, the winters were harsh, and my blanket too thin. My mother held me tightly, claiming I was like a little flame that kept her warm. Yuang silently bent down, gathering Xiao Kai into his embrace, then softly remarked, "Little furnace." Yet Xiao Kai was taken aback by Yu Ang's gesture, her body stiffening as she naively inquired, "Will this be better?" Yuang replied in a low voice, "Indeed." Xiao Kai, likely exhausted, soon drifted into a deep sleep in his arms. As moonlight spilled into the room, a cool breeze swept through, causing Xiao Kai to stir uncomfortably. Unable to resist, Yuang leaned down and placed a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead. Upon reaching the side hall, Zhifeng was still stationed outside Xiao Kai's chamber. Seeing Yuang carrying her, he hurriedly opened the door, adjusting the bedding before Yuang gently set Xiao Kai down. Outside the chamber, Yuang remarked, "You are quite diligent. You should return to rest now. There is no need to wait outside." Zhifeng replied, "If your highness's feelings for Miss Xiao Kai, you could request the emperor to decree her as a consort. Perhaps he would agree." Yuang countered, "Xiao Kai shall never be a mere consort." Zhifeng continued, "Even if your highness does not ascend the throne, with Miss Xiao Kai's status, she could not possibly be the primary wife. If your highness is concerned that she may not be willing, I have my ways to persuade her." Yuang interrupted sternly, "Enough. Do not speak of such matters again." Zhifeng insisted, being a consort would not be a humiliation for her. Yuang glared at Zhifeng. "When has my status ever been up for your discussion? Begone!" With reddened eyes, Zhifeng bowed. "Yes, your highness, I take my leave." Watching Zhifeng's retreating figure, Yuang felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He had long considered her family. Yet, even family was not permitted to interfere in his life. Xiao Kai was brave, kind, and resilient, more than deserving of him. The notion of her as a primary wife was already a lofty aspiration. How could he possibly subject her to such indignity, especially when she might not even wish to remain in the palace? Gazing at the pale silver moon, Yuang chuckled softly, realizing that his existence was as fragile as the moonlight itself. Even merely living was a challenge, let alone aspiring for love. Wrapping the cloak around himself, he felt the chill seep into his very bones. Yuang sighed softly, growing increasingly weary on that cold, blustery night. Snowflakes drifted through the window, settling upon the thin, tattered quilt, which was adorned with a myriad of colorful patches that a woman curled up under the quilt. Yet even this could not stave off the relentless shivers that overtook her. "Mother, I'm cold," a tender voice murmured from beneath the covers. The woman, trembling, hesitated before lifting a corner of the quilt. The cold wind rushed in, invading the already frigid space. She felt every inch of her skin turn stiff with the chill. A small hand pressed the quilt back down, and the child nestled closer, wrapping her tiny arms around the woman, saying, "Mother, if I hold you, you won't feel cold." The woman struggled to respond, "Ah, my little one. You are indeed like a little furnace. Your warmth makes me feel less cold." Slowly, the quilt grew warmer, and the long night began to feel more bearable. The woman caressed her child's tender face. Speaking gently, "You are my heart and soul. My dear, it is my inadequacy that has caused you to suffer in the cold and hunger." The little girl, heavy with sleep, still managed to reply, "As long as you are with me. I am not afraid." The woman stifled a sob, murmuring, "But my dear, I am afraid." The little girl softly patted her mother's back, incoherently offering comfort. "Do not fear, mother. The snow will stop, and the day will dawn." Her voice gradually faded, likely having drifted off to sleep. The woman tightly embraced her child, murmuring the words, "The snow will stop, and the day will dawn." Once more, Xiao Kai jolted awake from her dreams, turning her head to gaze into the darkened room. Tears streaming down her cheeks. "Mother, do you no longer want your little one? Do you not want your heart?" She sobbed quietly that a warm, plush presence nestled against her, gently nudging her clothing with its head. The following day, a charcoal fire blazed in Yuang's chamber. He sat beside the hearth, one hand hovering over the bright flames while the other held a bamboo slip, engrossed in reading. The warm glow illuminated his face, lending him a more vibrant appearance than usual. Dong Zhiyue, robust in stature, felt no chill even in the absence of the fire, standing a distance away from the hearth. Yet still finding the room stifling, "That I truly did not expect Song Shu Yulin to be a man," he remarked. Yuang replied, "Was your uncle not harsh with him while he was imprisoned?" Dong Zhiyue sighed. "He was, yet considering she was a woman, he chose to exercise restraint." Yuang smiled, I did not realize your uncle had such a tender heart, treating prisoners with such distinction. Dong Zhuyu retorted. Do not tease me, Xiaoang. He was indeed a suspect at the time, though not yet confirmed as a murderer. Yuang set the bamboo slip aside and approached Dong Zhuyu, questioning whether it was not hasty for his uncle to conclude that the male corpse in the canal of Kongping Fong was Tsang Shuyu Lin. Especially since the most identifiable feature, his face, was destroyed, making identification exceedingly difficult. Dong Zhuyu insisted, it cannot be mistaken. All 10 of his fingers bear the marks of the thumb screws, and there are lash marks on his back, matching his height and build. Yuan countered, such details could apply to any similarly built individual. Dong Zhuyu replied, there is one detail that cannot be replicated. I once accidentally glimpsed a red birthmark on his back, resembling a red cloud, that cannot be forged. Yuan regarded Dong Zhuyu playfully, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. What nonsense are you thinking, child? When he was lashed, his clothing tore. And I caught a glimpse, Dong Zhuyu explained. Yuan chuckled. Why the urgency, uncle? I have not uttered a word. Dong Zhuyu said, you need not speak. A mere glance reveals your thoughts. Yuan laughed. My understanding, uncle. But time is short. Do you truly not require my assistance? Dong Zhuyu waved his hand. I did not come seeking your help, merely to hear your analysis. Yuan declared, in that case, I have but one piece of advice. What is it? Neither Tsang Shu nor his wife are the true murderers. Dong Zhuyu fell silent for a moment, then sighed in resignation. If that is the case, then the real culprit must be someone else. Could it be that the one who murdered Tsang Shu Lin is indeed the true killer? Yuan shook his head. Previously, I believed that the murderer was Tsang Shu Lin, and that the couple was merely taking the blame for her. Now, with Tsang Shu Lin's demise, the identity of the killer remains a mystery. Tsang Shu Lin had inherited the painting skills of Xin Yuming. Of that there was no doubt. Moreover, he had grievances with numerous deceased individuals, providing him with ample motive. He seemed the most fitting suspect. Why then did he meet such a tragic end? The unexpected death of Tsang Shu Lin overturned all of Yuang's prior conclusions, forcing everything back to square one. Dong Zhuyu pondered. However, did Tsang Shu's couple know of his true identity? If they did, why conceal it? Why did he disguise himself as a woman? Yuan was struck by the realization that if anyone could answer why Tsang Shu Lin disguised himself, it could only be his biological mother. Yes, Xin Yuming. At that moment, Ji Feng burst in exclaiming, Your Highness, Miss Xiao Kai is missing. Yuan gasped. What? Breathless, Ji Feng continued. Little Xiao Kai is nowhere to be found. Yuan furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. When did this happen? Ji Feng replied, This morning, when Ming Xia went to fetch water, she discovered Xiao Kai was absent. Yuan exclaimed, This morning? Why am I only hearing of this now? Ji Feng explained, I thought she was merely wandering the palace or had come to seek you, so I only instructed Ming Xia and Shuang Ting to search for her. Yuang's face grew increasingly grim. Displeased, so you mean to say such a significant person was lost on your watch? Ji Feng bowed her head. Your Highness, I beseech your forgiveness. Yuan scolded. Then why aren't you hurrying to find her? Ji Feng responded, We have searched the entirety of the Eastern Palace, but to no avail. Dong Zhuyu stood by, witnessing Yuang's anger for the first time. His ire contrasted sharply with his usual calm demeanor. Dong Zhuyu said, Xiaoang, do not be hasty. Yuan retorted, How can I not be anxious? If she has left, she may never return, and I might never find her again. Dong Zhuyu suggested, Could it be that Xiao Kai merely returned home? Yuan shook his head. She has no home. Dong Zhuyu proposed, What about the places she frequents or those she wishes to visit? Do not rush. I shall immediately send someone to find the young lady Xiao Kai. Yuan lowered his gaze, completely unaware of where Xiao Kai might have gone, nor did he know the whereabouts of her former home, let alone where she wished to go. Ji Feng remarked, Your Highness, perhaps the young lady Xiao Kai has merely stepped out for a brief errand. Yuan recalled the moments spent with Xiao Kai, her unwavering assurance that she would not falter and would aid him in recovering his lost soul. Yet now, she had departed without so much as a word. As if struck by a sudden thought, Yuan strode purposefully outside. Dong Zhuyu grasped his arm, inquiring, Where are you headed? Yuan replied, Perhaps she will go to the Qing residence, as she is acquainted with the Qing siblings. Dong Zhuyu declared, I shall accompany you. Ji Feng added, Your Highness, I too shall go. Yuan countered, There is no need. Yenner will suffice as my companion. Uncle, Your priority now is to uncover the identity of the murderer who took Song Shuyulin's life. After a moment's silence, Dong Zhu acquiesced very well. Ji Feng addressed him, Your Highness. Yuan interjected, Enough, remain within the palace. Should she return, you can relay the news to me. Ji Feng responded, Yes, Your Highness, that Yuan commanded. Yun Danyan, accompany me. Yun Danyan, cradling her Yinling knife, replied, Yes, Your Highness. Following the prince for several years, it was the first time she witnessed him exhibiting such anger and urgency over a woman. Clearly, the young lady Xiaokai held an unparalleled significance in his heart. Yuan admonished, Do not speak ill. Yun Danyan replied, Yes, Your Highness. Outside the Cheng residence, Yuan instructed, Yuner, block their path. Yun Danyan asked, What? Did you not say last time that it would be futile? Yuan shot her a cold glance, asserting, This time it is imperative to stop them. I have no time to waste here. Yun Danyan affirmed, Yes, Your Highness. With that, she drew her blade and hastened forward, catching the bystanders off guard as they were met with a swift kick. Yuan walked calmly amidst the clash of blades, unfazed by the imminent danger. As he navigated through the chaos. Cheng Wushi, having just concluded her affairs within the residence, noticed the prince's displeasure and wondered why no one had informed her of his arrival. Cheng Wushi inquired, Your Highness. Yuan interrupted, No need for further words that I asked the young lady Xiaokai here. Cheng Wushi, puzzled, replied that Xiaokai had not been there, questioning the prince's intent, as he had previously brought her into the palace. Yuan responded, Very well, I understand. Just as Yuan was about to depart, the oblivious Cheng Xiaoshi rushed towards him, intent on offering a warm embrace, only to be met with the prince's furious command to get away. Instantly caught off guard, Cheng Xiaoshi displayed no signs of anger or discontent. Instead, he expressed concern, Your Highness, what troubles you? Why such fury? Cheng Wushi quickly pulled Cheng Xiaoshi closer, whispering, Do not speak out of turn. Cheng Xiaoshi broke free from her grasp, approaching Yuan with utmost sincerity. Your Highness, should you require assistance, you need only tell me. I shall do my utmost to help. That Yuan regarded Cheng Xiaoshi coldly, replying, Very well. If you are so eager to assist, then follow me. Cheng Xiaoshi readily complied, trailing closely behind Yuan, while Cheng Wushi, feeling helpless, followed suit. Her brother displayed no awareness of the situation. Had she not been present, he might have caused a commotion, and with the prince's evident displeasure, it was a risk not worth taking. Cheng Wushi, albeit reluctantly, resigned herself to accompany her brother. Chapter 29. Surviving the Aftermath in the Evening of the Deep Mountains. A colossal shadow descended, enveloping the vicinity in a profound silence, devoid of any living presence. That a chilling breeze swept across her face, sending shivers down her spine. The moonlight dimmed, as Xiaokai held a ghostly green lantern, its flickering light illuminating the rugged path ahead. That a fluffy white creature trailed closely behind her, darting about restlessly, seemingly drawn to her wherever she roamed outside the palace. The little white creature settled on Xiaocai's shoulder, emitting excited sounds as if in glee. Xiaokai reassured, Little White, once I help His Highness recover his lost soul, I will assist you. The creature, usually so lively, suddenly drooped, resembling a cloud of despair. After a moment, Xiaokai noticed that the little white one seemed disheartened, prompting her to clarify, I must first fulfill my promise to His Highness. Even if I've known you longer, that moment. Rustling sounds emerged from the bushes. Xiaokai turned to investigate, but the darkness obscured her view. Just as she contemplated moving closer, the little white creature leaped in front of her, frantically trying to deter her advance. After a brief contemplation, Xiaokai swiftly turned and quickened her pace downhill. As she hurried away, the cold wind brushed against her cheeks, yet the rustling from the underbrush seemed to linger, intensifying her trepidation. As she quickened her steps to escape, several eerie green lights emerged ahead, forcing Xiaokai to halt abruptly. She swallowed hard, cautiously retreating, but found herself cornered, trapped as prey by a pack of hungry wolves. Suddenly, Xiaokai let out a laugh, her beauty reminiscent of a blooming peony. As she defiantly challenged, Come forth. She slowly drew her dagger, her fierce gaze never leaving the pack. She was acutely aware of one universal law of survival. To reveal any sign of fear would only lead to her demise. The three wolves remained locked in a tense standoff, neither side daring to make the first move. That if they could maintain this stalemate, perhaps the wolves would eventually depart. However, Any act of aggression on her part would undoubtedly seal her fate. Time passed, and Xiao Cai's legs grew numb from standing still. The evening winds bit at her skin, and as the wolves showed no signs of leaving, she felt her resolve waning. At last, the wolves howled and retreated, leaving Xiao Cai to collapse onto the ground, utterly spent. She had come perilously close to succumbing to despair. Tears welled in her eyes, unsure whether it was the dust of the wind or the relief of surviving. Just as she prepared to rise, a chilling sensation coursed down her spine, warm breath washing over her neck. Startled, she opened her eyes wide, glancing sideways to meet a pair of cold, ferocious eyes, gasping for breath. She attempted to rise, but her body refused to obey. Only then did Xiao Cai realize that the departing wolves had merely left a predator in their wake. She was destined to become its meal. The wolf's sharp fangs pierced her shoulder with ease, dragging her upwards in despair. Xiao Cai closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable shredding of her body. She pondered, if such was her fate, what had her life amounted to? A life of turmoil, homelessness, reviled by many, only to end up in the belly of a beast. Why? What justified this? Refusing to succumb to despair, she resolved that if death were her destiny, she would choose how to meet it. To be devoured by this beast was utterly unacceptable. Her heart raced with rage, awakening a long-dormant spirit within her. She bit through the sheath of her dagger, rolled over in one swift motion, and with a sickening crack, her shoulder dislocated. The wolf, too, was thrown to the ground, letting out a piercing howl of rage, its eyes filled with hatred as it glared at Xiao Cai, seemingly yearning to devour her in retaliation. With her gentle, willow-like eyes now ablaze with fury, she brandished her dagger in a defensive stance, blood cascading down her arm, pooling on the ground. Seeing her unyielding stance, perhaps frightened by her sudden ferocity, the wolf began to retreat, step by step, contemplating its escape. Understanding that a wolf's sense of smell was remarkably acute, Xiao Cai knew she could not allow it to flee. If it did, it might return with reinforcements, sealing her fate. Thus, she resolved to confront it now, rather than risk future peril. As the wolf turned to flee, Xiao Cai lunged, tackling it to the ground, striving to ensnare it. Yet in terms of strength, she was no match for the beast and was swiftly overpowered. The enraged wolf bit at her arm, its hot saliva dripping onto her skin, its claws pinning her other arm, rendering her immobile. But Xiao Cai would not concede so easily. Her thoughts were not of survival, but of the necessity to slay this wolf to reclaim her agency over her fate. She would not allow her years of suffering to be in vain, nor would she permit such a disgraceful end. Feigning weakness, she observed as the wolf momentarily relaxed its guard. Seizing the opportunity, she kicked it with all her might, sending it tumbling. The wolf gasped in surprise. She plunged her dagger deep into its neck. Again and again, until it lay lifeless. Exhausted, Xiao Cai collapsed beside the slain beast, panting heavily, when she noticed the mother wolf's abdomen slightly swollen. Trembling, she reached out, initially taken aback, then smiling faintly. Clutching her dagger, she sat amid the blood-soaked earth, murmuring in a daze, "Mother, the snow will cease. The dawn will break. The snow will cease. The dawn will break." Rising to her feet, she realized her vision was clouded by blood, and as she wiped her eyes, she found clarity amidst the crimson haze. She needed to leave in haste. Otherwise, once the wolf pack caught the scent of blood, she would be unable to return. Clutching a lantern, she stumbled down the mountain. But the fierce battle she had just fought against the wolves had drained her of all her strength. After just a few steps, her legs buckled, causing her to fall. Time and again, she fell and rose, repeating this exhausting cycle until, before long, she had completely exhausted herself. Incapable even of standing, she crawled down painstakingly, her wounds tearing open, blood flowing freely, the pain causing tears to stream uncontrollably down her face. Finally, as her vision blurred with tears, she could muster no more strength in the cold light of the moon. A crimson figure knelt on the ground and lifted the motionless body of the girl, whose fate was uncertain, but he forbade anyone from touching her, even hesitating to check for her breath himself. Cheng Wushi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your Highness, judging by the bite marks on Xiao Cai's body, it appears she has encountered wolves." Yun Danyan, incredulous, replied, "Wolves? How could that be? If she had truly met wolves, she would not have returned in one piece. She is as slender as a bamboo pole. How could she have escaped their jaws? Cheng Wushi continued. The bloodstains on the ground are clear. They indicate that Xiao Kai crawled down bit by bit, that if we follow the trail of blood upwards, we should find the carcass of the wolf. Yun Danyan was even more astounded. Are you suggesting that not only did she escape the jaws of the wolf, but she also managed to kill it? Cheng Wushi nodded. Indeed, that if Xiao Kai had not slain the wolf, it would never have allowed her to leave. Yun Danyan pondered this and realized there might be truth in his words, that if this were indeed the case, she would have to regard Xiao Kai with newfound respect. After all, even she and Shan Qingyu struggled to deal with a mature wolf, let alone an ordinary person who would have no chance of survival. Cheng Xiaoshi gazed at the injured Xiao Kai, his eyes reddening with concern, that he hastily produced a small vial and said, Your Highness, this is the Cheng family's exclusive 7 lives reversal pill. Quickly, administer it to Xiao Kai. Cheng Wushi was about to extend his hand to stop him, but then retracted it. I also have some wound medicine here. Yun Danyan looked at the tiny golden pill in Cheng Xiaoshi's hand, astonished that is this truly the legendary 7 lives reversal pill? I have heard that each member of your family possesses but one. Cheng Wushi confirmed yes, because some of the medicinal herbs within are exceedingly rare. Yu Yang expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Cheng Xiaoshi insisted, Your Highness, do not say that. Xiao Kai is also my friend, that it is just a single pill. I may not necessarily need it. Yu Yang understood the value of the pill, and while she comprehended Cheng Wushi's reluctance to part with it, she felt compelled to accept it, considering it a significant favor owed to the Cheng family. As dawn gradually broke, the sunlight outside was particularly bright and warm that days. Xiao Kai shifted her body slightly, the pain from her wounds jolting her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the anxious, concerned expression of Yu Yang. She attempted to rise but discovered one of her hands firmly grasped in another's. Your Highness, why are you? Yu Yang gently pressed down on her lifted arm. Do not move. Your wounds may reopen. Understood. Did you bring me back? Yes, that he was at a loss for how to inquire why she had left without informing him, why she had ventured there alone. What is it you wish to say, Your Highness? After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Are you not able to summon the Ghost King for assistance? How did you end up in such a state? Xiao Kai replied, To me and those entities cannot contend with living beings. Yu Yang added, If you wish to leave, then do so properly, that Dio not let me see you in such a condition. Your Highness, I did not intend to leave. You departed without a word, quietly slipping away, yet you claim you did not wish to leave. Xiao Kai explained, That is not the case. I merely went to meet Master Shin. She had mentioned I could visit her whenever I desired. Why did you seek her out? I felt she resembled my mother. Last night, I dreamt of my mother, and I wanted to see her. I did not intend to leave. You could have informed me about your visit to her. I would have accompanied you. How could I trust you to go alone? Do you have any idea how worried I was for you? Xiao Kai, feeling wronged, replied, I did not realize it would cause you concern, that I am sorry. However, Your Highness, I have always been solitary. I would not come a harm. Yu Yang, with a hint of irritation, said, You nearly perished. Do you not understand that? Had we not found you in time, you might have lost your life. Xiao Kai dismissed it lightly. Your Highness, death is simply death, that I know not the benefits of living and am reluctant to die only out of unwillingness. Yu Yang was taken aback by her words, feeling incredulous and frustrated. Death is simply death. Do you not realize that if you were to die, there are those who would be very saddened? Xiao Kai, bewildered, asked, Who would be saddened? Yu Yang hesitated before responding. Cheng Xiaoshi would be saddened. Ji Feng would be saddened. Shuang Ting would, and Ming Xiao would as well. Cheng Xiaoshi is straightforward. Once he considers you a friend, he will care for you, regardless of your acknowledgement of him, that he even gave you his only life-saving pill, that Dio they truly care for me. Xiao Kai asked, Indeed. And what about you, Your Highness? What about me? If I were to die, would you also feel saddened? Yu Yang looked at Xiao Kai and replied, Yes, I would be very saddened. After a pause, he added, More so than Cheng Xiaoshi. Why is that? Yu Yang blurted out. Because I like you. Like me. Yu Yang's face flushed as he averted his gaze from Xiao Kai's innocent eyes, softly admitting, Yes, I like you. Xiao Kai smiled and asked, Does Cheng Xiaoshi like me as well? After a moment, she inquired, Is it because of my appearance that you like me, Your Highness? Do you think I am such a superficial person? Xiao Kai smiled faintly, innocently adding, "What if I were to be extraordinarily ugly?" Yu Yang chuckled. "Then I might have to reconsider whether I still like you." Unbeknownst to Yu Yang, his words held a weight that Xiao Kai did not grasp. She had no idea he was unaware of her true appearance, and that she had always been concerned about whether people liked her, or merely the facade she wore. At his mention of reconsideration, Xiao Kai's heart plummeted. It seemed her beauty was indeed the reason for others' affection. Turning away from Yu Yang, she said, "Your Highness, please go attend to your matters. I am fine now." Yu Yang recalled the impending deadline regarding the male corpse case in Kongping Fong. If the murderer was not unveiled today, his uncle would face dismissal. "Very well. I shall send Ji Feng to keep you company." Xiao Kai shook her head, that no, I would prefer to be alone for a while. "Then shall I send Shuang Ting?" "Ming Xia." Yu Yang smiled. "All right." Once he turned to leave, Xiao Kai finally turned back, gazing at his departing figure. Feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow, she could not comprehend the reason behind it. It felt as if she were experiencing this sensation for the first time. She did not convey to Yu Yang that she wished for him to stay. Instead, she hesitated, afraid to voice her desire. Disappointment washed over her, lamenting that he, like everyone else, was enamored solely with her exterior. Who would care to know what lay beneath this skin? Meanwhile, as Yu Yang exited the side hall, he encountered Dong Zhuiyue, who had come looking for him. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "I have new findings." "What is it?" "The corpse's 10 fingertips bore repeated puncture marks. Why was this not discovered earlier?" "The body had been submerged in water for too long, making it difficult to detect. The coroner stumbled upon it by chance and reported it due to its oddity." "What are your thoughts, Uncle? Could it be that someone has taken matters into their own hands?" Chapter 30. The Rabbit-Faced Fox. Let me give it a try. Yu Yang turned to see Xiao Kai, her long hair flowing like silk, clad in a blue gauze dress, standing not far away. She exuded a graceful elegance that combined simplicity, beauty, and mystery, breathtakingly stunning, as if he were seeing her for the first time. For a moment he was entranced, only regaining his senses after a brief interval. He approached her, removed the headband from his forehead, and naturally tied up her hair, murmuring, "There is no need." Xiao Kai was puzzled. Despite his evident need for her abilities, why was he refusing her assistance? "Return now that I know what you are investigating, Your Highness." "Master Shin has more than one child." Yu Yang, perplexed, asked, "How do you know?" "Yesterday, I saw baby clothes for both a boy and a girl in Master Shin's room, along with many children's toys. That I recall you mentioning that Song Shuyu Lin is Master Shin's daughter, so she should have an equally aged son." Yu Yang exchanged a glance with Dong Zhuiyue, both wearing expressions of confusion and shock. Xiao Kai's words might be intricately linked to the death of the male corpse. Yu Yang inquired, "Even so, what leads you to believe that Shin Yu Meng's 2 children are twins?" "A boy and a girl." Xiao Kai replied, "From the embroidery patterns, age, and fabric of the clothes that Master Shin personally stitched for them, it is evident. The 2 red belly bands feature a tiger head on one and a lotus flower on the other. And it is clear they were cut from the same fabric, as they have yellowed from prolonged storage." Yuan had not anticipated that Xiao Kai would take to heart matters that were originally of no concern to her, and she marveled at Xiao Cai's ability to observe the minutiae of life with such keen insight. Her admiration for Xiao Kai deepened. Turning to Dong Zhuiyue, she said, "Uncle, please go ahead. I shall join you shortly." Dong Zhuiyue smiled, an air of authority emanating from him. Yet a gentle smile danced upon his lips as he replied, very well, that he could easily discern the unspoken bond between Yuan and Xiao Kai. Regardless of Xiao Cai's identity, as long as it posed no threat to Yuan's safety, he would refrain from interference. Dong Zhuiyue harbored but one wish in his life: to see Yuan live a life of happiness and joy. Yuan appeared even more tender than when Dong Zhuiyue was present, her gentle demeanor akin to the softness of spring water. "You have yet to recover. Please return and rest well," she advised. Xiao Kai shook her head. "Your Highness." The sudden embrace from Yuan left Xiao Kai momentarily bewildered, her heart racing as if it had been startled. She was unsure why she felt this way, yet she found herself relishing the sensation. Yuan reassured her, "I can manage on my own. Trust me. Will you?" Concealed in the shadows, Yun Dan could not suppress a smirk, thinking how the capricious rabbit-faced fox could exhibit such a tender side. Truly a sight that elicited disdain. Similarly hidden, Shan Qingyu felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening. "Yun Mei, please refrain from such remarks." Yun Danyin rolled her eyes and shifted to another hiding spot, sometimes unable to tolerate Shan Qingyu's overly sentimental nature. Akin to a delicate maiden, perpetually displaying a propensity for tears. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to urge Xiaokai to return and avoid catching a chill from the wind. Xiaokai pondered for a moment, surprisingly wishing to reveal her healed injury to Yuan in the midst of the crowd. Alarmed, Yuan quickly pulled up Xiaocai's clothing, covering her securely. Ultimately, Yuan acquiesced to Xiaocai's wishes, recognizing her simplicity and straightforwardness, as she only knew how to express her thoughts through the most unembellished truths. That Yuan grasped Xiaocai's hand, stating, "If you insist on accompanying me, you must not let go of my hand. Promise me, and I will allow you to join me." That in stark contrast to Xiaocai, Yuan was a person of considerable cunning, accustomed to calculating others' motives as a part of his daily life. Were it not for the life-saving pills in the hands of the Cheng siblings, he would not have chosen to visit Cheng Mansion first. He understood better than anyone that Xiaokai could not possibly be at Cheng Mansion. To her, the Cheng siblings were little more than slightly better than strangers. That if Xin Yumei had provided Xiaokai with a sense of familiar kinship, then he represented the most unique of emotions, a confidence he possessed. Initially intending to visit the charity house to find Dong Zhuiyue, Yuan changed his course to seek out Xin Yumei upon hearing Xiaocai's words. Xin Yumei resided on the slope of Qiuxing Mountain, a place rarely traversed due to its steep terrain. Thus, the traces of Xiaocai's descent from the mountain the previous night were still vividly apparent, and the bloodstains along the way caused Yuan great distress. Her wounds healed far too swiftly, which was not necessarily a stroke of luck. The severe injuries from last night had nearly mended by morning. Yuan even worried that Xiaokai might forget how much pain she had originally endured. Xiaokai observed the vast bloodstains soaked into the earth, the corpse of the mother wolf now absent, leaving behind only a few gnawed bones. It had become sustenance for other wolves along with its never-seen offspring. Xiaokai felt no sorrow. Rather, she found solace in the thought that the mother could eternally remain with her child. She had once spent days with her deceased mother. But sadly, it wasn't until her mother's scent turned unfamiliar and unpleasant that she realized she had merely developed some strange blemishes instead of perishing. Already deemed unlikable, she was labeled as tainted. And from that point on, she became akin to a rat hiding in the shadows, despised and avoided by all, met with violence. Yet, she was fortunate to once again experience the long-lost sensation of affection. The scent of Xin Yumei bore a striking resemblance to her mother's, not quite half as similar, yet sufficiently enough to bring her immense joy. That Yuan sighed, reminiscing that just days prior, the maple forest was lush with foliage. Now stripped bare, the ground carpeted with fallen leaves. This time, the door to Xin Yumei's courtyard was ajar. Peering inside, Yuan could not spot her figure, and the circular flower bed she had seen on her last visit appeared inexplicably collapsed. Yuan found this peculiar, while Xiaokai anxiously tugged him forward. Xiaokai led Yuan toward a room with an open door, pausing momentarily before entering. That Yuan hesitated outside, aware that barging in was not proper. Ultimately, he stepped inside, calling out, "Is Master Shin here?" Receiving no response, Xiaokai interjected, "She is." That Yuan immediately halted, lowering his head. "I apologize for the intrusion." Just as he contemplated leaving, Xiaokai added, "Your Highness, she cannot respond to you, nor can she forgive you." Perplexed, Yuan asked, "What do you mean?" Xiaokai replied, "Your Highness, Master Shin, has passed away." That Yuan was taken aback, hastening forward to discover Xin Yumei lying motionless on the ground, surrounded by half-dried bloodstains. He thought to himself, judging by this scene, Xiaokai must not have been gone long before she met her fate. Instinctively, he glanced at Xiaokai, who exhibited no signs of profound grief, instead staring blankly at Xin Yumei's body. Suddenly, Yuan recalled that Xiaokai had visited Xin Yumei the previous night. In this desolate wilderness, devoid of any other presence, Xiaocai's suspicion loomed large. He must prevent anyone from linking Xin Yumei's death to her, for he was convinced Xiaokai could never kill without cause, especially not someone as significant as Xin Yumei. Xiaokai recalled her time spent with Xin Yumei, who had taught her to paint. Though her attempts were clumsy, Xin Yumei had never shown anger, only gentle encouragement. Xin Yumei had prepared a feast, the same dishes tasting entirely different from those in the palace, and the flavors of the meat resonated with memories. Xin Yumei had also shown her the garments she had sewn, each stitch exquisitely crafted, promising to make her a dress one day. just one night apart. Yet Xiaocai's memories remained vivid. While Xin Yumei had lost her chance to speak, that it wasn't me. The Xiaocai's tone was calm, yet resolute. Yuan replied, I know that he understood that Xin Yumei's death was not at Xiaocai's hands, yet he could not fathom how she could regard Xin Yumei's demise with such detachment. He had assumed she would at least crumble for a moment. Not even the death of her biological mother had elicited a single tear from Xiaocai, and naturally, Xin Yumei's death would not either. Through the trials of fate, she had long since learned to perceive everything with equanimity, including farewells and the cycle of life and death. Let us return for now. Yuan suggested that I shall not leave. Xiaocai insisted that Yuan urged, you cannot. Turning to face Yuan, Xiaocai's gaze was clear and pure, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease in him. Despite knowing he had said nothing wrong, he felt suddenly flustered that Yuan clarified, do not misunderstand. I merely mean that remaining here may lead others to suspect your involvement in Master Shin's death. As Xiaocai crouched down, reaching out to touch Xin Yumei, Yuan hastily grasped her hand. That do not, he exclaimed. Xiaocai withdrew her hand, silently rising and exiting the door. That Yuan hurried after her, anxiously inquiring, are you angry? Xiaocai shook her head, replying calmly, know that I understand that you share a profound bond with Master Shin. Yet precisely for that reason, we must preserve every detail to facilitate the investigation and bring justice for her. Yuan urged, very well. I trust you, Your Highness. Then, will you return with me? He asked. Xiaocai shook her head, stating softly, no, I shall remain here, going nowhere. That Yuan realized he was destined not to sway Xiaocai, although their time together had been brief. He recognized her steadfastness and her convictions that an amount of persuasion would suffice. Under normal circumstances, he would yield to her wishes, yet today he had pressing matters requiring resolution, particularly the case concerning his uncle. Reluctantly, he weighed the urgency of the situation and opted to resolve his uncle's case first. Yuan grasped Xiaocai's wrist, gently coaxing her as one would a child. Will you promise to wait for me here? Xiaocai replied softly, and before departing, Yuan instructed Shan Qingyu to guard Xiaocai from the shadows, his expression stern as he commanded, protect Xiaocai until I return. Understood, Your Highness, Shan Qingyu affirmed. Although Yun Danyan was marginally more skilled in combat than Shan Qingyu, Yuan deemed Shan Qingyu the more reliable choice for this task. Meanwhile, Yun Danyan, feeling a sense of triumph, believed her standing in Yuan's heart surpassed that of Shan Qingyu, and as Yuan departed, she couldn't resist casting a smug glance at him. Shan Qingyu, aware of her thoughts, merely smiled faintly in response. Upon entering the city, Yuan made a beeline for a renowned painting and calligraphy studio in the Eastern Market called Han Mo Yashin. The elderly proprietor, spotting a familiar face, hurriedly closed the shop door, even discarding the artwork outside, clearly displaying a desire to avoid any confrontation. The old man stood no chance against Yun Danyan, who merely needed to press the door with the handle of her weapon to prevent it from closing. The old man, straining with all his might, ultimately surrendered, unable to close the door. The old man, resigned, asked, what brings you here this time, my lord? As Yuan stepped through the door, she spoke in a low tone. Tell me, apart from me, who else have you informed about Shun Yiming's residence? The old man replied with unwavering certainty. No one. I have only confided in you. That Yuan remained silent, while Yun Danyan swiftly brandished a dagger at the old man's neck. Glaring fiercely, if you don't come clean, old man, it seems you wish to experience the sharpness of my Yenling dagger. Terrified, the old man fell to his knees, pleading, this young lady, I truly have not disclosed anything to anyone. Yuan cast a cold glance at him and stated logically, since Shin Yiming chose to reside in the secluded Qiuxing Mountain, it is evident that she desires solitude, thus she would undoubtedly keep her abode as secretive as possible. Others may be unaware, but you, being her loyal patron, would certainly know her location to facilitate your visits for her paintings. You are the sole person in Shilua who sells her art, which implies that only you are privy to her whereabouts. The old man was at a loss for words, trembling like a leaf. That Yuan continued, I have a question. If you can answer it satisfactorily, I shall not trouble you further. The old man immediately looked up, his wrinkled face attentive. Please speak, that I will answer you truthfully. Yuan inquired. When you visited Master Shun to collect paintings, did you happen to see anyone else? She fixed her gaze on the old man, a faint smile gracing her lips. The old man furrowed his brow, hesitating. I suppose I must have seen someone? Yuan pressed him. The old man affirmed, yes, indeed, I did see someone. Yuan smiled slightly, Was it a slender young woman? The old man replied, indeed, a woman in her 20s. Looking quite frail, that Yuan asked if asked to identify her. Could you? The old man insisted. I could. Yuan concluded. Very well. Yenner, since the old man is so earnest, we shall not impose any longer. Let us depart. Just as the old man was about to rise, Yuan turned back to remind him. Do not forget what transpired today. The old man forced a smile. Rest assured, I shall not. Upon exiting the ink and brush pavilion, Yandanyan queried, Your Highness, did you intend for that old man? Yuan interjected, Yes, precisely as you surmise. Although Yandanyan felt that giving false testimony was wrong, she also believed that the prince had his reasons for such actions, and thus could not doubt his character. It was utterly vexing. Yandanyan asked, Your Highness, where are we heading now? To Qiuxing Mountain? Yuan replied, No, first we must find my uncle. There is a chance that Shan Qingyu is with Shao Kai, and thus should not encounter any trouble. We must resolve my uncle's case before anything else. That my father already harbors disdain for him, and if he finds a reason to penalize my uncle, demotion will be inevitable. Yandanyan nodded. Understood, Your Highness. Chapter 31. Killing oneself. The funeral parlor was overly austere, and combined with its desolate surroundings, it inevitably induced discomfort. That Yuan held her breath as she entered, disliking the atmosphere that provoked unwarranted anxiety and distress. Dong Zhuo had been waiting for some time and stood to greet her. Shao Kai. Yuan replied, I wish to see the corpse. Dong Zhuo hesitated. Shao Kai, it would be better if you did not. Yuan asked, Why? Dong Zhuo explained, It is said that corpses are unclean, and viewing them can affect one's fortune. Yuan chuckled. Uncle, you needn't speak such insincere words for my sake, and no one knows better than you that those bloodied and mangled bodies were once vibrant lives. Dong Zhuo smiled wryly. Indeed, that as Yuan unveiled the white cloth, her expression hardened. Beneath it lay a body that appeared swollen, with a face marred and bruised, reminiscent of meat hacked by a cleaver and soaked in water for too long, pale and disordered. With eyes barely visible, she carefully grasped the corpse's wrist with a cloth-wrapped hand. She noticed numerous tiny puncture marks, resembling grains of rice. These needle holes, previously difficult to detect, had expanded due to the body's dehydration from immersion, making them evident. Before she could examine the other hand, a wave of nausea surged within her, and she turned away from the corpse. Even in its swollen state, the deceased appeared smaller than an adult male, indicating a frail existence in life. Yuan inquired, What was the cause of death? Dong Zhuo draped the white cloth back over the body, stating that the coroner had concluded it to be drowning. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan calmly declared, Uncle, you may proceed to apprehend the culprit. Dong Zhuo, puzzled, asked who. Yuan replied, The real Tsang Shuyulin. Dong Zhuo was further bewildered, as he believed the body before them was Tsang Shuyulin. Is there more than one Tsang Shuyulin? He questioned. Yuan urged, Uncle, go meet someone. Once you do, everything will become clear. Dong Zhuo asked who. Yuan responded, Cheng Mansion, Huashu. Dong Zhuo agreed. Understood. Yuan added, I have matters to attend to and must depart first. Dong Zhuo inquired, What urgent matter? No need, I can manage it myself. By the way, Uncle, you may proceed to hand over the suspect, and I will explain the rest upon my return. Dong Zhuo, fully trusting Yuan, nodded without hesitation. All right. After Yuan left, Dong Zhuo promptly made his way to Qing Mansion. Upon seeing Dong Zhuo, Cheng Xiaoshi was initially taken aback, then displayed a look of disbelief. It was widely known that Dong Zhuo was a notorious workaholic, and despite Cheng Xiaoshi's countless invitations, he had never accepted. This sudden visit caught Cheng Xiaoshi off guard, yet brought him immense joy. He hurriedly approached with a light step, smiling, Brother Dong, what brings you here? You have always declined my invitations, yet today you surprised me without prior notice. Had I known, I could have prepared. It was only when Cheng Xiaoshi noticed several armored guards accompanying Dong Zhuo that he sensed something was amiss. His outstretched arms slowly fell, and his expression shifted from surprise to suspicion. Brother Dong, you did not come to seek me out, did you? Dong Zhuo confirmed, indeed. Cheng Xiaoshi's eyes dimmed with disappointment. You are here for Sister Huashu, aren't you? Dong Zhuo furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition, and quickly grasped Cheng Xiaoshi's arm, demanding, How do you know? What do you know? Cheng Xiaoshi averted his gaze, saying, I guessed. Dong Zhuo's frown deepened. What do you mean? Cheng Xiaoshi replied, The prince came to find Sister Huashu, and now you are here to see her as well. Dong Zhiyu oppressed. You mean Xiaokai visited her? Cheng Xiaoshu bit his lip, murmuring yes. Dong Zhiyu asked urgently. Where is she now? Where is she? After a brief silence, Cheng Xiaoshu sighed. I let her go. Dong Zhiyu seized Cheng Xiaoshu by the collar. Enraged. What did you say? Repeat that. Cheng Xiaoshu stammered. I saw you bringing a group of people towards my house. So I figured you were after Sister Hua Shu. I arrived just a moment before you. So you won't catch up to her now. Dong Zhiyue's fist clenched as he struck Cheng Xiaoshu's face, leaving a crimson mark and drawing blood. Cheng Xiaoshu looked up at Dong Zhiyue, his eyes glistening with tears. Brother Dong, Sister Hua Shu is not a bad person, filled with both anger and helplessness. Dong Zhiyue understood Cheng Xiaoshu's navet, but had not anticipated his stubbornness, that he desperately wanted to strike him again, but found he could not bring himself to do so. Dong Zhiyue fought to suppress his rage and asked in a low voice, Do you realize what you are doing? Cheng Xiaoshu replied, I do. Dong Zhiyue shouted, You know nothing. Do you understand that this Hua Shu could determine whether I am dismissed from my post? Cheng Xiaoshu insisted, I know. But Brother Dong, you might only be demoted to an ordinary guard. You can still rise again as long as you do not give up. But I know, if Sister Hua Shu is taken by you, she will surely lose her life. Despite his efforts to contain his emotions, Dong Zhiyue could not hold back and bellowed, Enough nonsense. He kicked Cheng Xiaoshu down, shouting, You brainless fool. Do you think becoming a guard general is something I can just decide? Dong Zhiyue continued, Do you think that because you let her go, I won't be able to catch her? I tell you, I have people planted throughout Shilua City, among the vendors, beggars, and hurried passersby. Capturing her is merely a matter of time. Your actions now only serve to hinder me. Cheng Xiaoshu, propped on the ground, stared at Dong Zhiyue in disbelief. Brother Dong. Dong Zhiyue turned away, instructing his subordinates. You split into two groups immediately point one heads towards the city gates to intercept, while the other searches within the city, that we must capture that woman today. Witnessing Dong Zhiyue's anxious and furious demeanor, Cheng Xiaoshu began to regret his actions, questioning whether he had made another mistake. Enough, hurry, Dong Zhiyue ordered. That moment, a voice interrupted from behind. Wait a moment. Dong Zhiyue and Cheng Xiaoshu turned around, both startled. They beheld Cheng Wushi, who single-handedly captured a young woman. The woman displayed neither subservience nor arrogance, showing no intention of breaking free from her bindings. Cheng Xiaoshu gazed at Cheng Wushi, his eyes flickering, and whispered in a tone only he could decipher, Sister. Cheng Wushi forcefully pushed the woman before Dong Zhiyue, slightly bowing, her demeanor poised yet gentle. General Dong, my younger brother, in his youthful ignorance, has nearly committed a grave mistake. Yet I implore you, General, to show leniency for his sake, considering your long-standing acquaintance. Dong Zhiyue's gaze remained fixed upon the woman brought forth by Cheng Wushi. And recalling the words spoken by Yuan before their parting, he suddenly comprehended. Xiaozhua, take her away. Xiaozhua, a youth appearing to be of similar age to Cheng Xiaoshu, bore a youthful innocence that had yet to fully dissipate. His demeanor rigid, yet reflecting Dong Zhiyue's influence. Having previously interrogated Song Shuyu and Lin Yin alongside Dong Zhiyue, his immediate reaction upon seeing the woman betrayed his shock and bewilderment, though he quickly masked it thereafter. Cheng Xiaoshu attempted to plead with Dong Zhiyue, but before he could articulate his thoughts, he was struck sharply across the face by Cheng Wushi's raised hand. The blow left Cheng Xiaoshu dazed, staring at Cheng Wushi in disbelief. Throughout his life, Cheng Wushi had never once raised a hand against him, let alone spoken to him in a harsh tone, that do not speak foolishly, Cheng Wushi commanded. Cheng Xiaoshu, feeling aggrieved, responded, Sister, I did not. Cheng Wushi offered a faint smile, courteously addressing Dong Zhiyue. You may take the person. Should you require our assistance again, please send word. We shall be at your service. Dong Zhiyue glanced at Cheng Xiaoshu, then at Cheng Wushi. The matter had reached its conclusion now that the individual was apprehended, that in truth, he had never intended to punish Cheng Xiaoshu. He understood that the boy was merely naive, lacking any malicious intent, and was likely unaware of the severity of the offenses attributed to the woman he referred to as Sister Hua Shu. After Dong Zhiyue departed with the captive, Cheng Wushi gently placed her hand on Cheng Xiaoshu's bruised cheek. Her heart aching, Xiaoshu, does it still hurt? Cheng Xiaoshu shook his head. No, it does not. Cheng Wushi sighed. Xiaoshu, matters must be weighed with discernment. Many situations are not as simple as you perceive. Hua Shu is not as uncomplicated as you think. Cheng Xiaoshu lowered his head, his voice trembling with emotion. I know. Cheng Wushi replied. You do not understand. Things are not as straightforward as they appear, nor as you imagine. You must have already surmised that there are two washes. Cheng Xiaoshu nodded yes. Then, with confusion, he inquired, Sister, you know too? Cheng Wushi acknowledged this, but added, Yet that is merely a part of the truth. Are you aware of the other part? Cheng Xiaoshu shook his head, perplexed. What else is there? Cheng Wushi's expression turned grave. She has taken a life. Cheng Xiaoshu's eyes widened in shock. Who? Cheng Wushi continued, It is highly probable that she has killed another Huashu. Cheng Xiaoshu stammered. Why? Why would she do such a thing? Cheng Wushi shook her head. I do not know. However, have you not noticed how Huashu has become unnaturally composed of late? Cheng Xiaoshu replied, Yes, I have noticed that. I thought. Cheng Wushi interjected, You merely assumed that the other Huashu had quietly departed. Did you not? Cheng Xiaoshu admitted yes. Cheng Wushi cautioned, If the other Huashu had simply left, why would General Dong have come today? It seems their entanglements are far from over. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoshu suddenly realized that had the true Huashu indeed left, he too would likely be held accountable. By the way, sister, I recalled something. Cheng Wushi inquired, What is it? Cheng Xiaoshu responded, It concerns Sister Hua's video. You recall my mentioning that she changed after the Tsang couple hanged themselves? Cheng Wushi nodded, Yes, I remember. Cheng Xiaoshu continued, After you left that day, I secretly entered Sister Huashu's room. Cheng Wushi frowned. What were you doing in her room? Cheng Xiaoshu insisted, Sister, please let me explain. That day, I searched for clues as to why she had become so strange, and I discovered a poem in her room. Cheng Wushi asked, What poem? Cheng Xiaoshu recited, Peach trees grow by the well, while plum trees stand beside the peach. Worms gnaw at the peach's roots, and the plum tree takes the peach's place. Cheng Wushi pondered. What is peculiar about this poem? Cheng Xiaoshu pressed, Sister, do not forget that before she came to our home, Huashu was a destitute beggar on the streets. She once claimed to have lost her parents at a young age. How could she possibly write such poetry? Cheng Wushi considered this, indeed. Cheng Xiaoshu continued, It was from that moment I began to suspect that there might be more than one Huashu in our household. The genuine Huashu likely cannot read, while the other may very well be her twin sister. Cheng Wushi acknowledged, That is a possibility. Cheng Xiaoshu, curious, asked, When did you begin to suspect? Cheng Wushi smiled softly, I do not possess as many deductions as you. Xiaoshu, did I rely on my intuition? Huashu has served me closely for 3 years. Would I not notice her change? Cheng Xiaoshu nodded. That is true. Cheng Wushi sighed. Yet having known her for so long, I have grown fond of her. Initially, I thought perhaps they had their reasons for not confiding in me, and thus I chose not to pursue the matter. However, should she truly have committed a crime, I would never condone it. Cheng Xiaoshu expressed doubt, Sister, I still cannot believe that Huashu could have killed her own sister. She is such a good person, never like the others in the household who feign respect while gossiping behind our backs. I have long considered her family. Cheng Wushi replied firmly, Even among family, we must learn to make choices in matters of great significance that we cannot shield a criminal simply due to personal affections. Cheng Xiaoshu fell silent, wrestling with uncertainty in his heart. Was familial love not the most important thing in the world? What if one day he committed a transgression? Would she too have to make such a choice? Would she not feel sorrow? After all, Huashu had been by her side for so many years. Could a mistake render her unforgivable? Cheng Wushi, noticing Cheng Xiaoshu's silence, asked Xiaoshu, What are you thinking? Cheng Xiaoshu forced a smile, a bitter taste in his mouth, and uttered foolishly, Sister, please do not abandon me, all right? Cheng Wushi looked at him, puzzled, and laughed softly. Silly brother, what nonsense are you speaking? You are my only brother. How could I ever abandon you? Cheng Xiaoshu nodded, Yes, I am your only brother, and you are my one and only beloved sister. Cheng Wushi patted Cheng Xiaoshu's shoulder affectionately. All right, go back and rest. Do not overthink things. Cheng Xiaoshu nodded vigorously. I will listen to you, sister. Cheng Wushi smiled gently. Good. It was only later that Cheng Xiaoshu realized how close he had come to making a grave mistake that day. Chapter 32. The most fleeting of all, Yuan hurriedly rushed to meet Xiaokai. Her brown steed galloping powerfully, its muscular limbs carving elegant lines through the air. Clad in a red cloak, Yuan weaved through the bustling crowd, drawing attention. The path up the mountain was rugged, making it challenging to ride. Thus, Yuan had no choice but to proceed on foot, significantly slowing her pace. Upon sighting the red clay walls and the modest thatched cottage, she felt a measure of relief that as she arrived, the mountain remained shrouded in rain, signifying that all was well and no misfortune had befallen them. However, upon seeing Yuan, Xiaokai cast her a fleeting glance before returning to silence, her eyes betraying an unprecedented sorrow. Yuan approached Xiaocai's side, her voice laced with concern. "What troubles you?" Xiaocai's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her eyelids fluttering as if bearing an immense grievance, yet no tears fell. The sight filled Yuan with even greater compassion. Was she suppressing her emotions out of unworthiness, or had she always been so resilient? He hoped that it was the former, for her enduring nature must have endured much suffering. Feigning ease, Yuan remarked, "If you do not wish to speak, then do not, and I will stay beside you." Xiaokai glanced at Yuan, curiosity flickering in her gaze. She could not fathom why he was kind to her. He was only the second person in her life to show her such kindness. Leaving her to question her own reality, as if she were dreaming, for everything felt so unreal. Gently, she reached out to touch Yuan's cheek, the soft, warm sensation reaffirming that she was indeed awake. Yuan met Xiaocai's gaze, emotions surfacing uncontrollably as her hand brushed against him, causing his own eyes to darken with intensity. The night breeze grew warm, and Yuan found himself instinctively drawing closer to Xiaocai, as if under a potent spell. The world around them coming to a standstill. Xiaocai instinctively wanted to retreat, yet her body felt as though it were held captive, unable to move. She watched as Yuan's face inched closer, fear compelling her to close her eyes. After what felt like an eternity, when Xiaokai finally opened her eyes, Yuan appeared unchanged, standing beside her with a gentle smile, gazing up at the sparse stars, as though the previous moments had merely been a breathtaking dream from which she had nearly fallen. Xiaokai turned her gaze away, muttering to herself, "She does not wish to enter my body." Originally feigning calm, Yuan was immediately alarmed upon hearing Xiaocai's words. She grasped Xiaocai's wrist, inspecting it carefully, and only sighed in relief when she discovered there were no marks of injury. Xiaokai earnestly explained, "I seem to have become stronger than before. I can feel it, but there's no need to cut my hand or skin." Before she could finish her sentence, a tear fell onto Xiaocai's fingertip. "Why are you crying?" Yuan inquired, shaking her head. "No, I'm not," Xiaokai insisted. "But just now, clearly." Yuan interrupted, "That was rain." Although Xiaokai did not truly believe it was rain, she chose not to persist. Everyone knew that rain could not possibly bear warmth. Yuan held Xiaocai's hand tightly and solemnly declared, "I like you." Xiaokai felt puzzled. He had already expressed this sentiment before, so why the need to reiterate? She reminded him, "You have said this before," Yuan replied. "Yes, I did, but I feared you might forget, so I wanted to tell you again." Xiaokai thought she would never forget, as in this world, there were very few who would express such feelings towards her. Perhaps only him does. Oh, how could she possibly forget? Yuan continued, "Xiaokai, while I cannot guarantee that you will never suffer harm from now on, I can promise that I will share every bit of pain and hardship with you." Xiaokai, feeling confused, merely nodded in agreement after catching a glimpse of Yuan's bright, shimmering eyes. Seeing Xiaocai's nod, Yuan believed their relationship had finally changed, and she felt a surge of joy, since Master Shen has declined. "Let us return to the palace. Do not worry. I believe I have discovered who the culprit is." Xiaokai looked up at Yuan, asking, "Who is it?" Yuan assured her, "I promise to tell you by this time tomorrow." Xiaokai replied, "All right." Yuan reached out her hand, smiling gently at Xiaokai. Mistakenly thinking that Yuan was asking for something, Xiaokai responded, "What?" Yuan's smile deepened, her gaze revealing her affection, and she softly said, "If you also like me, place your palm on mine." Without hesitation, Xiaokai placed her hand in Yuan's palm and declared, "I like you." Yuan thought to herself that if Xiaokai had never appeared in her life, perhaps she would have resigned herself to fate. Even sitting on the throne she despised like a marionette. But with her presence, everything changed. Beneath the full moon, Yuan earnestly vowed, "We will always be together." Xiaokai frowned. "We cannot be together forever." Yuan was taken aback, her heart sinking slightly in disbelief. "Do you not wish to be with me forever?" Xiaokai saw the loneliness in Yuan's eyes, but did not know how to explain, so she remained silent. She merely felt that someone must eventually leave this world, whether through the end of life or to another place. Forever is the most elusive concept. Xiaokai sensed Yuan's grip loosening gradually, until their hands finally parted completely. He said he liked her, so if she liked him in return, she would place her hand on his. Did that mean if he let go of her hand, it signified he no longer liked her? With her head bowed, Xiaokai slowed her pace to quietly follow Yuan. The descent back to the palace was unusually smooth, with no assassins or malevolent spirits appearing to threaten him. Yet, Yuan was not pleased. In fact, she wished to encounter something, desperately wanting to prove that Xiao Kai had selflessly shielded her precisely because of affection. At the entrance of Biwa Hall, Yuan told Xiao Kai, "Rest early." Xiao Kai believed Yuan had forgiven her. But upon lifting her gaze, she found him cold and distant, prompting her to lower her head again. "All right." Yun Dan, feeling indignant, remarked it was unnecessary for His Highness to personally escort her back, nor to traverse such a rugged mountain path. To venture out at this late hour to find General Dong. His Highness truly does not cherish his own health. That Yuan retorted indifferently. "Mind your words." Yun Dan mockingly replied, "Indeed, it is I, Yinner, who speaks too freely." His Highness's heart of stone has yet to be truly wounded by anyone. That Yuan snapped. "What do you understand?" Yun Dan continued in a strange tone. Yes, Yinner knows nothing. In Chapter 33, he arrives, within the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. A young maiden was bound to the torture rack, her snow-white garments stained with streaks of blood, appearing on the verge of death. Zhou Kuan, the Minister of Justice, and Ji Lin, the Minister of Punishment, wore expressions of impatience, almost ready to rise and leave in frustration, while Dong Zhu maintained an exceedingly calm demeanor. Ji Lin, gripping his teacup, spoke with a somber tone. "General Dong, are you not toying with us? It is already past the hour of the rabbit, and you have neither witness nor evidence. Merely capturing a frail woman and expecting us to believe she is a murderer. This I cannot accept." Zhou Kuan's gaze flickered as he lowered his head, concealing his treacherous intentions, and quickly donned a mask of false friendliness, saying, "I am well aware of General Dong's capabilities. He is always reliable in his duties. I fully trust General Dong. However, it is getting late, and I must leave early for court tomorrow." Dong Zhu had cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Kuan, fully aware of the schemes these two old foxes were plotting. It was clear that once today passed, the identity of the Golden Guard General would change hands, and the only contender for that position was none other than the nephew of the left minister. Xiao Jie in this world, there were few who did not wish to curry favor with Xiao Jin, and they were certainly no exception. Dong Zhue replied coolly, "I kindly ask you both to wait a moment longer." This time, Ji Lin truly stood up, slamming the table in anger, exclaiming, "Whatever! I shall leave today, and no one can stop me." Dong Zhue's hand had already moved to the dagger at his waist, determined to preserve his title. It was not solely for his own sake. Even in his fallen state, his martial prowess could still afford him a respectable position in the martial world. Yet, what weighed on his mind was that if Xiao Kai lost him again, she would have no kin to rely on in this vast palace. "Minister Ji," a voice called, and they all turned towards the door to see a figure clad in a striking crimson cloak emerging from the shadows. Ji Lin quietly muttered, "What is he doing here?" before promptly rising to salute, respectfully stating, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." The others followed suit, bowing to Yuan, waved her hand lightly, no need for formalities, and walked directly to Dong Zhuo. Calling uncle, no need for such courtesy. Zhou Kuan, being a shrewd old fox, immediately recognized that Yuan's actions were merely to inform everyone that Dong Zhuo was under her protection. Although Ji Lin had quickly completed his greeting, he secretly held disdain for this nominal crown prince, and thus paid little heed to Yuan's words. That Yuan inquired with concern, "I happened to overhear Minister Ji mention he was planning to leave early. Is there an urgent matter at home?" Pausing for a moment, without waiting for Ji Lin to respond, she added, "At your age, I presume your children are already married. Could it be a funeral? My condolences." Minister Ji Lin, incensed, retorted, "What do you mean by that, Your Highness?" Yuan feigned innocence. "If it were not for weddings or funerals, I truly cannot fathom what matter would compel Minister Ji to be in such haste to return home." Ji Lin, infuriated, pointed at Yuan. Zhou Kuan swiftly swatted Ji Lin's hand away, frowning. "Have you lost your mind?" Ji Lin clenched his teeth, his chin trembling with anger. The Yuan chuckled lightly. "It seems Minister Ji has forgotten his own identity after holding office for so long. Allow me to remind you all, both officials and subjects are citizens of my Yuxian kingdom, as servants of the ruler. We must be loyal to the throne. His Majesty's decree is for you all to assist General Dong, not to flaunt your official authority here." Zhou Kuan, sensing the tension, quickly attempted to smooth things over. "Your Highness speaks truthfully. Minister Ji is of advanced age and has been unwell, which is why he proposed to leave early. He even mentioned to me that sitting for too long causes him back pain, that he turned to Ji Lin, signaling him to agree. Isn't that right, Minister Ji? Ji Lin reluctantly replied, However, Yuan had no intention of letting Ji Lin off easily. She knew well that one must strike where it hurts. Otherwise, they would not remember their place. If he were to return with renewed vigor, it would not be so easy to deal with him then. Yuan smiled slightly. Please have a seat. Once everyone was seated, Yuan added, Minister Ji need not sit. That Ji Lin, perplexed, found himself awkwardly caught in mid-squat. Unsure whether to sit or stand, Yuan continued, I am only considering Minister Ji's well-being. Earlier, Minister Zhou mentioned that you complained about back pain from sitting too long, so it would be better for you to stand and listen. Though it sounded as if she was being kind to Ji Lin, in reality, she delivered a resounding slap to his face in front of everyone. All present knew that those with back ailments could not endure prolonged standing or sitting. How could Yuan be unaware? She simply wished to teach Ji Lin a lesson, making it clear who he could offend and who he could never afford to cross. That Ji Lin was left dumbfounded, unable to voice his grievances. He could only stand aside, inwardly blaming Zhou Kuan for acting on his own accord. He had never complained to Zhou Kuan, yet he was unfairly subjected to this punishment. That Yuan glanced at the woman on the torture rack behind her. She has not spoken, Dong Zhiyu answered. No, every instrument of torture has been used, yet she refuses to utter a word. Zhou Kuan sighed. Indeed, this woman appears frail, yet she endures more than an ordinary man. Despite enduring numerous forms of torture, she only lets out a few groans. That if she truly were the murderer, it would be utterly inconceivable. That Yuan approached Hua Shu. It seems your injuries may have been in vain. Hua Shu weakly lifted her head to gaze at Yuan, her eyes filled with mockery. How do you intend to prove that, Yuan? There is no rush. You will come to know in due time. Hua Shu, with a disdainful curl of her lips, mocked, Are you attempting to extract a confession through coercion? It is futile. I would rather die than admit anything. Should I perish, my wounds will serve as undeniable evidence of your forced interrogation. Yuan sighed and remarked, Perhaps I should address you as Tang Shiyu Lin. That I truly wonder if you would feel remorse upon uncovering the entire truth. You should have ceased your actions long ago. Every life you have taken subsequently belonged to those who loved you. Hua Shu, what are you saying? I do not comprehend, Yuan. It matters not if you understand. All you need to know is that your death is imminent. I intend for you to die under the gaze of the masses, to be subjected to their scorn. Only thus can death remain unprofaned. Hua Shu stared intently at Yuan, an odd expression in her eyes, and said slowly, You are unwell. That Yuan disregarded Hua Shu's words and returned to her seat. For a few dignitaries required a moment's patience. One most crucial individual had yet to arrive. Zhou Kuan. Who? Dong Zhuyu. Who is it? Yuan. The person pivotal to the three cases, the very source of it all. Outside the dim interrogation hall, footsteps echoed, and everyone held their breath, gazing towards the door. Yuan smiled faintly. He has arrived. A black boot stepped over the threshold, and Zhou Kuan furrowed his brow, pondering, only two individuals are entitled to don such colored official robes. Could it be him? In an unnoticed corner, Hua Shu widened her eyes in disbelief upon seeing the newcomer, thinking, How can this be? Chapter 34. A decade of entanglement. Yuan beheld the newcomer, raising an eyebrow with a smile, Lord Jiang. Simultaneously, in the side chamber of the Eastern Palace's Bihua Hall, Xiao Kai was soundly asleep, while the maidservants on night watch outside the door struggled to stay awake, their heads nodding like a monk striking a wooden fish, perfectly rhythmic. That a slender, razor-sharp dagger slipped through the narrow crack of the door. Slowly prying it open, in the darkness, two shadowy figures stealthily approached Xiao Kai's bedside, exchanging a glance before plunging the dagger down fiercely. After a moment of oppressive struggle, the cloaked figures departed, shouldering a heavy sack. Within the interrogation hall of the Ministry of Justice, one man's expression remained as calm as water, while three others displayed astonishment, and one was filled with terror, as if witnessing something exceedingly dreadful. Typically composed, Zhou Kuan was the first to speak. Lord Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Yi did not respond, but instead circled around the others towards the woman bound to the torture rack. Steadying himself as he carefully scrutinized Hua Shu, with a sigh and a shake of his head, he approached Yuan. Your Highness. That Yuan glanced at Jiang He, his words laden with meaning. Lord Jiang must ponder carefully. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Jiang He appeared resolute, responding calmly, "I'm fully aware of the consequences that Yuan." "Excellent. Allow me to regale you with a tale." The others, aside from Jiang He, exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom Yuan's intentions. Logically, one would expect the truth of the case to be paramount at this juncture. Yet Yuan appeared unperturbed, intent on narrating a story, leaving everyone perplexed as to his motives. "Yuan, the story begins a decade ago. I ask for your patience. Many years prior in Shilhua City, there was a beloved young prodigy serving as the county magistrate. Though his official title was modest, he endeavored tirelessly on behalf of the people, attending to even the most trivial matters with utmost sincerity. When a local lost a chicken, he personally accompanied the constables to help retrieve it. When a couple quarreled, he intervened to mediate. If a child went missing, he would see them safely home. And when faced with a powerful bully, he would not yield, engaging in a battle of wits for the sake of justice." At this point, Zhou Kuan's eyes darted with realization, as he began to connect the dots. Though Ji Lin's expression was one of displeasure, he did not forget to observe the reactions of those around him. Dong Zhuiyue, however, was utterly bewildered, treating the narrative as mere fiction, growing drowsy from the tale. Jiang He sat with his head bowed, his gaze obscure. Da Yuan continued to weave his narrative. The plot twisted when he rescued a family of 4 fleeing from famine. Noticing their lack of means, he generously offered them shelter as servants in his home. Despite being a county magistrate, one would assume he led a comfortable life, with dozens of servants attending to him. Yet he was principled and upright, dedicating most of his salary to charitable deeds, thus living in relative poverty, with even his 3 children's clothing patched and mended, the eldest and second child beginning their education at the age of 10. Fortunately, the family he had taken in was grateful and contributed to the household. The limping man assisted with labor, while the frail woman helped with washing and cooking, and life progressed reasonably well. The magistrate treated them as equals, sharing his meals with them. At this juncture, Yuan glanced at Hua Shu, who scoffed. "The world is rife with hypocrisy." That Yuan, unfazed, turned back, his gaze perhaps intentionally or unintentionally brushing against Jiang He. "Do you not all consider this magistrate a model of virtue, an exemplary official?" Dong Zhu confidently asserted. "Indeed, he is a good official." Zhou Kuan concurred, "Yes, indeed." Yet Yuan merely smiled, pointing at Hua Shu behind him. "I find her assertion quite accurate." Hua Shu, taken aback, regarded Yuan with confusion. The Ji Lin looked at Yuan with disdain, convinced that he was merely engaging in theatrics, that a mere figurehead of a prince, he believed, would ultimately fall by his brother's sword. What was there to boast about? Even his princely status relied on his mother's influence. How could he amount to anything? Jiang He remained silent throughout, appearing only to have casually joined the gathering. Not as the vital figure Yuan described, Yuan was acutely aware of the myriad ulterior motives at play among the several dozen individuals present in the modest interrogation hall. Zhou Kuan cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, why do you deem that magistrate a hypocrite?" Yuan scoffed. "Do you not perceive it?" Zhou Kuan offered a sheepish smile. "Pray, enlighten us, Your Highness." Yuan, "I need only utter a single phrase. You may draw your own conclusions. Who among ordinary folk would place their family in peril to save another from despair?" Zhou Kuan promptly replied, "Your Highness has deftly pinpointed the issue." "You are indeed remarkable," Yuan continued. The second twist in the tale occurred when 2 more children arrived at the magistrate's home. Not through his own benevolence, but brought back by the limping man he had rescued 2 years prior. Concurrently, the story's third twist unfolded. The magistrate learned that the position he rightfully deserved had been usurped by another with powerful connections. This revelation struck him deeply, causing him to question the purpose of his years of toil and dedication, only to find himself overshadowed by others who gained through favor. At this moment, consider what might transpire if another misfortune were to befall this magistrate. Dong Zhuiyue furrowed his brow. "If I were in his shoes, I would certainly be overwhelmed." Yuan, "Exactly. Anyone would succumb to despair, yet how one reacts in the aftermath remains uncertain." Dongzhu, "Perhaps I would indulge in reckless abandon." Ji Lin scoffed. "If it were I would resign from my post without hesitation." Zhou Kuan remarked, "I would need to assess the severity of that misfortune." Yuan, "What if you found that the very person you have dedicated yourself to protect watches coldly as you are beset by a multitude of foes?" Zhou Kuan paused, then replied, "Despair." Yuan, "This is precisely what the magistrate endured on New Year's Eve, a time meant for family reunion, the most joyous day of the year. This magistrate, filled with youthful fervor, not only received news that nearly crushed him, but was also doused with frigid water. His heart turned to ice as he limped back home, burdened with pain. Upon seeing his injuries, his family anxiously inquired about the cause, yet he remained silent, locking himself in his room from day to night. Shortly thereafter, a great fire consumed the entire magistrate's residence. Zhou Kun astutely noted the keywords within the story. Magistrate, New Year's Eve, fire. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and looked up at Jiang He. Jiang He, catching Zhou Kun's gaze, sighed, "Indeed, Your Highness, the magistrate in your tale is none other than myself." The others widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished at the revelation. Yet, how was this case connected to him at that moment? Zhou Kun recalled something else, glancing diagonally across the room to find Hua Shu's eyes locked onto Jiang He, filled with deep-seated hatred. What kind of entanglement lay between them? Chapter 35. Insult Jiang, he abruptly rose. As if he had resolved within his heart 1,000 times, and calmly stated, "It was I set the fire." At his words, the air seemed to freeze, enveloping the room in a suffocating silence. Zhou Kun's brow furrowed deeper. He could hardly believe that Jiang He could commit such an act. If indeed he had started the fire, he must have been consumed by fury, utterly disillusioned with the world. Yet why did he still live? Though Zhou Kun held no affection for him, he had always been an unwavering loyal minister over the years. Regarding character, Jiang He is above reproach. Upright, honest, and incorruptible, that is for his capabilities as an official. Although Jiang He may lack the adaptability required in his position, it is evident to anyone that his unwavering loyalty lies with the court, and his thoughts and concerns are solely for the welfare of the populace. Thus, he is beloved by the people and enjoys the emperor's protection. How could such a man possibly commit arson and murder against his own family? Zhou Kun voiced his inner doubts, asking, "Why would you do this?" Jiang He replied, "Initially, I intended to end my life, but what would become of my family? An orphan mother, aged parents. How would they survive in this cruel and indifferent world without me? It would be better for us all to perish together. In the next life, we could reunite as a family, and I would care for them then." Taking advantage of their slumber, I set ablaze our dilapidated ancestral home. Regrettably, by the time I felt the searing pain of the flames, they had already departed in their dreams. That moment, the bound Hua Shu suddenly let out a furious cry. "You coward! By what right do you strip others of their right to live? Why must you drag my parents into this? What wrong have they committed? They should never have encountered you, you beast." Ji Lin, growing impatient, ordered someone to silence Hua Shu. With her mouth muffled, Hua Shu could only squirm. Emitting muffled sounds, that Ji Lin inquired, "Is she one of the 4 you saved?" Johnny glanced at Yuan and shook his head. "No." Ji Lin pressed. "If she is not, then why does she accuse you?" Yuan commanded that the cloth be removed from Hua Shu's mouth, and after unbinding her, Hua Shu staggered towards Jiang He, grabbing his collar and shouting, "You lie. You despicable, hypocritical, shameless scoundrel. Why do you lie? It was you. It was you." Blood smeared from her hands onto Jiang He, who allowed her to shove him, remaining silent and offering no explanation. Yuan asserted, "Your parents were not killed by him." Hua Shu paused, slowly releasing Jiang He's collar, her bloodshot eyes glaring at Yuan as she accused, "You lied. He clearly admitted it just now. We all heard him. Why do you help him lie?" Yuan replied, "I am not lying, and he indeed did not kill your parents. In fact, it was you who killed your mother with your own hands, was it not?" Hua Shu was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting to one of confusion. "What nonsense are you speaking? My mother clearly died in the fire," he said. Yuan approached Hua Shu and asked, "Have you never doubted this?" Hua Shu, bewildered, responded, "Doubt what?" Yuan clarified, "The fire that claimed lives did not take your parents, but rather your uncle and aunt." Hua Shu, in disbelief, cried out, "No, no, no, it cannot be. You are lying." "That I refuse to believe it." As she spoke, she began to retreat step by step. Yuan remarked, "You have inherited your mother's talent remarkably. Mastering the art of painting requires innate ability beyond mere study." Upon hearing this, Hua Shu's eyes widened in realization, as if she understood something but could not bring herself to accept it. Yuan coldly stated, "When it comes to sin, neither of you is innocent that he has murdered his family, while you, Hua Shu, or rather, Song Shu Yulin, have selfishly and treacherously caused the death of the Song-Shu couple, who genuinely cared for you, and have also killed your brother and mother with your own hands. Hua Shu's pupils flickered as she suddenly pulled a hairpin from her disheveled bun and charged at Yuan unprepared. Yuan watched as the hairpin was about to pierce her, but someone stepped in front of her just in time. Dong Zhuo glared at Hua Shu and struck her away, sending her crashing against the wall with a dull thud before she fell to the ground. Dong Zhuo's first instinct was not to remove the hairpin embedded in his chest, but rather to urgently turn and ask Yuan if she was unharmed. Yuan gazed at Dong Zhuo, warmth flooding her heart, her eyes glistening with tears. "Uncle." Dong Zhuo interrupted her, anxiously asking, "Shaoan, are you all right?" Yuan replied, "I am fine. Turn around and instruct your men to fetch a doctor quickly." Dong Zhuo raised his hand to halt her, then directly pulled out the hairpin, blood instantly blossoming from the wound. Fortunately, Hua Shu, weakened from her injuries, lacked the strength to drive it deeply. Dong Zhuo calmly stated, "This minor injury is of no consequence. A wounded woman cannot harm me." Zhou Kun, astonished, remarked, "No wonder you are the illustrious general of the Golden Guard in Yuxian Kingdom. Valiant and formidable, truly impressive." Dong Zhuo had dismissed Zhou Kun's flattery, having never liked him. Yet he acknowledged that Zhou Kun's knack for ingratiating himself in every situation was not without merit. His success in the officialdom was not entirely unfounded, though no amount of learning could instill in him the same skill. Zhou Kun said, "What His Highness just mentioned is beyond my comprehension." Yuan replied, "There are many complexities involved, making it challenging to clarify in a short time. The murderer of 10 years ago was Jiang He, while the current murderer is none other than her, Song-Shu Yulin." Zhou Kun pondered this, and Ji Lin interjected, "Your Highness, one moment it is Hua Shu. The next it is Song-Shu Yulin. Who exactly is she?" Yuan explained, "It is quite simple. Hua Shu is her, yet she is not her. However, Song-Shu Yulin is undoubtedly her." Ji Lin, supporting his waist, looked at Yuan, feeling as though he was being deliberately toyed with. The "It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. What is and what isn't. This is utter chaos." Chapter 36. The murderer Yuan coldly surveyed the figure lying on the ground and commanded, "Bind her up. The ensuing tale will only grow more riveting." At this moment, Ji Lin finally grasped that Yuan was not merely recounting a story. She was employing narrative techniques to lay out the case. Yuan began, "This tale traces back 20 years to Shin Family Village, a secluded hamlet in the south where the inhabitants shunned the outside world. Although the village was small, it thrived on its self-sufficient lifestyle, adorned with babbling brooks and lush meadows, offering a serene existence. However, one fateful day, an unexpected outsider intruded upon this tranquil village, his peculiar attire starkly contrasting with the locals. He inquired of Shun Yuming the way to the capital for the imperial examination. Shun Yuming was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at the young man. The villagers spoke in a rapid, choppy manner. Yet the stranger's words flowed slowly and gently. Reminiscent of the clear stream, Shin Yuming washed her clothes merely 14 or 15. Shin Yuming had never encountered the outside world and was swiftly captivated by this young man. Ignoring her family's objections, she clandestinely sheltered him, a grave taboo in the village. If discovered, he could be expelled, and her family might face dire consequences. Yet she was unbothered by such risks, enchanted by the tales of the world beyond. And with each story, her affection for him deepened. As the days passed, their bond grew increasingly intimate. Before long, her family noticed her growing belly, understanding that trouble was imminent. However, they felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, the truth could not be concealed, and the villagers discovered the man's presence. One night, the entire village convened to deliberate on expelling the outsider. Shin Yuming, pregnant with his child, could no longer remain. Though heartbroken, her parents could only bid farewell to their daughter with tears. Adhering to the village's one-man, one-woman tradition, believing the outside world operated similarly. Despite the uncertainties of the outside world, they felt reassured that at least their daughter had a man to rely on. Thus, Shin Yuming departed Shun Family Village with the man. Initially, her pregnancy was not overly apparent, allowing her to keep pace with him. Although the journey was arduous, their love rendered their hardships bearable. However, as her belly grew, walking became increasingly difficult, and gradually, she realized she could no longer keep up with his stride. He, too, did not pause to wait for her. She understood then that their love had withered away. Shin Yuming, though innocent, was a strong-willed woman. Upon seeing the man's true nature, she decisively left him. Yet in an unfamiliar world, how could a pregnant woman find a glimmer of hope? In this strange realm, she learned her first survival skill, to lower her head. With her large belly, she begged for food, managing to scrape by. She resolved that once her child was born, she would establish herself in this world and live independently. Yet reality proved harsh, and after the child's birth, she found herself utterly incapable of providing for them. She contemplated returning the child to Shin family village, where her brother's wife was also expecting that in pursuit of this slim chance of survival. She returned to her village to her dismay. Her brother's child was also a twin, resulting in 4 children in the Shin family. This was a remarkable event in the village, as no one had anticipated that Shin Yuming would return with children. Years passed, and when Shin Yuming finally possessed the means to support her children, she returned to Shin family village only to find it in ruins. The village had long since perished, her family's home now draped in cobwebs. It turned out that prior to her departure, Shin family village had suffered from natural disasters and famine. Some fled, while others starved to death. Now, where could she seek her family and children? All she could do was grieve. Years passed, and in a serendipitous moment, she beheld a young girl in the winery who bore an uncanny resemblance to her former self. Captivated by the exquisite wines crafted by the family, she proposed to adopt the child as her goddaughter and impart upon her the art of painting. To her astonishment, she observed that the girl named Song Shiyu Lin held her brush in a manner strikingly similar to her own, and their shared dietary restrictions mirrored each other perfectly, igniting a mix of surprise and joy within her. How could she fail to recognize her own child? Even without a birthmark, she would know her. Driven by suspicion, she commissioned a clandestine investigation, which revealed that the Tsang couple had indeed given birth to a daughter years ago, but tragically lost her to smallpox shortly after birth. The present-day Tsang Shiyu Lin had only been brought home 8 years prior. Confirming her suspicions, she was certain that Tsang Shiyu Lin was her child. Yet before she could disclose this to anyone, an unforeseen calamity transpired. More shockingly, this daughter, whom she had yet to recognize, would ultimately take her life. Hua Shu's mouth was silenced, rendering her unable to emit even the faintest sound, while her eyes widened in horror, as if her very eyeballs might leap from their sockets. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she stifled sobs, unable to fathom that she had been the one to end the life of her sole family member in this world. Zhou Kuan, perplexed, inquired whether the prince had mentioned that she had also killed someone named Shin Yumei. However, they were unaware of her demise, so how could the prince possess such knowledge? Yu Yin replied, I saw it with my own eyes on Qi Xing Mountain. That Jilin, deep in thought, pondered the prince's purpose for visiting Qi Xing Mountain, recalling that he was said to be unable to leave the palace. Were the rumors unfounded? Yu Yan's gaze sharpened as she looked at Jilin, coldly stating, Does my itinerary require your approval? Zhou Kuan chuckled, quickly interjecting, Your Highness, there has been a misunderstanding. You need not inform us of your whereabouts. We are merely concerned for your safety. Jilin once again found himself silenced by Yu Yan's words. Realizing that he had underestimated her over the years, Yu Yan commanded, Bring the corpse forward and summon the proprietor of Han Mo Yixin. Moments later, 2 lackeys entered, carrying the lifeless body, while the proprietor of Han Mo Yixin followed timidly behind. As the corpse was laid upon the ground, Yu Yan swiftly drew a sword from one of the lackeys and flicked aside the white cloth covering the body with seamless precision, even catching Dong Zhuo off guard. Zhou Kuan felt a surge of trepidation, his mind racing with a singular thought. The rumors surrounding the crown prince were exaggerated. Only Yu Yan knew that this action had nearly exhausted his remaining strength. He truly was as frail as the whispers suggested, yet he desired no one to underestimate him. The sword was pointed directly at the wound in the right side of the corpse. Gently tapping twice to draw attention, the deceased was stabbed from the front. Only someone intimately acquainted could have struck such a blow. The victim must have been completely unguarded to allow the assailant the opportunity. Additionally, the wound is located precisely in the center of the right side. Only someone of similar stature to the victim would find this the optimal point of attack. Otherwise, the wound would be misaligned. Either higher or lower, Zhou Kuan and Jilin, one a minister of justice and the other the minister of punishment, understood the implications of Yu Yan's observations all too well. They increasingly realized that Yu Yan's capabilities were formidable, likely surpassing their initial assessments. Zhou Kuan retorted, Yet even so, This does not prove that the assailant is Hua Songshiyu Lin. No one knows if the deceased had other close acquaintances. Moreover, many women share a resemblance with the victim. Yu Yin cast the sword onto the table, standing with her hands clasped behind her back. None noticed that the hand that had wielded the sword bore crimson marks and 4 deep impressions from fingernails. Very well, I shall clarify your doubts. Yin bring her forth. Yun Dan Yin led a white-haired old woman, seemingly past her 60s, into the interrogation hall. Yu Yin introduced, this is Granny Wang, who sells vegetables outside the Tsang Shiyu winery. She knows the relationship between Tsang Shiyu Lin and the deceased Shin Yumei. Granny Wang glanced down at the body, her face paling in terror as she immediately shut her eyes, trembling as she grasped Yun Dan Yan's arm. Isn't this Master Shin? How could she? Yu Yin approached the execution platform and tore the cloth from Hua Shu's mouth, asking, do you recognize her? Granny Wang squinted, her vision failing her as she leaned closer. Her eyes narrowing until clarity dawned upon her. Suddenly, her eyes brimmed with tears as she exclaimed, Isn't this the girl from the Tsang family? Tsang Shiyu Lin? Why have you bound her? Turning to Yu Yin, she questioned, what crime has she committed? Yu Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Yun Dan Yin, who then escorted the elder away. Since learning that Shin Yumei was her biological mother, Hua Shu appeared as if her soul had been siphoned away. Staring blankly at the corpse, Yu Yin then addressed the kneeling proprietor of Han Mo Yishian, her gaze as inscrutable as a deep pool, commanding, now, tell us what you witnessed on Qi Xing Mountain. The proprietor, trembling and prostrated, began to recount, yesterday, I was to meet Master Shin to exchange paintings. However, she did not arrive as the hour grew late and her paintings had customers awaiting them. I decided to fetch them myself. To my horror, I found Master Shin lying in a pool of blood, and she pointed at Hua Shu, saying she was directly across from her. I was paralyzed with fear and fled down the mountain without reporting it. Even now, I feel guilty, which is why I confided in General Dong. Hearing this, Dong Zhuiyue's brow furrowed. The proprietor had never approached him before. How dare he lie in his presence? He shot a questioning glance at Yu Yin, who simply nodded, indicating that this was her design. Zhou Kuan mused aloud, so it seems the deceased was slain by Tsang Shiyu Lin, who unwittingly took the life of her own mother. Yet I still do not comprehend why Tsang Shiyu Lin would commit such an act. Ji Lin added, even if Tsang Shiyu Lin was the killer, what does this have to do with General Dong's continued service? Yu Yin replied calmly, why the haste? Would you comprehend if I didn't clarify each point? Zhou Kuan reassured, there is no rush, Your Highness. Yu Yin commanded, bring forth the Cheng siblings. Upon seeing Yu Yin, Cheng Xiaoshi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Your Highness. Yu Yin responded with a low, did I ask you, do you recognize the woman on the execution platform? Cheng Xiaoshi finally noticed Hua Shu, his expression shifting from elation to somber recognition as he nodded. I do. Cheng Wushi cast a glance at Hua Shu, letting out a soft sigh before stating, I know her. Her name is Hua Shu, and she is a maid in my household, my personal attendant. Zhou Kuan's gaze flitted between the individuals, pondering deeply. Ji Lin frowned, clearly displeased. Might I ask Your Highness to clarify who the person on the execution platform is? Yu Yin raised an eyebrow, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Have I not already mentioned? Has Lord Ji forgotten so quickly? Ji Lin looked at Yu Yin, acknowledging that he had indeed crossed paths with the wrong individual today. Yu Yin declared, I have said before, she is both Hua Shu and Tsang Shiyu Lin. Turning her head, she addressed Dong Zhu. Uncle, have the body brought forward. Dong Zhu nodded in agreement. Yu Yin pointed to the recently brought-in corpse, calmly stating, this body was recovered from the water channel in Pinkangfang, and I trust everyone is familiar with it. What I wish to convey to you all is that although its features are unrecognizable, it is also Hua Shu, and it is also Tsang Shiyu Lin. Ji Lin finally grasped the implications. Yu Yin had previously mentioned that Shin Yumei had given birth to twins, indicating that of the two, only one could be the true Hua Shu, and only one the true Tsang Shiyu Lin. Yu Yin suddenly smiled. It appears Lord Ji has understood. Then, turning her finger toward the execution platform, she raised her voice. She is the one who killed him. Zhou Kuan interjected. She was unaware that she was killing her own brother? Yu Yin countered. If she was unaware, why would she disfigure his face? Zhou Kuan pressed. Why would she do such a thing? Yu Yin replied, naturally, because if he lived, she could not die in this world. How could there exist two Tsang Shiyulin? Two Huashus? Clearly, only one of either could exist. Zhou Kun suggested they could choose for one to be Huashu and the other Tsang Shiyulin. Wouldn't that allow both to survive? Yu Yin affirmed. Indeed. Pointing at the corpse, she remarked, that is precisely what he thought, and thus he met his demise that he was the genuine Huashu, the one picked up by Miss Chung, who was not known for her eloquence. The one on the execution platform is the true Tsang Shiyulin, the child the Tsang couple brought home 8 years ago. She speculated, I surmised that Huashu encountered Tsang Shiyulin by chance while purchasing wine, and they resolved to avenge their parents from a decade ago. Am I correct, Tsang Shiyulin? The woman on the execution platform lowered her gaze, silently acknowledging the truth. Yu Yin admonished, you should not have killed your brother. He had little time left to live, that be why nourishing the Xuanju Gu with your heart's blood, he could have lived for 3 more years, yet his body hardly had even that long. Chapter 37. The Selfish Ones. Tsang Shiyulin gazed at Yu Yin in shock. Brother? He never told me. Yu Yin found it amusing. If he had told you, would you have spared him? Tsang Shiyulin raised and then lowered her gaze. Uncertain of how to respond to the question posed that I did not kill my brother, she insisted, her entire visage obscured by shadow, her voice imbued with a stubbornness that suggested she felt unjustly accused. Yuang, she mused aloud. The case of the dismembered corpse was orchestrated by you and your brother, yet the death of Wang Defu at the 8 directions and bears your mark. Does it not? In an instant, Tsang Shiyulin lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes shaking in denial. It was not me, Your Highness. You know this, that it was my brother who raised the Gu, not I. Yuang scoffed. You claim to be innocent. Tsang Shiyulin nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes, exuding an air of profound innocence. Yuang inquired, are you suggesting you were unaware of it? I had no knowledge of it. My brother did not inform me beforehand, Tsang Shiyulin replied. Yuang regarded her with a gaze that seemed to scrutinize something repugnant, but he understood that this woman would not easily concede to anything. It appears you are one to shed no tears until faced with the coffin. Tsang Shiyulin sobbed, I simply love my brother too much. What wrong have I committed? She pointed tearfully at Jiang He, adding, the one at fault is clearly him. Were it not for him, how could I have been separated from my brother? 3 years ago, my brother suddenly sought me out, claiming he wished to avenge our parents. As my adoptive parents cherished me dearly, I refused, that I did not wish to burden them with worry, nor did I want to break their hearts. That my brother chastised me, accusing me of being ungrateful. He recounted the years we were apart, filled with suffering, living in constant fear, pursued and beaten indiscriminately, that he lamented his bitter existence while I enjoyed the comforts of life, that he took my hand and insisted that I, as a pampered daughter of a noble family, could never comprehend his plight. How could I not understand my brother? Each day apart from him was filled with longing that if I could, I would gladly exchange places with him, enduring his hardships in exchange for his happiness. Every word he spoke was like a dagger to my heart, and thus I would acquiesce to his every demand. Moreover, I am also my parents' child, and avenging them is my rightful duty, that I only resent my lack of capability, which leaves me to assist my brother from the sidelines. Tsang Shiyulin's words flowed with tears, effortlessly shifting all blame onto the deceased. She was acutely aware that the dead could not refute her claims, and what could others do against her? Yuang challenged her, then tell me, how did you assist him? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Tsang Shiyulin's eyes. Yuang recognized her intelligence. She had likely anticipated this question long. To facilitate my brother's actions, we would switch identities, she began. Additionally, Tsang Shiyulin's cheeks flushed, her words hesitant. Yuang pressed, what else? My brother was aware that certain patrons who frequently purchased wine would harass me, so he decided to use them as practice, that I was responsible for leading them to him. Yuang interjected, to their demise. Yes, she confirmed. Yuang continued, you went to great lengths to summon Jiang to run to the 8 Directions Inn, not to kill him, but to frame him. You meticulously orchestrated Wang Defu's mistaken room selection, ensuring his death occurred in Jiang He's quarters. Unfortunately, you underestimated that we had no suspicion of Jiang He. Your calculated maneuvers have ultimately proven futile. Tsang Shiyulin stared blankly at Yuang, taken aback that he did not believe her previous assertions. What do you mean, Your Highness? I have already stated that I was unaware of the events at the 8 Directions Inn. It was my brother who concealed the truth from me. If you insist on attributing this to me, then please provide evidence. Otherwise, I shall never admit to it, even in death." Zhou Kun, seemingly struck by a sudden epiphany, remarked, "Indeed, Your Highness, without evidence, it would be difficult to explain to His Majesty." Yuang shot a cold glare at Zhou Kun, inwardly chastising him for his unwarranted interjection. Yuang approached Song Shu Yulin, gazing intently into her eyes, and suddenly seized her wrist. That my hand is crippled. "But yours is not. That I have verified this. Have you forgotten?" Song Shu Yulin faltered, memories of being coerced into painting fish with blue stone flashing through her mind. Had he suspected her so early on? She averted her gaze, murmuring, "I don't understand. What do you mean?" Yuang released her wrist, exasperated at this moment. "I find myself engaged in a tedious debate over your trivial life. There is a patch of tiles on the roof of the 8 directions, and that shows signs of having been recently replaced." Upon hearing this, Song Shu Yulin's expression shifted noticeably. Yuang continued, "I inquired with the innkeeper. They have not made any repairs. Do you understand what this implies?" Song Shu Yulin replied, "I do not." Yuang elucidated, "This means someone has uncovered the tiles for some clandestine purpose and then replaced them, resulting in less dust accumulating on those particular tiles." Song Shu Yulin asked, "And so?" Yuang elaborated, "The 3rd floor of the 8 directions is 6 feet high and 2.5 feet wide. Such large sheets of rice paper are difficult to find on the market. Though not entirely impossible, one could simply commission them from a paper mill. It is not difficult to ascertain who ordered the rice paper. At this point, everyone except Song Shu Yulin frowned in confusion, unable to grasp how the 8 directions in case was linked to the dimensions of rice paper. Suddenly, Song Shu Yulin laughed, realizing she no longer needed to feign innocence. "How did you uncover this?" Yuang replied, "That abominably hideous painting certainly compels one to take a second glance." Song Shu Yulin confessed, "I had forgotten about it." Yuang retorted, "Every action leaves a trace. No matter how meticulously you tread, remnants will remain." Song Shu Yulin inhaled deeply, a hint of defiance still lingering within her. "I killed them all. I admit it." Zhou Kun furrowed his brows at Song Shu Yulin, demanding, "How did you commit the acts? Speak the truth." Song Shu Yulin replied, "Your Highness is correct. I originally intended to kill someone at random and frame Jiang He for it. I do not care about one more life. I have already taken so many that I wanted him to be utterly disgraced. Yet fate did not favor my plans. I prepared a conspicuous painting the day prior, positioning it at the end of the corridor where anyone staying there could easily see it. Then I wrote a note inviting Jiang He to the 8 directions under the pretense of revealing the identity of the killer in the dismembered corpse case." Zhou Kun interjected, "How could you ensure that Jiang Chengxiang would stay in that room?" Song Shu Yulin replied dismissively, "I reserved that room in advance. Upon seeing him arrive, I would simply cancel my booking. Though there were minor hiccups along the way, they did not hinder the execution of my plan. Once he had settled in, I switched the room numbers while he was downstairs. Then I let the pre-prepared painting drop straight down from the roof. Knowing that the unfortunate ghost would see the painting and the room number, thus believing without hesitation that this was indeed his room. The moment he stepped inside, I would destroy the painting, ensuring no one would notice." The Ji Lin questioned, "How could you be certain he would not leave again?" Song Shu Yulin revealed, "I had already lit a hypnotic incense in the room." The Ji Lin pressed further, "And how could you be sure that Jiang Shu would not alert him to the fact that the deceased had entered the wrong room?" Song Shu Yulin scoffed, "You have served alongside him in the court for decades and still remain unaware of his character. Would that hypocrite awaken a sleeping person merely to switch rooms that are nearly identical?" Ji Lin fell silent. Dongzhi seemed to sense something amiss and furrowed his brow, asking, "This does not add up. I am certain that the person at the 8 directions was indeed the deceased Song Shu Yulin. That if you were the murderer, how did you manage to exchange places in front of so many witnesses?" Song Shu Yulin's expression darkened. Her brother had seemingly anticipated her intentions, and after I burned the painting, he volunteered to complete the remaining tasks. In truth, I had already placed the goo in the deceased's room. Once the incense burned out, the goo would awaken. Dongzhuo inquired, "And what of the corpse? Where did it go?" Song Shu Yulin smirked. "Naturally, it was devoured by the goo." Dongzhuo pressed on, "What about before?" Song Shu Yulin clarified, "In the early stages, the goo had not yet matured, so it could not compare." Song Shu Yulin continued, "I believe that if someone died in the room he occupied, he would inevitably be suspected. At that point, I would simply hide the goo in his home, rendering him speechless. Ultimately, I was too naive. How could I hope to shake the foundations of someone so powerful? Yuan queried, I do not understand what you aim to achieve. All your efforts are in vain. After a pause, he added, Do you not feel regret? Songshu Yulin appeared lost, murmuring, Regret for what? Yuan responded, You have caused the deaths of all who loved you. Songshu Yulin retorted, Does regret serve any purpose? If it is of no use, why should I regret? Yuan asserted. In truth, you need not have harmed your brother or Xin Yuming. They would never betray you. Songshu Yulin lowered her gaze and chuckled softly. Why should she harm her brother? Why should she harm her beloved mother? She was simply gripped by fear. Only the dead could keep secrets safe. Once, she had believed that if she could find her brother, she would treat him with utmost kindness, never to abandon him again. Ultimately, she was a selfish person at her core, forever incapable of considering others. Do you not agree? Jianghe? Jianghe closed her eyes and sighed softly. Yuan, that Songshu couple has never wronged you in any way. They raised you for 8 years and ultimately sacrificed themselves to take the blame for you. Do you feel even a shred of guilt towards them in your heart? Have you truly disregarded their years of nurturing and dedication, casting it aside like worn-out shoes, indifferent to their sacrifices? Songshu Yulin raised her head defiantly, her voice cold, that I merely sought emotional solace from them, just as they sought it from me. Their one-sided willingness to bear my sins is of no concern to me. I have never disclosed my circumstances to them, nor have I ever asked anything of them. Why should I feel remorse? Yuan retorted, Do you think the talisman in their hands came from nowhere? Without their constant protection, do you truly believe you and your brother could have operated without a flaw? Songshu Yulin's eyes turned red. Her voice choked with emotion. And what of it? Yuan closed her eyes, reopening them with redness around the edges. And what of your brother? My brother once urged me to give up. How could I ever concede? Perhaps I merely wish to prove that I am not devoid of compassion, that on the day my brother died, he summoned me to Pinkong Fong, declaring he was leaving and urging me to take care of myself. But my dear brother, if you were alive, how could my heart ever find peace? As he turned to leave, I raised a stone and struck him on the head. He turned back, blood flowing from his forehead into his eyes. Looking at me in disbelief, his gaze filled with profound disappointment. Yes, disappointment indeed. For reasons unbeknownst to me, my brother still managed to smile at me in the end, that I knew how deeply he loved me. Yet I loved myself more, that I used a dagger to mercilessly mar his face, and all I could offer him was my apologies. Yuan continued, Did you notice that when you bound stones to him, his hands were clenched tightly, so tight that we had to pry each finger apart, believing he held something of great importance, yet there was nothing. Do you know why he clenched his fists? Songshu Yulin asked, Why? Yuan replied, Because of pain. When you struck him with a knife, he did not die. He drowned. Do you have any idea of the torment he endured before his death? If you cared even a little for him, you would realize he always knew your thoughts. His willing sacrifice could never elicit even an ounce of your conscience. Songshu Yulin gasped sharply, feeling as though she were suffocating from the pain in her heart. Why? Why did he not speak? Did he think himself noble? Why did he not tell me? She lamented. Time seemed to rewind to 12 years ago, during a natural disaster in Xinjia village. Her parents, along with her 2 younger brothers, had secretly fled the village, claiming they were off to find food, never to return. 2 years later, her grandparents informed her that her parents had settled in Shilua. So they took her to seek them out, only to find the 2 elders starved to death along the way. Thus, her brother led her through mountains and rivers to Shilua, enduring countless hardships until they finally found their parents. Yet within a day, they were engulfed in flames. At that time, Songshu Yulin was not yet known by that name. She was Xin Xiaomei. Xin Xiaomei witnessed a man tossing flames into every room. She was too young, too frightened to think clearly, and by the time she came to her senses, the fire had consumed the entire house. She glanced at her parents' room and then at her brother's. And after years of reliance, she chose to trust the one she felt safer with, her brother. Initially, she thought only she and her brother had survived that fire, until years later, she encountered that grotesque face from the inferno. Vowing to seek revenge, that if not for him, how could she and her brother be separated now? If not for him, she would not be living under someone else's roof. Thankfully, heaven had eyes, and she finally saw her brother again. They resembled each other almost identically, and thus they devised a plan for vengeance, a scheme to ruin Jiang He's reputation. She told her brother of her intention to eliminate those men who had insulted her, framing Jiang He for the deed. Initially, her brother opposed her, believing she was living well enough to forget her hatred, that finding her was enough for him to die without regrets. In fury, she pushed him away, asserting she could manage without him. She knew he would relent. He had always been soft-hearted, which was why he led such a pitiful existence. For her sake, he agreed. Little did he know, it was she who abandoned him 8 years ago. While he went to beg for food, she willingly returned home with the Tsang Shu couple, believing he had lost her. When the Tsang Shu couple inquired if she had any relatives, she immediately shook her head. She feared they would reject her if they discovered she had a brother, and she was even more terrified they would take him away and leave her behind. Tsang Shu Yulin felt that aside from her brother, she owed nothing to anyone in her life. From beginning to end, she had acted selfishly. What was wrong with being selfish? Not loving oneself was the greatest folly, so she believed her brother's tragic fate was a result of loving others more than oneself. In Chapter 38, she confessed her crimes, and Dong Zhuiyue's position as general was smoothly preserved as the crowd dispersed. Only Jiang He remained seated, unmoving. Yuan's lips turned pale. Nearly unable to stand, he lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at Jiang He, appearing like a figure exuding coldness. "You are guilty." He paused for a moment before stating, "Go back." With that, he left, supported by Yun Danyan. The night was heavy, and upon reaching the carriage, he fell into a deep slumber. The sound of the wheels grew increasingly faint. In the lush green fields under the vast blue sky, Xiao Kai stood a distance away in her vivid red wedding gown, smiling at Yuan. Her eyes sparkled, her lips red as flower petals, a beauty so captivating. Just as Yuan was about to move, the smile on Xiao Kai's face vanished in an instant. Her eyes filled with endless sorrow. "Don't come closer," Yuan, puzzled, hurriedly asked. "Why?" Xiao Kai shed her wedding gown, revealing a blue robe beneath, and with a sorrowful smile, said, "I must leave." Yuan lunged forward, attempting to embrace Xiao Kai, but found only emptiness. He anxiously searched for her figure, but the grassland was devoid of anything else. "Don't go. Please don't go." Yun Danyan gently pushed Yuan's shoulder. Your Highness." Only then did Yuan awaken, still feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. Yun Danyan asked, "Did Your Highness have a nightmare?" Yuan gasped, trying to calm his agitated heart. "Have we arrived at the palace?" "Yes, Your Highness." "Help me up." Yun Danyan assisted Yuan down from the carriage. He suddenly halted to the side hall. Yun Danyan exclaimed, Your Highness, is this really appropriate for your condition?" Yuan replied, "What are you thinking?" Yun Danyan, confused, inquired, "Aren't you going to find Miss Xiao Kai?" "And if I am?" Yun Danyan murmured, "It's late. What could possibly happen?" Yuan sighed, "What thoughts occupy your mind?" "I merely wish to see her." Yun Danyan stated, "It is past the hour. Miss Xiao Kai must surely be asleep." Yuan countered, "If she is asleep, does that mean I cannot see her?" Yun Danyan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Your Highness, do you have feelings for her?" "Yes." Yun Danyan pressed on. "Then will Your Highness marry her?" Yuan recalled the scenes from his dream, a wave of fear washing over him. "If she is willing." Outside Xiao Kai's chamber, 2 young maidservants were still dozing. Upon seeing this, Yuan merely shook his head before walking to the window, noticing it was ajar, and carefully closed it before leaving. Yun Danyan, perplexed, asked, "Did Your Highness come just to close the window for Miss Xiao Kai?" Yuan smiled slightly, yes and no. Yun Danyan shrugged, unable to fathom her master's thoughts. After taking his medicine, Yuan lay on the bed, yet unease gnawed at him, preventing sleep. After tossing and turning, he rose, donned his clothes, and sat on the edge of the bed, hands resting on his knees. Lost in thought for a long while. Ultimately, he resolved to check on her again. He felt too restless as night deepened. The world was silent. Only the incessant chirping of insects filling the air, as if in a state of anxiety. He quickened his pace, the unease in his heart growing clearer, that he knew that if he did not see her sleeping peacefully in her bed, he would be unable to find rest all night. The 2 maidservants were still dozing when Yuan quietly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dark, and he could see nothing. He fumbled to light a candle, its flickering flame casting shadows. Carefully, he approached the bed, yearning for just a glimpse of her. Even if only for a moment, he inhaled deeply, faintly detecting the scent of blood, and without a second thought, rushed to the bedside, the candle falling to the ground with a clatter. The maidservants outside were jolted awake, noticing the door wide open. Exchanging worried glances, they rushed inside to light the candle. They found a figure standing by the bed, causing them to immediately kneel in fright. Trembling, "Your Highness," Yuan turned, his voice icy. "Where is she?" The two maidservants looked up, only to be struck with fear once more. "A person." Yuan barked, "Where's the person in this room? I ask you. Where are they?" The maidservants, confused and terrified, quickly realized the person in the room was gone, yet she had never left. The two maidservants were petrified, crying in unison, We do not know," Yuan inquired in a low voice. "Has anyone come by?" The two maidservants dared not lift their heads and shook them in unison, replying, "No one has visited." The Yuan fixed his gaze upon the lifeless body of the black cat on the bed, tightening his fists and coldly declared, "If anything has happened to her, you two had better take your own lives in atonement." Then he bellowed, "Get out!" The two maidservants scrambled away in a flurry that Yuan despondently sank onto the edge of the bed. Knowing that trouble would ensue, that he chastised himself for not bringing her out of the palace and for failing to notice anything during his initial visit. When Ji Feng entered upon receiving news, the look in Yuan's eyes filled her with dread, making her almost wish to flee. She steadied her heart and attempted to calm him, saying, "Your Highness, Xiao Kai will be fine." Yuan glanced at Ji Feng. His eyes reddened with emotion and hurled the blanket, along with the dead cat, at her feet, demanding, "How can you make me believe she will be fine?" Ji Feng fell to her knees with a thud, exclaiming, "This servant is guilty." Yuan retorted, "You are indeed guilty for allowing those worthless maidservants to guard her door. Do you not realize that I came here twice tonight, and they remained oblivious? I instructed you to arrange for someone to attend to her, and I expected you to select the best. How did you manage this?" Ji Feng took a deep breath, lowering her gaze in silence. She did not wish to defend herself. A mistake is a mistake. At that moment, Yin Danyan arrived outside the door. Hearing the commotion within, she felt a tremor of anxiety. When had the prince ever cared so deeply for a woman? No. When had he ever cared for anyone at all? This was the first time. It seemed he had truly fallen in love with Xiao Kai. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have already sent people to search. I doubt anyone would dare to harm her within the palace." Yuan replied, "Dare? Then tell me, how did Yulong's mother die?" Yun Danyan fell silent. Yuan appeared to regain some composure, ordering, "You all may leave." Yun Danyan, fully aware of Yuan's intentions, hurriedly interjected, "Your Highness, you mustn't." Yuan coldly glared at her, asking, "Is there another way?" Yun Danyan suggested, "Let's search first. If that fails, then—" Yuan interrupted, "What do you mean by if that fails? Are we to wait until it is too late for my regrets?" Yun Danyan protested, "But your health." Yuan commanded leave. Yun Danyan implored, "Your Highness." Yuan barked, "I said leave." Reluctantly, Yun Danyan withdrew outside. Yuan extinguished the candle, holding his breath and closing his eyes. Before long, Yuan, with a stern expression, pulled open the door, the marks of blood still visible at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 39. An odd sound outside Taiha Hall. The ever-vigilant eunuch Li, who had long served the Moon Emperor, spotted Yuan from a distance, growing increasingly anxious that a junior eunuch beside him, puzzled by Li's demeanor, asked, "What troubles you, supervisor?" Eunuch Li struck the junior eunuch's head with his feather duster, exclaiming, "What do you know? Our esteemed crown prince only comes to the Three Treasures Hall for significant matters. He must be here for that person." The junior eunuch remained perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. "Huh." Eunuch Li stomped his foot in frustration. "Oh, it is truly exasperating." As Yuan approached, Eunuch Li hastily went to meet him, raising his voice, "At this late hour, what brings His Highness here?" Before Li could finish his sentence, Yuan's icy tone interrupted, "Is Father Emperor inside?" Eunuch Li subtly obstructed Yuan's path to the grand entrance of Taiha Hall, saying, "If there is nothing of urgent importance, Your Highness, it would be best to return tomorrow morning. His Majesty is currently occupied with state affairs." Yuan scoffed and forcefully pushed past Eunuch Li, attempting to enter Taiha Hall. Eunuch Li desperately grasped his hand, fear evident on his face. "Your Highness, please reconsider. His Majesty is indeed busy with official matters. You might incite his wrath." At that moment, Yuan paid no heed to Li's pleas and, shaking him off, pushed the door open. Eunuch Li, seeing this, followed him inside. Upon entering the grand hall, Eunuch Li fell to his knees, pleading, "Your Majesty, forgive this old servant. He truly, enough, you may leave, came a deep and resonant voice. Seated upon the dragon throne at the hall's apex was a man of serious demeanor. His sharp and penetrating gaze fixed upon Yuan, that he spoke in a low tone. What is your purpose here? Yuan met the Moon Emperor's gaze directly, stating, Why did Father Emperor secretly take away my person? The Moon Emperor narrowed his eyes, repeating, Your person? Yuan affirmed, Yes, my person. The Moon Emperor erupted in laughter, as though Yuan's words were nothing but a grand jest. Rising from his seat, he gestured imperiously, exuding an air of authority and dominance. In this realm, all lands belong to the sovereign, and all subjects are beneath the crown. The very sky, earth, people, flora, and fauna of the entire Yusian nation belong to me. Who do you claim as yours? Yuan raised his chin defiantly, responding, I care not for your possessions, nor for the world, its people, flora, or fauna. You cannot touch her. The Moon Emperor descended step by step, closing the distance, his authority palpable. What is she to you? Yuan countered, What words do you wish to hear? The Moon Emperor frowned, seemingly struggling to comprehend the significance Yuan placed upon her. That is she truly that important? Yuan replied firmly, Indeed. The Moon Emperor pressed, If you had to choose between the kingdom and the lady, which would you select? Yuan scoffed, articulating each word clearly. I have never desired your kingdom, that I only want her. That in a sudden outburst, the Moon Emperor struck Yuan, the sound echoing throughout Tai Hall. That my prince. A young woman in a blue gown rushed out from behind the golden gauze curtain, hurrying towards Yuan. That in that moment, as she leapt into his arms, his breath seemed to halt. That Yuan grasped Xiao Cai's hand, inspecting her closely, and only when he confirmed her safety did he exhale in relief. The Moon Emperor observed this scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. For long, he had feared Yuan's ascetic nature, worried he would end up alone. Yet now, witnessing his son's affection for another, he felt an unexplainable mix of happiness and concern. Clearing his throat, the Moon Emperor said, If you truly care for her, taking her as a concubine is not out of the question. That Yuan tightened his grip on Xiao Cai's hand, asserting, I need no concubine. One wife is sufficient. The Moon Emperor, incredulous, burst into anger. You must have lost your mind. A woman of dubious origin as your concubine is already a stretch, yet you wish to marry her. Yuan declared. Then I shall renounce my title as crown prince. The Moon Emperor demanded. Are you threatening me? Yuan replied, I dare not. The Moon Emperor scoffed. I doubt you would. That Yuan bowed, stating, Your son takes his leave with that. He took Xiao Cai's hand and departed under the watchful eyes of all. The Moon Emperor, irate, commanded that Eunuch Li receive 30 lashes as punishment for his mismanagement. Eunuch Li endured the beating. He muttered, Since ancient times, when deities clash, it is the common folk who suffer. Who have I provoked? I simply cannot escape this fate. On the journey back to the East Palace, Yuan inquired if Xiao Cai had been mistreated or frightened. She shook her head. Your father is quite kind, he remarked. That Yuan chuckled. He struck me, and you still speak of his kindness? Xiao Cai gently placed her hand on Yuan's bruised cheek, asking, Does it still hurt? Yuan nodded. It does, Xiao Cai said. You truly care for me, don't you? Yuan affirmed, yes. Xiao Cai continued, You wish for me to be your wife? That Yuan queried. Do you not wish for that? Xiao Cai replied, It is not that I do not wish, but that I cannot. That Yuan halted her path, holding her hand. Why can't you? Xiao Cai responded, I am a peculiar person. Before she could elaborate, Yuan burst into laughter. Xiao Cai, slightly annoyed, asked, What are you laughing at? Yuan rested his chin on the top of her head. Embracing her tightly, I do not understand why you consider yourself peculiar. To me, you are not only normal, but a remarkably beautiful woman. Xiao Cai inhaled deeply. In truth, I am rather unattractive. The real me does not resemble this. Yuan questioned, Is that so? Xiao Cai affirmed. Yes. That Yuan continued to hold her hand as they walked forward. One eye the size of a quail egg, and the other the size of a copper coin. Xiao Cai protested no. Yuan pressed on, a crooked mouth with no nose. Xiao Cai laughed, exasperated. Not that either. Yuan teased. Then is it a face as dark as coal with no teeth? Xiao Cai playfully pushed him away. No. Yuan concluded, since it is none of those. It must mean you are not truly unattractive. Regardless of what you truly look like, I like you and wish for you to be my wife. How could Xiao Cai not be moved by such words? He was so wonderful. There was no reason for her not to like him, no reason to not be fond of him. Suddenly, Yuan halted, gripping Xiao Cai's hand tightly. She turned to look at him in confusion, only to find his cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Xiao Cai found it strange, for the Moon Emperor had only slapped one side of his face that as she pondered this, a series of faint sounds reached her ears. Xiao Cai listened intently, recognizing them as disordered breaths and a sound she could not quite describe. One that was peculiarly strange. Chapter 40. Jealousy. Xiao Cai asked, "What is that sound?" Yuan clasped Xiao Cai's ears with both hands and urged her to walk briskly away until they had gone quite far. Only then did Yuan slow her pace, her demeanor noticeably uneasy as she furtively glanced around. Xiao Cai, undeterred, pressed on with her inquiries, asking what the sound had been moments ago. Noticing the perspiration in Yuan's palms, she inquired further, "Are you feeling hot?" Xiao Cai continued, "Just now, I saw it clearly. It appeared to be a woman embracing a man. Upon reflection, I added, they seem to be eating something." Yuan wanted to laugh but suppressed it, replying, "You must have misseen." Xiao Cai pondered this. "Is that so? But it makes sense. Two people so close together would hardly be able to eat." Yuan, with a playful smile, asked, "Do you wish to know what they were doing?" Xiao Cai shook her head, expressing her disinterest, feeling it was likely not a matter of good repute. Yuan released Xiao Cai's hand, and just as Xiao Cai turned in confusion, a soft entity brushed lightly against her lips, shrouding her vision in darkness that Yuan's face turned even redder than before, resembling the crimson glow of a summer dusk. Xiao Cai reached out to grasp Yuan's hand, speaking to herself, "You are truly peculiar today. Your face shifts from red to redder. Are you unwell? We should have Sister Jifeng find a physician for you." Yuan, feeling guilty, insisted, "I am not ill. It is merely the heat." Xiao Cai replied, "Is that so? By the way, did you see any insects flying by just now? That soft sensation couldn't possibly have been a caterpillar." Yuan firmly asserted, "It was not a caterpillar." Xiao Cai, puzzled, asked, "Did you see it? If it was not a caterpillar, then what was it?" Yuan replied, "In any case, it was not a caterpillar." Xiao Cai smiled, relieved that it wasn't one. That when the two arrived at the Eastern Palace, dawn was nearly upon them, and Jifeng felt a weight lift from her heart. As Xiao Cai made to head towards the side hall, Yuan grasped her hand tightly, declaring, "From today onwards, do not stay there." Xiao Cai inquired, "Why not?" Yuan stubbornly pulled Xiao Cai towards her own chamber, explaining, "I have instructed my servants to prepare a room next door for you. You shall reside there from now on." After a brief pause, she added, "I am somewhat fatigued today. Please do not wander off elsewhere." Upon reaching Yuan's quarters, she did not even remove her outer robe before lying down, shifting to make room for Xiao Cai, saying, "Stay with me." Although Xiao Cai was not entirely knowledgeable about matters between men and women, she understood that traditionally, unmarried individuals should not share a bed. "Your Highness," Yuan half sat up, grasping Xiao Cai's hand, insisting, "Stay with me. I can only rest for an hour." As Xiao Cai gazed into Yuan's reddened eyes, her heart softened. Sharing a bed, Yuan held Xiao Cai's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Perhaps Yuan was indeed frightened today. Every word he spoke in the Taiha Hall resonated deeply within Xiao Cai. Xiao Cai felt no inclination to sleep, simply watching Yuan, wishing to memorize his features with great detail. Should they part ways one day, she longed to carry his memory in her heart for a lifetime. There had once been someone who sought her without reservation, offering her the first warmth in this world, banishing her solitude. An hour later, Yuan awoke to find Xiao Cai staring intently at him, her eyes unblinking. "Am I truly this handsome? If you do not marry me, it simply cannot be," he joked. Xiao Cai laughed softly, replying earnestly, "I will only marry you. If possible, I would certainly choose you. I will not marry anyone else." Yuan sat up, saying, "Last night, I dreamed of you in bridal attire. Yet you were leaving me." Xiao Cai responded, "That was merely a dream." Yuan chuckled. "Thank goodness it was but a dream. That if there comes a day when you truly leave me, no matter the distance, I shall search for you my entire life." Xiao Cai remarked, "A lifetime is a long time." To which Yuan replied, "With you, even a century would not feel lengthy." Hearing such words, Yun Dan and Yin felt a wave of discomfort. The previously aloof and ethereal Yuan had descended into the mundane, becoming a mere caricature. After washing up and changing into fresh attire, Yuan appeared much more invigorated. Cheng Xiaoshi, aware of the truth, felt a pang of unease and resolved to see him. Xiao Cai understood that Yuan was inviting her to join him. "I shall go too." This time, Qing Xiaoshi noticed Yuan was notably calmer than usual and respectfully addressed him. Your Highness. Yuan queried, are you sulking with me? Qing Xiaoshi remained silent for a moment before saying, I am not upset with you. I am upset with myself that I was foolish enough to nearly become an accomplice to a criminal, disregarding justice. Yuan stepped forward to stand beside Qing Xiaoshi, gently patting his shoulder. It was a near miss that I believe in you. Had you known of her actions, you would never have let her go. Tears welled in Qing Xiaoshi's eyes. Your Highness, I truly do not understand why Sister Huashu would act so. Yuan softly reassured him. Some people need not be understood. Qing Xiaoshi, with a tremor in his voice, said, My sister also said she is not worth our sorrow or grief, yet she has been with us for 2 or 3 years. As if she were family that I truly cannot easily dismiss so many memories. Even if she has committed murder, I find it hard to harbor hatred for her. Yuan smiled gently. You are still young. Right and wrong are not subjective. Suddenly enlightened, Qing Xiaoshi proclaimed, In 2 years, I shall be as old as you are now. By then, I will surely understand. Yuan responded, Indeed. Qing Xiaoshi's heart raced. Your Highness, I must confess something to you. Yuan asked, What is it? Qing Xiaoshi replied, I have known for quite some time that there are 2 Huashu sisters. Seeing Yuan's brow furrow slightly, Qing Xiaoshi hurried to explain, but I truly did not realize the extent of the implications. Had I known, I would have informed you that I assure you. Your Highness, I would never deceive you. Yuan smiled, his features brightening, exuding a warm and handsome aura. I know. I trust you. This smile from Yuan left Qing Xiaoshi feeling as though he had entered an alternate reality. The prince had not been like this before. Qing Xiaoshi gazed at Yuan, incredulous. Your Highness, you have changed. This statement bewildered Yuan. What has changed? Qing Xiaoshi, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, You were once proud, aloof, and distant, regarding others with disdain. It seemed as if you held no regard for anyone, viewing the world as inconsequential. Now, you appear so gentle and approachable. With that, he broke into a radiant smile, his eyes curving, a charming dimple adding a touch of innocence to his youthful visage. Yuan lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qing Xiaoshi turned his head, glancing at Xiaokai. Miss Xiaokai. Xiaokai replied, Qing Xiaoshi asked, How old are you this year? Xiaokai answered, Approximately 16. Qing Xiaoshi clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, We are the same age. The palace is dull. Come to our Qing residence. I will take you to many interesting places. Would you consider it? Xiaokai began to respond, but before she could finish, Yuan took her hand and said to Qing Xiaoshi, You are far too childish. You two will not get along, do we have matters to attend to and cannot chat further. With that, he pulled Xiaokai away quickly. Qing Xiaoshi waved after them, calling out foolishly, Hey, Miss Xiaokai, do come back to play next time. Chapter 41. The masked Xiaocai's hand was held too tightly, causing her discomfort, and she squirmed slightly. Yuan noticed and loosened his grip that I have been overly possessive of you. Xiaokai discerned the hint of grievance in Yuan's tone and withdrew her hand, instead grasping his in return. Your Highness is correct. I truly cannot play with young Master Qing. Yuan smiled subtly and said, You are unlike others. From now on, you need not address me as Your Highness. Xiaokai pondered for a moment before earnestly asking, Then how should I call you? Yuan explained, Xian. Yuan was the name my mother gave me. Xian is the name I chose for myself. Xian, Xiaokai repeated softly, uncertainly, then asked, What does Xian mean? Yuan found Xiaocai's innocent curiosity endearing, smiling as he replied, Xian has but one meaning. Xiaokai, her eyes wide with eagerness, asked, What is it? Yuan answered, I, Xian, represent only myself. Xiaokai blinked, somewhat confused, but nodded, I understand. Yuan smiled gently and said, It suffices as long as you hold me in your heart. Call me as you wish. Xiaokai responded earnestly, Yes, I have you. Yuan tilted his head slightly toward Xiaokai, whispering, Soon, I must meet Jianghe. Would you like to join me? If you do not wish to go, I can have Yinner escort you home. Xiaokai replied, I wish to be with you. 3 feet behind them stood a girl with twin buns. Dressed in a single-layer green silk flower dress, her arms crossed disdainfully as she gazed ahead. Following her gaze, one could see a remarkably well-matched couple. The man stood a head taller than the woman, his head slightly inclined towards her as he quietly murmured something, though from his profile alone, One could discern the tender smile gracing his face, likely uttering sweet nothings. Yun Danyan silently cursed under her breath. While the helpless Shang Qingjiu observed the scene beside her, the corners of his mouth subtly curling upwards. Standing at a towering height of 8 feet, Shang Qingjiu found that Yun Danyan barely reached his chest. Yet, whether they were exchanging barbs or engaging in a physical tussle, Shang Qingjiu invariably lost to Yun Danyan without fail. It was not due to any deliberate concession on his part, but rather because he was genuinely no match for her. Yun Danyan detested anyone who feigned leniency towards her, perceiving it as a sign of condescension, which only fueled her ire furthered. In truth, although Yun Danyan outwardly expressed disdain for all the women who approached the prince, she bore no ill will toward Xiao Kai. Logically, she ought to have disliked her, yet the reasons for her feelings eluded her understanding. Perhaps it was because Xiao Kai seemed devoid of any ulterior motives. Or perhaps it was due to her striking appearance. The exact reason remained unclear even to herself. With a playful nudge of his elbow, Shang Qingjiu inadvertently sent Yun Danyan tumbling to the ground, landing squarely on her backside. Infuriated, she glared at him, exclaiming, "Shang Qingjiu, I shall have your head." Apologetically, Shang Qingjiu gazed at her, extending his hand in an attempt to assist her. "My apologies." In a fit of frustration, Yun Danyan swatted at his hand, only to find that her effort resulted in her own pain, having forgotten that Shang Qingjiu's hand was larger than her face. Enraged, she seized that large hand and bit down hard, and Shang Qingjiu made no attempt to evade her. Only after venting her anger did Yun Danyan relent and rise to her feet, brushing off her clothes while throwing a retort at Shang Qingjiu. "You big oaf." Pouting, she placed her hands behind her back and marched ahead in a huff, while Shang Qingjiu followed cautiously in small steps. He knew that should he walk at his usual pace, Yun Danyan would be displeased at his leading position before her, but he always endeavored to accommodate her. At the entrance of the Jianghe residence, the surroundings appeared increasingly desolate compared to previous days, stark and deserted, rendering it difficult to believe that this was indeed the residence of a grand state minister. Resembling more of a dilapidated estate, Yi Yang stood at the entrance, sighing. To fully understand a person can sometimes be quite challenging. Xiao Kai replied, "As His Highness mentioned, we need not strive to comprehend everyone." Yi Yang continued, "Indeed, that in this world, the distinction between good and evil is not absolute, yet right and wrong are unequivocal. When one cannot grasp a person's essence, it is best to abandon the attempt. One need only assess their actions as right or wrong. If wrong, then it is wrong, and all excuses are but absurd justifications." Upon encountering Yi Yang, Jianghe greeted her as usual before pouring tea for her. Yi Yang, however, did not accept the tea, instead fixing Jianghe with a steady gaze. The unresolved case from a decade ago had long since faded from public interest. Both the old Prime Minister Xiao and the Emperor would merely turn a blind eye. Jianghe smiled. "I am aware, Your Highness, that His Majesty requires me to counterbalance the influence of Xiao Jin, no one else can fulfill this role." Yi Yang replied, "You possess a commendable self-awareness." Taking a sip of tea, Jianghe remarked, "Rest assured, I shall propose my resignation to His Majesty." Yi Yang let out a scoff. "Jianghe, others may label you a great official, claiming you care for the people as if they were your own kin. Perhaps you have deceived even yourself." Jianghe retorted, "Is that not so?" He spread his arms, revealing his faded garments, and challenged, "Go and find a single official in the entire court who exhibits my frugality, or who enjoys such public support." Yi Yang stated, "None. For many years, no official in the Moonxian Kingdom has matched your frugality, nor your popularity." "However," Jianghe interjected, "however, what?" Yi Yang's gaze sharpened. "This does not prove you are not greedy." Jianghe appeared incredulous, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Greedy? Indeed, you are greedy. While others covet wealth, you yearn for fame, believing yourself to be superior, more virtuous than the rest. Yet, Jianghe, sir, are you truly so admirable?" Jianghe found himself speechless, staring at Yi Yang, unable to muster a single rebuttal. Yi Yang stood with her hands clasped behind her back, continuing, "Since ancient times, those who lust after wealth or indulge in carnal desires have been scorned and reviled. Yet, no one has ever condemned those who seek fame, as if pursuing reputation were not a vice at all. Both are willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. Why should those who crave fame be deemed more noble than those who covet riches. Your self-perception of superiority does not equate to true virtue. Have you truly been destitute all these years? No, you have merely constructed this facade of lofty integrity that in my view, the term hypocrisy suits you far better than nobility. Jianghe clenched his fists, then released them, closing his eyes and laughing bitterly, indeed. However, Your Highness, the mask worn for too long is difficult to remove. Chapter 42. You may perhaps over the years, I have truly forgotten my original intentions. Lost sight of the reasons for my service in government. Though I yearn for fame, I have never acted in a manner detrimental to the interests of my country or its people. I believe I am guiltless in my loyalty to the court and its sovereign, Jianghe asserted with a straightened posture and righteous fervor. You are mistaken, Xiaokai suddenly interjected. Both Yi Yang and Jianghe turned to Xiaokai in surprise. Unable to comprehend the source of her sudden ire, I do not know if you hold any remorse for the court or the sovereign. However, you must certainly feel remorse for the 10 lives surrounding you. She pointedly remarked, as if there were indeed individuals unseen flanking Jianghe, that Jianghe's displeasure was palpable. Who are you? Yi Yang pulled Xiaokai behind her. This does not concern you. Though sheltered behind Yi Yang, Xiaocai's voice remained unwavering as she reiterated. You bear guilt. 10 lives? Jianghe was taken aback, wondering how she could possibly know that he glanced at Yi Yang. Had she divulged this secret to the woman? Xiaokai continued, they have always been by your side, never leaving. Until the truth is revealed to the world, they will remain lost souls, forever unable to find peace. Jianghe scoffed, nonsense that he had never believed in the supernatural, and thus dismissed Xiaocai's words outright. The Xiaocai's expression darkened. I do not understand why they, who evidently perished by your hand, remain bound to you without causing you any harm. Yet you have not suffered misfortune in return. You ought to be cursed. Destined for an untimely demise, the Jianghe's demeanor became noticeably restrained. Had it not been for Yi Yang's presence, he would have erupted in rage that he feared neither curses nor slanders, but the mention of the 10 lives struck a nerve. Yi Yang placed her hands gently on Xiaocai's shoulders, looking down at her. Did you truly see the 10 individuals by his side? Xiaokai met Yi Yang's gaze, nodding, yes, I saw them. Yi Yang turned to Jianghe. She would not deceive me. Jianghe furrowed his brow, pondering. Could this woman possess some extraordinary ability? Otherwise, why would the esteemed Prince of Moon Xian resort to such underhanded tactics to deceive him? Furthermore, if he had stated that Xiao Jin and the Moon Emperor would not pursue the matter, then there was no need for such deception. This realization struck him. He shuddered involuntarily. Could her words hold truth? Yi Yang, sensing Jianghe's turmoil, urged Xiaokai, please describe the appearance of the 10 individuals you saw. Xiaokai focused intently on Jianghe's side, and after a lengthy pause, she nodded. All right, 5 children. 3 of them slightly older, 2 younger. 4 boys and 1 girl, the girl being the youngest. The eldest appears to be around 11 or 12, while the youngest is perhaps 3 to 5 years old though, and among the 3 older ones, 2 look remarkably alike. The Jianghe's brow furrowed deeper, his expression darkening profoundly. Xiaokai continued, among the 5 adults, 2 are over 60. 1 male and 1 female. There's also a pause as if she is contemplating how to articulate her observations more accurately. Then there is another woman, who should be under 30, yet appears very aged. Seemingly of a similar age to you. She gestured towards Jianghe. And there is a man with a limp. He is about enough. Jianghe interrupted, bellowing in anger. The eldest child was his son. The youngest girl was his daughter. The elderly couple were his parents, and the woman who appeared so aged was indeed his wife. How could his wife not appear aged? That foolish woman had always taken it upon herself to care for the household, whether he was buried in his studies or basking in the glory of his official position. She had never once disturbed him with domestic trivialities, from tending to the elderly to educating the children. She had been his wife for so many years, yet she had also become his servant. The Jianghe's eyes turned red, filled with a web of blood vessels, tears stubbornly refusing to fall that he clenched his jaw, forcing himself to ask the question he dreaded most. Can you truly see them? Xiaokai raised her gaze to Jianghe, her eyes cold and indifferent. Yes. Jianghe closed his eyes, and at last the tears fell. Have they truly always been there? Yes. Jianghe felt as though a mountain had collapsed upon him in that instant, collapsing into the chair, utterly spent, as if he had exhausted every ounce of strength. barely clinging to life. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of any notion of what to say. What am I to do? Shao Kai stepped forward, looking down at the slumped Jiang He with a frigid demeanor. Die, or reveal the truth to the world. Jiang He implored softly. Can you allow them to see me? Shao Kai retorted, on what grounds? Suddenly, Jiang He rose from his chair and, with a thud, knelt heavily before Shao Kai. Pleading, I beg you. Shao Kai averted his gaze from Jiang He, instead staring into the vacant space beside him, his expression shifting, and finally uttered, all right. At that moment, Yu Yin abruptly grasped Shao Kai's arm, her face etched with anxiety. Exclaiming no, Shao Kai managed a bitter smile, saying, I too have a mother. Just by gazing into those loving and gentle eyes that belong solely to her, I can't help but think of my own mother. My agreement is not for him, but for that mother. Yu Yin clutched Shao Kai's hand tightly, refusing to loosen her grip, instead tightening it further. I recall you mentioned last time that it could be done without cutting your hand. Correct. Shao Kai shook his head. This time it cannot be done. They've been gone for too long. Blood must be used to guide the passage. Yu Yin, distressed, inquired, must it be your blood? Would mine suffice? Shao Kai chuckled softly. No, it must be mine. With that, he seized the teacup from the table and forcefully smashed it to the ground, then bent down to pick up a shard. Let this suffice. Lifting his gaze, Shao Kai noticed Yun Danyan holding out a finely crafted dagger towards him, her expression displeased. Shao Kai accepted the dagger and stood, saying, thank you. Yun Danyan, without a glance at Shao Kai, turned her back and departed, muttering, I don't know how this concerns her. Truly meddlesome. The dagger, double-edged and gleaming coldly, appeared exceedingly sharp. Without a hint of hesitation, Shao Kai swiftly cut a long gash into his palm. As dusk descended, painting the sky in deepening shades, Shao Kai's blood flowed from his palm like red silk, ceaselessly pooling upon the floor. Yu Yin watched as Shao Kai bled, a pang of sorrow stirring within him. He regretted bringing her here, for this was never meant to involve her. With this act, she had summoned lost souls thrice for his sake. What had he done for her in return? Merely a red ribbon. Nothing more. The crimson trail wound around Yu Yan's feet, its vividness piercing his vision. Witnessing her injury, while feeling utterly powerless, an overwhelming despair threatened to engulf him. Suddenly, Shao Kai trembled, prompting Yu Yin to anxiously grasp her hand. His eyes filled with concern. Shao Kai slowly turned her head, her eyes half-lidded, as if she had aged 20 years in an instant. Realizing something, Yu Yin released her hand and took a few steps back, understanding that the soul within her now was no longer the one he cherished. Shao Kai prepared to nod her gratitude to Yu Yin, but he immediately interjected, do not bow to me using her body. Taken aback, Shao Kai responded, all right, her voice notably hoarse. Upon witnessing this, Jiang He's tears flowed freely. You have come. Shao Kai softly called out. Second brother as Jiang He approached to embrace Shao Kai. Yu Yin interposed, glaring at Jiang He coldly. This body does not belong to her. Jiang He lowered his hands, stepping back from Shao Kai. He may, I am sorry. Shao Kai shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Second brother, he does not blame you. Jiang He's tears fell like pearls. I have wronged you. He raised his head to gaze at Shao Kai, as if he had found hope, Indiana, the next life. I will not fail you. Shao Kai replied, yes. Second brother, do not blame yourself. Neither I, nor our parents, nor the children, nor the Shin family have ever harbored hatred towards you. Second brother, do not let this burden you. Jiang He hesitated, wanting to approach Shao Kai, but halted. He may, please tell our parents that in the next life, I will honor them, and inform Brother Shun that if he does not mind, I wish to become his brother in the next life, and share good wine together. Yu Yin scoffed from the side, the next life is uncertain. Such hollow promises are meaningless. Jiang He opened his mouth, but found Yu Yan's words to hold truth, leaving him speechless. Shao Kai turned to face Yu Yan. Her gaze laced with resentment as she spoke deliberately. Your Highness, no one is born a villain. Second brother was once a good man. Even as a mere county magistrate, he fulfilled his duties. Yet what did he receive in return? Derision from those above and scorn from those below, that he once harbored dreams of bringing peace and prosperity to the people. Yet did any of you grant him the opportunity? Now, he merely seeks to stand one step below the rest. What fault is there in that? You accuse him of murder. Yet how can you know that we did not do so willingly? I have witnessed him transform from a dream-filled youth into a man chasing after hollow fame. Do you know how much that pains me? Aside from us, he has never harmed an innocent soul. Jiang He stood silently, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, he truly realized he had long lost something of utmost importance, which was why he had always felt an emptiness within. Without family, without someone to share joy with, happiness loses its meaning. Yu Yin interjected, Jiang He, I shall ask you but one question, that do you still recall the reason you turned the first page of a book in your youth? Jiang He fell into a daze, remembering only the poverty of his childhood, his mother giving him all the rice grains in the porridge, his father never allowing him to work the fields, his brother enduring a broken leg to protect him from harm, and his young wife calling him Jiang Ergo. All he had wished for was to study and provide a better life for his loved ones, to ensure they had enough to eat. And though he had achieved that, he had overlooked the essence of it all. He recalled leading the Shin family into his home, proclaiming that they would be family from then on. He had merely offered them a bowl of rice, yet they were willing to die for him. How absurd and tragic, believing himself a benevolent figure concerned for the masses, only to realize he was but an ordinary man, desiring nothing more than the happiness of his family. Alas, having attained it, he must still wear a facade of virtue. How pitiful! 10 years of poverty, singing sorrowful songs. Years in the bureaucracy, merely a minor player. One day, ascending to great heights, to whom could he share his joys and sorrows? In the end, this life was ultimately a self-inflicted wound. Yu Yin regarded the scene before him with irritation. He felt no pity for anyone. It was a matter of mutual consent. They had chosen this path, so why should he seek discomfort for himself? Jiang He, since all that needs to be said has been said, let your woman depart from her body. Her blood should not be wasted for your love, that I in that moment. Despite the myriad of emotions swirling within him, Jiang He found himself powerless. He could only bid farewell to his wife with resignation. He may, for 10 years I have had countless words to share with you. Yet now that I truly see you, I find I have but one. I am sorry. Just as Yu Yin had said. All the words in the world were but empty phrases. These 3 words were the most significant. Xiao Kai shook her head. He may once said, second brother need not blame himself, that I in the next life. He may will still marry you, I in the next life. He may will always be by your side. Before Jiang He could utter another word, Xiao Kai swayed. Yin quickly reached out to steady her slender waist. And when her eyes opened once more, they were clear and bright, and he knew she was once again the person he cherished in his heart. Are you all right? Yu Yin asked nervously. Xiao Kai nodded. Yes. However, Yu Yin swiftly scooped her up in his arms, exclaiming, Nonsense! Your face is as pale as paper, and you dare say you are well. Yun Danyan rolled her eyes, recalling how, during a similar situation at the 8 Directions Inn, he had coldly brushed past her, even considering her blood to be tainted. How utterly revolting! As Yu Yin carried her away, he glanced sideways. You surely know what must be done. With that, he departed. Jiang He knelt down. Jiang He thanks your highness. Suddenly recalling that he did not even know his benefactor's name, but he hesitated, feeling unworthy, and simply said, Thank you, benefactor. Just then, Yu Yin heard a heavy object fall behind him, causing him to pause momentarily before striding out of Jiang He's residence. It seems he is still most concerned about his reputation. Yu Yin mused as he looked down at the person in his arms, discovering that Xiao Kai had closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, Yu Yin felt as though he had been struck by an unseen force. Yet curiously, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he felt invigorated. Your Highness, what is the matter? Yun Danyan inquired. Yu Yin shook his head, quietly responding. It's nothing. Let us return to the palace. Understood that I in the carriage. Xiao Kai leaned against Yu Yan's shoulder, who held her with utmost care, being cautious that even a small bump from a stone on the road might awaken her. He gently brushed aside the hair that fell across her eyes. She furrowed her brow slightly, and he knew her hand pained her, even though her wounds would heal faster than those of ordinary people. The pain remained, in truth. It was not merely Xiao Kai's pure and innocent aura that captivated him, but rather her resilient spirit that drew him in even more. Xiao Kai also sat up from the bed, shaking her head and insisting, It doesn't hurt. Suddenly caught off guard in a strong embrace, she remained stubborn, declaring, Really, it doesn't hurt. Yuan retorted, Fool, that if it hurts, you should express it, that if you don't speak up, others might believe you truly feel no pain, and you'll be left to endure all the suffering alone. After a moment of silence, Xiao Kai replied, "It doesn't hurt. It tickles." Yuan turned sideways, placing his right hand into a basin, and moments later, entwined his fingers with Xiao Kai's. She felt the coolness of his palm, which was quite comforting, and the itchiness faded away. "Do you feel better now?" he inquired. Xiao Kai nodded. "It's no longer itchy. It's very comfortable." Yuan remarked, "It seems to be somewhat effective." With that, he submerged his hand back into the basin. Observing this, Xiao Kai quickly grasped his hand to stop him, saying, "Your Highness, let me do it myself." Yuan brushed aside her hand, chuckling, "I have promised that I will share every bit of your pain and hardship from now on. I shall not go back on my word." Xiao Kai wanted to say more, but Yuan interjected, "Do you want me to cut myself too?" Xiao Kai immediately shook her head. No, that won't do." Thus, Yuan continued to dip his hand repeatedly into the basin filled with ice, alternating with holding Xiao Kai's hand. Completely disregarding the redness that formed from the cold, he believed that compared to Xiao Kai's injury, this was trivial. Eventually, Xiao Kai had to forcibly pull his hand away, compelling him to stop. She buried her head in his embrace, choking back tears. "Ziyin, thank you. Thank you." She continuously expressed her gratitude. Yuan gently caressed the top of her head, speaking softly, "Silly girl, behaving like this will cause others great heartache. Do you not realize?" He then cupped her face with both hands, asking, Xiao Kai felt his gaze was so tender, as if it could melt all the frost in the world. Yuan observed Xiao Kai's reddened eyes and nose, his gaze drifting down to her slightly swollen lips. Fuller and glistening compared to usual, he kissed her lips tentatively, pulling away only to return again, repeating the action several times. Xiao Kai finally understood that there was no caterpillar after all. It had been the same before. Although she did not comprehend the significance of this, she did not dislike his actions. She would comply if he desired her. Seizing a moment when he pulled back, she quickly exclaimed, "I'm uncomfortable." Yuan paused. Xiao Kai elaborated, "My legs are numb." Yuan smiled softly, his eyes shimmering like stars. Xiao Kai straightened her bent legs, declaring, "All good now." She then pouted, gazing at Yuan. Yuan chuckled, planting a light peck on her lips. Xiao Kai thought he might find it amusing and prepare to leave, but he suddenly pulled her back into his embrace and he gently nibbled her earlobe, startling her to the point where she almost jumped up, looking at Yuan in disbelief. Yuan raised his gaze to ask, "You don't like it? If you don't like it, then..." Xiao Kai quickly interjected, No, I don't dislike it." That a slender, well-defined hand lifted her chin, fingertips gliding over her fair neck, causing her to shiver. While he chuckled softly, he kissed her again, and before she realized it, she found herself seated on his lap, their bodies increasingly close. His hand wandered over her waist. The tie of her garment loosened, slipping from her shoulder into his grasp. Only to touch her skin did he suddenly come to his senses and push Xiao Kai away. At that moment, her upper body was barely covered, and Yuan averted his gaze, pulling her clothing up to cover her. Once dressed, Xiao Kai, puzzled, murmured, "What just happened?" Yuan swallowed hard, replying softly, "It might have been an accident on my part." Xiao Kai merely responded with an "oh," then proceeded to dress herself, seemingly unconcerned about how her clothes had come undone. Yuan took a deep breath and inquired, "Do you know what we were just doing?" Xiao Kai shook her head. "I don't know." Yuan stroked her head, enveloping her in an embrace, saying, "When a man and a woman like each other, they desire to possess more of one another, both in soul and body." Xiao Kai pondered, "So, you wanted to undress me?" Yuan was caught off guard by her insight, suddenly at a loss for words that in truth, he had not intended to, in a moment of passion. He had lost control, but fortunately, he regained his senses at the last moment. Xiao Kai earnestly stated, "I did not undress you." Yuan remained silent for a long while before saying, "I did not mean to." Xiao Kai reassured him, "Ziyin, as long as you like it, it doesn't matter. Whether we marry or not is irrelevant." Deep down, she understood that their paths diverged, and marriage was not a possibility. Few would treat her with such kindness in her lifetime. She would willingly sacrifice everything for him, even her life. Yuan replied, "Silly girl, you must think of yourself. Although I will not marry anyone else besides you. What if I were to die young? How would you maintain your dignity in your husband's house if you lost your purity? You would inevitably be the subject of gossip, and if that were to happen, I would never find peace in death." Xiao Kai laughed, "If you die, I will venture into the afterlife to bring you back to the mortal realm, no matter what. However, I will not commit suicide for you." Yuan responded, "That's best, do you know what I love most about you?" Xiao Kai blurted out, "Your looks." Yuan replied, "No." Xiao Kai, confused, asked, "Then what?" Yuan answered, "Your resilience. You are like a stone, no matter where you are thrown. You remain steadfast out of stone." Xiao Kai found this description pleasing. Being compared to a stone held no negative connotation, as a stone is simply a stone, wherever it may be. Yuan then asked, "And you?" Xiao Kai responded after some thought, "I'm not quite sure what I specifically like about your highness. I just know I like you, that I always want to be by your side, that if only we could always be together." "We can," Yuan assured her firmly, his tone reminiscent of someone who had traversed this path before. Xiao Kai smiled, finding this sufficient. That night, they fell asleep in each other's arms, fully clothed at To lie beside the one they cherished. Feeling each other's warmth was the truest form of happiness to us ordinary people. It is fated that we cannot be devoid of desires. Some wish for the stars above, while others yearn for the frost below. Though our pursuits differ, they are equally precious. Yuan slept particularly well that night, without a single dream, for his most beautiful dream lay beside him. Meanwhile, in her dreams, Xiao Kai encountered that strange man once more. "He is the source of your future suffering. Leave him," he urged. "Otherwise, you will spend your life in agony. Leave him. You will regret it." Xiao Kai knelt at his feet, and he tirelessly repeated his plea for her to abandon Yuan. His tone laced with pity, as if he could not bear to see her in pain. "No, I refuse. I won't." This was her first act of defiance against the mysterious figure. The figure in the darkness sighed and fell silent. Xiao Kai awoke from her nightmare, gazing at the slumbering Yuan beside her, her heart torn and struggling. She was unsure of what to do. She feared neither pain nor solitude, appearing fearless, yet was solely afraid of something happening to him. She leaned in, cautiously embracing him, and he nuzzled against her, then fell back into a deep sleep. She couldn't help but wonder if she were being too greedy. He was of noble stature, while she, regardless of past or present, held an inferior position. Yet she yearned to be with him, that in her heart, she resolved to quietly leave once she found his lost soul. Turning away, Xiao Kai felt Yuan wrap his arms around her from behind. She attempted to shift her arms, but he murmured, "Don't move," in a lazy tone, sounding almost playful. The next day, it was not until Yun Dan Yin pounded on the door that Xiao Kai finally woke. She gently nudged Yuan's shoulder. "Your Highness, Your Highness." Yuan tightened his embrace, and she knew he was awake. "Your Highness, there may be urgent matters. Perhaps you should." Yuan sat up, his face paling, and flung open the door, irritably asking, "What is it?" Yun Danyan glanced at the position of the bed, seeing Xiao Kai sitting there, and thought to herself, "Has my prince finally indulged?" Yuan pushed Yun Danyan's forehead away with his hand, demanding, "What is it? Speak quickly." Yun Danyan replied, "Oh, it's nothing significant. Just that Zhang He apparently wrote over 100 confessions before he died, and now the whole city knows about his deeds." She shrugged, adding, "However, it seems not many believe it. Some even suspect he was murdered, thinking the contents of the paper are untrustworthy." Yuan's lips curled slightly, seemingly having anticipated this, as he replied nonchalantly, "An image cultivated over decades is not so easily shattered." He cast a cold glance at Yun Danyan. "Is there anything else?" Yun Danyan shook her head. "No, that's all." As Yuan prepared to shut the door and dismiss her, a familiar voice called out, "Elder brother Prince, elder brother Prince." Yuan looked towards the source, spotting a dapper young man, Yulong, and frowned, displeased. "What is she doing here?" Yun Danyan turned back, equally surprised. "Princess Long. What is she doing here so early?" Yuan retorted, "You still acknowledge it's early? In the future, do not disturb me unless it's something crucial." Yun Danyan replied, "Oh." With a slight pout and a murmured complaint, she remarked, "You never used to be this angry. Moreover, who can truly ascertain what matters to you?" Yu Ai interjected, "Enough of this." Yun Danyan replied, "Oh." Yulong approached with a cheerful demeanor, while Yu Ai stepped forward to close the door behind her. "Sister Long, is there a reason for your early visit?" Yulong feigned annoyance, saying, "Am I not allowed to visit my dear prince brother if there is nothing important?" Yu Ai laughed, "Of course not. It's just that I have only just risen. How about I let Yi Feng accompany you to the garden for a stroll while I freshen up?" Yulong agreed, turning to leave, but paused after a few steps, glancing back with a playful smile. "There wouldn't happen to be a delicate beauty in your chamber, would there?" Yu Ai smiled faintly and countered, "Is that such a rarity? Taken aback, Yu Long felt a bit awkward and quickly replied, "Of course not if you happen to fancy someone. You must introduce her to me." UAI replied, "Very well." It was only when Yu Long's figure vanished from sight that a look of distaste crossed UAI's features. Xiao Kai, noticing UAI's displeasure, inquired, "What has happened?" UAI replied, "I was compelled to engage in insincerity, which I find distasteful." Xiao Kai remarked, "If you dislike it, then do not partake." UAI chuckled softly as he gently gathered Xiao Kai's flowing hair, akin to silk, and tied it up while saying, "Occupying my position, I am fated to forego my desires. Many things I loathe must be faced with forced amiability." Xiao Kai turned and embraced UAI, causing the hair he had just arranged to cascade down once more, but he raised a hand gently to rest on her head. "It's nothing of great consequence, such as the inevitability of life." Xiao Kai replied, "Indeed, it is all unavoidable." She understood, feeling a kinship with him, for she too had her share of distasteful obligations in embracing UAI, she felt as though she were comforting another version of herself. "Do share your past with me sometime," UAI requested. Xiao Kai shook her head. "No, there is nothing worth telling." She recognized that her past had been akin to a homeless dog, unloved and unwelcomed. Those days were hard for her to recount, and she did not wish to evoke pity from others. UAI reassured her, "I cherish you, so regardless of your past experiences or how you once appeared, I will love you along with that version of yourself." Xiao Kai remained silent, and UAI sensed a reluctance to speak further, choosing not to press that he believed that one day she would reveal her true self to him. He was not in a hurry. Bored, Yu Long plucked a flower, idly removing its petals, which floated down in her wake, while Ji Feng followed behind with a serene smile. Eventually, Yu Long was left with only the flower's stem, its pale yellow core exposed to the breeze. She smirked. "See, when the facade is stripped away, even the most beautiful flowers appear ugly." Ji Feng responded respectfully, "Your Highness speaks the truth." Yu Long turned to glance at Ji Feng and asked, "I recall there's a charming girl in the palace. Is she still here? I find her rather intriguing." Ji Feng presented her with a freshly picked camellia, replying, "Your Highness, Xiao Kai is still in the palace." Yu Long accepted the flower, her expression shifting suddenly. "What position does she hold in the palace?" Ji Feng answered, "None." Yu Long pondered. "None?" Ji Feng confirmed, "Indeed, Your Highness." Yu Long paused her petal plucking and inquired, "What is the relationship between my brother and her?" "Sister seems quite curious," UAI remarked. Lifting his gaze, his tone appeared casual, yet his eyes held a profound depth. Yu Long's momentary panic faded, and she responded, "Brother, you misunderstand that I merely wish to befriend someone my brother cares for." UAI stepped closer. "I think that unnecessary." Yu Long feigned disappointment. "Do you think me unworthy?" UAI merely smiled, offering no reply. He recognized that his sister understood his meaning. After all, she was not a pampered princess, but a battle-hardened warrior who had followed her uncle, General Liu Yong, in a fierce combat at the tender age of 16. As expected, Yu Long swiftly changed the subject. "I heard from Uncle that you assisted General Dong and Lord Zhou in solving the gruesome case in Shiluo City. Is that true?" UAI replied nonchalantly, "Yes." Yu Long exclaimed in awe, "Wow. As expected of my brother. How impressive." UAI remarked, "You two are formidable, able to both adorn yourself and take to the battlefield." Yu Long dismissed this. "That's merely a matter of strength. It's nothing significant. True greatness lies in the ability to strategize and command." UAI questioned, "Oh, is that so?" Yu Long affirmed, "Of course." UAI continued, "If so, why do you accompany General Liu in a battle? Bloodshed leaves a mark that cannot be washed away." Yu Long laughed, "I find it enjoyable." UAI echoed, "Enjoyable?" Yu Long continued, "Not only enjoyable, but also thrilling. The sensation of holding someone's life in your hands, easily determining their fate, is particularly exhilarating." Her eyes sparkled with pride. UAI remarked, "Is that so? Yet your life too rests in the hands of others." Yu Long chuckled lightly, gazing at him. "My life is solely in my own hands." UAI mused, "Such confidence is rare in others." Yu Long laughed heartily, then added, "By the way, I have a question for my brother." UAI replied, "What is it?" Yu Long asked earnestly, "Does my brother aspire to be a ruler?" Hearing this, Ji Feng behind them turned pale. Discussing such matters openly could lead to dire consequences. UAI stated placidly, I do not. Yulong grinned. If given the opportunity, I would love to compete with you in intelligence. UAI responded very well. Yulong handed him a camellia with only one petal removed, saying, I've taken just one petal for you. Farewell. UAI replied, All right, that as Yulong turned to leave, her high ponytail swayed rhythmically. And her dark red fitted attire accentuated her stature, giving her the appearance of a proud, untamed youth. Once Yulong had departed, UAI casually discarded the flower into the underbrush. He harbored no fondness for her. Initially, he had engaged her out of a sense of shared background, but his distaste for her presence had only grown. What did she ask again? Ji Feng replied, Nothing much, just inquiring whether Xiao Kai is still in the palace and if you. UAI interjected, Is there anything else? Ji Feng shook his head. No. UAI nodded. I understand. You may leave now, but he felt certain Yulong's visit had ulterior motives beyond mere idle chatter. Reminded that someone awaited him. He chose not to dwell on such tedious matters any longer. Xiao Kai meticulously polished the delicate, aged lamp, suddenly realizing that a green light filled the first floor of the building. She had not encountered any new malevolent spirits in days. What could be the reason? As she pondered, a subtle floral fragrance wafted through the air. Upon looking up, she found UAI holding a bouquet of flowers of various hues, gazing at her. Xiao Kai. Puzzled thought. So soon? UAI feigned irritation. You do not wish to see me. Xiao Kai quickly clarified, No, it's just that I thought you would be with her longer. UAI raised an eyebrow and smiled. I only wish to be with those I admire. Xiao Kai had never encountered someone who openly expressed their affection daily, leaving her blushing and unsure where to direct her gaze. UAI suddenly asked, Do you know how to ride a horse? Xiao Kai shook her head. No. UAI took her hand. I can teach you. With that, he pulled her along outside. They departed the palace in a carriage. And at the palace gates, UAI helped Xiao Kai down, revealing a magnificent chestnut steed before them, its muscles clearly defined and its glossy mane shining. Even without knowledge of horses, Xiao Kai understood this was a rare and valuable creature. UAI deftly mounted the horse, then extended his hand to Xiao Kai, who grasped it tightly and climbed onto the horse's back. The Dio not be afraid. Hold the reins tightly, he instructed, though it was her first time riding. Xiao Kai felt an unusual thrill instead of fear. UAI held the reins with one hand while embracing her with the other. Let us go, he announced, and the horse sprang into a swift gallop. Xiao Kai braced herself, yet still let out a startled cry. UAI leaned his head against her shoulder, reassuring her, Do not fear. I am here. The wind howled fiercely in their ears, yet fortunately, both individuals donned cloaks before mounting their horses. Otherwise, the gusts would have struck their faces like a cruel slap. After galloping for a while, Xiao Kai spotted an elderly man pushing a cart laden with large cabbages, blocking the road ahead, which startled her into closing her eyes immediately. However, Yuan remained calm and simply advised Xiao Kai, Do not lower your head. Stay relaxed. With that, he loosened the reins, and the horse, sensing its master's composure and confidence, leaped gracefully over the obstacle. Xiao Kai tilted her head slightly and inquired, Why shouldn't I lower my head? Yuan tightened the reins again, applying gentle pressure with his legs to slow the horse that if you lower your head while jumping over an obstacle, it can disrupt the horse's balance and leap. Therefore, it is best to keep your head up. Xiao Kai nodded. I understand that. Yuan asked, Are you still afraid? Xiao Kai replied, Not anymore. Yuan continued, This is a physical activity that I excel in, so trust me. Xiao Kai affirmed, I believe in you. Before long, they rode out of Ziluoqing, the horse's pace gradually slowing to a leisurely trot. Trailing behind them, Yun Danyan could not help but roll her eyes, questioning the prince's strange behavior in such a chilly weather. Shang Qingjie glanced at Yun Danyan and remarked, Yun Mei, slow down, we shouldn't get too close to the prince and miss Xiao Kai. Yun Danyan shot him a fierce glare. Why shouldn't we stay close to the prince? Shang Qingjie replied. It's not advisable to be too near. Yun Danyan retorted, Nonsense. Our duty is to protect the prince. How can we do that from a distance? As they sensed the two horses approaching from behind, Yuan furrowed his brow and glanced back at them. Shang Qingjie appeared flustered, while Yun Danyan feigned ignorance. Looking around, Yuan kicked the horse's belly with his heel and simultaneously loosened the reins, causing the horse to bolt forward. Seeing this, Yun Danyan swiftly struck her horse's rear, urging it to chase after Yuan. Shang Qingjie sighed, reluctantly following suit. Thus, The three horses raced as if in a competition, chasing each other with great merriment. Initially, Yuan was displeased, but as he realized the horses behind could not catch up, a sense of pride filled him, diminishing his earlier annoyance. Xiao Kai watched the scenery blur past her, feeling an unprecedented joy. The biting wind no longer felt cold. That it was only when she noticed the sky darkening that Xiao Kai reminded them it was time to return to the palace. Yuan's mood suddenly shifted, and he sighed, "What should I do? I'm having so much fun with you that I don't want to go back." Xiao Kai recognized Yuan's playful defiance, and knowing that such antics typically required coaxing, she released her grip on the reins and took hold of his hand resting on her waist. "Xian, let us go back to the palace." The sound of hooves was soft, as if deliberately allowing Yuan to hear Xiaocai's coaxing words. The gentle tone of her voice, especially the single character in, instantly lifted his spirits. That Yuan embraced her tightly and turned the horse in a new direction, smiling, "All right," with a beautiful companion in his arms. Riding freely through the mountains and waters, Yuan, for the first time in his 18 years, felt that life was indeed wonderful, as if those days confined within the palace were merely a prelude to this moment of beauty. As for Xiao Kai, even though she genuinely enjoyed today immensely, to say her past sufferings were merely a path to this moment would be far too cruel. Upon reaching the palace gates, Yuan dismounted first, then extended his hand to Xiao Kai. Assuming he meant to pull her up, she reached out, only for Yuan to say, "Jump down, I'll catch you." Xiao Kai was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the bustling crowd around them. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yandanyan muttered softly, "Just hope the prince doesn't let her fall." Whether intentionally or not, her words were audible to all present. That Yuan wanted to glare at Yandanyan, but thought it would make him seem petty, as if he truly could not handle the situation. After some contemplation, he realized that it would be unacceptable if Xiao Kai were to fall. Just as he was about to relent, Xiao Kai declared, "Your Highness, catch me, I'm jumping." In the end, she landed safely in his embrace, and he found it effortless to hold her as he spiritedly climbed into the carriage. Just as they were about to drive back to the palace, a streak of red fluttered into the carriage. Fortunately, Xiaocai's quick reflexes allowed her to grab it. However, the object wriggled like a large, fat maggot, and Xiao Kai struggled to secure it with both hands. That Yuan reached out to assist. Xiao Kai immediately stopped him. "Don't touch it." Chapter 45. The lustful worm. Yuan asked, "What can I do then?" Xiao Kai replied, "Find a deserted spot and stop the carriage there." That Yuan leaned out and urgently exclaimed, "The abandoned Shanghuang temple, hurry." Yandanyan and Shang Qinjiu, seeing the commotion, had an inkling of what was happening, having witnessed the most unbelievable scenes before. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at the derelict Shanghuang temple. Yandanyan lifted the curtain, and the sight before her made her cheeks flush instantly. That Yuan was atop Xiao Kai, excitedly licking her face, while Xiaocai's clothing had been nearly torn to shreds. One of his hands pinned her wrists against the wooden platform behind her, while the other had already slipped beneath her garments. Upon noticing Yandanyan, he casually flashed a lewd grin before lowering his head to continue. Yandanyan, bewildered, felt that her prince had truly lost his mind. She pulled back the curtain to leave and find a quiet place. Xiao Kai pleaded, "Don't go. Help me." Yandanyan, hearing her fragmented words, hesitated and peeked back in, awkwardly stammering, How can I help?" Finally managing to free one of her hands. Xiao Kai forcefully pushed Yuan's head away, but before she could utter another word, he sealed her lips once more. Yandanyan remained indecisive, contemplating the situation, while Shang Qinjiu called from outside the carriage, "Is everything all right?" Yandanyan turned around, snapping, "Don't disturb my thinking." Yuan suddenly glanced back at Yandanyan, leeringly asking, "Care to join us, my lady?" Yandanyan's expression changed, and she swiftly kicked Yuan off the carriage. Instantly, she regained her composure, realizing that this creature was anything but her prince. It resembled more of a lustful demon. Shang Qinjiu, witnessing this, was filled with dread and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Yandanyan, what are you doing?" Xiao Kai adjusted her clothing and leapt from the carriage, crouching down to observe Yuan, who lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and howling. Can it leave his body? Shang Qinjiu reached out to help Yuan up, but Yandanyan, having learned her lesson, stood in front of him, pushing him away. "That he is not the prince," Shang Qinjiu asked. "Then who is he?" Yandanyan replied, "How would I know? Just don't interfere with Xiao Kai's business, or I swear I'll end you." Shang Qinjiu understood that Yandanyan was fiercely loyal to the prince. and sensed something was amiss. For now, he decided to observe that Yuan, tilting his head back, teased Xiaokai. "If you touch me again, I'll come out of him." The Xiaocai's eyes darkened as she pushed his hand away, coldly stating, "If you don't come out, it won't matter. I have my ways to dispose of you." With that, she bit her finger, drawing blood to create an array, invoking the underworld spirits and the four beasts of the abyss. "With my blood, I bind the spirits, open the gates of the underworld." As her command echoed, countless black, withered arms emerged from the floating array, crawling outwards. Yuan, holding on a Xiaocai's hand, looked alarmed. "You can't be serious. You're using that against a lustful worm?" Xiaocai ignored him. Yuan, panicking, urged, "Make them go back." "I'll come out, I promise." Xiaocai replied. "You come out first." Yuan insisted. "No, you let them go first." Xiaocai countered. "You have no choice." With tears welling in his eyes, Yuan tried to appeal to her. But Xiaocai remained unmoved. Clenching his teeth, he finally conceded. "Fine, you win." As a wisp of red smoke escaped from Yuan's forehead, a large, pink maggot fell to the ground. Xiaocai waved her hand, and the array vanished into thin air. Yuan regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. "How did I end up here?" Xiaocai pulled him up. "You were possessed." Yuan tentatively asked. "Did I do anything wrong?" Xiaocai assured him. "No." Yuan sighed in relief and smiled. "That's good." Not far away, Yundanyan rolled her eyes and muttered, "You didn't do anything wrong to others. But that doesn't mean you didn't do anything wrong." As Xiaocai prepared to leave with Yuan, the plump maggot on the ground hurriedly called out, "Master, don't leave without me." Xiaocai turned back, coldly asking, "Who is your master?" The maggot replied, You are my master. Take me with you, or I will die." Xiaocai questioned, "Why should I take you?" The maggot pondered and said, "I have an exceptional sense of smell, that if you take me with you, I can help you find things and people." Yundanyan spat at the maggot. "Isn't that just a dog? A dog would be more appealing to take than you." Xiaocai thought for a moment and replied, "Fine, I'll take you with me, but you must not do anything wrong without my permission." Fat maggot, "I heed my master's words." Xiaocai pulled down the curtain of the carriage, wrapping the fat maggot within, before climbing aboard. Yundanyan murmured softly, lamenting the obsession with ugliness that on the way back to the palace. Yuan inquired of Xiaocai why she chose to bring it along. Xiaocai replied with a smile, "Regardless of the nature of an entity, it possesses its own intrinsic value. It is undeserving of death." Upon hearing this, the fat maggot was deeply moved and wept bitterly, expressing, "My master is akin to my reborn parents. Please bestow upon me a name." Xiaocai glanced at the fat maggot and casually stated, "Let it be called Xiaohong." Yuan interjected, "By the way, what is this creature?" Xiaocai responded, "It is a lecherous insect." Yuan paused, taken aback. "A lecherous insect. So it is more than just a mere description?" "Why did it say that if you did not take it along, it would perish?" Xiaohong eagerly answered, "Of course, it is because lecherous insects fear the cold and cannot hibernate. Thus, our kind is exceedingly rare and precious." Yuan merely chuckled, unconvinced. He was aware that the presence of such a creature was likely not a positive sign. Chapter 46. The beginning. Xiaocai, employing some unknown method, managed to shrink the lecherous insect to the size of a finger and placed it within a specially crafted small furnace. The furnace, roughly the size of a fist, featured a transparent upper part and a hollowed-out golden floral design at the base, by adding specially designed small stones within. The furnace would become quite warm. Yuan, witnessing Xiaocai carrying the lecherous insect, felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy that he shot a sharp glare at the slumbering Xiaohong and, unable to contain his frustration, stealthily approached Xiaocai, giving a subtle push to the small furnace hanging at her waist. Suddenly, the drowsy Xiaohong felt a violent jolt akin to an earthquake, springing up in alarm and looking around. Upon spotting a smugly handsome face, it immediately understood. Xiaohong, unwilling to yield, twisted its pink body within the transparent furnace, ostentatiously displaying its graceful form and poise to Yuan, before turning its head to stick out its tongue, making a silly face. Yuan, incensed, clenched his fists, then relaxed them, grasping Xiaocai's hand, requesting, "May I borrow that little creature for a couple of days?" Upon hearing this, Xiaohong cried out, "Master, master!" Xiaohong does not want to go. Xiaohong does not want to, alas. Its voice echoed only within the furnace, unable to escape, knowing that its master could not hear its pleas. Xiaohong desperately wiggled its body, hoping to convey to Xiao Kai its unwillingness to go to that fellow. As Xiao Kai bent down to untie the hanging cord, she nearly caught a glimpse of Xiao Hong's refusal. Yet it was only a near miss, for Yuan had seized the transparent furnace, benevolently assuring, "I will hold it steady, so it won't fall." Xiao Kai replied, "All right." Xiao Hong watched in despair as the light of its little world was eclipsed. Feeling utterly resigned to its fate, that I am doomed, it lamented. When Xiao Hong regained visibility, it found Yuan triumphantly attaching the furnace to his waist, flashing a smile at the despondent Xiao Hong within. Xiao Hong consoled itself. Though insects inevitably face death, whether heavy as a mountain or light as a feather, to die for the sake of being favored cannot be deemed trivial. It weighs heavily enough to nearly suffocate me. After Yuan secured the furnace, he shifted his body, causing the furnace to sway, and Xiao Hong felt as if the world was spinning, unable to voice its distress or control its movements. Observing this, Xiao Kai inquired, "Your Highness, do you feel unwell?" Yuan smiled, "I have not ridden in a while. I rode too long yesterday and my back aches." Xiao Kai chided, "You should not have ridden for so long." Yuan smiled, pulling Xiao Kai into his embrace. "With you by my side, I find no task too lengthy." Just then, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Yuan lifted his gaze towards the entrance, his eyes glinting like sharpened blades, as if a mere glance could slay an adversary without shedding blood. Yun Danyan announced, "Your Highness." Yuan inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, gritting his teeth to utter a single word. "Speak," Yun Danyan reported. "A grave matter." Yuan asked, "How grave?" Yun Danyan replied, "A corpse lies before the annel gate of the capital." Yuan frowned, displeased. "Is it unusual for someone to die there?" Yun Danyan's expression turned somber. "A middle-aged man has been impaled to the ground by a 6-inch red wooden stake, blood flowing 3 feet, the stake embedded a foot deep. 10 men could not dislodge it." Yuan's expression stiffened, contemplating such a grotesque death. What powerful figure must one have offended to meet such a fate? What significant grievance could a common person instigate, aside from monetary disputes, romantic entanglements, or trade conflicts? None of these would warrant such retribution. This individual must not have been ordinary. He then inquired, "Who was he?" Yun Danyan replied, "A homeless drifter, without kin or allies." Yuan's demeanor turned icy at the drifter. If he is indeed a drifter, then tracing his past grievances is futile, and uncovering new enmities is unlikely to prove easy. "Who is responsible for this case?" he demanded. Yun Danyan answered, "The Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and Dong." Yuan felt a throbbing at his temples. He had initially intended to refrain from involvement in this matter, yet it now seemed unavoidable. Why must every case inevitably drag in his uncle? As a general of the Golden Guards, he was no civil official. He could not fathom his father's reasoning. Even in the event of patrolling negligence, there were numerous ways to impose punishment. Why resort to bestowing upon Dong Zhu a punishment that seemed least like punishment? He would rather endure a severe beating for swifter resolution. Yuan declared, "First, let us find my uncle." Yun Danyan replied, "Yes." Yuan turned, "Wait for my return." Xiao Kai tugged at Yuan's sleeve, "I shall accompany you." Yuan pondered. The last time Xiao Kai had vanished unexpectedly, it had alarmed him greatly. Keeping her by his side felt far more reassuring. So he took her hand. "Very well." Xiao Kai replied, "Please wait a moment," before rushing back to retrieve a red lotus lamp. Then grasping Yuan's hand again, "All right, let's go." Yuan queried, "What do you need that for?" Xiao Kai answered, "You handle your affairs, and I shall tend to mine." Yuan insisted, "First, you accompany me, and then I shall accompany you. We cannot act separately." Xiao Kai smiled, "All right." Yun Danyan rolled her eyes skyward, while Xiao Hong within the furnace lamented its lack of limbs. Otherwise, it would have spread its legs and pointed a finger at Yuan, exclaiming, "Are you kidding? Master dotes on you far too excessively." When Dong Zhuyu laid eyes on Yuan, his eyes sparkled. "Xiang, you've come." It was evident that Yuan's visit bore significant purpose. Yuan nodded. "Indeed. Uncle, have you any leads?" Dong Zhuyu frowned. His expression grave, sighed, and shook his head. After a series of gestures, Yuan gathered that there was nothing to report. "The crown prince has arrived. You could have given us a heads up so we could prepare," remarked a woman with an ostentatious golden-threaded gown embroidered with peacock patterns, adorned with jeweled hairpins. With lips painted a vibrant red, this individual was none other than his own aunt, Dong Sijuan. though lacking in taste. She possessed an air of opulence, having married the esteemed Prime Minister Xiaojin's eldest son, with connections to royal lineage and nobility, naturally fostering a haughty and domineering disposition. Yuan inclined his head slightly, addressing her as aunt. Dong Sijun responded with a smile. "Ah, that Xianger, you appear to be in much better spirits lately." Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon Xiaokai. "Oh, whose daughter is this? She is exceptionally beautiful." Her words reeked of admiration for Xiaokai. Xiaokai smiled in response, yet this only endeared her further to Dong Sijun, who continued, "Her demeanor is elegant and transcendent, truly commendable." Grasping Xiaocai's hands, she inquired, "Has the young lady found a suitor?" "I have a son who will come of age next year." Yuan interjected, "And she is already betrothed." Dong Sijun expressed her regret. "Such a fine girl would have been a perfect match for my Huaner. What a pity she lacks fortune." Yuan asked, "What brings you to my uncle's residence today?" One must understand that even if Dong Zhiyue had become a general, their family still looked down upon him. It was unlikely she would willingly visit without pressing business. Dong Sijun's lips curled downward. "It is about your unruly third uncle that I do not know what has possessed him. He insists on joining the army. I say, isn't it better to live a life of luxury and comfort than to endure hardships in some distant place?" Yuan inquired. "Joining the army?" Dong Sijun affirmed. "Yes, he idolizes General Lu Yong of Jinyuan, claiming he wishes to seek a position under him. However, Lu Yong is known for his eccentricity. How many can truly befriend him? I fear your third uncle will suffer needlessly. I just so happen to learn that your uncle has some rapport with Lu Yong. So I implore him to speak a few good words on behalf of your third uncle, and not be too harsh." Yuan inwardly scoffed. Was it not only when they needed something that they came knocking? Lu Yong's eccentricity was well known, and he would dare to contradict even the emperor, let alone a mere prime minister. Indeed, your third uncle is too soft and delicate. It is far more suitable for him to remain at home. Who would use the phrase delicate skin and tender flesh to describe a man? Only a pig would be raised in such a manner, that I in truth. Yuan's words are a veiled mockery of Dong Sinan, likening him to a pig. Yet Dong Sijun lacks the comprehension to grasp this irony, mistakenly believing that Yuan agrees with his viewpoint. Indeed, he refuses to listen. What can be done? Yuan chuckled, suggesting, perhaps Aunt should return and persuade Uncle San once more. On the battlefield, swords and blades are merciless. Injury to skin or loss of hair are trivial matters. However, should that grandfather be bereaved of his own kin, it would be a grievous blow that as for Dong Sinan, whose hands cannot wield a weapon nor shoulders bear a burden. It would be best for him to avoid a futile demise. Otherwise, how could that elderly grandfather withstand such a loss? Dong Sijun, alarmed, hastily made his exit, echoing, "Yuan is right. Yuan is right." Observing Dong Sijun's departing figure, Dong Zhiyue shook his head. That Yuan remarked, "The Dong family seems entirely oblivious to Uncle's predicament, adept only at complicating matters." Dong Zhiyue smiled in self-deprecation. "Alas, what can I say? I too bear the surname Dong." That he sighed. "Let us not dwell on them." Yuan expressed, "I wish to see the corpse." After a moment's hesitation, Dong Zhiyue acquiesced. "Very well." Upon encountering the corpse, Yuan's complexion drained of color, which was precisely why Dong Zhiyue had hesitated. The state of the body was truly harrowing. The deceased's orifices bled profusely, their eyes wide open in fury, bulging from their sockets. A gaping void stretched from the abdomen to the chest. This was merely what the eyes could perceive, for the tongue had been gruesomely bitten off by the deceased themselves, Dong Zhiyue remarked. This entire area of the chest and abdomen has been crushed beneath a wooden stake, the internal organs along with the spine and flesh utterly obliterated. That it is horrific, unfathomable to imagine the agony endured. Yuan gazed into the void, pondering who could possess such strength. Even if one did, could they truly silence a person and pin them to the ground in such a manner? Could Uncle accomplish this? Dong Zhiyue inquired. "What?" Yuan replied, "To single-handedly drive a stake into the ground, embedding it a foot deep." Dong Zhiyue answered, "It could be done, but not with a single blow. It is evident that the condition of the corpse resulted from a solitary strike of the stake. Had there been multiple blows, the abdominal area would not exhibit such a uniform shape," that Yuan murmured. "Indeed, the killer must possess immense strength to achieve this. That it is beyond human capability. Could it be?" Xiao Kai slowly interjected. "A malevolent spirit, killing without a trace that Yuan immediately grasped Shao Kai's implication. She was conveying that this act could only have been perpetrated by a human. Indeed, the people of this world are often more terrifying than ghosts. One might suspect that even a ghost could not conceive such a perverse and brutal method of murder. Dong Zhuiyue, taken aback by Shao Kai's words, pondered. What ghost? What spirit? Killing? Ghost killing? Yuan continued. Has uncle considered inquiring among those acquainted with the deceased to ascertain if they have noticed any peculiar behavior from him lately, or if he had encountered any strange individuals? Dong Zhuiyue, uncertain whether to deem himself unfortunate, responded, How so?